Chapter 225, A Brand New Theory. As Jiang Chen's words echoed through the room, an enveloping silence descended upon the classroom. Every pair of eyes widened in astonishment, fixated upon the young instructor at the front. Particularly, Peng Mo was rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his teacher's connections were of such extraordinary caliber. This was none other than the illustrious Magic City University, an institution he could scarcely dare to dream of attending. His decision to forego other third-tier academies in favor of Jianghai Beast Taming Academy stemmed from his knowledge of Principal Sun's remarkable talents at Magic City University. He had hoped to test the waters for a flicker of good fortune. Yet here stood a prodigy who had entered the nurturing department of Magic City University at the tender age of 14 and had successfully graduated. The realization that he had inadvertently offended such a remarkable individual sent tremors through Peng Mo's legs. Magic City University. Truly impressive. Zhang Taiyu, seated at the back, regarded Jiang Chen with newfound admiration. He was a graduate of the Central State Military Academy, one of the 12 institutes, though many years had elapsed since his graduation. Recently, he had begun teaching at Jianghai Beast Taming Academy, primarily drawn by the spatial rifts in Jiang City. Initially, he anticipated a rather tedious experience, but Jiang Chen's presence piqued his interest significantly. Although Jiang Chen's previous remarks bore the tone of narration, they were sufficiently authoritative and incisive, ensuring that all students present comprehended his esteemed status. If you claim I lack genius and am merely a beneficiary of favoritism, then allow me to lay bare my credentials. Should you surpass me, your assertions will hold merit. However, if not, kindly refrain from further comment. The fact that Sun Jinxian could invite someone of Jiang Chen's caliber to teach is truly commendable. Do you have anything left to say? Jiang Chen gazed steadily at Peng Mo, awaiting his response. And no, Peng Mo stammered, now devoid of any bravado, sitting upright in his seat, stripped of his former arrogance. The titles of graduate from the nurturing department of Magic City University, senior beast nurturer, and professor are formidable enough when considered individually, yet Jiang Chen bore all three with distinction. If his father were to learn that he had antagonized such an individual, he might very well break his legs. Jiang Chen, dismissing the need to argue with a student, spoke up. Well, we just experienced a brief interlude, but consider it an unconventional self-introduction. Let us commence with roll call. Jiang Chen retrieved a roster from behind him. Sun Hao, present. Wang Feifei, present. Perhaps due to the earlier spectacle, the students had suddenly adopted a more compliant demeanor, and no further disruptions occurred. As he continued with the roll call, Jiang Chen noted an unexpected influx of students in the classroom. It seems my lecture has garnered quite an audience, exceeding my expectations. Since you are all here, I shan't elaborate further, but my only request is that you refrain from courting on my class time. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the students, alleviating the tension that had previously lingered. Many attendees had witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess in beast nurturing, their primary objective being to ascertain his pedagogical skills. After all, he was rather youthful, yet his earlier demeanor was anything but juvenile. Setting aside his teaching capabilities, the confidence and composure he exhibited while at the lectern had already sparked their interest to continue. Observing the students, Jiang Chen slowly articulated, I am proficient in numerous subjects, but my expertise lies most profoundly in beast nutrition, beast training science, and beast evolution. The course I am now offering, Fundamentals of Beast Taming and Massage Techniques, has been meticulously tailored for you, merging the disciplines of beast training science and medicine. At Jiang Chen's declaration, the entire audience was momentarily taken aback. Meticulously tailored? Does Professor Jiang imply that this is a newly developed course? No wonder I couldn't find his course's name online. However, does Professor Jiang perhaps overestimate himself? Not only the students, but also the teachers in the audience gaped slightly in astonishment, marveling at Jiang Chen's audacity. The current teaching materials have been meticulously developed by predecessors to best suit the learning stage of students. Although the educational content may vary due to differences in schools, the fundamental principles remain unchanged. To create an entirely new course is no simple feat that just anyone can accomplish. At least outside the 4 great academies and the 12 houses, such endeavors have been scarcely undertaken. Sun Jinxian, observing Jiang Chen on stage, couldn't help but feel a cold sweat trickle down her spine. Jiang Chen, please don't act recklessly. Yet, in the next moment, they heard Jiang Chen elucidate. In the regular cultivation and training of a beast, the creature's body inevitably incurs some wear and tear. Initially, these abrasions may not manifest any significant impact. However, in the end, such will become a bottleneck for the beast's advancement. Upon hearing this, all the students were momentarily taken aback, as their youth rendered them unaware of what a bottleneck truly entailed. Conversely, the teachers furrowed their brows, beginning to ponder the implications. The nurturing of a beast necessitates an internal to external approach. Training a beast in a haphazard manner may indeed strengthen it, but in my view, this is a misguided approach. Everything must be done in moderation, and after training, proper maintenance is essential. Jiang Chen continued to elaborate. This theory stemmed from his experiences with his training of Shaoqing, wherein, after completing its skills training, it would utilize its innate wood energy to soothe its fatigued muscles. Although this process consumed a bit more time each session, the progress was evident, with daily training efficiency significantly enhanced. Eventually, Jiang Chen began to employ dual-handed techniques to assist in this soothing process. Gradually, he discerned that this might be a superior training method. Previously, the training concluded with dietary and medicinal supplements. Now, an additional method could be incorporated. This is akin to sports science, ensuring that the beast remains at peak efficiency during training. So that was the implication. After listening, Sun Jinxian nodded thoughtfully. This indeed bears some resemblance to Professor Zhou's theory, though he advocates for medicinal therapy, whereas Jiang Chen has adopted a different approach. I never expected Jiang Chen could truly distill his own insights. It's no wonder they accepted him as a disciple. The audience appeared somewhat bewildered yet impressed, staring blankly at Jiang Chen. Duck God, doesn't this mirror our own situation? Sun Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Jiang Chen's words as he addressed the yellow duck concealed in his backpack. This time, we have made the right choice. Your injuries truly hold promise for recovery. Now, we shall commence the lesson. The content of this course may be somewhat challenging, so I strongly advise you to pay close attention. With that, Jiang Chen began sketching on the blackboard. A familiar canine beast, the tide dog, was illustrated by Jiang Chen, with all its meridians, acupoints, and crystal core locations meticulously depicted. This exemplifies the drawing skills of a mechanic. He then commenced an explanation of the tide dog's characteristics, habits, and abilities. This is the most fundamental aspect. If one is oblivious to these details, it is all too easy to make mistakes. Time ticked away, and although Jiang Chen covered a wealth of material, he conveyed it with clarity. Every individual listened attentively, ensuring that incidents reminiscent of Peng Mo's earlier missteps did not recur. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock at the rear of the classroom, then tossed the chalk aside, addressing the students below. We are now halfway through the lesson. If there are any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. Chapter 226, The Phantom-Faced Mantis and the Erroneous Cultivation Method. The main content has concluded, and Jiang Chen felt no inclination to prolong the session, as it would be futile to delve deeper into topics that the students could scarcely comprehend. It was far more prudent to transition directly into the question and answer segment, a customary practice among educators conducting public lectures, which also served as a modest benefit for the students. Li Ninger had eagerly awaited this opportunity for quite some time. Raising her hand with great anticipation, eager to seek Jiang Chen's guidance on numerous queries regarding the cultivation of the extreme electric leopard. However, she soon found herself taken aback. As Jiang Chen's words resonated in the room, more than half of those present raised their hands, creating a remarkably impressive spectacle that she had never witnessed before. Sun Jingxuan, too, was astonished at the sight. During her own public lectures, her students had never displayed such fervent enthusiasm. Were it not for her knowledge that these students were indeed from this institution, she might have suspected Jiang Chen had employed some means to garner their attention. Casting her gaze toward Jiang Chen, she murmured to herself, I never imagined Jiang Chen's aptitude for teaching would be this exceptional. He has garnered the trust of the students in his very first lecture. Perhaps he truly has the potential to become a distinguished educator at Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy. In truth, public lectures represent a latent resource provided by the school for its students, and outstanding educators are invariably few and far between. They are often preoccupied with their own pursuits, and public lectures merely afford students the chance to encounter these esteemed instructors. Furthermore, the ability of a school to sustain a cadre of educators for public lectures serves as a crucial metric for its standing. The more teachers capable of conducting public lectures a school can boast, the higher its prestige. Currently, no more than 10 individuals within the entire academy are genuinely qualified to conduct such sessions, most of whom have returned through personal connections established over the years. If Jiang Chen were to ascend to the ranks of a celebrated teacher, the next cohort would undoubtedly draw a significant influx of new students to the school. As Jiang Chen surveyed the multitude of raised hands, he found himself momentarily uncertain of whom to select, until his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Ninger in the corner. To his surprise, she had also attended, prompting him to say, "Let us hear from the student over here." Wang Fifei, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, paused momentarily before excitedly pointing to herself and asking me. Jiang Chen nodded in affirmation. Initially, he had intended to choose Li Ninger, but having already assisted her with beast cultivation and with many witnesses to their previous interactions, he wished to avoid any implications of favoritism. Wang Fifei rose from her seat and began, "Professor Jiang, my beast has inexplicably stalled at the 6th tier of awakening for quite some time." At this revelation, all eyes turned toward Jiang Chen, brimming with anticipation regarding how he might address the issue. As the foremost duty of a teacher is to resolve the inquiries of their students. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, directing his attention to Wang Fifei, who, unlike Li Ninger, appeared to be a rather reserved individual. "Please summon your beast for me to examine," he instructed. With a deliberate focus, she gathered her energy, conjuring a blue hexagram array before her. Moments later, a dark green mantis emerged from the array, its forelimbs resembling the scythes of death, glimmering ominously. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. What manner of beast is this? Does our school truly harbor such a formidable creature? It was evident that this beast was no ordinary specimen. Even some of the teachers were taken aback, having never encountered such a creature before. Glancing at Jiang Chen, their expressions bore a hint of sympathy. To randomly select a student and uncover such an extraordinary beast was indeed a stroke of misfortune. The phantom-faced mantis. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he regarded Wang Fifei with newfound contemplation. This student harbors a secret. This beast is not one that just anyone can possess. Its quality is at least of silver tier. Moreover, it is found only at the boundary of the wind-eroded valley and the shadow marsh. A mutant from the sawtooth mantis lineage, bearing naturally engraved phantom patterns on its neck armor. Given her assertion that this beast is at the 6th tier of awakening, it is unlikely to be a recent contract. With such a beast, she should not have merely enrolled in this institution. You truly recognize the lineage of the phantom-faced mantis. Upon hearing Jiang Chen utter its name, Wang Fifei's heart leaped with joy, and she implored, "Professor Jiang, you must assist me." She had consulted numerous cultivators, none of whom recognized this beast, and she had been preparing to accrue enough credits to seek counsel from the head of the cultivation department. Little did she anticipate that Jiang Chen would indeed be familiar with it. "I will do my utmost," Jiang Chen replied, nodding as a hint of blue flickered in his eyes, meticulously examining the data of the phantom-faced mantis. Name: Phantom-faced mantis. Attributes: wind. Shadow quality: mid-tier silver. Talent: ordinary. Exclusive trait: shadow scythe dance. In nocturnal or shadowy environments, attack speed increases by 30. And scythe attacks inflict a shadow erosion effect, continuously depleting the target's stamina. Skills: wind shadow step. Beginner instantaneous displacement aided by wind, briefly enhancing evasion rate. With afterimages to confound enemies. Rapid slash. Beginner a swift cross slash, causing significant physical damage. Fearsome countenance. Beginner utilizing its ghostly patterns to intimidate foes, with a chance to induce a miniaturized state in enemies. Upon observing, Jiang Chen noted that the physical strength of this phantom-faced mantis was quite commendable, and the rapid slash had reached a proficient level. However, it bore exceedingly scant attribute energy. To put it bluntly, its attribute energy was nearly non-existent. This is a clear case of erratic cultivation. Do you possess any cultivation methods for such a beast? Jiang Chen inquired directly. Wang Fifei, startled by Jiang Chen's expression, stammered. "And no, I merely followed the cultivation method my father provided." "Your father also has a phantom-faced mantis?" Jiang Chen queried, puzzled. "No, his is a sawtooth mantis." Jiang Chen immediately grasped the situation. This was one of the prevalent dilemmas encountered by ordinary individuals who contract rare beasts. Without heritage or proper instruction, they often remain oblivious to even the fundamental traits of their beasts. Your cultivation method is entirely flawed. The phantom-faced mantis, as a variant of the sawtooth mantis, possesses both shadow and wind attributes. During training, you must regularly administer spiritual essences of the shadow and wind attributes to it. The fact that you managed to cultivate it to the 6th tier is already commendable. What should I do?" Wang Fifei, on the verge of tears, exclaimed. The phantom-faced mantis was the offspring of her father's sawtooth mantis. She was aware of its attributes, but had no inkling of the intricacies involved. "Wait. I will draft a cultivation method for you. Follow the stipulations outlined therein for a few days, and the issues with your phantom-faced mantis should be resolved. However, do bear in mind that the resources required for the evolution of the phantom-faced mantis are 5 times that of the sawtooth mantis. It would be prudent to prepare yourself mentally. The other students gazed incredulously at Jiang Chen, astonished that he not only recognized this beast, which they had never before encountered, but had also composed a cultivation method in such a brief span. Was he truly only 18 years old? Could his knowledge genuinely be this profound? Did he never take a break? The students began to entertain a flurry of speculations. Yet Jiang Chen remained unfazed by their musings, proceeding to address several more questions before noting that the time was drawing to a close. He approached the desk, a faint smile gracing his lips. Addressing the students below, "Well, our time for today is nearly up. I hope you have gleaned something valuable from my class. The next session will commence at the same time this Friday, adhering to the same rules. Until we meet again." With that, Jiang Chen turned on his heel and exited the classroom, leaving the students staring blankly at his retreating figure. Professor Jiang is truly remarkable. I must attend the next class. His recent display of poise was nothing short of astounding. He accurately identified the habits and issues of every beast he summoned. Such prowess has thoroughly captivated them. Some astute students even pulled out their phones to set alarms for securing a spot in his class, eager to seize an opportunity at the earliest moment on Thursday. Chapter 227, Deliberation. After concluding the lesson, Jiang Chen did not depart Jiang High Beast Academy immediately. Instead, he was summoned to the office of Sun Jingxuan, who poured him a cup of tea and remarked, "Congratulations, Jiang Chen, on achieving a resounding success in your inaugural public lecture. Your position as a professor is undoubtedly secure now." Jiang Chen chuckled softly, taking a gentle sip of the tea, his eyes lighting up, dragon well from the clouds. "Senior sister, you certainly have some exquisite treasures here." Upon hearing this, Sun Jingxuan's lips twitched slightly as she responded, "Keep your little schemes to yourself. This was pilfered from my grandfather. I possess only a limited amount, but I can certainly offer you a portion of the benefits I promised you earlier." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing that her tone was rather uncharacteristic. Typically, she would lament her financial constraints at such moments, indicating she had something to request. "If you have a matter to discuss, senior sister, please be direct. I can consider it if the terms are agreeable." Sun Jingxuan paused momentarily before sitting beside Jiang Chen, retrieving a document from her spatial ring and handing it to him. "These are the 10 candidates I've selected for the school team from Jiang High Beast Academy. As you know, the National College League selections for the Jiang City area are approaching. I hope you can assist these students in nurturing their beasts." Jiang Chen did not immediately acquiesce. He glanced over the list and could not suppress a sigh. As expected, there were no surprises. These students were even inferior to the second team of Magic City University, with the highest among them merely a mid-level beastmaster. Participating in a municipal selection should not pose a problem, but they would be lacking for provincial competitions, let alone a national tournament. Closing the document, Jiang Chen remarked, "Surely, you need not seek me out when your grandfather is the dean of the breeding academy. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to enlist his help?" Sun Jingxuan's expression darkened, nearly exclaiming, "If that old curmudgeon could assist, would I be here asking you?" Suppressing her emotions, she continued, "Isn't this your breeding base? I thought I might introduce you to some business opportunities. When they achieve results, it would serve as advertising for you as well." Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, surprised at Sun Jingxuan's newfound boldness. Has she changed due to her work? "Senior sister, your calculations are quite astute. However, I am not averse to agreeing, provided you answer me one question." "What question?" Sun Jingxuan inquired, a flicker of curiosity in her heart. "What is the relationship between Chao Hongwei and Giant Stone Creations, and why is he attempting to seize Jiang High Beast Academy from you?" Jiang Chen stated, gazing intently at Sun Jingxuan as he awaited her response. He realized he knew far too little about their situation. Although Jiang High Beast Academy is part of the Educational Alliance, it should not warrant Chao Hongwei taking such risks, especially against Sun Jingxuan, who had a quasi-master level beast tamer backing her, possessing numerous beast evolution plans. There must be secrets Jiang Chen was unaware of. Sun Jingxuan shook her head and replied, "I'm not certain of the specifics, but based on my years of investigation, he seems to be searching for something within the school. As for his connection to Giant Stone Creations, I know a bit. He and Xia Haoba appear to be sworn brothers. He secured the position of vice principal at Jiangnan Beast Academy largely due to Xia Haoba's connections. The explosion at Zhang Fang's villa was likely his handiwork." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Xia Haoba and Chao Hongwei clearly operated in different spheres, one in the realm of officialdom and the other in the underworld. The fact that there was something at Jiang High Beast Academy worth such effort from two quasi-masters indicated that the institution harbored its own secrets. "Senior sister, have you considered eliminating Chao Hongwei?" Jiang Chen asked directly after a moment of contemplation. Given that he was already plotting against him, Jiang Chen could not allow such a threat to fester. What are you planning? Although Chao Hongwei is not exemplary, he does hold an official position, and if you act against him, the Education Bureau will not let you off easily. Sun Jingxuan was startled by Jiang Chen's words. He actually intended to take action against Chao Hongwei. While he may not wield much power, he did hold an administrative rank. What I mean is to first take down Giant Stone Creations. Xia Haoba is likely Chao Hongwei's enforcer. Toppling him should expose Chao Hongwei's vulnerabilities. You wish to strike at Giant Stone Creations. Sun Jingxuan's brows furrowed in shock as she gazed at Jiang Chen, whispering, "Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how powerful they are? Although they have only recently been promoted, there are at least 10 mid-level beast masters among them. Not to mention their countless underlings. With the strength of your Qingshan base, you think you can challenge them? I believe you are truly deranged. Why not? You must have noticed the shifts occurring in Jiang City, right? Due to the spatial rifts, an increasing number of factions are migrating here, and inevitably, local powers will be subsumed. Moreover, I have the support of the Kanghai army behind me." Sun Jingxuan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Her grandfather had also mentioned that the Great Xia was seeking change, and Jiangnan province was the first focal point of that transformation. Seizing this opportunity might just yield a chance for ascension. Observing the turmoil in Sun Jingxuan's expression, he continued, "Senior sister, I know that your iron-eating beast has yet to evolve due to the spiritual weapon issue. I have recently come across some information that might assist you." "What do you mean?" This was the matter that concerned Sun Jingxuan the most. With her strength, she could have already advanced to a quasi-master. However, she had yet to achieve that breakthrough as the thunder armor required for her iron-eating beast's evolution had not been completed. In recent days, she had been training her iron-eating beast skill proficiency while nurturing her remaining beasts. Currently, her strength was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of high-level beast masters. Once her iron-eating beast evolved, she could directly surpass the mid-level quasi-master stage. I recently obtained a half-complete inheritance from a blacksmith, and with just this half, I crafted a high-level spiritual weapon. Are you suggesting that the other half of the inheritance lies with Xia Haoba? Sun Jingxuan's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, eagerly awaiting his next response. She had been waiting for a long time for the evolution spiritual weapon at the quasi-master level, as such items were incredibly challenging to produce, even for a blacksmith of that caliber. However, if one seeks a master-level blacksmith for the creation, one must endure a lengthy waiting period. The quickest turnaround would be an additional 6 months. Such an extensive time frame raises doubts. By then, it is entirely plausible that her second beast will have ascended to the Lord level, which is evidently impractical. Indeed, I am confident that upon acquiring this inheritance, I shall attain the insights necessary to forge at a quasi-master level. Upon hearing the response she desired, Sun Jingxuan exhaled a breath of relief. "What do you require of me?" Chapter 228, The Plan. Upon hearing Sun Jingxuan's answer, Jiang Chen knew she was intrigued. "Senior, given your current strength, can you withstand a Lord-level beast? A typical Lord should pose little issue, but those who have perfected their fusion techniques would prove more challenging to endure for long." Jiang Chen nodded inwardly. Sun Jingxuan truly deserved her status as a star player of the university team. She could withstand a Lord with her commanding prowess. The distinction between a Lord and a commander lies in the mastery of fusion skills. Generally speaking, a Lord-level beast has likely grasped a unique essence of its own. For instance, Zhongkai's dual flame dragon ape has comprehended the essence of explosion, often inflicting explosive damage with its fire-based skills. As long as you can hold your ground, I'll deal with Xia Haoba. You merely need to focus on your training. Should Chao Hongwei become desperate, I will need you to intercept him. Jiang Chen laid bare his plan. Sun Jingxuan was aware that the Qingshan breeding base had a quasi-master level beast master, whose strength was formidable. She had just encountered this quasi-master, and from the aura emanating from him, it was clear he hailed from a military background. Such a person should have no trouble handling Xia Haoba. However, a crucial point remained. The Stone Creation Organization is not a small force. They possess numerous subordinates. Once you deal with the upper echelons of Stone Creation, how do you intend to manage the mid-level ranks? Sun Jingxuan directly voiced her concerns. A third-tier force in Jiang City has already gained a seat at the table. To act against them requires a foolproof plan, lest she act recklessly. Are you familiar with the blood pool? Naturally, Sun Jingxuan was aware of the blood pool. In her efforts to secure resources for the school, she had frequented the spatial rifts in recent days. The various forces in Jiang City have ignited real contention over the blood pool, as it is a spiritual object capable of enhancing the bloodlines of beasts. While it may not benefit advanced beast masters, it is invaluable to those factions with younger generations. Even Sun Jingxuan had contemplated competing for it, but unfortunately, the rules established by the prominent figures entering the rift designated the blood pool's area as a low-level battlefield. She was prohibited from entering. However, upon Jiang Chen mentioning it, Sun Jingxuan immediately grasped his intention. You plan to eliminate Xia Haoba within the spatial rift? Jiang Chen nodded noncommittally. Precisely. Xia Haoba, as a lord, cannot enter the secret realm. As long as we collaborate, those from Stone Creation will be no match for us in Jiang City's spatial rift. After reflecting on Jiang Chen's words for a moment, Sun Jingxuan nodded. I will take on this matter, but if you secure the blood pool, I hope the students of Jianghai Beast Academy will also have the opportunity to utilize it. She did not trust Jiang Chen's character, which seemed to prioritize personal gain. He would undoubtedly seize the chance to acquire the blood pool. Currently, resources available to Jianghai Beast Academy were scant, and the blood pool represented an optimal opportunity for foundational growth. Jiang Chen did not refuse. Of course, as I am also a teacher at the academy, it is my responsibility to help students grow stronger. With the agreement reached with Sun Jingxuan, Jiang Chen promptly returned to the Qingshan breeding base. Entering the spatial rift would not be an instantaneous task, and Jiang Chen could not venture alone. Given the current capabilities of the Qingshan breeding base, it seemed only Wen Wan and a few others were qualified to enter. From Sun Jingxuan, Jiang Chen learned that the otherworldly beings within this spatial rift were likely a type of bone creature, primarily engaging in close combat with immense physical strength. Those newcomers were too weak. Entering now would be akin to seeking death. They must undergo training to form contracts with the savage sword eagles. Upon returning to the Qingshan breeding base, Jiang Chen made his way to Duan Miajun's forge. Due to the necessity of fire attribute energy for forging, Jiang Chen had instructed the savage sword eagle to relocate its nest, accompanied by a fire sparrow, to this location, where they buried numerous fire crystals. The ground in this area had transformed to a deep black, saturated with fire attribute energy, making it the hottest spot in the entire Qingshan base, at least 10 degrees warmer than elsewhere. However, this was precisely ideal for the survival of fire attribute beasts. Once finances permitted, Jiang Chen planned to cultivate some fire pines in the vicinity. As Jiang Chen arrived, the savage sword eagle immediately took notice and swooped down from the sky. However, having learned from previous encounters, it refrained from diving towards Jiang Chen and instead landed gracefully before him. Observing this, Jiang Chen retrieved some flame bull jerky from his spatial pouch and tossed it to the eagle. The savage sword eagle deftly caught it and tilted its head to swallow it whole. All right, go play. I have matters to attend to. With that, Jiang Chen strode into Duan Miajun's forge. Upon entering, he saw a large red scorpion sprawled on the ground, continuously expelling flames towards the furnace. While Duan Miajun was busy hammering a metal ingot, the flame-tailed scarlet-armored scorpion immediately recognized Jiang Chen, but having grown accustomed to him over the past days, it did not react. Additionally, Jiang Chen would always bring it food during his visits, delicacies it had never tasted before, not only flavorful but also infused with abundant energy. The thought of this made the scorpion drool, causing it to lose focus on the flames and resulting in a slight fluctuation in the furnace's temperature. Red armor, focus. Sensing the change in the flames, Duan Miajun issued a sharp reprimand. Startled, the flame-tailed scarlet-armored scorpion quickly regained its composure and resumed its concentration on the flames. Jiang Chen found her dedication rather impressive. Ever since she forged the Qinghong sword feather, he had not tasked her with any further creations. Yet she still immersed herself in her work every day, only emerging during meal times. Perhaps this was why she had achieved the status of a high-level instrument blacksmith at such a young age. Time passed, and Duan Miajun finally completed her forging. Wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel draped over her shoulder, she approached Jiang Chen and asked, "What brings you here?" Without pleasantries, Jiang Chen stated directly, "I need you to forge 10 Qinghong sword feathers. How long will it take?" Duan Miajun looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a fool. "You can't be serious? One Qinghong sword feather costs 400,000. You want 10? Are you out of your mind? I don't need you to forge them at such a high level. A lower tier would suffice." Jiang Chen quickly clarified upon seeing her expression. The other fire sparrows do not possess the innate talent of fire and cannot withstand the energy outburst from high-level Qinghong sword feathers. If they are of mid-tier quality, I would need about 5 days to forge one. Jiang Chen frowned at this. That's too long. Forging 10 would take 50 days. By then, the blood pool will have been divided, and I'll be left with nothing. Aside from you, can your subordinates handle this? It's quite challenging. Allowing them to manage it might result in a significant waste of spiritual materials. The financial situation at the Qingshan base is rather precarious. Now that she has joined the Qingshan breeding base, she is acutely aware of its substantial value. However, those are fixed assets, and the liquid funds are not as plentiful. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen remarked, "This is not an issue. I have already amassed 100 vials of the highest grade brocade and 50 vials of osman thus. They will be sold shortly, So money will not be a concern then. For the time being, allow your subordinates to observe you during the process to familiarize themselves. I will give you a maximum of 15 days. Duan Miajun calculated in her mind and then responded, I understand. Chapter 229, Ghost-Faced Mantis vs. Galehound. In the ancient capital, at the Wu family building, Wu Shi wore a sleek black suit, her expression grim as she forcefully tossed the documents onto the table, coldly declaring, I entrusted you with the promotional task for Daoeo, and this is how you execute it? Ever since the Frost Sparrow suffered defeat at the hands of Jiang Chen's Thunderwing Butterfly, she had been harboring a lingering frustration, eager to suppress him elsewhere. However, just as the teacher from the ancient capital arrived for a visit, she delegated the Daoeo matter to her subordinates while she focused on honing her own abilities at the breeding base. Wu Zhu, now merely a shell of its former self, was overshadowed by Daoeo, which boasted a team of professionals. Resolving Jiang Chen was merely a matter of time. To her astonishment, upon emerging from seclusion, she encountered a report indicating that the popularity of both Wu Zhu and Daoeo had reached a striking parity online. Had it not been for many perfumes originating from her own creations, a number of affluent ladies might have favored Wu Shi, and Daoeo's popularity could very well have suffered. Seated opposite Wu Shi, Zheng Lei kept his head bowed, avoiding her gaze while desperately calculating how to shift the blame. If he were to shoulder this responsibility, there would be no place left for him at Daoeo. Although it was merely a cosmetics company, it was backed by the Wu family. Miss, it was indeed an oversight on my subordinates' part. They failed to report the situation with Wu Zhu promptly. Rest assured, I will resolve this swiftly, he stated. Useless. Wu Shi discerned his attempt to deflect blame, and her expression grew visibly darker. I did not hire you to pass the buck. The recognition for Wu Zhu's new product has already begun to rise. How do you intend to rectify this? Hearing Wu Shi's reproach, Zheng Lei's mind raced, and he replied, Miss, rest assured, we have taken everything from Wu Zhu. Jiang Chen doesn't even have a production line. Even if he develops a new product, it will never rival Daoeo. Moreover, we have already planned the second round of marketing. There's an upcoming auction in Nanzan City regarding a product related to spatial rifts. Not only will the science from Jiangnan province attend, but many from other regions as well. I have arranged for a star we cultivated to act as the auctioneer, and she will be using our perfumes. The noble women will surely be captivated. Wu Shi's brows slightly unfurled upon hearing this, and she regarded Zheng Lei, saying, You have only this one opportunity. Should Daoeo fail to launch successfully, you may prepare to leave the ancient capital. Understanding the gravity of her words, Zheng Lei broke into a cold sweat, aware of the Wu family's formidable influence in the ancient capital. You may leave, Wu Shi dismissed him. Lowering her gaze to the Qingshan Breeding Base's official website, a cold smile gracing her lips. To aspire for Wu Zhu to tread the high-end path is a commendable notion. Yet it is rather presumptuous. The high-end market in Jiangnan's 13 cities has long been monopolized by me. While I may have lost Wu Zhu, the products remain intact. Jiang Chen can only hope to succeed if he can create something superior to my own. Otherwise, any attempt to breach the high-end market will lead to inevitable failure. At Jianghai Beastmaster Academy, in the training room, Wang Fifei was currently directing the ghost-faced mantis and Li Ninger's Galehound in combat. Fifei, are you truly letting the ghost-faced mantis fight me? My Galehound has already surpassed the 7th tier of awakening, Li Ninger remarked, observing Wang Fifei. Though she had acquired the nurturing methods provided by Jiang Chen, only 3 days had elapsed. Surely, even the most advanced methods could not yield results in such a brief span. Could they? Do not fret, Ninger. The ghost-faced mantis is no longer what it used to be, Wang Fifei confidently replied. After receiving Jiang Chen's nurturing techniques, she had approached the endeavor with a desperate hope mentality. Utilizing all her credits to exchange for a week's supply of shadow worms and gale grass from the school treasury. For the past few days, she had diligently fed them and practiced the wind shadow step during the transitions of day and night to stimulate energy absorption. Remarkably, this had allowed the wind shadow step to break through its bottleneck and advance to proficiency. Additionally, the barrier that had troubled her for many days had vanished. Then I shall bring it on. Galehound howl. Upon hearing Wang Fifei's words, Li Ninger decided to hold nothing back. Eager to witness just how much her friend's strength had improved. Awoof! The Galehound emitted a chilling howl at Li Ninger's command, its wind attribute energy surging. As the legacy beast of the Li family, Li Ninger shared a profound synergy with it. With the howl, she gave a sharp whistle, and the Galehound sprang into action, its fur dancing freely in the wind. It soon seemed to discern the ghost-faced mantis's vulnerability and halted behind it. Unleashed Gale Claw. The Galehound roared as it lunged at the ghost-faced mantis, its massive claws enveloped in a terrifying wind attribute energy, as if intent on tearing the mantis apart. Yet, at that moment, Wang Fifei immediately commanded, Wind Shadow Step. The ghost-faced mantis's triangular eyes narrowed, and its form suddenly vanished from sight. Boom. With a resounding crash, the Galehound's attack missed entirely, smashing into the ground and creating a crater. What? Li Ninger gasped in shock. In that fleeting moment, the ghost-faced mantis had disappeared. As her roommate, she was well aware of Wang Fifei's capabilities. The ghost-faced mantis was no weakling. It merely refrained from participating in school activities due to Wang Fifei's personality, resulting in a low ranking in their sophomore year. They had sparred before, but back then, the ghost-faced mantis had not evaded the Galehound's assault with such ease, especially now that the Galehound had surpassed the higher tiers of awakening. A complex feeling arose within Li Ninger as she turned to Wang Fifei and inquired, "Fifei, has your beast truly broken through to the 7th tier of awakening?" Wang Fifei nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed." The ghost-faced mantis had long accumulated enough energy at the 6th tier of awakening. It was merely hindered by energy imbalance. After nurturing it according to Professor Jiang's methods, the two attributes harmonized, and this morning it successfully broke through. Though Li Ninger had harbored suspicions, she was nonetheless taken aback upon hearing Wang Fifei's confirmation. It had truly achieved a breakthrough. The nurturing methods provided by Professor Jiang were astonishingly effective. It was worth noting that she had been stuck at this stage for quite some time, having consulted various other instructors for guidance. Could it truly be that the disparity between individuals is so vast? In a moment that defies the limitations of others, Jiang Chen effortlessly resolves the situation. Congratulations, Fifei. However, given the circumstances, I shall not hold back. As the esteemed daughter of a 3rd-tier noble family, Li Ninger is aware that although the Li clan may be small in number, it possesses a unique legacy. The Galehound, a master of the hunt. With a resounding wolf howl, the Galehound's muscles ripple, exuding an aura of predatory ferocity. This is the exclusive skill that generations of the Li family have cultivated through their experiences in the mountains. The Galehound surges forward once more, its speed now elevated to an entirely new level. The ghost-faced mantis, witnessing this, dares not relax and activates its wind shadow step again. Empowered by 2 types of energy, it barely manages to keep pace with the Galehound. Observing this scene, Wang Fifei realizes that continuing to flee is not a viable option. Resolutely, she commands, "Execute a continuous slash." This is the ghost-faced mantis's most practiced technique. It suddenly darts into the air and, from above, brings down its scythe-like claws towards the Galehound's midsection. Iron-headed, steel-clawed, and tofu-waisted, this is the greatest vulnerability of wolf-type beasts. Gale Claw. The Galehound, driven into a state of fury, its eyes glowing a fierce red, manages to evade the attack in an astonishingly agile manner. With a clash, it collides directly with the ghost-faced mantis. Boom. The impact between scythe and steel claws sends them both hurtling away. Galehound, ghost-faced mantis. The two spectators gasp in unison, rushing onto the field and breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering that neither creature is gravely harmed. They promptly retrieve their beasts back into the beast space. Li Ninger approaches Wang Fifei and asserts, "Fifei, the ghost-faced mantis has indeed grown significantly stronger since its breakthrough. With your current prowess, challenging the top 5 on the sophomore leaderboard should pose no significant issue." Upon hearing this, Wang Fifei's heart stirs, and she proposes, "How about I challenge the leaderboard tomorrow? With Professor Zhang's public lecture on Friday, if I win tomorrow, it should garner quite a bit of fame for him, shouldn't it?" Chapter 230, 3rd in Sophomore Rankings. Ma Sheija. The following day, the news of Wang Fifei's challenge to the 3rd rank position on the sophomore leaderboard spreads throughout Jiang High Beastmaster Academy. Such events are deemed significant at this institution. This strategy has been implemented following Sun Jingxuan's takeover of the school, mirroring that of Magic City University, establishing leaderboards across all grades, with the top 50 receiving monthly rewards from the academy. As the semester progresses, the rankings have largely stabilized, and challenges among the top 10 are infrequent. Discussions on the school's official website regarding this matter have surged into the hundreds. Who is this Wang Fifei? Previously, she didn't even rank within the top 100, yet now she dares to challenge Ma Sheija directly? It seems she has been sent to test the waters. I heard that Ma Sheija's colossal boulder horse is on the brink of evolution. Doesn't that mean he too has a chance to enter the school team? I found out that Wang Fifei is the roommate of Li Ninger, a member of our school team, and here is a photo of her beast. As they converse, news of the ghost-faced mantis and Jiang Chen naturally surfaces as well. In a 4-person dormitory, Ma Sheija gazes at the challenge notification on his computer, his expression darkening. It seems I have been inactive for far too long. Now even the most insignificant challengers dare to confront me. Jean Xin, have you gathered any information on this woman? The young man named Jean Xin adjusts his glasses and replies, I have. This Wang Fifei entered the academy with an initial beast known as the ghost-faced mantis. A silver mid-tier beast. Silver mid-tier? Ma Sheija pauses, turning to Jiang Chen with a questioning gaze. Are you certain? Why have I never heard of her before? The number of individuals with an initial beast of silver mid-tier within Jiang High Beast Master Academy is quite limited. Even his own initial beast is merely silver low-tier. If Wang Fifei's initial beast is truly silver mid-tier, it should have been absorbed by the school team long ago. No mistake. However, there seems to be an issue with this woman's beast, as it was only just resolved by a professor from the breeding academy this past Monday. Ah, I see. Ma Sheija exhales, relieved. This woman has likely been suppressed for too long. Now that she has gained a slight enhancement, she seeks fame. Such individuals are hardly worth my concern. But when did a new professor emerge from the breeding academy? Just a few days ago. I heard he is a junior of our dean. Graduated from the breeding department of Magic City University? Ma Sheija is momentarily taken aback. Such a formidable presence. Our principal's son managed to invite him over. It seems I ought to hold back a little in the upcoming battle. Perhaps I can cultivate a favorable connection with this professor. Jiang Chen turns to Ma Sheija and cautions, after all, it is a silver mid-tier beast. Don't let it get out of hand. It's almost the end of the month, and resources will soon be distributed. The gap between the top 3 and the top 5 is substantial. I am well aware. Ma Sheija waves his hand dismissively, returning to his own matters. As the appointed battle time approaches, Li Ninger accompanies Wang Fifei to the arena. Fifei, are you ready? Ma Sheija once trained with the school team. I have faced his colossal boulder horse, and its defense is formidable. Wang Fifei, resting her arm on Li Ninger's shoulder, reassures her, fear not, Ninger. It is precisely because I am aware of this that I chose to challenge him. She has studied the top 5 on the sophomore leaderboard. Only Ma Sheija's beast is defense-oriented. The others lean more towards offense. Although his strength exceeds that of the 4th and 5th positions, the ghost-faced mantis holds a greater advantage against him. Look, here comes Ma Sheija. At that moment, someone shouts, and 2 young men stride in, their appearances quite respectable. One approaches the battle platform and, addressing Wang Fifei and Li Ninger, declares, "You are the one challenging me? Hurry up, I'm pressed for time." Wang Fifei releases Li Ninger's arm and steps onto the battlefield, summoning her beast. As the ghost-faced mantis materializes, its dark and chilling appearance elicits gasps from the audience. What a terrifying beast. Due to the replenishment of dark wind energy, the malevolent visage behind it becomes increasingly pronounced. Below, Sun Hao watches the ghost-faced mantis, astonished. It has grown so much. It has indeed broken through. He has seen the ghost-faced mantis before, while it was unclear then. He is certain that this beast has become significantly stronger. Could it be that Professor Zhang's nurturing methods are truly this effective? With this thought, he silently hopes for Wang Fifei's victory in this duel. Ma Sheija, taken aback by the ghost-faced mantis, realizes that although he has seen its photo, it pales in comparison to the terror of witnessing it in person. Go, colossal boulder horse. He summons a massive beast, towering over 2 meters, its form enveloped in mud. Unmistakably a creature with formidable defense. The judge, observing both beasts, is taken aback. Initially expecting a lackluster battle, he now senses that it might become quite intriguing. Both sides prepared, the match begins. As the referee issued the command, Wang Fifei immediately instructed, "Ghost Face, gather your energy." This skill, inherited from the sawtooth mantis, enhances attack power. Ma Sheija, witnessing the scene, smirked coldly. "Want to boost your status? Dream on. Stone Beast, stop it with falling rocks." With that, a surge of rock-type energy coalesced around the stone beast, conjuring 2 massive boulders that hurtled towards the ghost-faced mantis. Unfazed, the mantis found the speed of the attack laughably slow compared to the Galehound. Activating Wind Shadow Steps, it vanished from its original position and continued gathering energy, amplifying its attack power by 2 levels. Ma Sheija was taken aback by the mantis's swiftness, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. He now understood that the woman before him was no trifling opponent. She possessed genuine strength. Stone Beast, Sandhell. This skill was specifically taught to the Stone Beast to counter speedster beasts, creating a quagmire to hinder the enemy's pace. Defeating me won't be an easy feat yet. At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The ghost-faced mantis enveloped its 6 long legs in wind-type energy, sprinting across the mud, while simultaneously executing the energy-gathering skill. A proficient-level skill, and 2 at once. The referee was taken aback. While it was not unusual for a sophomore to possess 2 proficient-level skills, very few could wield them simultaneously. Such mastery was beyond the capabilities of a mere 3rd-tier academy student. When had the academy produced such talent? At that moment, the ghost-faced mantis had maximized its attack power to the limits of its physical endurance. Its gaze fixated on the unshielded area of the stone beast. Then it unleashed a flurry of slashes. The scythe struck the stone beast's neck, leaving a gash the width of a finger. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably from the wound. Onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. Ma Xiaozhi was defeated. Chapter 231 Shock. Jiang's student achieves a double kill, ranking among the top 3 sophomores. Was it over? The referee stood frozen, eyes wide, gazing at the two beasts. What had just transpired? In an instant, the mantis's blade had landed on the stone beast's neck. That strike was too swift. A proficient level flurry? Did the Jianghai Beastmaster Academy have such a student in the sophomore class? This was no top-tier institution. How could someone achieve such mastery at the 7th awakening stage? She couldn't possibly be an unknown. The ghost-faced mantis had evidently surpassed its limits. Li Ninger watched as the mantis dominated the stone beast, her fists clenching involuntarily. It turned out that during yesterday's battle, Fifei had held back. Even though it had accumulated strength for quite some time, this enhancement was simply outrageous. Professor Jiang. No. I must seek your guidance in the next open class. Your understanding of beast mastery surpasses even Principal Sun. It was highly likely that she was an heir from a prominent family, exposed to various beast mastery knowledge from a young age. To achieve such progress in merely 3 days for a beast stuck at a bottleneck was enough to evoke a twinge of jealousy, even in Li Ninger. Had it not been for Wang Fifei currently possessing only one beast, she might have been in contention for a spot on the school team by now. However, the most astonished of all was Ma Xiaozhi, who could not fathom why an unheard-of individual could be so formidable. Playing possum? That split-second attack from the ghost-faced mantis hardly seemed worthy of a beast at the awakening stage. His stone beast, renowned for its defensive prowess, had been wounded with a single blow. He wanted to know if this was even reasonable. At that moment, Wang Fifei, noticing the referee's delay in announcing the result, prompted. Teacher, it should be counted as my victory now, right? If the stone beast isn't treated soon, it may bleed to death. Oh, the referee finally responded, quickly announcing. The stone beast has lost its combat ability. Wang Fifei succeeds in her challenge, ranking 3rd, while Ma Xiaozhi's ranking is adjusted downwards by 1 position. Upon hearing this, Wang Fifei was elated and called the ghost-faced mantis to her side, patting its blade. Ghost-faced mantis, splendid. We have finally grown stronger. We must express our gratitude to Professor Jiang. The mantis, which had long struggled to break through, was the most eager to improve. Due to its mutation from the sawtooth mantis, it had faced exclusion from its siblings in its youth, fostering a strong-willed character. During the bottleneck period, it had diligently honed its blade skills, the only way it knew to grow stronger. Fortunately, the tides had turned, all thanks to Jiang Chen. Hearing this, the ghost-faced mantis felt a surge of excitement, though its character only allowed it to raise its blade in acknowledgement toward Wang Fifei. Meanwhile, Li Ninger, witnessing this scene, felt an urge to challenge for a spot. Having forgotten to secure her ranking during her recent trip home, she found herself outside the top 10. Now that she was present, she might as well challenge once more. She approached the referee and inquired, Teacher, I should be able to challenge Ma Xiaozhi now, right? The referee paused for a moment before replying. According to the rules, once the stone beast is treated, you may challenge. Li Ninger nodded and promptly sent a challenge request via her phone. Ding. On the other side, Ma Xiaozhi, who had just delivered the stone beast to the medical room, darkened visibly upon receiving the notification on his phone. This was intolerable. He slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. What's wrong now? Jiang Chen asked, noticing his anger. Ma Xiaozhi shot him a glare, tossing his phone at him. Read it for yourself. Damn it. This is pushing it too far. They really think I'm a soft target. Jiang Chen finally understood Ma Xiaozhi's fury after reading the message. He would likely feel the same in his position. Handing the phone back, he warned, Xiaozhi, you should be cautious. Li Ninger just secured a position on the school team. Her strength has likely improved significantly. Moreover, from what I gathered last time, her beast seems to have been nurtured by that professor. So what? Ma Xiaozhi, consumed by anger, retorted, that mantis only managed to defeat me due to its superior quality. Li Ninger's beast is of the same quality as mine. Why should I lose? Time passed, and finally, he found himself defeated, gazing at the stone beast. Now trampled by the gale hound, Ma Xiaozhi felt tears well up, disbelief etched on his face. His beast had utterly failed to withstand the gale hound's onslaught. The gale hound, having activated its hunting stance, fought like a relentless beast, and the stone beast was ground down mercilessly. The referee, witnessing Ma Xiaozhi's plight, couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it had been a rough day for him. 2 challenges, both culminating in devastating defeats. Now, everyone would likely perceive him as an easy target. Nevertheless, the results must be announced. Li Ninger succeeded in her challenge, ranking 4th among sophomores, while Ma Xiaozhi slipped back another position. Ma Xiaozhi, with a sullen expression, retrieved his beast into the beast space and approached the 2 women, inquiring, Is your beast related to that professor? Indeed, Li Ninger nodded, speaking truthfully. Jiang Chen had significantly assisted them, and their challenge to the ranking was, in part, a means of promoting him. With her affirmative response, Ma Sheija paused momentarily, realizing the truth of the matter. As expected from a graduate of Magic City University, their prowess was indeed formidable. He had once received instruction from Sun Jingxuan while on the school team. That period had marked the most rapid improvement he had experienced in 2 years, yet, regrettably, he had been eliminated from the team due to a momentary lapse in focus. At this moment, he seemed to come to terms with the reality of his defeat against these two individuals. Losing to someone guided by such a mentor was not a disgrace. Sun Jingxuan, merely a beast master, had managed to teach her students so exceptionally, and it was no wonder that Jiang Chen, as a nurturing master, could facilitate such rapid advancements in beasts. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave, Li Ninger said as she bid him farewell and departed. Meanwhile, in a corner, a chubby boy had captured the recent battle on video and promptly uploaded it online, titling it, "Shocking. Jiang's student achieves a double kill against the top 3 of the sophomore rankings." He was quite pleased with his headline, believing that Jiang Chen's reputation would surely spread. However, he wondered if approaching him for help with his beast might be perceived as seeking to repay a favor. Nevertheless, he felt he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The condition of the duck god could not be delayed any longer. Soon, this news circulated throughout the school, igniting discussions among students. The student rankings, to some extent, were a testament to a student's abilities. The top 3 were generally difficult to defeat. Yet this individual named Ma Sheija had been challenged twice. This was indeed unprecedented. Under certain influences, Jiang Chen's name began to echo throughout Jiang High Beast Academy, spreading even wider than before. Increasingly, people were eager to discover the allure of Jiang Chen's public lectures. Chapter 232, The Astonishment Brought by Energy Potions. At the Qingshan Nurturing Base, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the happenings at Jiang High Beast Academy, as he had been exceedingly busy these past few days. He had completed the production of all his perfumes and crafted several enhanced versions. Jiang Chen had infused them with additional elements, imparting a unique characteristic. At this moment, he was conducting tests. Holding a bottle made of natural crystal, Jiang Chen stood before Wenwan and the others, stating, "Try this. I am currently uncertain about its pricing." His understanding of perfumes was rather limited, but he had recently come across news that a particular perfume from the Daxia Alliance had sold for an astronomical price in the hundreds of thousands. For the first time, Jiang Chen realized just how lucrative the wealth of those noble women could be. Such a price could easily procure a golden tier beast. Thus, he had created this enhanced version. When Wan and the others took the perfume, sprayed a bit on their wrists, and inhaled its scent, instantly feeling a wave of revitalization. The fragrance was not overpowering but exuded a remarkable elegance, as if a magnificent peony blossomed before them. Is this the effect of the magnificent peony's heavenly fragrance? When Wan was taken aback by the distinctiveness of the perfume, passing it to Wang Kiki and Duan Miajan. Upon spraying it, Wang Kiki felt the changes within her and, narrowing her eyes, exclaimed, "Jiang Chen, this perfume. It feels somewhat akin to an energy potion of the wood attribute." As a nurturing master, she had a greater understanding than the others. For beasts to grow stronger, elemental energy and life energy were fundamental. The essence of beast evolution lay in providing them with a larger vessel to contain this energy. Nurturing masters possess the ability to extract attribute capabilities from various spiritual plants or crystal cores to create energy potions. This skill was neither overly difficult nor exceedingly simple. Nearly every nurturing master possessed some knowledge of it, yet crafting high-concentration energy potions posed a significant challenge. Currently, Wang Kiki could only produce potions with a concentration fluctuating around 40. Yet even such a feat had earned her praise from the 4th elder of the Nurturing Association as a genius. However, she was certain that the concentration of this potion was undoubtedly above 40. Jiang Chen had transformed it into a perfume, a blatant waste. "Did you create this using energy potions?" Wang Kiki couldn't help but inquire. Jiang Chen nodded. "Indeed, and I also added a few extra ingredients." "How much do you think it could sell for?" This was indeed crafted using energy potions. He had previously employed his dual perfection technique solely in nurturing beasts. Recently, on a whim, he had experimented with crystal cores and was astonished to discover that extracting energy with dual perfection consumed no resources, implying he could effortlessly produce energy potions with a concentration of 100. This was something even Lu Qiudong could not achieve. Even he required a complex process to produce energy potions, with a maximum concentration of around 95. Yet, despite this, countless influential individuals sought his potions, often with prices that were negotiable. For beasts to enhance their quality, the aid of such potions was indispensable. Had Jiang Chen been able to create a 100 Thunder Attribute Energy Potion during the enhancement of Xiaoqing's quality, perhaps the situation would not have been so perilous. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's admission, the three women could not help but gasp in astonishment. A 40 energy potion was undoubtedly a rare commodity in Jiang City. Even the Kanghai army only distributed 2 such potions monthly. Jiang Chen had the audacity to use it as a perfume? A potion with approximately 40 would attribute energy would likely be valued at around 40,000, and considering the special characteristics of your perfume, you could estimate it to sell for around 60,000. After all, it imparts a hint of the magnificent peony's heavenly fragrance, which can slightly enhance comprehension abilities. Although the effect is minor, its duration is considerable. It can last at least 6 hours. Using a bottle of this perfume, mastering 1 or 2 skills should pose no issue. 60,000. Jiang Chen felt quite satisfied with this price. It should be sufficient to make a resounding debut for King Shu's new perfume. Do you think I could fetch an even higher price if I took it to an auction? That is likely, they replied, for those noble women always sought to stand out from the crowd. As long as the auction met a high standard, your perfume should command a good price. At that moment, Duan Miajan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, for she was the only one present with noble lineage. Although she had not yet been introduced to high society, she was familiar with some customs. While Jiang Chen and Wang Kiki had ample funds during their school days, they had invested it all into their research, leaving no money for such frivolities. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately resolved to present this exquisite special edition at the auction. The higher the selling price, the more solidified its value would become. In the future, it might truly reach a staggering price in the hundreds of thousands. Just then, Wang Kiki interjected, Jiang Chen, do you have more energy potions? A new batch of Thunder Feather Phoenix butterflies has begun production. If we have enough Thunder Attribute energy potions, we should be able to induce more mutations in the transformative silkworms. Following their research, it has indeed been established that the transformation of the versatile silkworm into the Thunder Pattern silkworm is intrinsically linked to the energy of the Thunder Attribute. With this in mind, Jiang Chen promptly retrieved 3 vials of Thunder Attribute energy potions, each possessing a concentration of approximately 60%, from his spatial ring. Take these for now. When I have the time, I shall concoct a few more for you, he remarked. These potions were experimental products he had crafted while becoming acquainted with his dual ability technique. While both Xiaoqing and Xiao who were currently utilizing potions with a 100% concentration, the lower grade potions would be perfectly suitable for the other beast tamers at the Qingshan breeding base. The 100% energy potions were not yet ready for public distribution, as they were too conspicuous and beyond the capacity of the current breeding base's strength to safeguard. 60% concentration, Wang Kiki exclaimed, momentarily stunned as she stared at the potion in her hand, disbelief evident in her voice. Jiang Chen, has your breeding capability improved once more? Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. I've made slight progress. The others gasped in astonishment. What is the maximum concentration you can achieve now? 70%, and with a stroke of luck. Perhaps even 80%, he modestly replied. Such an accomplishment was already sufficiently remarkable. Revealing his ability to produce 100% would likely result in him being dissected for analysis. You're incredible. The astonishment of the trio crystallized into a singular expression of admiration, as they each gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Chapter 233, Star Network. That evening, Jiang Chen realized that energy potions appeared to be a promising means of amassing wealth. While others required considerable time to create such items, he needed none. Provided the quality of the crystal cores was sufficiently high, he could continuously produce high-concentration energy potions. This was an advantage that other breeders could not replicate, allowing Jiang Chen to exchange resources with other breeders at elevated levels. After all, some valuable items could not be acquired solely through monetary means. He promptly instructed Wenwan to create a link on the official website of the Qingshan breeding base, listing 3 vials of 60% concentration fire attribute energy potions, priced at 60,000. This listing was also uploaded to the Star Network, marking the first sale of breeding resources from the Qingshan breeding base. The Star Network is the largest sales network in Daxia, where almost anything can be found if one is willing to pay the price. Its clientele encompasses a wide range of beast tamers, including novices, intermediates, and veterans. Almost every sizable merchant displays their official website on the Star Network, which also features a section for private accounts. Personal beast tamers can sell the resources they acquired during their wilderness adventures, allowing those who prefer not to set up stalls for extended periods to allocate more time for cultivation. In summary, the Star Network has effectively monopolized the e-commerce sector, establishing itself as a formidable force, with stall fees alone amounting to astronomical sums each year. After listing the energy potions, Jiang Chen no longer monitored the transaction. He accessed the official website of Jianghai Beast Taming Academy and opened another class. The teaching profession was one he still intended to pursue, particularly since he had promised Sun Jingxuan that he would rely on her support when entering the spatial rift. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Chen then turned his attention to nurturing the Fire Sparrows. The next batch of evolving Fire Sparrows had already been selected by the Savage Sword Eagle. These were all members of the original group of Fire Sparrows that had previously roamed the streets around Qingshan alongside Hui. Now, under Jiang Chen's ample resources, their levels were advancing rapidly. Although slightly inferior to Hui, they were all around the intermediate awakening stage. Fortunately, their physical bodies were robust enough to withstand the lower-grade Qinghong sword feathers without significant issues. The only regret was that, under these circumstances, their quality might not reach the golden standard. Nonetheless, this was a substantial improvement compared to their previous evolutionary path. Jianghai Beast Taming Academy. Ding dong. Suddenly, a notification sounded from Sun Hao's computer, causing him to spring up from his bed and dart to the screen. Upon seeing a series of successful messages on the script, a smile crept across his face. Acquired for 1,000. 10 slots are already sufficient. No need to claim more. With that thought, he promptly closed the course registration script. Following the recent altercation between Wang Fifei and Ma Sheijia, Jiang Chen's name had gained considerable notoriety within Jianghai Beast Taming Academy. Every college was aware of the presence of such a professor within the breeding college. Originally, this course registration system was crafted by Sun Hao for personal use, but somehow, it had come to the attention of others. They had solicited his assistance in registering for Jiang Chen's class, even offering a small fee in return. Given that he had already spent nearly all his money on treating the muscle duck, he naturally did not decline. However, he was discerning enough not to overextend himself, only accepting requests from acquaintances. Once he had attended to these matters, he sent a message to all the students who had requested his help, indicating that this was the conclusion of the affair. In the dormitory, Ma Sheijia read the message and a smirk graced his lips. This Sun Hao fellow has truly mastered the underhanded tactics since his beast taming troubles. He actually managed to secure a spot. He had also attempted to register himself, but had been utterly dumbfounded when he entered the page, which displayed an overwhelming number of visitors and promptly ejected him from the site. This was sufficient evidence of just how popular Jiang Chen's class was at Jianghai Beast Taming Academy. However, it would be far better if that popularity did not concern him. Each time he walked down the street, he garnered plenty of attention, and the label of loser seemed permanently affixed to his reputation. Damn that sneaky photographer. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of uncontainable rage ignited within Ma Sheijia. You better hope I never discover your identity. If I do, you shall pay dearly. In Jiang City, Blood Claw Alliance Subbranch. Jiang Helen casually scoured the star network within Jiang City. The Blood Claw Alliance is a mercenary-style beast taming force. With its headquarters located in the Liangwang region, primarily engaged in secret realm exploration and resource sales. It harbors numerous canine beasts, classified as a second-tier beast taming force, and is passed down through family lineage. Establishing a sub-branch in Jiangnan province was a strategic move in light of the spatial rift. Jiang Helen is the leader of the Jiang City sub-branch. Tisk, the old man really sent me to this third-tier city. The offerings here are utterly unimpressive, all low-grade items. The goods we require will likely need to be sourced from elsewhere. As Jiang Helen rummaged through the shops, he queried his companion, Xing Uncle, what is the current status of the others? Old 3 and Old 4 just located their base and are probably still in the recruitment phase. As for Old 2, I heard he has taken in a third-rate force from the ancient capital and is preparing to enter the spatial rift for the first time. Jiang Qing replied from the sofa. Humph, Old 2 remains as he always was. It seems his father has not hesitated to pull strings on his behalf. Jiang Helen remarked disdainfully, reclining on the sofa. As a second-tier force, the Blood Claw Alliance is naturally prosperous. Jiang Helen's generation alone boasts 4 adults, not to mention the younger members. This visit to Jiangnan province serves both as training and evaluation. If he fails to perform adequately, his claim to inheritance may be jeopardized. Prepare the Blood Claw guards. The human defenses within this rift are nearly complete, and it is time for us to take action. Moreover, it is rumored that the rift is inhabited by the Bone Clan. We hold a significant advantage against the lower-tier Bone Clan. Understood. Jiang Qing nodded. As a protector, he would only intervene when Jiang Helen faced danger. Otherwise, he primarily assumed the role of a mentor. Boss, allow me to remind you that the nurturing resources you brought this time are rather limited. Jiang City is a technologically advanced city, so it would be prudent to seek a nurturing master from outside soon. Otherwise, it could pose a significant problem. The second lineage possesses quite a number of nurturing masters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Helen's expression darkened. His lineage was primarily responsible for combat, and the scarcity of nurturing resources was unavoidable. He scoured the star network in search of a nurturing base related to canine beasts. Unfortunately, he only found the Jiang base, which housed only the tidehound species, utterly incompatible with the Bloodclaw alliance. However, if he was unable to find anything else, he would have to settle for it. Just as Jiang Helen was about to put down his phone, he suddenly noticed a newly listed item, a 60% energy potion. To his astonishment, someone in Jiang City was selling such a high-grade item. Chapter 234, The Profitability of Nurturing Masters. Was there really a nurturing base in Jiang City that sold potions of this caliber? Jiang Helen gazed at the product image in surprise, then promptly clicked into the official website of the Qingshan nurturing base. Upon reviewing the price, he found that the 60,000 per bottle price was quite reasonable. The potency of such a potion, if sold outside, could fetch an even higher price. He immediately purchased the entire stock, fearful of being outbid by others. Currently, he was not at home, and the energy potions he had brought with him were limited. He possessed only 40 bottles, most of which were merely 45% potency. The scarcity of high-level energy potions was a common plight. After all, they were here to face a trial, not for leisure. Having this many was already a generous allowance from the clan leader. Naturally, he could not let such a concentration of potions slip through his fingers. As for concerns about counterfeit goods, he held no worries. The oversight of the Star Network was notoriously stringent. To list items there, one must provide a testing report, and deliveries would undergo third-party inspections. Should anyone be found selling counterfeit goods, they would face a tenfold penalty based on the value of the items sold, along with the revocation of their selling privileges on the Star Network. The Star Network was not in need of any single seller, and for sellers, losing access to it would mean the end of their prospects and financial opportunities. Thus, few dared to sell fakes on the Star Network. At the Qingshan nurturing base, Jiang Chen was in the midst of nurturing a fire sparrow when his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. He picked up his phone to find that the service assistant of the Star Network had sent a notification indicating that the 3 bottles of energy potions he had just listed were sold out. He was required to send them to a third-party institution for testing based on proximity. The efficiency was astonishing, and Jiang Chen was taken aback. It had been no more than 10 minutes since he listed the potions. Prior to this, the Qingshan nurturing base had never sold anything on the Star Network. Its exposure level was the most basic, yet under such circumstances, the potions sold remarkably quickly. This demonstrated just how in demand high-grade energy potions were. It seemed he should prepare more potions for sale in the future. As Jiang Chen was about to contact Wenwan to arrange shipment, a private message popped up in the backend of the Qingshan nurturing base. Bloodclaw, greetings. Are you the nurturing master at Qingshan nurturing base? I would like to discuss a business opportunity with you. I wonder if you have any energy potions left. I am willing to pay a 5% premium for each bottle you have. His tone was exceedingly sincere. However, Jiang Chen was no stranger to such overtures. Ever since his identity as a high-level nurturing master was revealed, many had approached him with a similar attitude, including distant relatives he had never met. A 5% premium? Jiang Chen found this message somewhat amusing. This was the financial allure of nurturing masters. The individual named Bloodclaw was evidently affluent and in urgent need of energy potions. It was highly likely that he was not a lone wolf and certainly not someone who had started from scratch. Such individuals typically would negotiate prices in this manner. Nevertheless, since he had made such an offer, Jiang Chen was not inclined to refuse. Sure, how many do you need? In the Bloodclaw Alliance. Jiang Helen was somewhat surprised by the message he received on his phone. He had only reached out on a whim, never expecting a response. Given the prideful nature of nurturing masters, the few he had encountered at home were all haughty and dismissive, even treating him, the young master, with cold indifference when he sought to nurture beasts. Moreover, none of those nurturing masters could guarantee such a concentration of energy potions. The fact that this base could offer 3 bottles at 60% potency was at least indicative that the person behind it was not lacking in energy potions. Such an individual must not be offended. The 5% premium might be a considerable strain on him at present, but securing a stable supply of energy potions would undoubtedly be worthwhile in the long run. Establishing a friendship with this nurturing master would be even more advantageous. Judging by his words, this person likely had a substantial stock of energy potions. Given this, he was very likely a high-level or even master-level nurturing master. If he could forge a connection with this nurturing master, his chances in the upcoming assessment would be solidified. Perhaps even rewards awaited him. Bloodclaw, my current funds are limited. May I purchase 20 bottles for now? Of course, if this poses any issues, I am willing to comply with your terms. Jiang Helen's words were exceedingly respectful. Before sending the message to Jiang Chen, he carefully reviewed it multiple times to ensure no unnecessary trouble would arise. Jiang Chen paused upon reading the message. Purchasing 20 bottles at once amounted to over $1 million. Indeed, he was a wealthy individual. He relished conducting business with such affluent clients. In recent days, His reserves had dwindled due to expenses for acquiring ores to craft the Qinghong sword, feathers, and materials for nurturing fire sparrows, leaving only a few $100,000 in liquid assets, an opportune moment for a financial boost. Jiang Chen promptly replied on his phone, "Certainly. When do you need them?" Upon receiving Jiang Chen's response, Jiang Helen's spirits soared. The fatigue from managing affairs dissipated instantly. He eagerly replied, "Bloodclaw, it's up to you. But could we conduct the transaction offline? After all, this is our private agreement, and we wouldn't want the Star Network to take an additional cut." Jiang Chen considered this and found it reasonable. Since they were both in Jiang City, there was indeed no need for the Star Network to profit further. As for the possibility of a black market scheme, he was well acquainted with the officials in Jiang City. Should any complications arise, a single call could summon formidable scholars from the Magic City. Let us meet this Sunday at the Jiang City Nurturing Masters Association. Bloodclaw, thank you. With Jiang Chen's agreement, Jiang Helen felt a rush of excitement. Face-to-face interactions were undoubtedly superior to online dealings. As long as they could share a couple of meals together, they would be friends. What else with the sudden excitement? If your father sees you like this, he'll never let it go, Jiang Qing remarked, observing Jiang Helen's animated demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Uncertain whether accompanying this young master is a decision well-made or ill-fated, Jiang Helen, disinclined to elaborate, merely stated, "I have resolved the matter concerning the Beast Tamer. Uncle Qing, your luck is indeed exceptional this time, having been selected as my guardian. Prepare for takeoff." Jiang Qing retorted, "I would say it's more like an unfortunate stroke of luck. Alas, the Master's hopes are dashed." At the Qingshan breeding base, a portion of the funds from the sale of pharmaceuticals had already been deducted by the Xinguang and deposited into Qingshan's account, totaling a little over 160,000. The efficiency was quite commendable. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen sent the address to Wenwan for her to manage while he returned to his room to prepare the lesson plan for the following day. Chapter 235. The boisterous public class. The weather in November had turned chilly. Although the sun shone brightly, the wind still carried a biting cold. Ma Sheija hurriedly pulled Jean Xin out of the dormitory. Summoning his colossal steed, he raced across the campus. "I told you not to take an afternoon nap. Look, now we're going to be late. If there are no seats left, just wait and see what you'll do." Jean Xin clung tightly to the rocky armor of the colossal steed, shouting in Ma Sheija's ear, "Slow down. I'm freezing. It's just one class. It's not even 2 o'clock yet." Ma Sheija, eyes fixed ahead, showed no intention of slowing down. "I heard from a guy who attended the last class that Professor Zhang's first lecture was packed 30 minutes early. With my promotion, those rascals are bound to arrive even earlier. It's a hard-won opportunity to attend, if we end up seated at the back. How can we hope to receive guidance from Professor Jiang?" Jean Xin couldn't help but grimace, somewhat speechless at Ma Sheija's boast. Feeling proud to be used as a promotional tool was rather absurd. Nevertheless, he refrained from saying much. Ma Sheija did have a point. Jiang Chen's class was unprecedented at Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy, and the course description indicated it was a novel curriculum he developed based on his unique abilities. Such a person would either possess genuine talent or be a charlatan. However, judging by Ma Sheija's fervor, he was likely the former. In no time, the duo arrived at the classroom. As they reached the door, a cacophony of voices erupted from within. Damn, it seemed they had truly arrived late. Ma Sheija cursed silently and pushed open the classroom door. Inside, the room was teeming with students. The first 5 rows were already filled, leaving only the back seats unoccupied. These people really are something. They arrived this early. Ma Sheija grumbled as he stepped into the classroom, scanning the room until he spotted a familiar figure in the 3rd row. His heart leaped with joy as he made his way over. "Redhead, you actually came to a public class? Have you run out of money? Planning to masquerade as a student to swindle cash from your old man?" The person in question was Peng Mo, who had caused a ruckus during Jiang Chen's previous class. "Don't say such things. I have long since turned over a new leaf. I am a good student now," Peng Mo replied, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Sheija. "Get lost. Don't block the way for the students behind you." He was mischievous, not foolish. Just from Jiang Chen's displayed abilities in class, it was evident he was formidable. Peng Mo's desire to study abroad stemmed from not qualifying for the 4 grade and 12 institutes. Now, with such a teacher at Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy, he thought it prudent to invest his money into beast cultivation rather than waste it frivolously. After all, at Zhanghai, with a little effort, securing a place in the top tier of the year was entirely feasible. When that time came, Professor Jiang would undoubtedly prioritize teaching those at the top. "Don't be ridiculous. I know you too well," Ma Sheija retorted, pulling several 100 yuan notes from his pocket and offering them to Peng Mo. "Take this money and let us 2 sit in your place. I'll speak a few good words about you to Uncle Peng." "Ma Sheija, do you think I would stoop to accepting that little money?" Peng Mo replied, somewhat incredulous. He pointed to the back of the room. I'm genuinely here to attend the class. Just a heads up, Professor Jiang's session is a small class with only 80 seats. If you don't secure a place soon, you'll be left standing. Ma Xiaozhi was taken aback. It seemed this wayward lad had a chance at redemption. He recognized Peng Mo, a local from Jiang City. Proud and gifted, with a wealthy family. His father had spent lavishly to acquire a fossil beast. He had always looked down on others. And now he was attending a public class? Are you serious? Ma Xiaozhi asked, still skeptical. Could Professor Jiang's class truly possess such allure? Are you coming or not? If not, could you please not block the way? There are so many people waiting behind. Just then, a voice rose from behind Ma Xiaozhi, igniting his ire. What is the rush? Turning around, he spotted a line of over 30 students waiting and quickly retracted his previous statement. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quietly moved toward the back of the room. He had noticed several students who had retired from the school team since Sun Jingxuan took over. The team operated on a challenge system, allowing challenges every 2 months. He had faced several of them, but the results were rather unsatisfactory. As he stepped back, he noticed Jean Xian had already found a seat and was now waving at him. When did you get here? Ma Xiaozhi asked, walking over. Just when you were haggling with that Peng Mo. I just found out that Professor Jiang's last class allowed auditing. If you don't hurry to find a seat, you might really end up standing for the lecture. Ma Xiaozhi was taken aback. There's such a teacher? Isn't that like getting a free education? Outside, 2 faculty members from the school passed by the classroom door. Hearing the ruckus inside, they exchanged glances of irritation. Students these days truly lack decorum, Du Jing remarked, exasperated. How can they be so loud in the classroom during the lunch break? He forcefully pushed open the classroom door and bellowed, what is all the noise? Do you think this classroom is a marketplace? The students inside were startled into silence, turning in unison to face the door. Du Jing stood frozen, glancing at the clock. It wasn't even class time yet. Was there another department head teaching? The 80-seat classroom was nearly full. However, as a teacher, he couldn't afford to be intimidated. Clearing his throat, he inquired, whose class is next? Report. It's Professor Jiang's class. A boy sitting by the door stood up to respond. Professor Jiang? We have a professor with the surname Jiang at our school? Du Jing momentarily faltered, taken aback. At that moment, a colleague beside him chimed in. He asked the one who ousted Professor Jiang from the Breeding Institute. Ah, so it's him. Du Jing snapped back to reality. There had been much discussion about him lately, though being from the Combat Institute, he had not personally encountered him. Watching the students below, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He had spent 5 years at this school, finally managing to land a chance to teach a public class. Even then, only 20 or 30 students attended, which was considered quite commendable among younger instructors. Yet here was Jiang Chen, surpassing all of his years of effort with just a single class. Alas, it is truly the beast tamer that one must be. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. Addressing his students, he said, please maintain silence. It is still the lunch break, and we must not disturb our fellow classmates. Chapter 236, Sudden Outburst. The bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon emerges. As time ticked by, the classroom quickly filled to capacity. With even students standing at the back, Jiang Chen entered the classroom, holding his lesson plan. How youthful he appeared. They had long heard tales of Jiang Chen's genius, having entered the Beast Taming Academy at the prestigious Magic City University at the tender age of 14. However, they had never seen him in person and were taken aback by his presence. Some senior female students, upon catching sight of Jiang Chen, could not restrain their whispers. This professor is so young and handsome. Do you think he has a girlfriend? What does that concern you? You wouldn't dare make a move on Professor Jiang, would you? Why not? I think you've truly lost your mind. The murmurs reached Jiang Chen's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. Yet, he refrained from commenting further. It was, after all, a natural occurrence. Those with striking appearances often received preferential treatment in society. Even at Magic City University, among the youthful faculty, it was the attractive individuals who garnered greater admiration from students. Moreover, these instructors typically possessed considerable renown, with many students applying to this institution solely for the chance to learn from them, just like Li Ninger, who seemingly enrolled in the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy for Sun Jingxuan's sake. All right, enough chatter, let us commence the lesson. Jiang Chen gently tapped the blackboard, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his students, and he was pleased to recognize quite a few familiar visages. This, after all, indicated their approval of his teachings. Clearing his throat, he smiled and continued, this is already my second class, and many of you have attended my lectures before. I find it rather tedious to repeat the same material, and I suspect you do as well. So, this time, let us try something novel. Summon forth your beasts, and I shall randomly select a few to teach you through practical combat. This was the teaching method Jiang Chen had conceived the previous night. The number of beasts at the Qingshan base would likely not increase significantly in the short term. The evolution points for the beast pictorial had only accumulated a few thousand since Shaoqing's evolution, which would evidently be insufficient moving forward. Thus, he opted for this approach to his lesson, allowing students to receive guidance while he could glean some benefits from their experiences. This was also one of the primary reasons he had agreed to Sun Jingxuan's request. As the students heard Jiang Chen's words, they were momentarily stunned, only to be engulfed by elation. Practical combat training. This was no trivial matter. Many instructors merely recited from textbooks. Although Sun Jingxuan had dismissed some of those teachers, few truly attempted hands-on instruction. After all, university was not high school. Students hailed from diverse backgrounds, and their beasts were equally varied. This required a teacher to possess profound knowledge. However, if an instructor could indeed achieve this, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the students. Just as the students began to summon their beasts, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled something and called out, "Wait a moment. Those of you who have contracted large beasts, please raise your hands." Swiftly, over a dozen hands shot up in response. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, grateful for the timely intervention. Although the classroom was spacious enough for demonstrations, it would still be insufficient to accommodate so many large beasts. Had they summoned them just now, he might have found himself in dire financial straits. Noticing the disappointment in the student's eyes, he contemplated for a moment before saying, "How about this? Today, we shall hold our class outside instead. Gather on the playground in 5 minutes." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the students erupted with excitement. "Thank you, teacher," they exclaimed, rushing toward the exit. "Hey, you with the red hair, wait a moment." At that instant, Jiang Chen called out, startled by his name. Peng Mo assumed Jiang Chen was still upset about their previous encounter. He quickly exclaimed, "Professor Jiang, I apologize for my previous behavior. I should not have questioned you. Rest assured, I am genuinely here to participate in class this time. What are you rambling about? Do you perceive me as such a petty person?" Jiang Chen replied, exasperated. As he gestured to the whiteboard beside him, "I need you to move that. You should have no trouble with it, right?" Glancing at the whiteboard behind Jiang Chen, Peng Mo hesitated for a moment, then promptly declared, "No problem. Professor Jiang, I've been working out recently, and I am already seeing results." "Good. Then I leave it to you," Jiang Chen replied, turning to exit the classroom. He followed the students, as it was his responsibility to oversee them during class. If anything were to go awry, it would not be a trivial matter. Once Jiang Chen departed, Peng Mo approached the whiteboard, preparing to lift it, only to be halted by his two companions. "Big brother, is it really necessary for you to do this? We can handle it." "Get lost," Peng Mo retorted, annoyed. "This is a task assigned by Professor Jiang. How can I appear before him without completing it? Just lead the way in front." With that, he aligned his posture and hoisted the whiteboard onto his shoulders. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived at the playground with his students. At that moment, not only one class was in session on the playground, but most of them were from the Combat Academy. Jiang Chen paid them no mind, and, after acknowledging Peng Mo carrying the whiteboard with a word of appreciation, instructed him to rejoin the group. "Now, let us begin summoning our beasts." Nearly 100 individuals summoned their beasts simultaneously, illuminating a corner of the playground. What on earth is happening over there? Are they preparing for a brawl? Nearby teachers could not help but comment. Which instructor would allow their students to summon all their beasts at once? At that moment, Jiang Chen was oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. His gaze swept across the students' summoned beasts, and he sighed. Indeed, most of the beasts were rather commonplace, lacking any rarity. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed as he sensed an incredibly savage aura emanating from the group. It was that red-haired student again. What kind of beast could possess such ferocity? Before everyone's eyes, a beast, standing 1 meter tall and measuring 2 meters in length, appeared. It bore sharp claws and immediately fixed its predatory gaze upon the surrounding beasts, drool unwittingly dripping from the corners of its mouth, as if poised to launch an attack at any moment. At that instant, its gaze fell upon a green-horned rock sheep, and it lunged toward it. Peng Mo's pupils constricted upon witnessing this, and he shouted, "Stop! Bloodthirsty Flameclaw Dragon." If his beast truly killed another's, it would spell disaster for him. He desperately attempted to intervene, but alas, the bloodthirsty Flameclaw Dragon had already succumbed to complete chaos. It was over. At that moment, the owner of the green-horned rock sheep stood frozen in fear, dazed and immobile. Just when everyone assumed that the beast, resembling a velociraptor, would devour the sheep, a thunderous roar erupted. A mechanized white snow tiger, exuding an aura of metallic prowess, had decisively pinned the bloodthirsty Flameclaw Dragon to the ground, its massive claws pressing down upon the creature. The bloodthirsty Flameclaw Dragon was, astonishingly, being utterly subdued. The students, witnessing these two extraordinary beasts for the first time, could not help but swallow nervously. Is this truly Professor Jiang's contracted beast? As the cold-edged tiger Sha appeared, the surrounding students found themselves unable to suppress their anxious gulps. They had never before encountered such a creature. The harmonious blend of organic and mechanical elements created a strikingly unique aesthetic. The bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon struggled frantically beneath the tiger's weight, yet to no avail. Only able to emit futile roars of helplessness. Jiang Chen approached the student who had contracted the emerald-horned rock goat. Smiling as he inquired, "Are you unharmed?" "Oh no." The student stammered, still shaken from the earlier scene, regaining his composure only upon Jiang Chen's reminder. Jiang Chen shook his head. The student's psychological resilience was clearly lacking. But such traits could be cultivated. The immediate concern, however, was how to manage the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon. He turned to Peng Mo and said, "Where did you acquire this beast? Summoning it in front of so many people without control, are you seeking your own demise?" Injuries caused by contracted beasts at school are a serious matter. If I hadn't reacted in time, not only would you be implicated, but I would too. At that point, even Xiao Hongwei could easily stir up trouble, potentially leading to our expulsion from the academy. Teacher, this was truly an accident. The bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon was not like this before. It has only recently changed. Peng Mo explained frantically, fully aware that he had caused a significant problem. Jiang Chen scrutinized Peng Mo, sensing a hint of doubt. The boy's demeanor did not suggest deceit. He recalled having encountered fossilized contracted beasts during his time at Magic City Academy, and even participated in revival tasks. Initially, such creatures tended to be somewhat volatile. But that was merely prior to their contracting. As long as the Beastmaster refrained from any reckless actions post-contract, obedience was typically assured. Reflecting on the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon's crimson-eyed fury, Jiang Chen found its behavior peculiar, akin to a famished predator. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to assess its condition first. He approached the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon and began to observe it closely. Name, bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon. Furious, chaotic. Attribute, fire, level, awakening stage 7, potential, high silver, quality, rare, exclusive trait, brutal hunter, possesses a bloody factor within. A natural combat fanatic whose speed and attack power escalate with continued battle. Skills, blood flame claw, intermediate engulfs claws in intense flames, inflicting tearing and burning damage. With an additional explosion of fire damage if the enemy is bleeding. Flame burst assault, intermediate ignites with roaring flames, launching at incredible speed to strike the enemy, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Tearing claw, sparks, wild scratches, description, a resurrected beast from fossils, having perished in combat against a Tyrannosaurus in its past life. It harbors resentment, making it exceedingly difficult to control. Only a beastmaster with extraordinary talent stands a chance at taming it. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback by the information regarding the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon. Its potential was evidently high, yet he had not anticipated it being a high silver beast. Upon reading its description, he understood why Peng Mo's father had managed to procure such a creature for him to contract. Psychological issues with contracted beasts are neither trivial nor insignificant. Creatures like the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon can easily lead to severe complications if mishandled. This particular instance was a clear illustration of that, though the exact cause of its current state remained a mystery. Nevertheless, its two intermediate skills were commendable, uncommon for ordinary beasts, and Jiang Chen discreetly copied them for future use with the savage sword eagle. The students surrounding Jiang Chen grew increasingly anxious as he remained silent. Ma Sheija could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Peng Mo really knows how to stir up trouble. Summoning a beast could lead to such chaos. Will Professor Jiang let us go back?" Beside him, Jean Xin chimed in with exasperation. "Isn't Peng Mo the son of a brother of his father? Can't you at least pretend to act a little?" "Act? Why should I pretend?" Ma Sheija retorted. "But have you ever seen Professor Jiang's beast? It looks incredibly majestic. I wonder how much it costs." "You can't afford it," came a voice from behind them. Turning around, Ma Sheija found Sun Hao approaching, holding a device resembling a mobile phone. "You look down on me." "No. I just checked the Daxia Beast Compendium and found no records of a beast like Professor Jiang's. Do you understand what that implies?" Sun Hao rolled his eyes, offering his phone to Ma Sheija. Momentarily taken aback, Ma Sheija finally spoke up. "Are you implying that this is a beast unique to Professor Jiang? But wasn't he raising the Thunderfeather butterfly?" Suddenly, a realization struck him as he looked at Sun Hao. "Are you suggesting that this beast might possess greater potential than the Thunderfeather butterfly?" Sun Hao nodded. "I found records of Professor Jiang's first contracted beast, the leaf green snake, which is publicly listed on the Breeding Association's official website. The leaf green snake is not particularly strong. And if this mechanical tiger were not more formidable than the Thunderfeather butterfly, Professor Jiang would never have contracted it. Keep your eyes peeled. Professor Jiang may be even more impressive than we assume." Ma Sheija glanced back at Jiang Chen. Considering Sun Hao's reputation as a well-informed individual prior to his exit from the school team, He had often been the source of invaluable information during competitions. So Ma Sheija trusted his insights. Jiang Chen observed the thrashing, bloodthirsty flame-clawed dragon with disdain, casually digging at his ear before saying, "Little tiger, make it quiet for a moment. It's unbearable." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, the massive maw of the cold-edged tiger Sha coalesced a surge of icy power. After a period of training under Jiang Chen, coupled with its innate gifts, it had now reached the intermediate awakening stage. Besides a few high-level skills yet to be mastered, it could effectively release several of its other abilities. Blizzard, activate. An intense cold emanated from the tiger's mouth, its innate capacity for extreme ice allowing it to unleash an even more frigid icy power. Despite the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon being a fire-type creature, it was still enveloped in a layer of frost upon being struck by the blizzard. Peng Yamo stood beside, utterly astonished. "Peng Yamo, come here." Jiang Chen's sudden call startled Peng Yamo, prompting him to instinctively respond. "Tell me how you have been nurturing your beast these past few days. Omit no detail, as I require every nuance." Although the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon inherently possessed a bloody factor, it would never have reached such a level of aggressive behavior without Peng Mo's influence. Peng Yamo felt a surge of relief upon receiving the inquiry, for he had been most apprehensive about Jiang Chen's silence. "Well, I altered my initial nurturing plan. The bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon has been rather temperamental lately. The instructor mentioned that this is due to an energy within it. If we can neutralize this energy, it will grow even stronger. I have indeed discovered precedents online. Thus, I complied with his request and fed him several pieces of bloody beef." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately grasped the reason. His teacher was utterly inept, daring to have Peng Yamo feed on bloody beef. "Is your teacher foolish, or are you equally dim-witted? You hardly strike me as a compliant individual. Why do you heed such perilous advice so readily?" Jiang Chen was unyieldingly strict during his teachings, which is one of the reasons why the senior students from the Magic City Academy frequently sought him to substitute for their classes. In casual times, Jiang Chen could befriend his students, yet when it came to the education of beast taming, he would not tolerate any mistakes. A beast tamer must take responsibility for each and every beast under their care. This was the very first lesson his grandfather imparted to him regarding nurturing. In the days before beast tamers existed, the evolution of each beast would claim the lives of many, and it was through these sacrifices that the current Great Xia was established. Regardless of others' opinions, his students must adhere to this principle. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, all the surrounding students were momentarily stunned. It was their first time witnessing Jiang Chen in such a manner. Even when someone disrupted the class previously, he had not displayed any anger. Peng Yamo, was so intimidated by the aura released by Jiang Chen that I stuttered while speaking. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and stated, "What do you mean by that? Let me tell you this. As a beast tamer, you must always possess your own judgment. Not every word spoken by others is correct. If you all continue to behave like Peng Yamo, you will never break through to become a senior beast tamer, let alone aspire to be a nurturer. Ultimately, which incompetent fool informed you to raise beasts in such a manner?" Chapter 138, Outburst. Suddenly, a middle-aged man accompanied by several individuals resembling teachers approached from the far end of the playground. Jiang Chen recognized him as Su Wei, the director of the Combat Academy. Chao Hongwei's associates had shown him the information on Sun Jingxuan. "Professor Jiang, do you even regard the school's regulations? Who permitted you to lay hands on the students' beasts?" He confronted Jiang Chen directly, scolding him without delay. Upon learning that Jiang Chen had acted against the students' beasts on the playground, he rushed over immediately. He had been eager for an opportunity to confront Jiang Chen, and now that he had presented a weakness, he could not let it slip away. The surrounding students, having never witnessed such a scene, began to worry for Jiang Chen. After all, he was merely a newly arrived teacher. How could he possibly stand against the director? Ma Sheija discreetly nudged Sun Hao with his elbow and whispered, "What should we do now, senior brother? Will Professor Jiang face punishment?" The sudden turn of events caused Sun Hao's expression to grow grave. "I don't know. You stay here and keep an eye on things. If Professor Jiang cannot withstand it, inform the principal. I'll see if I can access the surveillance footage from the playground." With that, Sun Hao stealthily slipped out of the crowd. Jiang Chen was the closest senior nurturer he could reach, and with the injuries from the muscle duck's evolution still unhealed, he absolutely could not allow Jiang Chen to leave. "I was just about to look for you, yet here you are coming to me," Jiang Chen remarked with a cold smile. "You approach me without understanding the situation and immediately resort to scolding. It seems this director is quite eager for me to depart." Initially, he had considered sparing him some dignity, but it appeared that was no longer necessary. "Was it you who instructed Peng Yamo to feed that bloodthirsty flame-claw dragon with bloody beef?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, Su Wei's gaze shifted to the beast trembling beneath the paw of a small tiger, a flicker of dangerous intent flashing in his eyes. "You dare to harm it?" Do you realize this creature represents our school's hope in the upcoming inter-academy competition? Jiang Chen, you are in serious trouble. Even Principal Sun won't be able to protect you this time. When he approached, he only heard that Jiang Chen had acted against a student. But he was unaware of who was being attacked. Peng Mo was, after all, his most outstanding student. He had taken on his mentorship precisely because within this school, only he understood the bloodthirsty flame claw dragon. He held great importance to Peng Mo, as his future prospects depended heavily on Peng Mo's performance. Don't be afraid. Xiao Mo, your teacher has your back. He boldly stepped in front of Peng Mo. Indeed, incompetent teachers produce incompetent students. Your combat academy is truly unfortunate to have a director like you. No wonder the Jianghai Beast Academy's ranking has been declining year after year. Jiang Chen stated without holding back, his gaze fixed on Su Wei. I truly cannot fathom how a waste like you managed to attain this position. If I were in your shoes, I would have resigned in disgrace long ago. The audience stood in stunned silence at Jiang Chen's words, including the teachers present. Professor Jiang has lost his mind. He is quite literally trampling on Director Su's face. Look at how Su's face has turned as dark as coal. However, one might argue that it feels quite satisfying, does it not? Satisfying? That is only if one possesses the strength. Had you taken his place, you would have been expelled long ago. Just watch in silence. This matter is likely to escalate further. Professor Jiang, I advise you to retract what you just said. Do not think that minor achievements grant you immunity. Those who are arrogant often meet grim fates. At this moment, Su Wei's face was ashen. It was his first time being directly insulted, and if word of this spread, he would have no place left at the school. You claim, I am an incompetent teacher. I suspect you have never even seen a bloodthirsty flame claw dragon. Do you realize it possesses the quality of a high-tier silver beast? As long as it continuously absorbs blood attribute energy, it has the potential to break through to the golden tier. Tell me, where have I gone wrong in its nurturing? If you cannot provide a valid explanation, do not blame me for being rude. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort and retorted, fool. If memory serves me correctly, you are a returee from studying abroad. I suspect you must have encountered some research on the bloodthirsty flame claw dragon, which emboldened you to nurture it this way. Indeed, there exists such a nurturing method. But do you understand the concept of tailoring education to individual needs? This bloodthirsty flame claw dragon is filled with violent factors. Do you truly believe that, given Peng Mo's current capabilities, he can control it after consuming blood food? Had I not intervened, a student would have perished just now. What do you mean by I? Su Wei was about to speak when Jiang Chen interrupted him. I fear not the cunning of evildoers, but the impulsiveness of fools. A person like you, who only knows how to read documents, is unworthy of being a teacher. Under your guidance, Peng Mo has nurtured this bloodthirsty flame claw dragon, which is now suffering from mental issues. If this continues, it is highly likely to become a deranged beast. What are you saying, Professor Jiang? Peng Mo, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, dared not pretend any longer and spoke up directly. This was no trivial matter. If a beast were to go mad, it would be akin to losing one. A disruption in their connection would signify the absence of the beast's power to reciprocate. Xiao Mo, do not listen to his nonsense. This is merely a normal phenomenon of balancing its internal energy. Su Wei quickly interjected. Still in denial, Jiang Chen pressed on. Peng Mo, if you do not believe me, try using your mental energy to communicate with it, and see if there are any issues in your connection. It is merely frozen. Its spirit remains active. Naturally, upon encountering such a situation, Peng Mo did not dare to be careless. He immediately focused his mental energy toward the bloodthirsty flame claw dragon. One should never underestimate the impact of a single attempt. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. Peng Mo's expression visibly darkened, as Jiang Chen had been correct. The connection between them had indeed grown sluggish. It may not be evident at present, but should this cultivation continue, the aftermath would be unimaginable. Su Wei, you had best provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret your existence in this world. Peng Mo, inherently a debauched character, would undoubtedly not let the matter rest upon discovering the state of his contracted beast. Upon witnessing this, Su Wei's pupils constricted sharply. Jiang Chen was indeed correct. He had been teaching his methods of beast cultivation based on those of a certain roommate, having navigated the complexities of society for so many years. He understood that this matter could not be allowed to circulate. Peng Mo's lineage was not to be trifled with. Should his father become aware of this, it would spell disaster for him. Su Wei immediately regained his composure and shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you have harmed a student's beast, and even inflicted damage upon its spirit. I strongly advise you to surrender immediately and accompany me to the inspection department. Otherwise, do not blame me for the ruthlessness of my subordinates. With that, he summoned his own beast. This matter required swift resolution. The student was not well versed in such affairs. And as long as Jiang Chen confessed, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Chapter 239. Extraordinary versus Commander? The advantage lies with me. Having worked at the school for many years under the auspices of Chao Hongwei, Su Wei had accrued considerable benefits. He was now a seasoned beastmaster. At this moment, the power of his beast surged forth, manifesting a blue hexagram beneath his feet. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of clashing metal echoed. And then a massive deep blue crab appeared before the crowd. Its body was encrusted with coral as tough as steel, and its enormous pincers seemed capable of severing rebar. The deep-sea steelclaw crab. Jiang Chen recognized this beast at a glance. It was an evolved form of the common ice armor crab found along the coast of Jiang City. By relinquishing its ice attributes, it had gained formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. However, its slow speed and relatively low aptitude rendered it less desirable for most beastmasters. Such creatures were typically contracted only by those who had lost hope for advancement. Its unique trait as an ecological regulator allowed it to enhance the water attribute energy in a given sea area by 5%, often found in large aquatic breeding facilities or aquariums, serving as support beasts. Since you possess some knowledge and recognize the deep-sea steelclaw crab, I suggest you surrender peacefully. After all, we are colleagues. Do not make this difficult for me. Su Wei observed Jiang Chen's grim expression, with the crowd growing larger by the moment. He needed to subdue Jiang Chen with minimal cost. At this juncture, Zhong Kai had approached Jiang Chen. Ever since the last incident, he had become exceedingly cautious. Young master, should I intervene? Jiang Chen shook his head. Just hold the line. Little Qing has made some progress lately. It's the perfect opportunity to test this crab. Little Qing. At his command, Little Qing emerged from Jiang Chen's sleeve, transforming into a 10-meter-long dragon midair, surrounded by crackling lightning, its whiskers dancing in the wind. What sort of beast is this? The students in Jiang Chen's class stood frozen in awe, having never witnessed such a creature. Ma Sheija, hiding among the crowd, could not help but swallow hard before speaking. Did that chubby Sunhao just say Professor Zhang's initial beast was a leaf-green snake? So this must be its evolved form. Jean Xen stared skyward, unable to believe his eyes. Yet, he was at a loss for how to explain this beast. After a moment, he snapped back to reality and turned to Ma Sheija, saying, "Stop gawking. Hurry and inform Principal Sun. Although this beast appears ferocious, it absolutely cannot match Su Wei's crab." "Right. I'm on it." With that, Ma Sheija pulled out his phone and dialed Sun Jingxuan. Su Wei's expression darkened as he beheld Jiang Chen's beast. Its quality far surpassed that of his deep-sea steelclaw crab, igniting a flicker of resentment within him. "Jiang Chen, it seems you are prepared to resist arrest. If so, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I now arrest you in the name of the Academy's director." Deep-sea steelclaw crab, steel pincer smash. The blue crab's right claw coiled with energy as water flowed over it. Then, it unleashed a high-pressure water jet, propelling itself into the sky. "This crab can leap so high," exclaimed the surrounding students in astonishment. Yet, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. The deep-sea steelclaw crab's attack, though visually intimidating, lacked proficiency. One must understand that a beast's strength cannot be solely measured by its level. The mastery of its skills is paramount. Little Qing. Thundertail strike, deflected. Roaring with excitement at facing a commander-level beast for the first time, Little Qing had been fortified by high-quality energy potions in recent days, significantly enhancing its power. It had no habit of testing the waters. It unleashed its full might with every strike. A powerful dragon might erupted from the nine heavens Azure Thunder Dragon, accompanied by a low, resonant roar. Surrounding the area was a tempest of azure and violet lightning, transforming the sky into a sea of thunder, with the air crackling in a cacophony of sound. Below, Su Wei's expression froze, morphing into one of shock. The nine heavens Azure Thunder Dragon's electrified tail struck the deep-sea steelclaw crab with tremendous force. The crab felt an overwhelming power surge through it, as the ferocious lightning seemed poised to annihilate everything in its path, coursing through its pincers and enveloping its entire body. Boom! In an instant, the deep-sea steelclaw crab was slammed to the ground like a cannonball, producing a thunderous sound, with smoke billowing across the scene. How is this possible? Su Wei gazed in disbelief at the dragon above. He had lost this confrontation. Although the deep-sea steelclaw crab was not suited for combat, it was still a commander-level beast. Being sent flying by an extraordinary-level beast was utterly unscientific. He realized that, to some extent, he had already lost. It was a disgrace for a commander-level beast to be outmatched by an extraordinary beast. Under normal circumstances, he might have praised Jiang Chen, attempting to downplay the incident. Perhaps he would even consider wooing him. However, this time, he could not afford to do so. The matter of his botched beast cultivation must not leak out. Otherwise, Sun Jingxuan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to expel him from the school. He had done her no favors in the past. Should that occur, everything would be over. Peng Mo's father was the largest real estate mogul in Jiang City, with numerous ties to criminal enterprises. If he learned that Su Wei had nearly endangered the life of his precious bloodthirsty Flameclaw dragon, it would be a miracle if he met a swift end in the streets. Su Wei never anticipated that a newcomer to the school could place him in such an embarrassing predicament. Deep-sea steelclaw crab, high-pressure water cannon. He ordered immediately. Though he had just lost their first confrontation, the crab's defense was still formidable. This alone would not incapacitate it. A water column as wide as a soup bowl burst forth from the smoke, directly aimed at little Qing. Jiang Chen had already anticipated that such an attack would not harm the deep-sea steelclaw crab, so he was prepared. Little Qing, thousand birds tangle. He commanded the Nine Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon to unleash its fusion technique. To defeat the deep-sea steelclaw crab, one must strike when least expected. This marks the first full-force assault of the evolved Shaoqing. It spirals downwards around the water column dragon, with countless bolts of electricity transforming into thunderbirds that emit sharp crackles. Bursting into the smoke, an explosive roar resounds. In an instant, the electric sparks scatter, with innumerable thunderbirds infiltrating the seams of the deep-sea steel crab, devouring its body from within. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the deep-sea steel crab feels as if it has been invaded by a multitude of parasites. The excruciating agony is unbearable, causing its massive claws to strike desperately at its own body in an attempt to dislodge Shaoqing. In response, Shaoqing lets out a fierce dragon's roar. Yet it does not relent. Instead, it tightens its grip. Time becomes a blur. Eventually, the cacophony subsides, and Shaoqing emerges from the smoke, panting heavily, with numerous scales shed. However, upon glancing at its dragon claws, a crab claw is unmistakably clutched within. Everyone comprehends the significance of this moment. The entire playground is enveloped in a deathly silence. The sound of a falling needle is audible. All those who had gathered to spectate, reveling in schadenfreude and mockery, are rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 240, the first encounter with Chao Hongwei. The attack of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon is precise and unencumbered, seamlessly evading counterattacks while directly striking the deep-sea steel crab. Achieving such a feat is no trivial matter. The playground remains silent for but a moment. As their minds fully grasp the reality, a torrent of discussions erupts. A transcendent has vanquished a leader. Even if the deep-sea steel crab's qualifications were lacking, it should not have been so easily defeated. At this moment, their gazes toward Jiang Chen become increasingly cautious. Hiss! The lightning power of this dragon is astonishingly domineering. That skill must have been a fusion technique, and judging by its release speed, its proficiency is undeniably high. A teacher from the Combat Academy, observing the fallen deep-sea steel crab, cannot help but exclaim softly, his face etched with disbelief. Although Su Wei primarily engages in administrative tasks, he is indeed a bona fide high-ranking beastmaster. To have been defeated in merely 2 encounters is utterly unfathomable. Is this truly the strength of Professor Jiang? He is indeed both dashing and formidable. One can only wonder if he will teach us such skills. Wang Fifei, gazing at Jiang Chen on the field, is filled with exhilaration, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming. After Jiang Chen resolved her issue with the ghost-faced mantis, she has completely become his devoted admirer. Li Ninger, upon hearing this, momentarily freezes, realizing something profound. She had been watching intently. The prowess exhibited by the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon was extraordinarily stable. With no hint of hesitation in its skill usage, it far exceeded her expectations of Jiang Chen, especially that lightning attack, which nearly enveloped the entire playground. It is impossible not to be moved by such a skill. The primary beasts of the Li family are wind attribute, lacking any legacy of the lightning attribute. Jiang Chen is the strongest lightning attribute beast master she has ever encountered. This is an opportunity. She silently resolves in her heart. I must become his disciple. Meanwhile, Peng Mo, standing beside Jiang Chen, is utterly astounded by the recent scene. He never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Jiang Chen would possess such a powerful dragon-type beast. He has contracted the bloodthirsty flame claw dragon, naturally leading him to have some knowledge of dragon-type beasts. Strictly speaking, his bloodthirsty flame claw dragon can only be classified as a ferocious beast, barely qualifying as a subdragon. Only by advancing further can one hope to touch the realm of the subdragon. Professor Jiang, what do you think of my beast? Peng Mo stammers. Wait a moment. I will speak with you shortly, Jiang Chen replies, casting a bemused glance at him. Can't he see that I am busy? He truly lacks understanding of social etiquette. Jiang Chen strides over to Su Wei. The latter trembles at the sight of Jiang Chen's approach, ready to summon his beast, only to be kicked to the ground by Zhong Kai. What do you intend to do? Zhong Kai glares at him with a fierce countenance. Jiang Chen, manage your subordinates. I am the director of the Jianghai Beastmaster Academy. How could Su Wei endure such humiliation? Director? A director who pretends to understand while cultivating problematic students? A director defeated by transcendent beasts? A director who embezzles school resources? Jiang Chen's words strike Su Wei like a hammer, each sentence resonating with unrelenting force. Yet, Su Wei can never admit this. If he concedes, there would be no turning back. Jiang Chen, cease your baseless accusations. I, Su Wei, have always conducted myself with integrity since taking office, never engaging in any actions detrimental to the school. Jiang Chen scoffs coldly, his gaze sweeping over Su Wei. Dare you persist in your defiance? Your salary as the Combat Academy director, along with the resources provided by the school, amounts to a mere 800,000. Tell me, how did you facilitate the evolution of the deep-sea steel crab? Or do you intend to claim that you hunted for resources in the wild? Su Wei's complexion pales as he gazes at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How does he know the evolution method of the deep-sea steel crab? He did indeed utilize a fraction of the school's resources for this purpose. And even Xiao Hongwei is unaware of this matter. If this were to leak, he would be doomed. Just as he prepares to retort, a voice calls out from afar. What are you doing here? At that moment, Sun Jingxuan strides toward them, accompanied by Xiao Hongwei. Upon reaching the battlefield, she sees a colossal crab lying on the ground. With Jiang Chen towering over Su Wei, Sun Jingxuan pushes through the crowd, her cold, clear eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. She had just learned of the altercation between Jiang Chen and Su Wei and rushed over immediately, intent on preventing any trouble for Jiang Chen. However, the situation here appears to diverge from her expectations. Jiang Chen has managed to overpower Su Wei, while Su Wei may not hold much significance in her eyes. He is still a high-ranking beastmaster. Sun Jingxuan approaches Jiang Chen, whispering, Jiang Chen, what is happening? Are you uninjured? Jiang Chen shakes his head, preparing to speak. Su Wei immediately rises, moving to Xiao Hongwei's side, lamenting, Principal, you must stand up for me. Just now, I witnessed Jiang Chen assaulting a student's beast and attempted to intervene, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen not only refused to cooperate, but also commanded his subordinates to strike me. Xiao Hongwei furrows his brow upon hearing this. He is well aware of Su Wei's character and knows he is not speaking the truth. However, he must protect his subordinate. Otherwise, resentment will brew among others. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Xiao Hongwei turns his gaze toward Jiang Chen, a glint of danger flickering in his eyes. Professor Jiang, I have long admired your reputation, but is it not a bit excessive to bully my people? This is Jiang Chen's first encounter with Xiao Hongwei. The man is indeed quite handsome, albeit aged, yet still radiates vitality, unmistakably a high-ranking beastmaster. However, since he harbors intentions of hostility, Jiang Chen sees no need to show him any courtesy, responding with a smile. Principal Xiao, are you intending to protect him? Professor Jiang, I am inquiring about your assault on a student's beast, which resulted in injuries to the director. I require an explanation. Xiao Hongwei does not directly answer Jiang Chen's question. A cunning fox, Jiang Chen curses inwardly, yet he understands that with someone as inept as Su Wei, he cannot be toppled. He patted Peng Mo on the shoulder and said, please introduce what just transpired to Principal Xiao. At that moment, Peng Mo was filled with admiration for Jiang Chen and could not refuse. He embellished the tale, recounting everything from Su Wei nurturing his beast to the recent events. Upon hearing Peng Mo's words, Sun Jingxuan's expression visibly darkened. Su Wei, how dare you accept money from students' parents in private and nurture a problematic beast? Su Wei was taken aback, realizing that Sun Jingxuan was not to be trifled with. He immediately sought refuge behind Xiao Hongwei. Xiao Hongwei, at that moment, felt a strong urge to eliminate Su Wei, who had proven himself incompetent yet dared to act recklessly. After all, Peng Mo's father was not someone to be trifled with. However, Su Wei was his most effective tool for amassing wealth, and he could not simply abandon him. Don't be so harsh, Xiao Sunday. It's merely a matter of collecting some tutoring fees. The school is in agreement, and we cannot penalize a director based solely on a student's word. I believe this matter requires a thorough investigation. Jiang Chen could hardly contain his laughter upon hearing the shamelessness of Xiao Hongwei. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. Wait, I have evidence. A stout figure approached, holding a laptop, and stood before Sun Jingxuan. Teacher Sun, I have just reviewed the surveillance footage from the playground, which comprehensively documents the entire incident. Professor Zhang's intervention was indeed prompted by Peng Mo's beast suddenly going berserk. Sun Jingxuan took the footage from him, glancing over it and feeling a surge of joy as she turned to Su Wei, saying, Director Su, do you still have anything to say? Su Wei's face turned pale upon seeing the evidence in Sun Jingxuan's hands, and he looked hopefully towards Xiao Hongwei. His earlier confrontation with Jiang Chen had been an attempt to swiftly suppress the matter, but he had not anticipated Jiang Chen's formidable strength, which had led to Sun Jingxuan's timely arrival. placing him in such a precarious situation. His misdeeds were not easily concealed. Now, only Chao Hongwei could save him. Chao Hongwei. His expression a stormy shade of anger, fixed his gaze on Su Wei. He knew Su Wei was beyond saving. Over the years, Su Wei had assisted him in many unsavory dealings, and there was no cleansing this stain. Fortunately, during those dealings, Su Wei had never directly contacted him, nor had the bribes been deposited into his account. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely pushed Su Wei aside. In light of the current predicament, he could only sever ties to survive. You disappoint me, Su Wei. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Because of you, I nearly wronged Professor Jiang. He then turned to Sun Jingxuan, saying, Xiao Sun, to avoid any conflict of interest, I am entrusting Su Wei to you. Our school shall not tolerate such a detrimental presence. Jiang Chen observed Chao Hongwei's righteous demeanor, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The performance was indeed theatrical. However, his audacity suggested one thing. Chao Hongwei was confident that Sun Jingxuan would uncover nothing incriminating about him. Clearly, Sun Jingxuan was aware of this as well. Nonetheless, capturing Su Wei was a significant achievement since she took over the academy. She would not refuse. Vice Principal Chao, rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Chao Hongwei, noticing Sun Jingxuan's triumphant expression, clenched his fists behind his back. I trust you to handle this matter. I have other business to attend to. He turned and left, whispering a veiled threat to Su Wei as he passed. Director Su, be sure to cooperate with Principal Sun's investigation. Don't forget about your son studying at the Great Eagle Alliance. I doubt he would want to know what sort of person his father truly is. Su Wei's face turned ashen, glaring at Chao Hongwei in disbelief. He never imagined that after everything he had done for Chao Hongwei, he would be treated this way. Yet, he dared not speak further, lowering his head in resignation. He understood that any misstep could jeopardize his son's future. After Chao Hongwei departed, Sun Jingxuan ordered for Su Wei to be restrained, a smile gracing her lips. Junior, I owe you a great debt this time. Without you, I would have remained oblivious to such a significant parasite within our school. As a member of Magic City University, she was well aware of the deep-sea steel crab beast. She had simply lacked the leverage to take action until now. She never anticipated that Jiang Chen, just a month into his time at Jianghai Beast Academy, would manage to unearth two of Chao Hongwei's key subordinates. Truly, he was a fortuitous find. She patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder as she prepared to leave. Continue with your class. Once my investigation concludes, you shall be duly rewarded. Jiang Chen, relishing the generous offer from Sun Jingxuan, turned to the side and said to Sun Hao, You're quite audacious to disrupt Chao Hongwei's affairs. Aren't you afraid he might retaliate against you? In truth, Sun Hao's timely retrieval of the surveillance footage had been crucial. Had Chao Hongwei intervened, Su Wei might not have been apprehended so swiftly. My name is Sun Hao, he replied with a smile. I simply could not bear to see such a commendable teacher like Professor Jiang wronged. Sun Hao had not expected him to be this kind of person. He had intended to assist in nurturing beasts, but now that seemed unnecessary. Sun Hao paused, realizing he may have overstepped. He glanced at Jiang Chen, who was observing him with an amused expression. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Here's my number. Just contact me when you have time. With all this commotion, there's barely any time left for this class. I need to tend to that bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon. As Jiang Chen wrote down his number on his lesson plan and tore it off for Sun Hao, the latter stared at the digits in disbelief, then erupted with joy. This was the number of a high-level beast nurturer. The risks he had taken were now justified. The injured muscular duck was finally in safe hands. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, he strolled over to the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon's side. After enduring the earlier display of dragon might, the creature had calmed significantly, its murderous intent dissipating. It stood beside Peng Yamo, fear evident in its gaze. Professor Jiang, is there still hope for my beast? Peng Yamo had been thoroughly frightened by Jiang Chen's earlier words. A mental breakdown was not something easily remedied. Had Su Wei not been taken away by Sun Jingxuan, he would have longed to take matters into his own hands. Rest assured, there is hope, Jiang Chen assured him, beckoning the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon closer. The creature approached hesitantly, lowering itself before Jiang Chen as obediently as a puppy. Peng Yamo, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disbelief, shielded his face. This was far too humiliating. It was his first time witnessing the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon behave this way. It's quite compliant. Just bear with it. It might hurt a bit. As he spoke, Jiang Chen summoned the beast's power, enveloping his hands in a radiant red glow. The earlier chaos had ignited a surge of bloodlust within the dragon, influenced by the blood aura of the beef, which needed to be extracted. Dual restoration technique, activate. Jiang Chen gradually harnessed the power of beast mastery to draw forth the energy contained within the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon. This process was far from pleasant. The dragon writhed in pain, its originally golden eyes shifting once more to a fiery red. Upon witnessing this, Shaoqing immediately expanded her presence to maintain control over it. Peng Yamo, observing the tormented creature, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He contemplated stepping forward several times, only to be halted by Sun Hao, who cautioned, "Do not move. This is your chance to bond with your beast. If it can endure, it is highly likely to emerge stronger. I cannot fathom why fortune smiles upon you." "What do you mean?" Peng Yamo inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Sun Hao, exasperated, regarded him as a typical naive scion of a wealthy family. And patiently elucidated, "This is likely Professor Jiang's nurturing secret technique. Such skills are not possessed by ordinary beast tamers. The last enhancement of Li Ning'er's extreme electric leopard was also due to this very technique. Enhancement of quality." Peng Yamo had never before heard of such nurturing secrets. Yet he understood the significance of quality enhancement. Due to genetic defects, the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon was merely classified as rare. However, should it attain the status of unique, it could rival the students of the 12 institutes. As time passed, Jiang Chen found a fine sheen of sweat forming on his brow, gradually rising to his feet. He manifested a blood-red energy crystal core in his hand, an extract from the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon. Jiang Chen gazed at the crystal with satisfaction. Not bad. This should yield several vials of high-concentration energy potions. He stowed it away in his spatial ring and approached Peng Mo. "Professor Jiang, has my bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon been healed?" Jiang Chen, taken aback, replied, "How could it be so quick? The primary issue with your dragon still lies in its genetic makeup. It cannot be remedied instantly. When you return home, ensure you feed it a portion of calming lotus and shadow lizard tailbone powder with each meal. This will help neutralize the sanguine factors within it. Your family must be quite affluent, am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Peng Mo raised his chin confidently, declaring, "Professor Jiang, just name the materials. I can afford anything. I'm not boasting. There is no one wealthier than me in this school." "Very well then. Consult your father and have him find a beast master proficient in spiritual skills. This will allow the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon to attempt to control its murderous intent. Rest assured, I will speak to my father right away. However, I wonder if Professor Jiang has the time. I would like to invite you over for a meal." "Let us skip the meal. I have other matters to attend to." Chapter 242, Peng Zongjin's Astonishment. "Old dang, I'm back." After Jiang Chen's class concluded, Peng Mo left the school and returned home. At that moment, Peng Zongjing was seated on the sofa, sipping tea while observing his son, unable to suppress a sigh. "You little rascal, skipping class again. Though you are bound to go abroad eventually, must you not take this seriously? Are you trying to drive me to despair?" "Who said I was going abroad? I have no intention of going." Bang! Upon hearing this, Peng Zongjin's brows furrowed, and he slammed his right hand on the table, spilling tea everywhere. "What did you say? Speak nonsense again, and I shall give you a taste of my wrath. Listen to me." Peng Mo, startled, quickly began to explain. "A new professor joined our school, a junior of Principal Sunday. He is quite remarkable. He immediately identified the issues with my bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon and even employed some nurturing secret techniques to assist in its development today. I feel its spirit has significantly improved." Nurturing secret techniques. Peng Zongjing paused, momentarily taken aback. Unlike his foolish son, he was aware of what nurturing secret techniques entailed. In Jiang City, only a select few from the Nurturing Association possessed such knowledge. Was it possible for Jiang Hai Beast Taming Academy to have such talent? "Summon your beast for me to see." This beast had been procured from abroad, appearing flawless at the time of purchase. However, once Peng Mo formed a contract with it, the most severe issues became apparent. He was utterly incapable of managing the dragon's temperament. Moreover, no one in the entire Jiangnan province had the expertise to nurture such a beast. Only the 4 major 12 institutes had individuals capable of such. But he knew that with Peng Mo's talent, securing a contract with such a beast was simply unattainable. Thus, he had opted for the current path. "All right," Peng Mo declared, conjuring a blue hexagram. The bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon gradually emerged from within. Peng Zongjing braced himself, prepared to summon his own beast should the dragon show any signs of aggression. However, after several seconds passed, the bloodthirsty flameclaw dragon remained calmly rooted in place, showing no inclination to attack. Has it truly been healed? Peng Zongjing was taken aback. Previously, the dragon had to be caged even during feeding. Now, it was so docile. This defied logic. "Son, recount everything that transpired today in full detail, leaving nothing out." Peng Mo settled onto the sofa and began narrating, unable to refrain from hurling a few curses when mentioning Su Wei. As he listened, a displeased expression crossed Peng Zongjin's face. That scoundrel Su Wei, how dare he? He had assigned Su Wei to look after Peng Mo solely because he had heard of his past studies abroad and experience with nurturing bloodthirsty flameclaw dragons. Little did he know Su Wei was a charlatan. His face turned ashen, realizing that a single misstep had nearly cost his son his future. It felt akin to receiving a resounding slap across the face. I am aware of this matter. I will ensure Su Wei pays for his deceit. However, I need to investigate this teacher you mentioned further. Once I have the results, I will assist you in contacting him. Freshly aware of being deceived, he would not easily trust any so-called beast nurturers again. Peng Mo was momentarily taken aback. But what if he had intended to have Jiang Chen utilize the nurturing secret technique again during the next class? What if Jiang Chen discovered he had not followed his prescribed methods? Would he refuse to assist him? Dad, it's unnecessary. I've already looked into Professor Jiang. He is quite renowned online. I heard that the champion beast of the last Jiangnan Legion competition was nurtured by him. What did you say? Peng Zhongzheng was momentarily stunned. He was aware of the Jiang City individual who nurtured beasts for the Songhai army and knew he was quite young. But how could such a person possibly gain admission to Jianghai Beast Taming Academy? Even attending Jiangnan University would be an overreach for him. He promptly retrieved the video of Jiang Chen's presentation at the competition and asked, "Is this the Jiang professor you spoke of?" Peng Mo leaned in to take a look and replied, "That's him. Dad, do you know him?" "I know him. He does not know me." Gazing at his foolish son, Peng Zhongzheng felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. He could hardly comprehend his son's fortune. Attending a third-tier academy and encountering such an esteemed beast nurturer was beyond comprehension. "I will procure the materials you require. For now, focus on training at home." Slowly rising to his feet, Peng Zhongzheng added, "By the way, heed Professor Jiang's instructions. He is exceptionally skilled." "I am well aware." On the way to the treasure pavilion, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was son Jingxuan. He surmised that there might be updates regarding Su Wei's situation and answered the call. "Hello, senior sister. Have you found any information?" Son Jingxuan's voice bore a weighty tone. "Jiang Chen, I must express my gratitude to you this time. Without your assistance, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to apprehend him." After conducting an investigation, it was revealed that Su Wei had embezzled over 10 million from the school, not including the bribes he accepted through his position. What? Jiang Chen was taken aback by this figure. He had never imagined that a mere director could amass such a fortune. "Have there been any leads regarding Chao Hongwei?" Son Jingxuan shook her head. "None." Su Wei firmly insists that he acted alone, and there is no evidence of any transactions to Chao Hongwei. It seems that Chao Hongwei was well prepared, otherwise he would not have so readily sacrificed Su Wei. Jiang Chen understood the implication. Let us not dwell on that. With Su Wei taken down, we have effectively severed Chao Hongwei's right-hand man. We can deal with him gradually from here on. Su Wei is likely to face severe penalties. I wonder if you have any interest in that deep-sea steel crab of his? Deep-sea steel crab? Jiang Chen paused in surprise, then spoke. As the operator of a breeding facility, I certainly have an interest in such a beast. Are you suggesting I might have the opportunity to acquire it? Indeed. This beast has been cultivated entirely with school resources. I will arrange for the court to annul Su Wei's contract with it, and I can have it delivered to your breeding facility. Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. Senior sister son, are you out of your mind? The deep-sea steel crab, regardless of its flaws, is a commanding tier beast with remarkable resource attributes. How can you be willing to simply give it to me? You are the one who is mad. Consider this a reward for you. Son Jingxuan replied with a hint of irritation. There is no lake at Jianghai Beast Academy. Do you intend for me to keep it on the ground? Furthermore, it is not a gift. When the time comes, I will need you to secure several spots for students in exchange for the blood pool you retrieve from the spatial rift. With such a compelling argument from Son Jingxuan, Jiang Chen could hardly refuse. In that case, I shall humbly comply. Chapter 243, The Negotiation with Mo Yuking. In the cavernous office, Chao Hongwei sat on the sofa, his expression dark as he listened to his subordinate's report. Boss, our people have returned with news. Su Wei is quite compliant. He did not disclose any of our secrets. He has taken all the blame upon himself, and for him, this matter seems to be concluded. Chao Hongwei breathed a slight sigh of relief and raised his glass to drain its contents. Release his son then, but ensure he does not return. The kickbacks Su Wei has taken from us over the years should suffice for him to live comfortably there. Understood. Once his subordinate departed, Xia Haoba approached Chao Hongwei, leaning over the desk and whispering, "Brother, are we truly going to let this matter rest? With Su Wei out of the picture, we have lost a significant source of income. The minerals from that secret realm we seized from the Duan family are running low." Chao Hongwei's brow furrowed as he gazed at a photo of Jiang Chen on the desk, drawing a small knife to stab into it. Of course, we cannot let it go so easily. The last bomb did not take him out. I had intended to give him a chance, but I never expected this brat would dare to thwart my plans. What shall we do? Xia Haoba inquired. We cannot simply storm in. That brat has connections with the Songhai army. Even though Huang Tianming is no longer around, those officers are not to be trifled with. We cannot approach it directly. In a while, The Academy's team will conduct an outdoor trial, and the team leader will be one of our own. I will find a way to have Jiang Chen lead the team. Seize the opportunity to eliminate him, but it cannot be one of our people, understood? Xia Haoba's lips curled into a cruel smile. That's not a problem. Several hyenas from other regions have recently arrived in Jiang City. A little money for a task will suffice. However, brother, how is your investigation into the Academy's secret realm progressing? We cannot afford to delay any longer. Hearing Xia Haoba's words, Chao Hongwei gazed calmly through the glass at Jianghai Beast Academy, shaking his head. Nothing. Over the years, I have nearly turned Jianghai Beast Academy upside down, yet I have found nothing of value. Xia Haoba's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. Brother, you do not think that woman is deceiving us, do you? The Beast Academy might not even possess this secret realm. Impossible. Chao Hongwei shook his head. That woman's beast is an iron-eating beast, and during its evolution, Yu Yuntao provided no resources whatsoever. If there is no secret realm within Jianghai Beast Academy, she could not have obtained so many minerals. Then we cannot continue this aimless search indefinitely. The current situation is unstable. Numerous lives have been lost in the low-level battlefield of the newly opened spatial rift, and the city is pressing us to send people in. Xia Haoba poured himself a glass and downed it in one go. If you ask me, we should abandon that wretched school and seize that spatial secret realm instead. I heard that the Su family brat recently extracted a starfruit from the secret realm and is preparing to contract a new beast. No. Chao Hongwei's expression hardened as he sharply interrupted. We have never approached spatial rifts before. Now that the conflict has just begun, we cannot act recklessly. Moreover, from what I have gathered, many perish there daily. If the city lord sends more people to press us, just find some outsiders to send in to placate them. Our elite members must not perish within the spatial rift. Understood. Xia Haoba's expression remained unchanged as he replied, yet a flicker of dissatisfaction brewed within him. They had squandered too many resources over the years in pursuit of contracting that beast. However, as Chao Hongwei was his elder brother, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Returning to his seat in silence, lost in thought. In the treasure pavilion, Jiang Chen, guided by Granny Zhao, arrived at Mo Yuking's office. Standing at the door, Granny Zhao slightly inclined her body, having shed her previous haughty demeanor. Young Master Jiang, the mist is already waiting for you inside. Jiang Chen observed with a faint smile. Thank you, Granny Zhao. Such was the transformation that strength brings. This elderly woman would not have shown him such deference before he gained renown in the military competition. Having worked for the Mo family for many years, Granny Zhao had honed her ability to read people, and she easily discerned the jest in Jiang Chen's gaze, yet she dared not comment. Jiang Chen's prowess as a beast breeder had indeed surpassed her expectations. In the company of someone like him, even if his agreement with Mo Yuking did not come to fruition, it would be unwise to offend him. Entering the room, he did not allow Zhong Kai to follow. He had already surmised much about Mo Yuking's identity. If she intended to act against him, Zhong Kai would be of no help. After all, the Mo family currently held significant influence in Jiangnan province. Inside the room, Mo Yuking had her eyes lowered, a black pen in hand, scribbling incessantly on paper, occasionally furrowing her brow as if grappling with some issue. This was Jiang Chen's first glimpse of Mo Yuking in the throes of work. In this moment, she appeared less alluring, yet more capable. However, her previous demeanor had been overly ostentatious. This more composed version was decidedly more agreeable to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had visited Mo Yuking's office several times and was quite familiar with the surroundings. He chose a spot to sit quietly, refraining from interruption. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Mo Yuking set down her black pen, wearily massaging her brow, and leaned back in her chair. I apologize for keeping you waiting. What brings you here this time? Are you seeking my assistance with the bird paradise? Jiang Chen glanced at her, poured a cup of tea, and placed it before her, saying, Is that how you perceive me, as someone utterly inept? I have come to discuss business with you this time. Observing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Mo Yuking found it somewhat amusing. I never imagined a renowned nurturing master would serve me tea. Speak, what business do you wish to discuss? If it piques my interest, I shall consider it. With a smile, Jiang Chen flipped his right hand, revealing a vial of green energy potion, which he set before Mo Yuking. Upon seeing it, her pupils dilated in disbelief. An energy potion? She exclaimed. She picked up the test tube and scrutinized it closely. 70% concentration? You intend to discuss its business with me? Mo Yuking's beautiful eyes flickered with incredulity as she regarded Jiang Chen. She was aware that he was a nurturing master, yet she had never imagined he could produce such a high-grade energy potion. Since arriving in Jiang City, the Mo family had severed her resource supply in an effort to compel her return. Although she had been searching for a stable source of energy potions, she had found none. The most reliable ones in Jiang City were only 30 to 40% concentration. A 70% potion was simply unheard of. Indeed, Jiang Chen confirmed. This energy potion is of your own making? Mo Yuking still struggled to believe it, placing the vial on the table and fixing her gaze intently on Jiang Chen. The difficulty of producing energy potions only escalated once the concentration surpassed 60%. While she could accept that Jiang Chen, a graduate of Magic City University, had developed a golden tier beast controlling technique, this energy potion was an entirely different matter. Regardless of the level of beast master, be it high or low, every practitioner required energy potions. In a sense, energy potions were akin to gold mines. The only distinction was that the price of this gold mine could be controlled by human hands. If Jiang Chen could indeed produce high-quality energy potions, his genius would be nothing short of terrifying. What kind of gaze is that? Jiang Chen felt the intensity of Mo Yuking's gaze and instinctively took a step back. I understand the value of energy potions, but you need not react so dramatically. Just tell me if you can handle this business and give me a clear answer. Her eyes were almost predatory, akin to a famished wolf spotting a delectable piece of meat. Hissing softly, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Mo Yuking was nearly certain that he had indeed created the potion. If it had been made by his master, he would not be discussing it with her. Taking a deep breath, she leaned back against her chair and spoke slowly. Jiang Chen, I will purchase however many of this quality energy potion you possess. However, I have one more question. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. Can you produce blood attribute energy potions? The difficulty of crafting energy potions varied with each attribute. For instance, some nurturing masters could create 70% concentration grass attribute energy potions, yet might only manage 50% for fire attribute potions. The rarer attributes were even more challenging. And due to the scarcity of the necessary spiritual materials, their prices rose correspondingly. Jiang Chen, sitting across from Mo Yuking, let his gaze drift over her striking red eyes and thought of her blood-red six-tailed fox. This must be for it, he surmised. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded slowly. Yes, as long as you can provide the necessary blood attribute spiritual materials, I can produce them at any time. This was not mere boasting. While others might find crafting such rare attribute energy potions a considerable challenge, for someone as skilled as Jiang Chen, it was hardly an issue. Seeing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Mo Yuking felt a surge of joy, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. This poses no problem. Just provide me with a list of the spiritual materials you require, and I will have them delivered to your nurturing base. After all, fortune favors the bold. I have searched long and hard for blood attribute energy potions. And here you are, able to produce them. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mo Yuking in surprise. She seemed different from before, in their previous business dealings. She had been generous, but had always sought to maintain the upper hand. This time, however, she made no demands at all. It seemed that the blood attribute energy potion was of great significance to her. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, Jiang Chen was disinclined to exploit the situation further. His primary purpose in visiting the treasure pavilion was still to promote his perfume. I can produce what you need, but I will require a favor in return. Speak. Mo Yuking replied, her gaze turning cold. She realized her earlier excitement had been excessively exuberant, giving Jiang Chen leverage over her. However, as long as his request was reasonable, she could acquiesce. Her beast required high-grade energy potions for cultivation, and her previous stock was nearly depleted. Jiang Chen retrieved a bottle crafted from high-quality glass from his spatial ring and presented it to Mo Yuking, stating, "This is a perfume I have created, and I need you to organize an auction at the treasure pavilion to promote it." Mo Yuking stared at the perfume in her hand, momentarily stunned. You, a senior nurturing master, have chosen to study perfume rather than beast control? And you want me to host a special auction just to sell this? Have you lost your mind? She found the world absurd and struggled to comprehend Jiang Chen's line of reasoning. Was this truly the way of a senior nurturing master? Jiang Chen could not help but twitch his lips in response. Just spray it, and you will understand my rationale. With skepticism, Mo Yuking gently pressed the nozzle. As a mist emitted, a faint peony fragrance wafted through the air. Inhaling the scent, the fatigue that had weighed on her due to work dissipated, leaving her mind considerably clearer. Her eyes brightened as she seemed to grasp why Jiang Chen valued this perfume so highly. You are quite extravagant to have included energy potion in the perfume. However, the effect is indeed impressive. If marketed well, you could stand to make a fortune. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. Of course, if I cannot turn a profit, why would I have come all this way? So, will you assist me with this? Mo Yuking regarded Jiang Chen as he pitched his perfume, her gaze inscrutable, revealing neither agreement nor refusal. After he finished speaking, she pondered for a moment before replying. That won't do. The treasure pavilion just held an auction a short while ago. Even with your energy potion, it wouldn't be sufficient to support another auction so soon. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, poised to respond when Mo Yuking continued. However, due to the recent opening of spatial rifts, Many lone wanderers and adventure teams have unearthed valuable items. In 10 days, a specialized auction will be held in Zizhu. I can help you get your perfume featured. But be prepared, it will likely be placed at the forefront. However, this auction resembles more of a gathering for the exchange of ideas among various factions, each likely to bring along a companion. I believe the outcome would be far superior to selling it here. A sense of delight surged through Jiang Chen. Although he had never heard of such an event, it would certainly be splendid if Jin Xiu could make an appearance. Then it's settled. But I've never heard of any auction taking place. You probably wouldn't want to know, Mo Yuking replied, a sly smile dancing on her lips. Jiang Chen immediately grasped the undertone, feeling somewhat uneasy. So, the Qingshan breeding base isn't deemed worthy, is it? Don't say that. If they knew you could concoct high-quality energy potions, the organizers would undoubtedly come begging at your feet. Mo Yuking waved her hand dismissively and continued, nonetheless. This auction should feature numerous valuable items. Are you interested in attending? Of course, Jiang Chen retorted, somewhat irritated. He had never ventured into a spatial rift and was unaware if there were any beast tamers within. Naturally, he was eager to uncover more information. Then accompany me. It will be an excellent opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with your identity, Mo Yuking suggested, gazing at Jiang Chen. What identity? Jiang Chen, momentarily baffled, inquired. Your identity is my boyfriend, of course. My family is arriving soon, and if they discover your facade, it could be disastrous. Chapter 245, The True Nature of the Spatial Rift. What? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as he asked. Are you implying that I must accompany you to this auction while pretending? Mo Yuking nodded, a smirk playing on her lips as she confirmed, indeed. This time, no official organizations have received invitations to the auction. Your uncle from the Shanghai army won't be of assistance. And I suspect he has no time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Mo Yuking did not rush to await Jiang Chen's response. Instead, she observed him quietly. The reason she had sought Jiang Chen to sign a contract was quite simple. She found him rather agreeable, and as a tamer with a moderately low profile. Having the Shanghai army's endorsement meant that even the elder of the Mo family wouldn't easily act against him. However, circumstances had shifted. Jiang Chen's talent in beast taming was extraordinary, and his achievements shone brighter by the day. Not only had he triumphed over the renowned Wu Shi in the Jiangnan provincial military competition, but he had also produced high-quality potions that even made her heart flutter. This revelation led her to realize that Jiang Chen, her shield, might be able to assist her in accomplishing even greater feats. Upon hearing Mo Yuking's words, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. What is the current situation within the spatial rift? He suddenly recalled that Huang Tian had indeed not contacted him in quite some time. Something must have transpired within that rift. Rest assured, your uncle Huang is fine, Mo Yuking reassured, noticing Jiang Chen's rising tension. He simply cannot leave his post right now as the Shanghai army has transferred a batch from the previous rift to a new one, and they currently lack personnel to maintain order. This matter is inconsequential to you. As a tamer, it wouldn't fall upon you to recruit individuals for the rift unless one day the alien races within are eradicated. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of surprise in his heart. He had been so preoccupied with nurturing beasts and handling academy affairs that he had forgotten that the rift now open was indeed new. I can cooperate with what you propose, but I need you to divulge more about this spatial rift and what exactly Director Mo is planning. Although Mo Yuking did not openly acknowledge her relationship with Mo Yunfan, Jiang Chen had long harbored suspicions. He sought to extract further information from her. Mo Yuking's expression faltered. She sensed Jiang Chen's intentions but chose not to answer directly. You aren't truly considering entering the spatial rift, are you? Jiang Chen nodded, believing there was no need for concealment. He had trained his guards and nurtured the savage sword eagle specifically to enter the spatial rift. Jiang Chen needed to uncover the nature of the rift that had ensnared his parents for over a decade. You must be mad. The spatial rift is not a mere secret realm. Mo Yuking's gaze sharpened. It is a battlefield. People die there. Do you have any idea how many beast tamers and their beasts have perished within these last few days? At least tens of thousands. Otherwise, do you think the Jiang City government would grant other factions the green light to establish branches here? It's simply due to the shortage of personnel. Mo Yuking's complexion darkened, reflecting the grim information she had gathered from her agents. The spatial rift was not as straightforward as Dongfang Yan had described, although the higher-level battlefield had stabilized. The situation on the lower-level battlefield in Jiang City was far from optimistic. She understood that Jiang Chen might possess some strength, but such power was not guaranteed to ensure safety within the spatial rift. Her own parents had met their demise within one. Now that Jiang Chen was of use to her, she would never allow him to throw his life away. Why are you so upset? Jiang Chen was taken aback by her sudden outburst, having never witnessed Mo Yuking in such a state of distress before. I was merely inquiring. If you prefer not to share, then so be it. You had better think that way. Let me make it clear that the spatial rift is no laughing matter. Mo Yuking took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She realized she could not dissuade Jiang Chen, so she prepared to clarify the situation regarding the spatial rift. The primary combat force within the rift was still the Kanghai army. After negotiations between the higher echelons of the human and bone races, there were now restrictions on the powerful leaders from both races, preventing them from easily attacking those of lower ranks. Currently, only those below the commanding level were engaged in battle, but the situation was still dire. Thus, even if Jiang Chen wished to enter, it would be prudent to wait until the situation stabilized further. Jiang Chen's gaze remained fixed on Mo Yuking's expression. He understood that this time she was not fabricating stories. He had encountered the bone race during the military competition. Defeating such opponents would not be a simple task without sufficient strength. However, the conditions within the rift were likely not as dire as Mo Yuking had portrayed. After all, the Kanghai army had contracted the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly. While they might not be able to conquer territory, defense should be manageable. I understand. Thank you for sharing this with me. He believed it was wise not to offend those who offered assistance, and despite uncertainties about Mo Yuking's sincerity, it was evident that she was concerned for him at present. Nevertheless, he still intended to explore the spatial rift. As long as you're aware, I will facilitate the matter regarding the perfume. I will come to find you in 10 days. Thank you, Jiang Chen smiled as he spoke. Retrieving a bottle of Jinxiu and 3 vials containing 70% fire attribute energy potions from the spatial bracelet, presenting them to her. Consider this a token of my gratitude. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Chen rose from his seat and exited the office without delay. Mo Yuking watched as Jiang Chen's figure vanished before shifting her attention to the vials on the desk. Jiang Chen, just how many secrets do you harbor that I remain unaware of? My curiosity is only growing. Once outside the office, Jiang Chen did not linger at the treasure pavilion. He called upon Zhong Kai and departed. Sitting in the car, Jiang Chen reflected on Mo Yuking's words and turned to Zhong Kai, asking, Uncle Zhong, with your strength, you must have entered the spatial rift during your time in Tongzhou, right? What was the situation like in Tong's secret realm? Zhong Kai, who was driving, momentarily froze upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, and an uncomfortable expression crossed his face. We could only defend against them, preventing their emergence, but we were unable to launch a counter-offensive against Tongzhou. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Zhong Kai is well aware of his own prowess. Prior to his injury, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. However, even when he mentioned the rift, his expression betrayed a sense of gravity. This sufficiently attests to the might of the otherworldly beings. It seems this matter requires careful deliberation. For now, the pressing concern is to amass wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen retrieved his phone and located Jiang Helen's contact information. Sending him a message, I have prepared what you requested. We shall meet at the Zizhu auction house in 10 days. Previously, he had ordered 20 vials of energy potions on the Star Network. Jiang Chen resolved to meet with him. For those who could procure such potions were certainly not of inferior caliber, as the inept would have no use for such high-grade elixirs. Chapter 246, The Depletion of Minerals. Bloodclaw Alliance. Jiang Helen stood atop the boxing ring, his bare torso glistening with sweat as he gasped for breath, droplets cascading from his body. Suddenly, with a fierce thrust from his legs, he propelled himself forward like a dart, delivering a powerful straight punch, bolstered by his beast taming. The force behind this blow was immense. The opponent, caught off guard, could only raise his fists in defense. Crack! The impact of their collision echoed with a sound akin to shattering bone. The opponent felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, the overwhelming force sending him hurtling backward into the protective netting. He collapsed to the ground, cradling his right arm in agony. TCH, Jiang Helen spat disdainfully, unfastening his boxing gloves with his teeth as he descended from the ring. Compensate him with 10,000. It's a fair recompense. Next time, find me 2 competitors who are actually capable. This one was far too weak. Jiang Qing, reclining on the sofa, replied with exasperation, Find someone? My lord, in your time here in Jiang City, you've already bested all the renowned fighters. Perhaps you could allow yourself a moment's respite. Just then, he noted Jiang Helen's phone had chimed, a tone that seemed particularly significant. I must remind you, you are here on a mission, not for romantic pursuits. Can you refrain from indulging in those mindless short dramas? Qin Shu? Jiang Helen found himself somewhat speechless at his protector's antics, yet chose not to engage further. He pulled out his phone, sending a message to Jiang Chen. On the other end, Jiang Chen had returned to the Qingshan breeding base. Ding. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone, bemused by the word good. The response felt almost too formal, akin to a superior's acknowledgement. He pocketed his phone, addressing Zhong Shu. Please return to rest. I have matters to discuss with Duan Miajan. Kindly ensure the training of the guards is attended to, based on the news we received today. Our initial targets may need to be adjusted upward. Zhong Kai nodded in agreement. Rest assured, young master. The retired Kanghai military personnel already possess a foundation. With their bodies recuperated, a brief period of training will swiftly bring them up to standard. Very well. With that, Jiang Chen parted ways with Zhong Kai and made his way to the forging room. The sounds of clanging metal had become a daily occurrence in the forging chamber. Under Duan Miajun's tutelage, several members of the Duan family had begun crafting sections of the Qinghong sword feathers. However, due to the location of the forging room on the periphery of the Qingshan breeding base, the incessant noise had drawn the ire of nearby residents, prompting them to summon the local authorities to demand compensatory damages for emotional distress. Given that daytime was traditionally work hours, Jiang Chen found such unreasonable demands intolerable. Subsequently, he uncovered evidence of the individual's unauthorized expansion and countersued, finally bringing the matter to a close. Upon arriving at the vicinity of the forging room, Jiang Chen was surprised to find an unusual silence. Entering, he discovered Duan Miajun alone at her workstation, illuminated by a desk lamp as she sketched designs. With no one else in sight, approaching her, he peered over her shoulder at the drawings. The design depicted a suit of armor, sharply contoured, with a lion's head emblazoned across the chest, its visage fierce and predatory, as if poised to consume all. Quite an impressive design. The sudden voice startled Duan Miajun, causing her to spring up abruptly, her head colliding with Jiang Chen's chin. Ouch! A sharp pain shot through Jiang Chen's jaw, accompanied by the metallic taste of blood. Realizing he had likely injured himself, he grimaced. My apologies. Duan Miajun exclaimed upon observing his pained expression. I didn't realize you were behind me. Jiang Chen covered his mouth with one hand and waved the other dismissively. It's nothing. Through their recent interactions, Jiang Chen had come to recognize that Duan Miajun was entirely devoted to her craft, oblivious to many practicalities of daily life. He pondered how she had initially managed to present herself so shrewdly while negotiating with him. Perhaps this was merely the instinct of a genius? Where are your assistants? Why is everyone absent? Has there been an issue with the crafting of the Qinghong sword feathers? Jiang Chen inquired, wiping away the blood. Indeed. I was just about to inform you. To create the lower-tier Qinghong sword feathers as per your specifications, I substituted the golden silk or with Tianyu gold. However, we have exhausted our supply of Tianyu gold here in Qingshan, though we did manage to forge one piece. Is there truly no way to obtain more from Jinbei Mountain? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, questioning further. The ordinary supplies required by the Qingshan breeding base have all been sourced from him, and his merchant caravan has become the designated supplier for the base. Duan Miajun shook her head. Sister Wenwan has already inquired. Although Tianyu gold is merely a mid-tier spiritual material, its yield is exceedingly low. The only source within Jiang City is the Jinshan mine. The Jinshan mine? Jiang Chen recalled hearing of this particular secret realm. After acquiring the two realms in his possession, he had thoroughly researched all the secret realms within Jiang City. This one had been unlocked 4 years ago and was classified as a combat-type realm, producing a wealth of metal-type beast tamers and ores. It was considered a precious secret realm, with access strictly limited to resource extraction. Can't the people from Jinbei Mountain procure it? Unfortunately not. Those capable have already accompanied him to the northwest, and the remaining personnel are incapable of mining. Moreover, Tianyu gold is a primary material for defensive spiritual artifacts, and what little is available on the market has already been acquired by the Tiangong group, Duan Miajun explained to Jiang Chen. I understand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen rubbed his temples, realizing that managing a faction indeed presented a series of unexpected challenges. Nevertheless, this matter required resolution. The progress of the Qinghong sword feather must not be halted. It seemed that a visit to the Jinshan mining area was imperative. Chapter 247. The evolution of the fire sparrow and the talents of the candlefire spirit. The following day, at the Qing mountain breeding base, Jiang Chen stood in the designated evolution area with a 6th-tier awakened fire sparrow. Xiao Qing, accompanied by several little companions, gathered around. The candlefire spirit had grown accustomed to life at the Qing mountain breeding base, standing atop Xiao Qing's head, waving its tiny hands with a smile, continuously cheering for the fire sparrow. Xiao Qing, feeling the lively candlefire spirit bouncing on its head, let out a disdainful growl, but refrained from taking any drastic action. Instead, it lounged lazily on the ground, cautiously observing its surroundings. Seeing this scene brought a faint smile to Jiang Chen's lips. After its evolution, Xiao Qing had become significantly more composed. Had it been before, it certainly would not have allowed the candlefire spirit to behave in such a manner atop its head. Enough of the play. It's time for you to cultivate, Jiang Chen said as he approached Xiao Qing, gently patting its head before lifting the candlefire spirit into his arms. With a sigh of relief, Xiaoqing immediately took to a nearby fire maple, perching on it. Taking care of a child was undoubtedly one of the most exhausting tasks in the world, far more tiring than cultivation. Observing Xiaoqing's demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he addressed the Candlefire Spirit. Candlefire Spirit, when the Fire Sparrow undergoes its evolution, you should move closer to absorb some of the fiery energy it releases. However, be cautious not to absorb too much. Do you understand? This was a strategy Jiang Chen had gleaned from the nurturing logs provided by Wu Shi. Her research had primarily focused on the ghostly attributes of the Candlefire Spirit. Wu Shi had consistently endeavored to enable the Candlefire Spirit to absorb more vitality from other beasts. Yet, by the end of her experiments, the Candlefire Spirit had not evolved into a soul lamp spirit, but into a previously unseen beast known as the Prayer Lamp Spirit. This new beast possessed a quality superior to that of the Ghost Fire Spirit, reaching the mid-level of Gold tier. However, it had lost its fire attribute, transforming into a purely ghost-type beast. Regrettably, Wu Shi had not documented the precise formula, merely mentioning it in the final entries of her logs. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen paid no heed to this. He had his own research trajectory. His primary objective remained the Soul Lamp Spirit. Its life attribute was crucial for navigating spatial rifts, and having such a nurturing presence would facilitate better exploration within the rifts. This was precisely why Jiang Chen had allowed it to accompany Xiaoqing, hoping it could absorb some of the life energy emanating from the Juxiao, Qingtianjiao. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's instructions, the Candlefire Spirit nodded vigorously before bouncing over to the vicinity of the fire nest. At that moment, the Fire Sparrow had entered the final stages of its evolution. Sparks and intense flames erupting from the evolution site. The Candlefire Spirit, mindful of Jiang Chen's guidance, carefully absorbed the dispersed energy. Jiang Chen, too, was fully focused, his pupils shifting to a vivid blue. Multitasking. While one beast evolved, he was simultaneously nurturing another. Such a feat was likely achievable only by Jiang Chen. Any momentary lapse in attention could lead to complications. As time ticked by, the Fire Sparrow's feathers had completely shed, and the Qinghong sword feather had transformed into molten iron, enveloping its form. Now is the moment. Commence evolution. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and without a hint of hesitation, he called out loudly. A piercing eagle cry resonated throughout the Qing mountain breeding base, as the Fire Sparrow, under the guidance of the savage sword eagle, soared into the sky, eagerly awaiting the rebirth of its kin. Moments later, the flames in the evolution site surged dramatically, and the Fire Sparrow ascended, enveloped in sparks. In the sky, a brilliant light erupted, and its form began to expand, with its talons and beak growing increasingly sharp. Shortly thereafter, a savage sword eagle, adorned with golden red feathers, appeared in the heavens, soaring freely. Jiang Chen gazed at it with a smile. Name, Savage Sword Eagle, Attribute Gold. Fire, Level, 7th Tier Awakening, Quality, Initial Gold Tier, Talent, Rare, Exclusive Trait, Sword Light. When utilizing gold attribute skills, inflicts a sharp effect, causing enemies to suffer tearing wounds and enter a bleeding state. Skill Sword Technique. Gold. The Savage Sword Eagle condenses its sword intent to unleash its most powerful strike, dealing immense damage. Flame Breath. Intermediate conjures flames capable of melting steel, inflicting substantial damage upon foes. Spark. Robust Pectorals. Pounce. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, even with high-quality energy potions, awakening the second trait, Heart of the Sword, proved exceedingly challenging. After discovering the utility of dual cultivation, he had been using high-quality fire and gold attribute energy potions to enhance the Fire Sparrow's physique. Unfortunately, these potions only stabilized its quality at the gold tier. It had yet to awaken its second trait. At that moment, Hua Yi, accompanied by the Savage Sword Eagle, flew before Jiang Chen, expressing its gratitude with exuberance. Jiang Chen, upon witnessing their current state, couldn't help but smile wryly. It was wise not to be overly greedy. Maintaining a gold quality was commendable, especially as it had awakened the crucial skill, Sword Technique. He refused to believe that further evolution would prevent them from awakening a second trait. Regaining his composure, Jiang Chen congratulated the Savage Sword Eagle. Congratulations on your evolution. Henceforth, the aerial safety of the Qing Mountain breeding base shall rest in your capable wings. The freshly evolved Savage Sword Eagle, upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, confidently flapped its wings, signaling that everything was under its watch, ensuring no other raptor would dare encroach upon the Qing Mountain breeding base. This provoked Hua Yi's discontent, who pecked the Savage Sword Eagle's head in annoyance, disdainfully squawking caw. Newly evolved and already acting so pretentiously, it could easily disrupt team unity. Hearing its leader's admonition, the Savage Sword Eagle sheepishly retreated to the side. Jiang Chen chuckled at their exchange, saying, "You two go have fun. I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, they took to the skies, surveying the Qing Mountain breeding base. If they could all evolve into savage sword eagles, perhaps Qing Mountain could also share in the spoils of this city. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw the candlefire spirit with a sorrowful expression, pointing at the flames atop its head. The flames had grown exceedingly large and had transformed into a brilliant blue. Jiang Chen, startled, became cautious. Name: Candlefire Spirit, color variation, attribute, fire. Ghost, level, 3rd tier awakening, quality, low silver tier, talent, rare, exclusive trait, cursed body, a uniquely cursed individual. Doubling the power of curse-related skills and potentially instilling fear upon contact with enemies. Skill, fire consumption technique. Intermediate by devouring flames, it restores stamina while enhancing special attack. Hypnotic spell, Dream Devour, ghostly shadows. Is this the innate talent of a color variation beast? Jiang Chen gazed at the candlefire spirit with astonishment. Unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation, rest assured, you are unharmed. Congratulations, candlefire spirit, you have grown stronger. The mere act of absorption had astonishingly awakened an intermediate skill. Furthermore, this skill possessed the ability to restore stamina, which could be considered a brush with the realm of life restoration. This at least validated the notion that the potency of fire-type energy must indeed surpass that of ghost-type energy. If he continued on this path, perhaps it could truly evolve into a soul lantern spirit. Just as Jiang Chen reveled in the success of his research, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number, causing him to furrow his brow momentarily before ultimately answering. Hello? Is this Professor Jiang? I am Sun Hao. My beast is on the verge of collapse. Could you assist me? The urgency in the caller's voice prompted Jiang Chen to frown, as a plump figure surfaced in his mind. I am currently at the Qingshan breeding base. I will send you the address. Please come directly. Chapter 248. The candidate for contracting the savage sword eagle. At the Qingshan breeding base, after the candlefire spirit acquired its new abilities, it resembled a child who had just received a delightful new toy, lingering in the fire maple forest and expressing a desire to continue training the fire-eating technique. Given the candlefire spirit's timid nature, its proactive request was not something Jiang Chen could refuse. However, to ensure its safety, he entrusted it to Duan Miajun for supervision. After all, the fire maple forest was situated near the periphery of the Qingshan breeding base. Although there were fences, such barriers could not deter beasts, especially in a time when the entire Jiang city was rife with chaos. Should it inadvertently venture outside and encounter some peculiar individuals, it would not be a trivial matter. Having completed these arrangements, Jiang Chen departed with Xiao Qing. Upon returning to the hall, he summoned Xiao Yu. Young master, you called for me? Please have a seat. Jiang Chen gestured for him to sit, inquiring, Brother Xiao, the second savage sword eagle has just completed its evolution. Are you interested in contracting it? Unfortunately, the personnel at the Qingshan breeding base were currently too few to meet Jiang Chen's requirements, leaving only the original staff of the base. Huang Xiaodian had only just recovered and was busy nurturing the ghost shadow cobra, and he already possessed a flying beast. Contracting another savage sword eagle would result in redundancy. Without the assistance of rare materials, the number of contracted beasts was limited, necessitating careful planning. Huang Xiaodian exhibited considerable talent, and there was a possibility he could break through to the master level. Thus, even if he were willing, Jiang Chen would refrain from allowing him to contract it. As for Zhong Kai, Jiang Chen had already inquired. He showed no interest in the savage sword eagle, seemingly preferring to contract a beast of substantial size, such as the Abyss Emperor Crocodile. After considering all possibilities, Xiao Yu emerged as the most suitable candidate. Me? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, pointing to himself. Isn't this inappropriate? There are still many individuals in the Qingshan breeding base who have not yet filled their contracts. This was a first-tier evolution beast that had reached the golden level, and it had never appeared before. Moreover, it was a flying beast. Contracting it would undoubtedly be advantageous. The market price for a flying beast surpassed that of an equivalent ground beast. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Chen would bestow such a beast to his subordinates for contracting. In other places, this would be considered a treasure, and one would need to pay a hefty price to contract it. It was worth noting that his Bayou Rock Lizard King had only achieved a high silver tier after first-tier evolution, and that was only after he had exhausted all his military merits to acquire the evolution qualification from the Kanghai army. The materials alone for the evolution had drained his finances. Jiang Chen discerned Xiao Yu's interest and smiled as he spoke. Brother Xiao, as long as you are willing, that is sufficient. I am not offering you this contract for nothing. Once contracted, the security duties at the Qingshan breeding base will fall upon your shoulders. You must quickly adapt to the combat methods of the Savage Sword Eagle, and once we recruit others, you will need to enable them to form combat capabilities swiftly. This is no small task. Therefore, you need not overthink it. Aside from you and Uncle Zhong, no one else can handle this. I understand, Xiaoyu replied, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. I will ensure they become a force capable of rivaling the Shanghai army. For a soldier, loyalty to a worthy leader is paramount. After his beast was injured, he had initially thought he would be relegated to a life in the shadows. However, since arriving at the Qingshan breeding base, everything had transformed. Jiang Chen not only healed his injured beast, but had now entrusted him with the rare Savage Sword Eagle. He was also tasked with leading the team to protect the Qingshan base, an immense vote of confidence. He silently resolved that no matter how grand Jiang Chen's aspirations might be, he would steadfastly follow in his footsteps. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Competing with the Shanghai army was merely his starting point. His ambitions extended far beyond the spatial rifts of Jiang City. However, he refrained from disclosing this directly, as progress must be made step by step, and revealing everything to Xiaoyu at this juncture might not be wise. Brother Xiao, I leave this matter in your capable hands. During this time, cultivate your bond with the Savage Sword Eagle. I believe we should prepare for a visit to the spatial rift soon. This was initially agreed upon with Sun Jingxuan, and according to her information, there should be quite a few individuals inside the giant stone artifact. Given the level restrictions imposed by the spatial rift, this represents a splendid opportunity that Jiang Chen could not afford to miss. I understand, Xiaoyu, a veteran of the Shanghai army, harbored no aversion to entering the spatial rift. I will ensure they are prepared promptly. Good, make thorough preparations. Once Xiaoyu departed, Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, gazing at the empty room before closing his eyes. He had been operating continuously without a moment's respite, and now, at last, he had managed to address a number of pressing matters. Leaning quietly on the sofa, Xiaoqing emerged from his arm, sensing Jiang Chen's fatigue. It silently released a wisp of verdant wood energy. As time ticked away, under the influence of this verdant energy, Jiang Chen succumbed to a deep slumber. At that moment, Wenwan entered from the room, and upon seeing Jiang Chen lying on the sofa, her heart ached. During their time at the Qingshan base, she had observed every endeavor he undertook. Some tasks, when assigned to her, would often stretch her thinly across various responsibilities. Yet Jiang Chen executed everything with remarkable proficiency. It was worth noting that Jiang Chen was merely 19 years old. Typically, a youth of his age would just be entering school. Yet he had already taken on the immense responsibility of managing a vast breeding base. Such an impressive record would earn anyone the title of a prodigy. However, the pressure accompanying such a role was something only he truly comprehended. Wenwan chose not to disturb him. Instead, she quietly retrieved a blanket from the room and approached Jiang Chen's side. The small Qing, nestled against Jiang Chen's chest, did not react to her presence, merely glancing at her before closing its eyes again. Observing this, Wenwan gently draped the blanket over him and cautiously exited, leaving the two to rest in peace. Chapter 249. Sun Hao's arrival at the Qingshan base. Time passed swiftly, and when Jiang Chen reopened his eyes, 2 hours had already elapsed. Groggily, he sat up from the sofa, bewildered as he regarded the blanket draped over him, lifting it aside. Gazing out the window, the sun had already set beyond the western hills, leaving behind a trail of orange hues in the sky. Jiang Chen was startled. Had he truly slept for such an extended period? Yet, curiously, his head bore no pain. This struck him as odd. Typically, when he indulged in a midday nap that exceeded half an hour, he would awaken with a slight migraine. But today he felt entirely untroubled. Just then, a gentle growl emanated from beside him. Jiang Chen glanced down and noticed that Xiaoqing was radiating a soft blue light. And he realized that this was all thanks to its efforts. He cradled Xiaoqing in his hands, affectionately ruffling its head. Thank you, Xiaoqing, for granting me such a rare, restful slumber. You've worked hard. Under the full influence of Xiaoqing's wood spirit energy, even the injuries of the dual flame dragon ape could be healed, let alone the mere task of alleviating his fatigue. Xiaoqing shook its head, indicating it was not tired. The wood spirit energy it had just released had been carefully controlled. Despite appearing to last a long time, it had not expended much at all. Jiang Chen set it down, casually folding the blanket before rising to stretch. Having rested well, it was time to return to work. As he walked towards the door, a thought suddenly struck him. The student named Sun Hao had mentioned needing his assistance to treat his beast. He wondered if he had arrived yet. However, since Wenwan had not come to summon him, it must mean that Sun Hao had not yet arrived. Exiting his room, Jiang Chen initially intended to retrieve the candlefire spirit. Yet, upon his first sight of it, he was taken aback. After an entire afternoon of cultivation, he could only wonder how much flame Duan Miajun had fed it. Its size had increased considerably, and the flames atop its head now shimmered with a blue-violet hue. Such intensity made Jiang Chen hesitant to bring it back. One misstep could ignite his home, leaving him with nowhere to lament. He decided to leave it in the fire maple forest to release some energy. Outside the Qingshan breeding base, a blue sedan arrived, from which a plump figure emerged. Who else could it be but Sun Hao? He stood at the entrance, laden with bags, gazing at the grand and towering Qingshan, gasping in awe. So this is the breeding base run by Professor Jiang. I never expected it to be so magnificent. Under the influence of the secret realm, while Qingshan could not compare to Kaiying Long Mountain, it had certainly transcended mere hills to be regarded as a true mountain. With a heart full of trepidation, he rang the doorbell. A cool, feminine voice emerged from the intercom. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Sun Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of a woman at Jiang Chen's breeding base. However, he quickly composed himself and replied, Hello, I am a student of Professor Jiang. I am here to seek his assistance in treating my beast. I have made an appointment. Please inform him. He adopted a humble demeanor. Recognizing that while Jiang Chen was quite approachable in class, the breeding masters held a prestigious status, often bestowing privileges upon those around them. Thus, it was not uncommon for some subordinates of these masters to become arrogant. No one knew what kind of person this voice belonged to. It was always prudent to remain humble. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his chance to meet Jiang Chen over a trivial matter. All right, please wait a moment. I will have someone come to escort you. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, No matter the cost, I will ensure you are healed. Duck God. Moments later, the gates of the breeding base swung open. Wan regarded the youth at the entrance and said, Come in. My young master is waiting for you. Okay. Sun Hao, hearing the call, took a deep breath and stepped inside. As he entered, he felt an immediate relaxation wash over him, incredulously observing his surroundings. The spiritual energy here felt at least twice as potent as that outside. Such conditions at Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy were only accessible to the top 50 students of each grade, and even then, only through credit exchange. When Wan, leading the way, noticed Sun Hao's expression. Every first-time visitor to the Qingshan breeding base exhibited such reactions, which she had grown accustomed to. The spiritual energy surrounding Qingshan is due to the misty shadow osmanthus trees cultivated by Professor Jiang. You will see them as we pass by Qingshan Lake. Misty shadow osmanthus trees? Sun Hao paused, puzzled. What kind of beast was that? He had never heard of it before. Could it be a creature developed by Professor Jiang himself? With such thoughts, Sun Hao approached Qingshan Lake. Suddenly, a massive crocodile leaped from the water, glaring menacingly at Sun Hao. The unexpected turn of events startled him as he beheld this unfamiliar beast, a blue summoning array rising beneath its feet. 12. Wan shouted sharply, halting the abyssal king crocodile. This is a guest of the young master, not an intruder. This creature was the 12th evolved abyssal king crocodile within the Qingshan breeding base, hence its name. Upon hearing Wan's words, it realized its mistake and sheepishly retreated into the lake. I apologize. The abyssal king crocodile is responsible for security and tends to become agitated upon detecting unfamiliar scents. It's all right. Sun Hao waved his hand dismissively, indicating no offense was taken. Yet, his heart was anything but calm, though he had never encountered the crocodile before. The aura it exuded was at least of the gold tier, and its level was not low. He had watched videos of the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly in battle, but the impression left by the abyssal king crocodile was far more overwhelming. Continuing deeper into the base, he finally reached its core area. Sun Hao exhaled in relief, glad that aside from those two unfamiliar beasts, he had not encountered any other peculiar creatures. Otherwise, he would truly begin to question if Jiang Chen was hiding his age. Sun Hao, you're here. Jiang Chen emerged from a room, followed by a majestic raptor adorned with golden red feathers. What is this? Sun Hao's pupils dilated as he beheld the enormous eagle, another beast he had never seen before. He had long prepared himself mentally, repeatedly telling himself that Jiang Chen's prowess was formidable, and aside from the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly, his breeding base must surely harbor other beasts. Yet, upon entering, he realized just how terrifying Jiang Chen's breeding talent truly was. 3 types of beasts he had never even heard of. Just the 2 he had seen were undoubtedly at least gold tier, though he had not seen the misty shadow osmanthus tree. Its ability to influence such a vast area of the Qingshan breeding base suggested it must be of considerable quality. 3 entirely new gold tier beasts, cultivated by a beast master younger than himself. Was this even scientific? In that moment, Sun Hao fully grasped the extent of Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent. However, he found himself perplexed as to why someone like Jiang Chen would choose to teach at Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy. Was it truly just for the sake of educating others? Jiang Chen observed the bewildered Sun Hao and, with a hint of curiosity, spoke. Sun Hao, why are you standing there in a daze? Did you not wish for me to treat your beast? Hurry and summon it for me to see. Chapter 250, The Erroneous Evolution Codex. Oh, I shall summon it right away. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Sun Hao realized his lapse in composure and promptly regained his focus. With a calm mind, he reached out to the beast's space, and a blue summoning array materialized beneath his feet. Moments later, a diminutive yellow figure appeared before the onlookers. It stood on its hind legs, adorned with black markings on its chest, and at that moment, it seemed somewhat feeble. Jiang Chen, observing this, could not help but furrow his brow, a flicker of blue flashing in his pupils. Name, Muscle Duck, Weak, Attribute, Fighting, Level, Extraordinary Tier 1 Quality, Silver Beginner, Talent, Rare, Exclusive Trait, Battle Ready, whenever health drops by 10. Attack power increases by 2, cumulative up to 5 layers. When health falls below 10, it enters a berserk state for 1 minute. Berserk state, attacks relentlessly without feeling pain. Skills, Explosive Fist, intermediate charges the right fist for a linear strike, dealing 220 damage. With a chance to trigger Muscle Tremor, causing the enemy to enter a paralyzed state. Duck Waddle, beginner adopts an unusual posture to counter enemy attacks, enhancing its own speed. Muscle Overload, intermediate actively activates full muscle potential, increasing attack and speed for 1 minute, after which it enters a state of fatigue. Thunder Fist, intermediate gathers lightning in both hands and unleashes a rapid strike, with a chance to paralyze the enemy. Introduction, a uniquely gifted muscle duck. Adept in various offensive fighting techniques, yet its essence was damaged during a flawed evolutionary process, leading to a gradual decline in vitality. No wonder this muscle duck appears so diminutive, its essence has been harmed. Sun Hao was moderately familiar with this beast, having researched a variant known as the Muscle Thunder Duck, which utilizes swift combat techniques in battle. The fact that Sun Hao could train a muscle duck to the extraordinary tier indicates his inherent talent. Professor Jiang, do you perceive any chance of recovery for my muscle duck? Sun Hao inquired anxiously, noting Jiang Chen's furrowed brow. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the best nurturer he could seek, and if he too could find no solution, Sun Hao could scarcely fathom what to do next. You've nurtured this muscle duck commendably, but what beast did you originally intend for it to evolve into, and how did it sustain such severe injuries? Jiang Chen directly posed his question to Sun Hao. If it were merely a straightforward evolution failure, proper care could facilitate recovery. However, the extent of the muscle duck's injuries suggested a singular possibility. It had attempted an over-tier evolution akin to the savage sword eagle. Sun Hao's heart leapt at this revelation. He had never disclosed the reason behind his muscle duck's injuries. If Jiang Chen could discern it, then surely there was hope for its healing. With a wry smile, Sun Hao retrieved a sheet of yellow parchment from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Chen, saying, "This is partially my fault. I was too ambitious. It is a flawed evolution codex I stumbled upon in a novice secret realm, which promised a potential ascent to the golden high tier. I merely wished to try my hand at it, but unforeseen complications arose during the evolution process." His voice dwindled, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "You are also a nurturer?" Jiang Chen remarked, studying the parchment in his hands with a furrowed brow. While it appeared to contain detailed documentation, certain materials listed were contradictory in nature. It would be miraculous for an evolution plan of this sort to succeed. This was likely a failed scheme conceived by ancient nurturers, and many such artifacts were archived in the libraries of the Nurturing Academy at Magic Capital University, available for research through credits, albeit only for reference. "No," Sun Hao replied, shaking his head in shame. Jiang Chen sighed, recognizing that he could not reproach Sun Hao too harshly. Typically, one would not overlook an evolution codex capable of elevating a beast to the golden tier, especially in a secret realm. Such occurrences were regrettably common. Acquiring a high-quality beast through normal means was exceedingly difficult. Indeed, you possess quite the fortune. Utilizing a flawed evolution codex to nurture your beast without it perishing on the spot. While such actions are understandable, it does not excuse the irresponsibility involved, Jiang Chen noted. This is a flawed evolution codex. Sun Hao was utterly taken aback, realizing that the precious codex he had cherished was indeed erroneous. He felt foolish for having aimed to utilize it for his muscle duck's evolution. As for the veracity of Jiang Chen's claim, had he not observed the beasts outside, he might have doubted. However, given Jiang Chen's extensive research on various evolution plans, there was no need for him to covet a student's materials. Correct. Such occurrences are relatively common, though your youth may have shielded you from encountering them thus far. Youth? A bitter smile crept across Sun Hao's face. If anyone could be deemed youthful, it was undoubtedly Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang, do you believe the duck god can be saved? I am willing to offer anything for its recovery. It can indeed be treated, but I require a favor in return. What favor? I would traverse mountains or oceans for it. At this moment, Sun Hao resembled a drowning man grasping at a straw. His eyes filled with fervent anticipation as he gazed at Jiang Chen. I do not require such extremes from you. Once the muscle duck is healed, I hope you will join the school team, Jiang Chen stated, looking at Sun Hao. Given the muscle duck's capabilities, this should not be overly difficult. One of Jiang Chen's objectives in entering Jianghai Beast Academy was to promote the school team in national college competitions. It was time to initiate preparations, especially since the regional selection would commence next semester. That is no problem. Sun Hao initially expected a more daunting request from Jiang Chen. This demand alone, even without Jiang Chen's urging, he would willingly fulfill, as the resources gained from becoming a team member were substantial. It appeared that Professor Jiang was a kind individual, not wishing to burden him excessively with demands. Just agree, and we shall proceed. Jiang Chen nodded, irrespective of Sun Hao's current thoughts. He summoned Wan. Sister Wan, please prepare 2 pounds of whale oil, 1 vortex coral, 3 steel-boned fish hearts, and 10 water attribute crystal cores. Also, ready a large pot for me. Chapter 251. The evolution factors yet to vanish. At the Qingshan nurturing base, a large pot had already been set up in the square. To ensure the treatment proceeded without error, Jiang Chen had also called for Wang Kiki. Her prowess was formidable, and she had made significant strides in her research on the Thunder Feather Butterfly series of beasts. Given the rare opportunity to cultivate her abilities, Jiang Chen wished to nurture her further, especially since she had been by his side since graduation. You are the student who attempted to evolve his beast using a flawed codex? Wang Kiki remarked, her tone neutral as she laid eyes on Sun Hao. Such lofty aspirations irritated her. Had he not been Jiang Chen's student, she would have been disinclined to involve herself. Yes, Sun Hao nodded slightly. Feeling no need to conceal the truth, it was indeed his mistake. Moreover, the fact that this individual can appear at such a time indicates that she must also be affiliated with the Qingshan base. Thus there is no need to offend her. All right, let us not frighten the child any further, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, gesturing dismissively as he turned to Sun Hao. This is Wang Kiki, my classmate, who is currently preparing for the advanced breeder examination. You may address her as Sister Wang. What do you mean, Sister Wang? Wang Kiki expressed her discontent with the appellation, playfully delivering a light punch to Jiang Chen's shoulder. Don't listen to him. You can just call me Teacher Wang. Referring to me as Sister Wang makes me sound like an elderly aunt. Preparing for the advanced breeder examination? That implies she is currently a mid-level breeder. Sun Hao thought, astonished by the youthfulness of such talent. The roles of breeders and beast tamers are not equivalent. For a beast tamer, with diligence and without significant issues with their beasts, attaining mid-level status by their 30s is nearly an achievable feat for anyone. However, for breeders, many are still preparing for the junior examination even into their 40s. The levels of difficulty between the two are entirely disparate. Thus, those who manage to become breeders during their university years are truly exceptional geniuses. Sun Hao observed the dynamic between the two, sensing a long-standing familiarity between them, yet he remained unsure of their exact relationship. Nonetheless, he certainly could not pose such a question directly. Instead, he slightly bowed to Wang Kiki, saying, Teacher Wang, thank you for taking the time to assist me in treating my beast. Noticing Sun Hao's courteousness, Wang Kiki refrained from further comment and turned to Jiang Chen, inquiring, I just took a brief look at that muscular duck. Its innate talent should have been commendable. However, after undergoing such a trial, it has expended too much energy. And even if it is healed, its talent will undoubtedly diminish. Though her words appeared directed at Jiang Chen, they were essentially a precautionary note for Sun Hao. She did not wish for Jiang Chen to incur trouble while attempting to do a good deed. Given that the Qingshan breeding base is in its nascent stages, all its reputation is derived from Jiang Chen. Should Sun Hao disseminate any unfavorable remarks about this incident, it would reflect poorly on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Kiki, understanding the underlying message in her words, and honestly felt quite moved. I understand, which is precisely why I called you here. Look, this is the proposal I drafted. Does it present any issues? With that, Jiang Chen handed an A4 sheet to Wang Kiki. Wang Kiki scrutinized the proposal carefully, her demeanor turning serious as she continued to read. However, the more she examined it, the more alarmed she became. Jiang Chen, are you out of your mind? The cost of these materials could purchase a rare beast of silver rank. After a quick calculation, she realized that including the energy potions Jiang Chen had concocted, the treatment would cost approximately 300,000 to 400,000. And this was under the assumption that making the potions was straightforward. Otherwise, the expenses could easily exceed 500,000. Don't concern yourself with the finances. Just inform me of the likelihood of success regarding my proposal, Jiang Chen replied eagerly, his eyes gleaming with pride in the ingenuity of his plan. He had recently studied the muscular duck and the associated evolution scheme in detail. To his astonishment, he discovered that a thread of evolutionary factors still lingered within the muscular duck. Theoretically, Its evolution had not yet concluded. Thus, Jiang Chen slightly modified the scheme, seeking an opportunity for it to re-evolve. Wang Kiki regarded Jiang Chen with a newfound respect for his audacity and decisiveness. Perhaps it was this very quality that had propelled him to his current standing. She sighed softly before articulating. 2 gene of whale oil should suffice to restore the muscular duck's rigid body, but to meet the conditions for its evolution, we will need at least 5 gene, preferably with some bone-stabilizing grass as well. I just reviewed the evolution plan. According to that scheme, it should ultimately achieve a dual attribute of water and combat. Your current proposal utilizes sufficient water attribute materials, but we still need to provide a bit of combat attribute as well. Standing nearby, Jiang Chen listened intently, his heart brimming with satisfaction. She truly deserved the title of genius breeder. Without her, she would undoubtedly be an outstanding graduate of the Beast Breeding Academy at Magic City University. In such a short span, she articulated numerous improvements, which closely aligned with his own thoughts. Such a caliber of talent joining the fledgling Qingshan base was undoubtedly a significant boon for Jiang Chen. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze upon her, Wang Kiki slightly furrowed her brow. What is with that look? I'm discussing matters with you, so offer some response. Jiang Chen chuckled and replied, They say that a man who is diligent in his work is most alluring, but I believe your dedication to your work is equally captivating. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, a faint blush crept onto Wang Kiki's cheeks as she playfully chided, What are you saying? Your student is still here. At that moment, Sun Hao felt somewhat restless. Was this the sort of exchange that someone of his standing should witness? Rationality urged him to find an excuse to leave. Yet curiosity compelled him to stay and learn about Jiang Chen and Wang Kiki's breeding plan for the muscular duck. He had just heard the term evolution. Well then, I won't say much more, Sun Hao thought to himself. Jiang Chen smiled and instructed Wen Wan to retrieve several needed materials from the storage. Your proposal is quite intriguing, aligning perfectly with my own thoughts. I believe you will soon pass the advanced breeder examination. Do you really need to say that? Wang Kiki responded, her head held high at Jiang Chen's compliment. However, she quickly sensed the oddity in his tone. It felt reminiscent of a mentor speaking to a disciple. Just as she prepared to say something, Wen Wan arrived with several individuals carrying the required items. Young master, here are the materials you requested. Jiang Chen nodded and then rolled up his sleeves, lifting a jar filled with deep-sea whale oil as he approached the muscular duck. Is the muscular duck ready? We are about to commence treatment. The muscular duck, gazing at the gentle Jiang Chen, nodded. It recognized his prowess, having attended every one of his lessons in person. With the muscular duck so compliant, Jiang Chen wasted no time, plunging his hand into the jar to scoop out a portion of the viscous white substance. This was derived from a unicorn sperm whale, exceedingly rare in the market. Were it not for Jiang Chen's uncle being a commander in the sea army, he would have been unable to procure such a treasure given his current standing in the world. Jiang Chen harnessed his beast taming power to dissolve the whale oil, then meticulously applied it over every inch of the muscular duck's skin. Chapter 252, Breeding in Progress. Jiang Chen gradually smeared the whale oil on the muscular duck, simultaneously using both hands to gently manipulate its meridians. However, as his spiritual power delved into the muscular duck's body, his brows knitted in disbelief. How had it endured until now? Due to that thread of evolutionary factors still lingering within, its muscles and meridians were being torn apart and reborn every moment. Such agony was akin to a slow death. Yet, this muscular duck remained silent, if not for its trembling body. Jiang Chen would have initially believed it to be a normal beast. Sun Hao truly had encountered a remarkable beast. After all, instances of high potential coupled with low capability are not uncommon among humans. No matter how exceptional a beast's innate talent may be, if its disposition is lacking, it is still challenging to endure until the end. Yet this muscular duck manages to embody both attributes, and with this thought, Jiang Chen could not help but feel an increased anticipation for it. With such endurance, it might indeed succeed. His actions became more meticulous as he worked. Beside him, Wang Kiki diligently recorded Jiang Chen's nurturing plan in her notebook. This unprecedented endeavor is invaluable for every beast tamer, as such a formidable creature is not encountered frequently. In many ways, beast tamers require experience akin to that of physicians. While jotting down notes, she cast a glance at the plump figure beside her. In truth, her impression of Sun Hao was not particularly favorable. He always exuded an air of cunning calculation. However, she would not obstruct Jiang Chen's desire to assist him. Your name is Sun Hao, correct? Upon hearing his name, Sun Hao jumped in surprise and immediately replied, Yes, Teacher Wang. Observing Jiang Chen, Wang Kiki remarked, You are an astute individual. You should discern the nature of your teacher. Though he appears stern on the surface, he is often willing to invest immeasurably in matters he deems worthy. Sun Hao was momentarily puzzled by her words, yet he recalled Jiang Chen's handling of Peng Yamo, and it seemed the professor indeed behaved in such a manner. Were it any ordinary professor, a student like that would have been expelled long ago, let alone receive assistance in nurturing a beast. Just as he prepared to speak, Wang Kiki continued, "Therefore, Sun Hao, I hope you will assist Jiang Chen diligently. I certainly do not wish for his hard work to go in vain." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao understood her implication. She was issuing a cautionary note to ensure he aided Professor Jiang at the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy. If he were to disobey, this teacher Wang might very well clear the path for the professor. He had heard tales of 2 factions within the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy, and now he found himself entangled in such affairs. Nevertheless, as long as Jiang Chen could help him heal the muscular duck, having his mark would not be such a bad outcome. While Sun Hao was lost in thought, Jiang Chen called out to Wang Kiki, "Kiki, I'm done here. Come help me." "All right," Wang Kiki replied, putting away her notebook and walking over. At that moment, the muscular duck was enveloped in white deep-sea whale oil, with only its 2 black eyes visible, appearing quite comical. "Stay here and do not move," Jiang Chen instructed the muscular duck. He then led Wang Kiki to the large pot that had been prepared earlier, where the water attribute potion was bubbling away. "Kiki, you'll handle the fighting-type materials, while I take care of the water attributes. Is that all right?" Jiang Chen inquired with a smile as he stood by the workstation. "Of course, that is fine." With that, the two began their work. Jiang Chen's processing speed was remarkably swift, a skill honed through extensive practice in the laboratory. Wang Kiki couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "What a beast." Her own speed was already commendable, yet Jiang Chen managed to surpass her, without a single error. As the materials were gradually added to the pot, the blue potion transformed into an unusual brown hue, exuding a potent medicinal aroma. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's alarm clock chimed. The whale oil on the muscular duck had been fully absorbed, and without concern for its cleanliness, Jiang Chen unceremoniously tossed it into the iron pot. The muscular duck's injuries were severe. Despite the benefits of the deep-sea whale oil, it could not withstand direct consumption of the potion. Thus, Jiang Chen opted for this method, slowly simmering to infuse the healing properties into its body. Having completed this task, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. All he could do now was wait. "Muscular duck, I have done all I can for you. From this point forward, it's up to you. You must not fall asleep before this time tomorrow, and you must continuously strive to absorb the energy within the pot." Ga. The muscular duck, now wrapped like a zongzi, found it difficult to move, but it could distinctly sense the changes within its body. It was improving. "Keep going," Jiang Chen encouraged the muscular duck before turning to Sun Hao. "Sun Hao, now we wait. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave and return tomorrow at this time." Sun Hao shook his head. "No need, Professor Jiang. I can wait here." Having finally witnessed the muscular duck's potential for recovery, he could not bear to leave now. "Very well, you may stay and observe," Jiang Chen nodded, not wishing to deter Sun Hao's willingness. After speaking, he returned home, feeling a pang of hunger after a day with little to eat. Time passed slowly, and even in the dead of night, Sun Hao remained quietly seated beside the large pot. His gaze never strayed from the muscular duck. Yet the scene often gave him the impression of simmering old duck soup. He contemplated seeking Jiang Chen for an update, but refrained. To inquire now would suggest a lack of trust in Jiang Chen. After all, the wait was interminable. Throughout the day and night, Jiang Chen also struggled to rest. Every 3 hours, he would check on the muscular duck's condition. Fortunately, the muscular duck was quite determined, not wasting a single ounce of energy from the pot. Before long, evening arrived. The nurturing of the muscular duck was nearing its conclusion, and aside from Xiaoyu, who was engaged in guard training, everyone at the Qingshan base had gathered. At that moment, the whale oil had vanished from the muscular duck, and the pot of brown potion had turned transparent. A glimmer of blue flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he scrutinized the creature's condition. This method of evolution was unprecedented for him, presenting a fresh challenge. Although he felt a strong sense of assurance, given that it was derived from an erroneous evolutionary chart, he could not predict what form the beast would ultimately take. Just then, a blinding white light erupted from the muscular duck. Everyone held their breath as they watched. The muscular duck was commencing its evolution. Chapter 253, The Wild Wave Fighting Duck. The radiant light of evolution illuminated the entire arena, and all eyes were fixated on the large pot at the center of the square. Particularly Wang Kiki, who, as a beast tamer, understood the immense difficulty involved. The muscular duck had attempted evolution once before and had failed. Most critically, that had been a leap in evolution. Under normal circumstances, merely preserving its life would be considered an achievement, let alone evolving again in such a short time. If Jiang Chen could accomplish this, he would etch his name in history. At this moment, Jiang Chen dared not grow complacent. His eyes locked onto the muscular duck. As it grew larger amidst the white light, A powerful surge of water attribute energy exploded from its form. Bang! With a tremendous noise. The ceramic pot was shattered by this energy. The water within scattered everywhere. Yet, the evolution did not cease. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, it let out a mighty roar. Gah! The moisture in the air coalesced into droplets around it. Moments later, as the light of evolution dissipated, a humanoid duck beast materialized before them, standing approximately 1.6 meters tall. Its body was adorned with golden waterproof feathers, muscular contours resembling wave patterns, and joints gleaming with the luster of mother-of-pearl armor. Between its 4 fingers lies a white webbed membrane, and the surrounding moisture forms an ethereal water blade gauntlet upon its hand. In comparison to the muscular duck, it now exudes a striking charm. Name: Tempest Fighting Duck. Type: Water. Fighting. Level: Extraordinary Stage 1. Potential: Golden Initial Stage. Quality: Rare. Exclusive trait: Battle Ready. Each time its health decreases by 10. Its attack power increases by 2, up to a maximum of 5 stacks. When health falls below 10, it enters a berserk state lasting 1 minute. Berserk state. Ignoring all pain, it launches relentless attacks. Skills: Tidal Resonance Burst. Intermediate: Striking the ground with both fists generates high-frequency shockwaves, inflicting damage on enemies within a 10-meter radius, with a chance of disrupting their skill casting. Vortex Rising Fist. Intermediate: The fist is enveloped in spiraling water blades, dealing damage to enemies and applying vortex restraint, unable to adjust posture for 2 seconds. Explosive Charge Fist. Intermediate: Duck-style sway. Beginner: Muscle overload. Intermediate: Thunder Fist. Intermediate. Jiang Chen gazed at its panel, exhaling in relief. Although its level had not risen, its quality remained intact, and its potential had reached gold. This was the best outcome for the muscular duck, which had been constantly depleting its original energy. According to previous conjectures, its quality was expected to decline. This current state must be attributed to that high-grade energy potion. Sun Hao looked at the fully evolved Tempest Fighting Duck, his body trembling with excitement, his eyes glistening with tears. The duck god had truly evolved. After its failed evolution, he had tirelessly roamed the streets in search of a breeder capable of healing it. Yet, all he received were responses urging him to give up. He had once believed that the muscular duck was beyond saving. But after witnessing Jiang Chen nurture the extreme lightning leopard for Li Ninger in the conference hall, he resolved to try once more. Fortunately, it was a success in the end. Sun Hao approached Jiang Chen, who was recording the muscular duck's information, and knelt fervently before him. Professor Jiang, thank you. I know you invested a great deal of resources into the evolution of the muscular duck. I cannot repay you now, but I promise to do so in the future. This was the most genuine thought in his heart. No one anticipated Sun Hao's sudden kneeling. Jiang Chen, taken aback, quickly reached out to help him up and spoke. My assistance in the muscular duck's evolution was not solely for your sake. Its character resonates with me. I simply believe that such a beast should not stagnate at this stage. As for resources, do not dwell too much on it. If you truly wish to repay me, strive to make a name for yourself on the school team. That would mean my nurturing was not in vain. Sun Hao felt a wave of gratitude swell within him as he nodded earnestly and replied, Professor Jiang, rest assured I will join the school team and lead it to the national competition qualifiers. At that moment, the Tempest Fighting Duck approached, standing before Jiang Chen and performing a respectful gesture, reminiscent of a martial arts master. You are increasingly resembling a sage, Jiang Chen observed the Tempest Fighting Duck, a smile gracing his lips, before turning to the crowd and announcing, Now, I wish to test the combat prowess of the Tempest Fighting Duck. Who is willing to step forward? I will. At that moment, Zhong Kai stepped forth, his eyes gleaming with interest as he scrutinized the Tempest Fighting Duck with admiration. Zhongshu, you wish to test it? Jiang Chen inquired, somewhat surprised. He had not seen Zhong Kai volunteer during the testing of the Savage Sword Eagle. Yet here he was, eager to engage with the Tempest Fighting Duck. Indeed, I am quite interested in it. I wish to gauge its strength. Zhong Kai affirmed with a nod. Very well, I leave it in your capable hands. Jiang Chen, recognizing Zhong Kai's intention, readily acquiesced. Thank you, young master. Zhong Kai expressed his gratitude, then turned to Sun Hao. I am the young master's bodyguard. I will accompany you in this test, and I will suppress my level to the extraordinary stage. I hope you will not disappoint me. Sun Hao felt an indescribable aura emanating from Zhong Kai, reminiscent of the vice principals at Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy. He understood that this middle-aged man, named Zhong Kai, was undoubtedly formidable. His admiration for Jiang Chen deepened. Securing such a person as a bodyguard was no trivial feat. I appreciate your assistance, Sun Hao said with a slight bow. Eager to ascertain the current strength of the muscular duck post-evolution, he approached the Tempest Fighting Duck and whispered, Duck God, our opponent is quite powerful. We must give it our all, and not bring shame upon Professor Jiang. Quack! The tempest-fighting duck nodded, its fists clashing together, sending a spray of water into the air. It then strode confidently onto the battlefield. Excellent, such confidence. I hope you will not let me down. Observing the battle spirit radiating from the tempest-fighting duck, Zhong Kai smiled and summoned his dual flame dragon ape. Go forth, little ape, and suppress your level to extraordinary stage 1. Chapter 254, Tempest-Fighting Duck versus Dual Flame Dragon Ape. With the appearance of the dual flame dragon ape, the surrounding temperature surged several degrees, an aura unique to a Lord-tier beast spreading throughout the arena. In that moment, Sun Hao comprehended just how formidable Zhong Kai's strength truly was. A Lord-tier beast, this man was a near master. His pupils trembled slightly as he gazed at the dual flame dragon ape on the opposite end of the battlefield, murmuring to himself. Such prowess could easily position him as the leader of a third-tier faction in the city. Was it reasonable that he would serve as a mere bodyguard at Qingshan breeding base? However, recalling Jiang Chen's miraculous nurturing techniques, he soon deemed it reasonable for such a beast tamer to join their ranks. After all, even the strongest beast tamers require the assistance of breeders. Duck God, are you ready? Our opponent is formidable. We may need to exert our full strength this time. Quack! The tempest-fighting duck's fists collided with a resounding splash. Its sharp triangular eyes locked onto the dual flame dragon ape, filled with battle intent. Though the opponent was strong, it would not shy away from the challenge. Impressive fighting spirit, Zhong Kai remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he patted the back of the dual flame dragon ape. Go forth and assess this junior's prowess. Roar! The two combatants stepped onto the battlefield. Zhong Kai addressed the challenger. You are the one issuing the challenge. I will allow you to strike first. Sun Hao understood the disparity in strength between himself and Zhong Kai. Although the dual flame dragon ape had its level suppressed, its physical strength remained formidable. He would not overreach. All right. Sun Hao nodded and commanded the tempest-fighting duck, Thunder Fist. With his command, arcs of lightning danced around the tempest-fighting duck's fists. It leaped forward like a swift arrow. Endure it, Zhong Kai instructed. The dual flame dragon ape remained stationary, showing no intention of evasion. The thunder fist of the tempest-fighting duck struck the dual flame dragon ape. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Despite its overwhelming force, it produced no discernible effect. Sun Hao had anticipated this moment and swiftly altered his strategy. Duck God, let's test your new skill, the Vortex Rising Dragon Fist. With a fierce roar, the wild wave duck unleashed its power, causing vapor to coalesce into two spiraling vortices atop its fist. With a mighty punch, it transformed into a water tornado, ensnaring the dual flame dragon ape within. Success! Sun Hao's heart soared with joy. He understood that the lightning punch, lacking the inherent type advantage, would not inflict significant damage on the dual flame dragon ape. The sole purpose of instructing the wild wave duck to use the lightning punch was to leverage its enhanced speed, allowing it to swiftly close the distance to the opponent. Quite clever, and the skill's power is commendable as well. Young man, you have a fine beast at your command, praised Zhong Kai. Before issuing a new command, Mountain Fire Collapse. With a thunderous roar, the dual flame dragon ape, trapped within the water tornado, erupted in a blaze of red flames that surged from its left tail, transforming into a fiery sphere. The flames collided with the water tornado, releasing a hissing sound accompanied by a cloud of white smoke. Instantly, the dual flame dragon ape slammed its legs into the ground, causing columns of fire to erupt from the earth, launching towards the wild wave duck from all directions. What? Sun Hao's pupils dilated in disbelief, astonished that the opponent had so easily escaped the control of the water tornado. Duck-style sway. He gritted his teeth as he commanded. The wild wave duck began to move in a peculiar, dance-like manner, quickly charging towards the dual flame dragon ape. Such a skill exists? Zhong Kai observed the seemingly dancing wild wave duck, taken aback. Such evasion techniques were rare and required the beast to possess exceptional perception. The wild wave duck's adeptness at dodging the mountain fire collapse attack indicated a mastery of this skill. Interesting, Zhong Kai mused, a smile gracing his lips as he called out to the dual flame dragon ape. Little ape, mountain fire collapse. Understanding Zhong Kai's intent, the dual flame dragon ape roared in response. Roar. The erupting fire columns seemed to come alive, pursuing the wild wave duck with relentless fervor. They can even track. Sun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the dual flame dragon ape, gritting his teeth. Is this strength truly extraordinary? Doubt crept into his mind. Damn it. Let's go for broke. Duck God, withstand the attack, then use muscle overload. Explosive punch. He was resolute in his determination. The wild wave duck, having just evolved, could not afford to lose to a beast of lesser strength, especially one that was weak against it. Upon hearing this, the wild wave duck revealed a bloodthirsty grin. It relished the notion of trading blows. Ga. With a fierce roar, its muscles surged, water energy coursing through its form. It then crashed into a fire column. With a resounding boom, the wild wave duck was sent flying. What is it planning? Zhong Kai was momentarily stunned by the wild wave duck's sudden frenzy. Was it giving up? But in an instant, he grasped Sun Hao's intention. High above, the wild wave duck erupted with a terrifying aura, its eyes now glowing a deep crimson as it charged downwards towards the dual flame dragon ape. Come on. Zhong Kai laughed heartily, commanding, Little ape, engage in close combat. The two beasts clashed with ferocity. There was no evasion, only an exchange of blows, each landing punishing strikes, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Wang Kiki could not help but exclaim, Jiang Chen, your wild wave duck is actually able to hold its own against Uncle Zhong to this extent? What quality is it? Really? It's at the initial stage of gold. If the muscle duck hadn't expended energy before its evolution, it should have reached the mid-stage, Jiang Chen casually remarked. Entirely absorbed in the battle. What? Wang Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Jiang Chen. You actually deduced a gold-level evolution plan from a flawed one. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Wasn't it with your assistance? I couldn't have done it alone. Wang Kiki remained silent, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. Evolving a beast from scratch was the most arduous task, and she had merely provided a few suggestions on Jiang Chen's plan. Moreover, even without her, Jiang Chen would have arrived at these conclusions on his own. Sighing, she reflected, what a prodigy. How unfortunate to be born in the same era as you. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly declared, the battle is about to conclude. Chapter 255, Jiang Chen's Guidance. Preparing to depart for the Golden Mountain Mine. On the battlefield, the dual flame dragon ape and the wild wave duck exchanged blows with relentless ferocity. They showed no signs of defense, allowing the attacks to land freely. However, being a lord-level beast, the dual flame dragon ape's physical strength was undeniable. Even when its level was suppressed to extraordinary, the wild wave duck's attacks were formidable for the extraordinary tier, and any ordinary beast would have succumbed by now. But alas, it was facing the dual flame dragon ape. The dual flame dragon ape unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with fierce flames. The force sent the wild wave duck crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, the dual flame dragon ape rushed forward, eager to deliver a finishing blow, but was halted by Zhong Kai. That's enough, little ape. Upon hearing Zhong Kai's command, the dual flame dragon ape realized it had merely been testing its abilities, retreating back to Zhong Kai's side with an awkward scratch of its head, a sheepish expression on its face. At that moment, Jiang Chen approached, addressing the small blue creature perched on his shoulder. Now that the spectacle is over, go tend to it. Roar. The small creature nodded, taking flight from Jiang Chen's shoulder to the side of the wild wave duck. At that moment, due to the side effects of muscle overload, the wild wave duck lay motionless on the ground. Observing this, the small blue creature unleashed a surge of wood energy, casting a healing spell before promptly returning to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen had by now reached the two, asking Zhong Kai, Uncle Zhong, having battled the wild wave duck, what are your impressions of its strength? Zhong Kai entered a thoughtful reverie, recalling the recent clash with the wild wave duck. After a moment, he stated, its combat prowess is quite formidable, particularly in close-quarters combat. Although the little ape was restrained in its level, its fighting technique is not easily suppressed. Remarkably, during their exchange, the wild wave duck kept pace with its rhythm at the outset, which is quite rare. If it were to face an ordinary extraordinary tier beast, this wild wave duck could likely overpower it by 3 small levels without much difficulty. Once it becomes accustomed to its evolved physique, it may even grow stronger. Nodding at Zhong Kai's words, Jiang Chen found them in line with his own thoughts. Overall, this endeavor to nurture the muscle duck had proven successful. Sun Hao, the muscle duck's injuries have been completely healed. Don't let me down at school. Sun Hao nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he addressed Professor Jiang with solemnity. Rest assured, Professor Jiang, once I become familiar with the wild wave duck, I shall set my sights on challenging for a spot on the school team. After the recent battle, he had come to truly appreciate the extent of Jiang Chen's nurturing capabilities. He understood that even if the muscular duck possessed exceptional talent, its evolution into the boxing goose would not have allowed it to contend with the two-tailed monkey to such a degree. Now that he had established this precious bond with Jiang Chen, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Jiang Chen gently shook his head, his gaze fixed on the wild wave duck behind Sun Hao. There is no need for haste. What you need to focus on now is acclimating to the combat rhythm of the wild wave duck. In the recent battle, it was adapting to your style. Its true strength has yet to be fully unleashed. As for the team position, it can wait until you have completely adjusted to your new companion. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Chen continued. Moreover, The duck dance technique used by the wild wave duck was rather intriguing, though I sense it has room for improvement. If you are willing to heed my advice, consider having it learn the mind's eye skill. This is an intermediate skill, and your principal should have access to the necessary resources for its acquisition. Should the wild wave duck master this skill, evading the recent dual flame dragon apes attacks would become significantly easier. Jiang Chen merely offered his suggestion, as the responsibility of teaching beast taming skills typically fell to the instructors at the combat academy. Whether Sun Hao chose to believe him was entirely his own prerogative. Thank you, Professor Jiang, for your guidance. I understand, Sun Hao replied with a slight nod. Very well, you have been toiling day and night. It would be wise to return and rest. Although the wild wave duck has completed its evolution, it has expended considerable energy previously. So please be attentive to its dietary needs. I understand, Sun Hao responded, recognizing the implication in Jiang Chen's words. He bowed slightly before promptly departing from the Qingshan nurturing base. He had already gained enough from this encounter and felt he had consumed too much of Jiang Chen's time. There is ample time ahead. There was no need to linger. Once Sun Hao had left, a faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he turned to Zhong Kai and inquired, Uncle Zhong, have you developed an interest in the wild wave duck? Zhong Kai, a man of military background, was forthright in his demeanor. He nodded and replied, Indeed, the combat style of the wild wave duck suits me well. And being a humanoid beast, it can learn combat techniques from me. Jiang Chen secretly nodded, having correctly surmised Zhong Kai's interest in the wild wave duck. In that case, Uncle Zhong, I suggest you have one and the others keep an eye out for any promising muscular ducks. I have completely grasped the evolution method of the wild wave duck. If we can cultivate its qualities from the start, the chances of achieving a higher tier should be significantly improved. According to the evolution guide, its quality should not be limited to merely the initial stage of gold. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhong Kai's heart leapt with joy. Achieving a mid-tier gold classification with a first-stage evolution was already a remarkable beast. Not every beast could be compared to the monstrous Nine Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon. Initially, he harbored doubts about the wild wave duck being of initial gold tier, but those concerns had now entirely dissipated. Thank you, young master. I will pay close attention, Zhong Kai affirmed. Jiang Chen nodded, his expression turning serious. Now that Sun Hao's matters are settled, let us discuss the situation regarding the Jingshan mining area. The heavenly gold of Qingshan has been depleted. To forge the Qinghong sword feather, we must make a trip to the Jingshan mining area. Wenwan, please share the information regarding the Jingshan mining area with everyone. Wenwan retrieved a tablet from her pocket and, after a few taps, gestured toward the PPT displayed on the screen. The Jingshan mining area is classified as a mid-level secret realm, but due to its peculiar nature, the Jiang city government does not permit exploration. Currently, the core area of the final challenge has become a forbidden zone. The heavenly gold mine we seek is located within the inner circle of the Jingshan mining area, just outside the forbidden zone, where the beasts are known as golden armored lizards, classified as silver mid-tier, with strength ranging from extraordinary to commander level. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. Having always trusted Wenwan's ability to synthesize information, he then turned to Zhong Kai and asked, Uncle Zhong, in your assessment, do you believe the current batch of guards trained in Qingshan is adequately prepared to enter? Absolutely. Those retired members of the Kanghai army were originally extraordinary tier before their injuries. After your treatment, their strength has been fully restored, and some have even seen improvements. As for the Duan family members, although their current strength may not reach extraordinary, they have trained enough to handle high-tier awakened beasts collectively without much difficulty. That is reassuring. Given this, the upcoming mission will serve as the first challenge for the Qingshan Guard Corps, and I shall lead the way, with Duan Miajun and Xiaoyu providing support. The following day, at the combat arena of the Qingshan nurturing base, Xiaoyu had already gathered the guard team. Jiang Chen stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over them. Under the training of Zhong Kai and others, their demeanor had begun to resemble that of a disciplined military unit. However, the Duan family members appeared somewhat frail compared to the Kanghai army due to their prolonged hardships in the black market. This was not something that could be rectified in a short span. It would require gradual improvement. You have been at the Qingshan nurturing base for some time now, and I have witnessed your efforts over these days. Jiang Chen paused before continuing. This time, our objective, as I believe Xiaoyu has informed you, is to acquire the heavenly gold from the Jingshan mining area. We may encounter dangers along the way. The choice to go or not lies solely with you. Of course, I will not let you run this errand without recompense. There will be rewards. I will accompany you throughout the journey, and for the best performers, I shall offer the opportunity to contract the wild savage Sword Eagle. As he spoke, Jiang Chen gave Xiaoyu a knowing glance, which was immediately understood. A blue six-pointed star array appeared beneath Xiaoyu's feet, and suddenly, a majestic raptor soared forth, emitting a piercing eagle cry. After circling above the guard team, it landed gracefully beside Xiaoyu. Indeed, Xiaoyu had successfully contracted the recently evolved wild savage sword eagle. The surrounding guard members gazed in envy at the magnificent bird. Adorned with golden red feathers, an extraordinary tier beast. Such creatures were not easily contracted by just anyone, whether from the Kanghai army or the Duan family. They had often observed the wild savage sword eagle soaring above the Qingshan base. To say they were indifferent to the idea of contracting one would be disingenuous. Everyone understood that this was a rare opportunity. Securing the wild savage sword eagle would undoubtedly elevate one's standing in Jiang Chen's eyes. Yet, the thought of entering a mid-level secret realm caused trepidation among them. Despite the daily training, their current lives felt relatively stable. Entering the Jingshan mining area, however, would expose them to numerous mercenary groups and adventurers. Jiang Chen's gaze remained fixed on them, discerning the hesitation in several individuals' expressions. His countenance darkened slightly. I shall grant you 30 seconds. Those wishing to withdraw may step forward. I will not hold it against you. However, should anyone dare to hinder the team once we enter the secret realm, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His words were, of course, merely for effect. Anyone bold enough to step forward would certainly find themselves sidelined in his future plans. How could someone as cowardly as Jiang Chen possibly entrust the security duties of the Qingshan breeding base to them? As Jiang Chen's countdown echoed, counting down, 10, 9, 8, at last. Someone could no longer withstand the mounting pressure and stepped forward. Young master, I volunteer to stay. It was a member of the Duan family branch, seemingly a distant cousin of Duan Miajan. Upon witnessing someone stepping out from the ranks, the expressions on Zhong Kai and Xiao Yu's faces darkened palpably. Even Duan Miajan's countenance grew grim. This was a slap in their faces. Jiang Chen, observing the scene, smiled and said, very well. You may remain at the Qingshan base to continue your training. After directing him to stand aside, Jiang Chen continued, is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? Miss this opportunity, and it may not come again. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhong Kai's face turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the remaining 9 individuals. One cowardice was understandable, but if more joined, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, as fate would have it, 2 more members of the Duan family stepped forward. Jiang Chen, now irritated, let out a cold snort and said, fine. You 2 can stand aside as well. I trust the rest of you have no intentions of leaving? No. Xiaoyu, sensing Jiang Chen's displeasure, shouted with all his might from the front of the line. Good, then let us set off now. As Jiang Chen's words concluded, Xiaoyu turned to the remaining 7 and commanded, all of you, about face, run towards the main gate. After Xiaoyu led the guard team away, Jiang Chen cast a glance at the 3 individuals who remained, then addressed Wan, saying, Sister Wan, please handle these 3. The guard team clearly cannot stay. Understood. Wan nodded slightly. Just then, Zhong Kai approached Jiang Chen, bowing slightly as he spoke. I apologize, young master. I have disappointed you. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need to worry. Such reactions are natural. Uncle Zhong, please do not take it to heart. We can always recruit fewer aristocratic youths in the future. This remark made Duan Miajan internally sigh. She understood that these members of the Duan family had lost all opportunities to advance in Jiang Chen's eyes. However, she could not blame anyone but themselves for their choices. Now, she merely hoped their actions would not impact the other members of the Duan family, for they still needed to rely on Jiang Chen. Let us go. Brother Xiao is waiting for us at the entrance, Jiang Chen said lightly. Noticing Duan Miajan lost in thought. Duan Miajan was indeed perceptive, yet her subordinates were not as astute, especially since they began crafting the Qinghong sword feathers. Some had become oblivious to their own status. The habits of the aristocratic youths began to manifest, something Jiang Chen had been keenly observing. He was curious to see how far their arrogance could swell. For this operation, Jiang Chen had specially borrowed an armored vehicle from the Kanghai army. This was not against regulations, as Jiang Chen held the rank of lieutenant granted by the Kanghai army. As the armored vehicle traversed the road, the atmosphere inside was anything but congenial. The 7 members of the guard team sat in the troop compartment at the back, while the retired soldiers of the Kanghai army regarded the Duan family members with derision. Defectors were the least favored in the military. Under their scrutinizing gazes, one of the Duan family members finally snapped, exclaiming, what are you looking at? If you have something to say, then say it. Why the sarcasm? Another soldier from the Kanghai army named Zhao and retorted sharply, you aristocrats are all cowards. After using so many resources from the young master, you dare not even venture into a mid-tier secret realm. No wonder you were wiped out. Repeat that. A Duan family member shouted, his eyes blazing with anger as he prepared to retaliate. At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice rang out from the front. What are you all arguing about? At a time like this, you still squabble among yourselves, thinking yourselves invincible, huh? Zhaoan, Was what you said incorrect? I've provided you with ample support for over a month, including guidance from a master. This mission even has 2 senior beast tamers leading the way. What right do you have to flee at the last moment? Jiang Chen's words immediately silenced the Duan family members, rendering them awkward and speechless. It was the first time they had witnessed Jiang Chen's fury. His imposing demeanor was genuinely intimidating. And you lot, during your time in the Shanghai army, didn't Uncle Huang teach you not to ridicule your comrades and wound their pride? You can criticize those 3 who just left. They deserve it. But these 2 are your comrades who will fight alongside you on the battlefield. It's better to save your bravado for when we see your true strength in the secret realm. With that, Jiang Chen directly called out to Xiao Yu. Yes, Xiao Yu, hearing his name for the first time in such a context, realized Jiang Chen was genuinely upset. When we return, ensure that each of your subordinates writes a 2,000-word self-reflection. You will oversee this, understood? Understood. Chapter 256, the Immerse Soil Mine. Following Jiang Chen's earlier outburst, there were no further disturbances from the group. The armored vehicle continued its journey, and soon they approached a barren hill. Due to the secret realm, a wall had been erected around the hill, with only one large gate for entry. At the entrance stood a dozen armed personnel, accompanied by several fierce hunting dogs. Upon spotting the armored vehicle from the Qingshan base, the guard stepped forward and said, "Sorry, please present your tickets." Jiang Chen rolled down the window and produced the pre-prepared tickets from his pocket. The guard verified them one by one before saluting Jiang Chen and announcing loudly, "Proceed." "Thank you." As the armored vehicle passed through the gate, the guards could not suppress their discussion. Which young master was that? How could someone so young manage to acquire such a high-grade armored vehicle? I just saw. It's a legitimate Shanghai army license plate. Why do you care? He asked someone you can't afford to provoke. The head guard snapped at the inquirer, then added, "Don't ask unnecessary questions, especially at a time like this. The Jiang city of today is not what it used to be. There are many formidable figures here. Do you know why I can be the captain of the Golden Mountain Mining District? Is it because of your formidable strength or influential backing?" The guard quipped, pulling out a cigarette to light for his superior. The captain took a deep drag and revealed a cryptic smile as he replied, "It's because I keep up with the news. That young man is likely Jiang Chen, renowned recently for his close ties with the Shanghai army. So, during your breaks, spend less time at the foot baths and more time watching television. You wouldn't want to offend someone without even realizing it." The guard, upon hearing, couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the captain. "You certainly know a lot." However, the people from the Tiangong group just arrived. And now Jiang Chen is here too. Could it be that something valuable has surfaced in the Golden Mountain Mining District? What treasures could there possibly be? The valuable resources in the Golden Mountain Mining area are merely a handful. Even if there are, they have no bearing on us. Our only concern is to receive our wages and tend to our own small plot of land. Interfering in others' affairs can be perilous. I shall return to rest for a while. Keep watch here, and contact me should anything arise, the captain declared before making his way back to the guardhouse. Jiang Chen and his companions stepped into the teleportation array, and an all too familiar wave of dizziness washed over them. Moments later, they found themselves within the Golden Mountain mining area. Jiang Chen shook his head to clear it, then summoned Xiaoqing to survey their surroundings. True to its name, the area was indeed a mining zone, characterized by desolate mountains and open pits. "Miaojun, has your Duan family ever been here? This place is renowned for its forging heritage." Duan Miaojun nodded, recognizing the familiar scenery, and spoke to Jiang Chen, "I have been here before. We have likely been transported to the MO2 mining area within the Golden Mountain. This place is home to a species known as the black steelback beast, a metallic attribute beast, making it one of the more valuable locations in the mining area." What is MO2 mine? Although Jiang Chen had studied matters related to mechanics, he could not claim to know every type of ore. MO2 mine is an earth attribute, or typically used in crafting defensive spiritual artifacts and fortifications. Additionally, it is often accompanied by a spiritual soil known as black cloud soil, which is particularly suited for cultivating spiritual plants. However, due to overharvesting, it has become quite rare. Duan Miaojun explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. He had been instructing Jin Basehand to acquire spiritual soil from outside, as many spiritual plants could not thrive in ordinary environments. Unfortunately, the ones they had found were of low grade. Now, hearing about the existence of black cloud soil, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "Do you possess any raw, or from MO2 mine?" he inquired. "I do," Duan Miaojun affirmed, retrieving a piece of black stone from her spatial pouch and handing it to Jiang Chen. This pouch was one he had discarded. Duan Miaojun had lost her own during an encounter in the black market, so he had gifted her this one. Recognizing her need for a spatial artifact for forging spiritual items, examining the ore in his hand, Jiang Chen approached the tidal hound and gently stroked its head. Sniff this and see if you can locate the source. This particular tidal hound was the strongest among their group, having reached the extraordinary tier. They had been bred specifically for tracking enemies, making them exceptionally adept at locating items. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, the tidal hound immediately sniffed the MO2 and began searching the vicinity. Jiang Chen stood quietly, observing as several tidal hounds scoured the area. Finding was no simple task. Any that remained outside would surely have been excavated by others, and any that were left would be well hidden. As time ticked away, suddenly, several tidal hounds reacted simultaneously, barking furiously at a specific spot. Observing this, Jiang Chen promptly instructed, "Let us proceed," and followed the tidal hounds in a determined direction. After an unknown duration, they traversed a dense thicket and halted before a dark cave entrance. Jiang Chen directed his gaze into the cavern, where eerie sounds intermittently echoed. Sensing the energy within, he noted that the metal and earth elemental energies here were at least double that of the outside, and far more refined. A flicker of excitement crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. Even if there were no MO2 within, other valuable ores were surely present. As he stepped forward, an overwhelming stench of feces assaulted him, but he endured the discomfort as his hand brushed against the cave walls. Dual perfection activate. A small, earthy yellow energy core crystal was extracted, further confirming Jiang Chen's suspicions. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Duan Miao Jun and the others. "Xiao Gu, keep watch outside. The Duan family members will accompany me into the cave." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he protested. "Young master, this is far too dangerous. I must accompany you." Jiang Chen shook his head resolutely. The tidal hound's keen nose cannot withstand the cave's interior. Moreover, with Duan Miao Jun present, we can manage any potential dangers. With that, Jiang Chen led the members of the Duan family into the cave. Chapter 257, Shadow Mites. The four of them entered the cave, with Duan Miao Jun's flame-tail red armored scorpion leading the way, illuminating the cavern. The other two red-tail scorpions flanked the group, guarding them closely. As they ventured deeper, the stench intensified, nearly blinding them with its foulness. The tidal hounds, capable of detecting the scent of MO2 amidst such foulness, left Jiang Chen in awe of the Beastmaster's skills in breeding these creatures. They were remarkably proficient at locating items. "Take this," Jiang Chen said, handing out 4 gas masks as the stench grew unbearable. "Everyone, remain vigilant. This cave may harbor bat-like beasts. Do not let them bite you." "Understood," they replied, hastily donning the masks and cautiously scanning their surroundings. Jiang Chen too exercised caution, a hint of Azure appearing in his pupils. At that moment, he was suddenly startled. Ahead, the cave walls were adorned with a multitude of blue glowing dots, resembling frog spawn, sending shivers down his spine. "Shadow mites." Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim in a hushed tone. Name, Shadow mites, attribute, insect. Dark, level, awakening tier 4, quality, mid-bronze, qualification, rare, exclusive trait, mite tide. Releases special pheromones that can cause hundreds or thousands of shadow mites to coalesce into a formidable force. Skill, etch, intermediate parasites that secrete neurotoxins to gradually diminish the host's pain perception, ultimately controlling their movements. Flesh proliferation, intermediate produces offspring within the enemy's body, continuously inflicting damage. The offspring will relentlessly consume the host's flesh and blood, growing stronger. Attract blue light. Beginner emits light points that mimic spiritual or luring rock-based beasts. Everyone, remain silent and retreat slowly, Jiang Chen commanded, his expression grave. He had not anticipated the presence of shadow mites here. Though their quality was low, they were exceedingly troublesome. Appearing in swarms, eradicating them all at once was nearly impossible. No wonder the cave still bore the scent of MO2 with these creatures present, any beast attempting to feast on the minerals would have likely been devoured entirely. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's warning, Duan Miao Jun's expression turned solemn, clearly aware of the terror that shadow mites posed. "Let us leave." They began to withdraw cautiously when one of the Duan family members timidly whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. "Young master, I think I see a figure ahead." Jiang Chen's body jolted, and he glared fiercely at the individual, nearly wishing to kick them. At such a time, whispering in his ear almost gave him a heart attack. How could there be anyone in this cursed place? If there were, they could only be dead. Jiang Chen peered ahead, his pupils constricting sharply. There truly was someone. In that moment, a figure rushed out from the depths of the cave, and upon noticing the light beside Jiang Chen, his heart leaped with joy as he shouted, "Help! There is an extraordinary beast inside." "Fool!" Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, realizing that this was indeed a living person. Such a loud outcry would surely attract the swarm of shadow mites. He immediately yelled to the 3 companions beside him, "Run!" Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the cave's exit. The man inside paused momentarily, his expression darkening. Damn it, he's just running away. Though he kept moving. At that very moment, a shadow towering over 2 meters suddenly blocked his path, emanating a disturbing blue glow that made one's skin crawl. What is this creature? He abruptly halted, but the only response came from the horde of insects that lunged at him. No, before he could finish his plea, the swarm of shadow mites engulfed him, and moments later, he had transformed into a dazed zombie. Yet, the shadow mites were not satisfied. They swiftly redirected their pursuit towards Jiang Chen and his companions. Inside the cave, Jiang Chen dashed forward with the others, and upon hearing the commotion behind them, he spoke gravely. There's no sound behind us now. That fool has likely fallen victim to the shadow mites. This cave is too dark, and at the speed of the flame-tailed red-armored scorpion, we certainly cannot outrun them. Miao Jun, have your scorpion create a U-shaped firewall. We will deal with them here. Understood. Duan Miao Jun nodded. Though she was uncertain of Jiang Chen's strategy, she recognized that the scorpion's speed would not suffice against their pursuers. Unleash the flames. At her command, a fire as thick as a basin erupted from the scorpion's maw. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, the flames swiftly formed a wall behind them and spread along the cavernous walls. Instantly, the entire cave illuminated, allowing Jiang Chen to truly observe his surroundings. On either side of the cave lay white bones buried beneath excrement, alongside numerous articles of human clothing. Just how many lives have these shadow mites claimed? At that moment, the mites caught up, halting upon seeing the flames. However, they did not abandon their pursuit of Jiang Chen and the others. Communicating through pheromones, they began to alter their forms in an attempt to leap over the firewall. Clever little creatures, but alas, today marks your demise. Jiang Chen thought fiercely and shouted to Duan Miao Jun, surround them with fire. Understood. Under the scorpion's command, the surrounding flames began to converge, forming a fiery enclosure around them. At this moment, the shadow mites seemed to realize the danger, hastening their transformation. But Jiang Chen would not allow them to succeed. He immediately commanded, Shaoqing, unleash 100,000 volts. Such a broad-range attack was necessary to effectively deal with these beasts. Shaoqing soared from Jiang Chen's sleeve, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Boom! Bolts of lightning, under Shaoqing's control, struck the swarm of shadow mites. They were only truly terrifying at close range. Faced with such an onslaught, it was a one-sided massacre. As time passed, Shaoqing ceased her assault, the air thick with the charred scent of insects. Yet Jiang Chen did not let his guard down. No caution was too great against them. He instructed Duan Miao Jun, have the flame-tailed red-armored scorpion sweep the ground again. Nodding, Duan Miao Jun understood Jiang Chen's intent. Flames surged across the ground, startling a few shadow mites that had been hiding among the corpses. They desperately attempted to flee but could not evade the flames' wrath. After eliminating all the shadow mites, Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. Let us go. It's time to inspect our spoils. Chapter 258, returning with abundant bounty. Outside the cave, a series of thunderous roars echoed from within. Xiao Yu frowned, his brow furrowed with concern as he gazed into the cave's depths. Just then, Zhaoan approached Xiao Yu, inquiring, Captain, with such fervor inside, should we not enter to assist? Xiao Yu glanced at him and shook his head. There's no need. The task assigned to me is to guard the cave. The recent commotion could attract unwelcome guests. Jiang Chen is quite capable, and with Duan Miao Jun, a skilled beast master, even if she is not adept in combat, she can at least buy some time. Escape will not be an issue. However, as Zhaoan opened his mouth to respond, Xiao Yu interrupted, there are no buts. Your duty is to follow orders. I understand your intentions. The barbaric sword eagle belongs to you if it is meant to be, not if it is not. I have not forgotten the events surrounding your vehicle. With that, Xiao Yu cast a cold glare at the group. Understanding the gravity of Xiao Yu's displeasure, Zhaoan dared not speak further and retreated back into the ranks. Inside the cave, Jiang Chen followed the flame-tailed red-armored scorpion deeper within. They passed the spot where the shadow mites had been, and the man who had earlier cried for help now lay lifeless, his death gruesome. Jiang Chen glanced at his attire, which was a common combat uniform. This man was likely not a member of any significant faction, probably a scout from some unknown small team who had unfortunately stumbled upon this cave. Looking behind him, he noticed a massive beast carcass sprawled on the ground, its body swarming with wriggling white larvae. This must be the extraordinary beast he spoke of, clearly. It had been parasitized by the shadow mites for quite some time. The larvae likely emerged due to the death of the shadow mites, having lost the pheromone guidance. Observing the two corpses, Jiang Chen sighed and said to Duan Miao Jun, let us give them a proper farewell. If left here, they will inevitably be consumed by other beasts. Duan Miao Jun nodded. Flame-tailed red-armored scorpion. Incinerate the bodies. As the two corpses were reduced to ashes, Jiang Chen and his companions continued deeper into the cave. They traveled for an indeterminate time until the surroundings suddenly opened up, yet he remained vigilant. A hint of blue flickered in his pupils as he peered into the cavern. Wisps of inky smoke billowed from the ground, merging into the darkness. An amalgamation of scents, both fecal and metallic, permeated the air. Observing this, a smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. Indeed, this cave harbored a mine. And those spots emitting black smoke were likely the famed black cloud soil. We can proceed. There is no danger inside. With that, Jiang Chen led his companions into the cave, arriving at an area with the highest concentration of earth attributes. He crouched down and picked up a piece of black ore from the ground. Subsequently, he placed it onto the scorpion's pincers. Understanding Jiang Chen's intent, it applied gentle pressure, causing the outer shell to shatter and reveal the black soil ore within. It truly was black soil ore. Jiang Chen's heart soared, and he promptly declared, "Quickly gather all of these. Take everything we can." The members of the Duan family were already well versed in the art of ore collection. Although the two individuals had not been chosen by Duan Miao Jun for the forging team, they still understood the techniques of mining. Jiang Chen stood guard, vigilant against any other beasts that might appear. Under the adept guidance of Duan Miao Jun, the two individuals commenced the excavation of the spiritual ore, with the fiery-tailed red-armored scorpions wielding their colossal pincers like two formidable shovels. The once impenetrable rocks crumbled before them as if they were mere tofu. Each strike yielded a piece of spiritual ore, which was promptly stowed away in spatial bags. For this mining expedition, Jiang Chen had brought a considerable number of spatial bags, each as spacious as a room. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Duan Miajun and her companions, the bags were steadily filling up. As time slipped by, approximately an hour later, the cavern had become riddled with gaping holes beneath the relentless digging of the three great scorpions. Satisfied with the progress, Jiang Chen nodded and declared, "That should suffice. We ought to depart now. Let the remaining ore in the depths be." For spatial bags brimmed with ore, and although Jiang Chen did not tally their numbers, the quantity of black soil ore he would be passing to Duan Miajun should suffice to forge armor for 100 or so individuals. Moreover, one of the bags was filled with black cloud soil, a true premium spiritual soil, enabling Jiang Chen to cultivate a greater variety of high-quality spiritual plants at the Qingshan breeding base. This was indeed a treasure of immeasurable worth. Jiang Chen weighed the spatial bags in his hand before tucking them into his bosom. Even if he were to fail in acquiring the Tianyu gold, this haul would still be worth the endeavor. However, Jiang Chen was far from finished, for he still had several empty bags awaiting fulfillment. He turned his gaze toward the trio and remarked, "Our harvest this time has been commendable, and each of you has contributed significantly. Rest assured, I shall remember your efforts." Upon hearing his words, the two members of the Duan family felt a surge of elation, as they understood Jiang Chen's implication. Having earned merit meant their chances of contracting the wild sword eagle had increased. Yet, Duan Miajun remained rather indifferent. While the wild sword eagle was admirable, it held little allure for her. Her singular desire was to conquer the colossal stone beings and avenge her family. However, that goal seemed distant. Though the Qingshan breeding base was developing rapidly, the number of capable fighters remained insufficient. It was uncertain when they would be ready to confront the stone beings. In the dim light, Jiang Chen failed to notice the change in Duan Miajun's expression. After surveying the cavern to ensure nothing was overlooked, he led the group toward the exit. Outside the cavern, Xiaoyu sat meditating when suddenly, a piercing cry erupted from the sky, heralding the arrival of the wild sword eagle. "Who goes there? Step forth." He opened his eyes abruptly and bellowed toward the thicket to his right. At the sound of his voice, 5 soldiers from the Kanghai army swiftly commanded their beasts to adopt defensive postures. "TCH, there are flying beasts here after all." A voice dripping with disdain emerged from the foliage, followed by the appearance of over a dozen beast tamers clad in various attires. Their beasts were unlike any typically seen in Jiang City. Xiaoyu swiftly deduced that they were an adventuring party from another city. "What do you want? This area is occupied by us. You would do well to seek another location." "Occupied, you say?" The leader, sporting a hooked nose, merely chuckled and addressed Xiaoyu. "Fear not, brother, we are not unreasonable. We have a comrade who just went missing in this vicinity, and we merely wish to investigate. We shall not engage in any other activities." With that, they attempted to proceed deeper into the cavern. "I dare anyone to move." Seeing their audacity, Xiaoyu summoned his earth-shattering rhinoceros, casting a cold gaze upon them. "I'm afraid entry is prohibited here." How audacious." The hook-nosed leader snorted derisively. "You think a handful of you can block our way? Feel free to try." Chapter 159, Jiang Chen takes action. As tensions escalated, Xiaoyu's earth-shattering rhinoceros began to gather energy, forming a basketball-sized boulder cannon at its horn. The hooked-nosed leader furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the 6 adversaries. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Second brother, something is amiss with this cavern. There must be something valuable inside, or these people would not be so resolute. Brother, what shall we do? We shall follow your lead. After a moment of contemplation, the hook-nosed leader declared, let us make our move. We've been here for a month without any achievements. Regardless of what lies within, we must investigate, lest we be ridiculed by the locals. With that, their expressions darkened, emanating a palpable aura of menace as they glared at Xiao Yu and his companions. Since you insist on being obstinate, do not blame us for showing no mercy. Shadow Soul Claw. A small, pitch-black beast emerged from the shadow of the hooked-nosed leader. It was grotesque in appearance, covered in long fur, with elongated claws gleaming like metal. Shadow Claw. It lunged into action, but Xiao Yu had already anticipated the attack. Release. The earth-shattering rhinoceros, having recently recovered from its injuries thanks to Jiang Chen's healing, was eager to stretch its limbs. It let out a deep, resonant bellow before launching the boulder cannon directly at the Shadow Claw. As the projectile hurtled toward it, the Shadow Claw's deep purple eyes widened in surprise. It had not expected the lumbering creature to react so swiftly. However, it was too late to evade. It swung its claws in a desperate attempt to deflect the incoming boulder. Boom! The clash of steel claws and stone cannon produced a thunderous sound, and a cloud of smoke erupted, from which a black figure soared, landing beside the hooked-nosed leader. Shadow Claw, are you unharmed? The hooked-nosed leader exclaimed, startled, as he rushed to check on his companion. The Shadow Claw appeared somewhat disheveled, its right hand trembling uncontrollably. However, it had managed to block the earth-shattering rhinoceros's attack with its Shadow Claw, sustaining minimal damage. Mew. Thank goodness. The hooked-nosed leader sighed in relief, though his gaze toward Xiao Yu grew more solemn. This one is quite formidable. Second brother, you hold him off while the rest of us deal with the others. Then come to assist me. Understood. Within the cavern, Jiang Chen had heard the sounds of battle erupting outside, furrowing his brow in concern. It seemed the commotion had attracted a considerable number of individuals. It was imperative they hasten their efforts. The location of the cavern was rather concealed, requiring passage through a thicket and a sandy valley. Jiang Chen had located this site largely due to the keen sense of smell possessed by the tidal hound. Otherwise, even he would have found it challenging to discover this place. The presence of others within the cavern was already a rare occurrence. It was improbable for 3 separate teams to converge simultaneously. Now, there were only 2 possibilities. Either they fortuitously overheard the sounds of battle and sought to capitalize on the situation, or the individual from earlier had somehow signaled them before meeting their demise. Regardless, these individuals were unwelcome intruders. Jiang Chen had faith in Xiao Yu's abilities, but the Kanghai soldiers had only recently recovered and had not engaged in combat for quite some time. If the confrontation proved too intense, they might not withstand the pressure. All right. Duan Miajun nodded in agreement, her expression resolute. Outside the cavern, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The soul-snatching Talon, with its eagle-hooked nose, boasts an extraordinary 4th-tier prowess, yet it still pales in comparison to Xiao Yu's might. Consequently, he swiftly alters his strategy and summons his second-in-command. However, even with the loss of one formidable transcendent expert, the Kanghai army is compelled to engage in a 3-to-1 struggle, gradually succumbing to exhaustion. While directing his beasts in battle, Xiao Yu casts a worried glance at Zhao En and the others. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily upon him. If this continues, the members of the Kanghai army will truly be unable to withstand the onslaught. The only viable solution now lies in summoning the Jade Rock Lizard King. But at this critical juncture for its enhancement, Jiang Chen has sternly instructed that it must not engage in combat. Otherwise, all their prior efforts would be in vain. Everyone, retreat and take shelter in the cave. Xiao Yu deliberated briefly before gritting his teeth and issuing the order. If they could reach the cave, their numerical advantage would be rendered ineffective. At that point, the earth-shattering rhino could serve as their primary defense, and they should be able to hold their ground. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's command, the 5 Tide Hounds, under their master's direction, unleashed a chilling mist. Instantly, a thick white fog enveloped the battlefield. They fought while retreating, gradually making their way toward the cave. However, their movements were too conspicuous, and soon the eagle-hooked nose discerned Xiao Yu's intentions. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he bellowed to his subordinates. They can't hold out much longer. Everyone, unleash your full strength. Once we subdue them, I'll reimburse all expenses incurred during this endeavor. What a grandiose display. Upon hearing the eagle-hooked nose's proclamation, visions of alluring long legs danced in the minds of his underlings, igniting their spirits and urging them to launch a fierce assault against the Kanghai army. Damn it. Witnessing the surge of morale among his adversaries, Xiao Yu cursed inwardly, his expression darkening. Resolutely, He prepared to summon the Jade Rock Lizard King when he heard the eagle-hooked nose tauntingly declare, "Kid, you possess considerable strength. I'll offer you a chance. Surrender and join us, and I shall spare your life. Think carefully, I rarely show mercy. After all, one's life is more precious than money. Sacrificing your life for others is hardly worth it." He regarded Xiaoyu with a smile, aware that if pressed too hard, Xiaoyu might choose to fight to the death, which would be far from amusing. If the soul-snatching Talon were to sustain severe injuries, it would not bode well for him either. After all, they had only recently allied with the stone creatures, and their foundation was still shaky. Moreover, many small teams similar to theirs existed. Should they learn of the Talon's injury, it could lead to dire consequences. After all, with limited opportunities at the top, any reduction in competitors would enhance their own chances of ascent. "Do you think you can recruit me?" Xiaoyu replied, a hint of scorn flickering at the corners of his mouth. He paused briefly before retorting, "You're not worthy. Seek death." Soul-snatching Talon, poison shadow assault. With a furious roar from the eagle-hooked nose, a swirl of purple smoke enveloped the soul-snatching Talon, which then sprinted towards the earth-shattering rhino with astonishing speed, leaving behind a phantom in its wake, concealed by the mist, making it increasingly difficult to detect. It wasn't until it closed in on the earth-shattering rhino that the latter could pinpoint its position. Earth-shattering rhino. Stone shield. Yet, it was already too late. The soul-snatching Talon leapt high, its sharp claws dripping with purple venom. In that critical moment, a bolt of azure lightning shot forth from the cave, striking the soul-snatching Talon and sending it careening away. Soul-snatching Talon. The eagle-hooked nose shouted in disbelief, turning his gaze towards the cave. "Who is there? What are you sneaking around for?" Chapter 260. The shock brought by the Azure Thunder Dragon. Upon recognizing the familiar azure lightning, a glimmer of joy illuminated Xiaoyu's face as he bellowed to his comrades, "Brothers, hold your ground. The young master has arrived. Prepare to counterattack." Alerted by Xiaoyu's call, the eagle-hooked nose immediately became wary, peering into the depths of the cave with a solemn expression. "Young master? Everyone be on guard." He was uncertain of how many individuals lurked within the cave and swiftly assumed a defensive posture. In the realm of secrets, retreating was not dishonorable. Dying, however, was. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge from the cave with only a handful of companions, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "You nearly scared me to death. It turns out there are only 4 of you. I thought reinforcements were on the way." Hearing the raucous noise from his adversaries, Jiang Chen's azure pupils narrowed as he stepped forward to stand beside Xiaoyu, his gaze sweeping over the enemy ranks. There were 4 transcendent tier opponents, 6 high-tier awakened beings, and the remainder were mid-tier awakened. Among them, the most formidable was undoubtedly the 4th-tier soul-snatching Talon. Name, soul-snatching Talon. Attributes, poison. Darkness, level, 4th-tier transcendent. Quality, mid-tier silver. Talent, rare, exclusive trait, venomous claws. Possesses well-developed venom glands, allowing it to release paralyzing venom upon attack. Skills, shadow claw. Intermediate, condenses dark energy to enhance claw attack range, launching strikes against enemies. Frenzied clawing. Intermediate, a chaotic clawing skill that wildly lashes out, inflicting multiple damage instances. Poison shadow assault. Intermediate, merges into the shadows, launching a surprise attack from concealment. If it strikes the enemy's back, it inflicts double damage. Such a configuration would certainly categorize this team as a mid-tier force in the Jiang City adventurer circles. Moreover, Jiang Chen detected a faint metallic scent of blood emanating from them. These were individuals who had truly tasted battle. No wonder they could suppress the Kanghai army to such an extent. "Is Brother Xiao all right?" Jiang Chen inquired softly, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu shook his head. "I'm fine. What are your plans, young master?" Now that Jiang Chen had emerged from the cave, the command naturally reverted to him. With a light chuckle, Jiang Chen replied, "Of course, we'll fight back. They've dared to bully us. How can we simply let this pass?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the eagle-hooked nose scoffed. "You little brat. You're young, yet your attitude is audacious. You think you can take us down? You've truly lost your mind. This isn't a playground for rich kids. Wise up and hand over whatever you've pilfered from the cave, or I'll be compelled to take it myself." Feeling belittled, Jiang Chen smiled at Xiaoqing and remarked, "It's a shame being young sometimes. I've deliberately dressed maturely for this outing, yet I still can't conceal my youthful spirit." Roar. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiaoqing responded with a fierce roar, then transformed into a colossal 15-meter-long dragon. Beneath its azure scales, lightning flickered, accentuated by the remnants of blood from the recently slain Shadow Might, adding an air of ferocity. Its massive head bore 2 dragon whiskers that danced in the wind, and its pale golden eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of authority, partially obscured by the mist. "A divine dragon beast? Who exactly are you?" The eagle-hooked nose could not help but swallow hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Having traversed many lands, he had encountered few dragon-type beasts, let alone a divine dragon. Such a creature was not something an ordinary person could possess. This time, he had truly kicked a steel plate. However, it is evidently too late to show any signs of concession. The offense has already been irreparably committed, leaving no room for recourse. He cast a cold gaze at the soaring figure of the little Qing, contemplating the disparity between the two sides. After a brief moment of reflection, he bellowed to his subordinates, "Eliminate them. The dragon-type beasts are treasures in themselves. Seize them, and your second beast will be fully funded." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was determined not to allow them the advantage, immediately calling out to his companions, "Attack." With Jiang Chen's command, the Qingshan breeding base launched a counteroffensive. The retired soldiers from the Songhai army, who had previously struggled against overwhelming odds, now found the battle significantly more manageable with the addition of Duan Miajun's flame-tailed scarlet scorpion. Meanwhile, the little Qing targeted the soul dragon claw, charging towards it with remarkable speed. Its massive form not hindering its agility. Lightning surged along its tail, which it then lashed fiercely in the direction of the soul dragon claw. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, leaving a long trench in the ground, with debris scattering and grazing the hawk-nosed man's cheek. The sting of pain caused him to glance back at the location of the soul dragon claw, a palpable sense of dread washing over him. Is this the terrifying power of dragon-type beasts? The extraordinary tier can unleash such destructive force. Although the previous lightning tail strike had been narrowly evaded by the soul dragon claw, it had done so with great effort. If another were to come, it might not be so fortunate. Second, the hawk-nosed man gasped, a flicker of retreat taking root in his heart. If he could not contend with this dragon, he certainly stood no chance against the imposing scorpion over there. He was here to earn money, not to court death. Understanding his intent, the second-in-command immediately shouted, "Brothers, charge. If they intend to end us, we shall fight back." Upon hearing this, the previously disheartened morale surged as they roared and rushed towards Jiang Chen, attempting to stealthily utilize the white mist to escape. Yet, while the mist might obscure others, it could not veil Jiang Chen. His all-seeing eye remained open, allowing him to effortlessly perceive their movements. Planning to flee? Little Qing. Intercept them. The little Qing swiftly positioned itself in their retreat path. How brazen of them to use their subordinates as shields while attempting to escape. Jiang Chen did not shy away from his derision, declaring, "Your leader is already preparing to run. How long do you intend to continue fighting? Surrender, and I may spare your lives." At Jiang Chen's words, the remaining men exchanged glances, ultimately ordering their beasts to cease their assault. A smirk crept upon Jiang Chen's lips as he addressed Xiaoyu. "Subdue them all." Chapter 261, The Celestial Source Gold Core. In the Jinshin mining area, the battle had concluded. Xiaoyu, along with his subordinates, bound the members of the adventurers group to trees, thoroughly searching their spatial bags. The young masters found them laden with ores, devoid of any identification. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. The absence of identification was perplexing. With their apparent strength and scale, they could not possibly be unregistered with the guild. Registration would necessitate identification tags. Unless he had misjudged from the outset. These individuals might be extraneous members of a significant force. The thought solidified Jiang Chen's suspicion. Many outsiders had recently arrived in the Jiang city, all eager to stake their claim on the resources of the spatial rift. However, some lacked the strength to extract sufficient resources from the rift, leading them to seek affiliation with a local power. There had even been instances of such individuals knocking on the doors of the Qingshan breeding base. But that person had merely been a novice beastmaster. Thus, Jiang Chen had paid them no mind. If that were indeed the case, these individuals could not be allowed to remain. Murmuring to himself, Jiang Chen approached the hawk-nosed man. MMM. His mouth was stuffed with a black and white sock. And upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, he began to struggle vigorously. Jiang Chen removed the sock from his mouth, prompting the man to exclaim, "Do you have any idea who we are? Release us at once." Finding himself out of options, he resorted to invoking the name of the stone constructs, hoping to instill fear with its reputation. Little did he know, uttering that name would only hasten his demise. "And who exactly are you? Do you possess some extraordinary identity?" Jiang Chen inquired, playing along with the man's bravado. The hawk-nosed man, believing Jiang Chen to be intimidated by his words, immediately responded, "Indeed. I am associated with the stone constructs. Judging by your beast, you must also hold some standing. The stone constructs is a third-tier force. Release us, and I assure you, I will not pursue you. I could even introduce you to the president." A cold smile spread across Jiang Chen's face as he realized he had inadvertently captured someone from the stone constructs. However, he only partially absorbed the man's words. The mention of introducing him to Zaiha Ba was something an outsider could not facilitate, and whether Zaiha Ba was even aware of such a person was debatable. You are affiliated with the stone constructs? I actually have some connections there, Jiang Chen replied to the hawk-nosed man, so I could grant you a chance. Upon hearing this, Duan Miajan's expression faltered, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. Jiang Chen had previously promised to assist her in seeking vengeance. Yet now he contemplated releasing the minions of the stone constructs. Reflecting on the countless hours she had spent crafting spirit artifacts for Jiang Chen, a sense of unjust grievance welled within her. Yet, the hawk-nosed man bore a smile, promptly addressing Jiang Chen. Exactly. We are all friends here. Why not earn money together? No need for bloodshed. Wait, before you get ahead of yourself in establishing connections, tell me your purpose for being here, Jiang Chen interjected, questioning him. The hawk-nosed man, now captured and unconcerned about propriety, replied, I can share, but you must promise me that you won't disclose it was I who revealed this information. That goes without saying. Let me tell you, we came to the Jinshin mining area for a reason. Recently, rumors have spread about a high-quality celestial source gold core appearing in the Tianyu gold mine. You must understand the value of such a thing. Our objective is precisely that. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed upon hearing this. The celestial source gold core, a product of intermediate secret realms, could be considered a high-grade spiritual material. Rich in powerful gold attribute energy, essential for the evolution of many advanced beasts. It also served as a material for crafting high-level spirit artifacts, and its appearances at auctions were exceedingly rare. No wonder the stone constructs had dispatched individuals here. How many of you came this time? Just 2 teams. One is an elite squad from the stone constructs, slightly stronger than me, but still far behind you, young master. The hawk-nosed man assumed Jiang Chen was intrigued by the celestial source gold core and flattered him, divulging all he knew. Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. An elite squad? It appears that they must be direct descendants of the stone creation, and it seems these individuals are quite eager to obtain the heavenly source gold core. Thus, he must ensure that they do not succeed. As Jiang Chen pondered, the hawk-nosed man timidly spoke up. Young master, I have divulged all that I know. Might you consider releasing us now? Upon hearing this, a playful smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips. He then turned to Duan Miajan and said, Miajan, I am currently unable to capture the formidable Zaiha Ba. I will leave these individuals in your capable hands, as a means to slightly restore some justice for your Duan family. Duan Miajan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would entrust her with these individuals. She had thought he might actually let them go. You're giving them to me to handle? She questioned. Of course, when you sold yourself to me, I vowed to assist you in avenging your grievances. This is merely a token of interest. Whether they live or die is entirely at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Duan Miajan's pupils glimmered with a hint of crimson, and her eyes became slightly misty. She stepped forward towards the captives, her gaze tinged with a trace of murderous intent. The hawk-nosed man, sensing her demeanor, grew anxious and immediately cried out. You're not keeping your word. You promised that as long as I revealed what I knew, you wouldn't kill me. I never made such a promise. Jiang Chen retorted coldly. I merely assured you that I would not disclose the origin of this information. Once you are dead, I doubt anyone will suspect you. In truth, Jiang Chen had never intended to spare him. He did not trust a man who would abandon his master in times of peril and seek to save his own skin. Such individuals would undoubtedly seek revenge given the slightest opportunity, and he was unwilling to leave himself exposed to future threats. Just as the hawk-nosed man prepared to respond, Duan Miajan commanded her flame-tailed red-armored scorpion to launch an attack. The fiery stinger pierced his chest, and blood gushed from his mouth. The hawk-nosed man glared at Jiang Chen with resentment, unable to fathom that after all his years, he would meet his end at the hands of someone so young. Observing the man's lifeless gaze, Jiang Chen remarked coldly, Do not blame me. Blame yourself for provoking my ire. After a short while, Duan Miajan had eliminated all the captives. With her eyes glistening, she approached Jiang Chen and said, Thank you, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat awkward, was not one to offer consolation. Instead, he smiled and gently wiped away the tears from her face. Do not cry. It is merely a few extraneous personnel. What would happen if I were to slay Zaiha Ba? You would surely faint from grief. You also heard him mention that there are members of the stone creation in the golden stone mining area, and their destination is the same as ours. We are bound to cross paths. At that time, you will have your chance for revenge, and we must be prepared. Duan Miajan nodded in agreement. I will heed your guidance. Chapter 262, The Suinjin Devouring Python. After dealing with the bodies, Jiang Chen took the map he had found in the hawk-nosed man's spatial bag and made his way towards the inner circle of the golden stone mining area. This map appeared to be an internal document of the stone creation, more detailed than the one Jiang Chen had purchased outside. It marked the location of the heavenly imperial gold mine and various resource points along the way. However, it seemed incomplete, likely due to the man's recent induction into the stone creation, leaving several other mining points unmarked. After traversing for approximately an hour or two, the group arrived at a vast expanse of yellow sand, with swirling dust and the pungent scent of sulfur permeating the air. Jiang Chen halted, observing the scene ahead, and cautioned, "What lies ahead is the sea of yellow sand. The heavenly imperial gold mine is within. Everyone, tread carefully." "Understood," they replied, donning light yellow cloaks from their spatial bags as they ventured in. Upon entering the desert, the fierce winds battered Jiang Chen with gritty sand. He could not help but frown and return Xiaoqing to the beast control space, replacing her with Xiaohu. After all, Xiaoqing was but a mortal, and the harsh environment would deplete her strength. Xiaohu, having made considerable progress, was well suited to withstand the sandstorm with its mechanical body. As they delved deeper, Jiang Chen led the group over a sand dune, unveiling a massive open pit mine before them. Peering down from the crest, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply at the sight below. In front of a cavern within the mine, a throng of approximately 30 to 40 individuals was gathered, clad in two distinct styles of combat attire. However, what astonished Jiang Chen the most were the two colossal golden pythons coiled at the cave's entrance. Their golden scales shimmered amidst the yellow sand, revealing faint crimson patterns. Each serpent was as thick as a basin and stretched the same length as Xiaoqing in her untransformed state, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Their bellies were swollen, and their enormous heads lazily rested upon their bodies, presumably having just completed a meal. Whether these beasts were the familiars of the gathered individuals remained uncertain to Jiang Chen. As he observed them, a glimmer of blue light flickered in his eyes, providing him a clearer view of the two golden serpents. Remarkably, each possessed two fleshy protrusions, about a palm's height, sprouting from their heads. Though seemingly trivial against their massive forms, Jiang Chen recognized these as signs of their impending transformation into true pythons. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Suinjin pythons on the verge of transformation? What could this place be hiding to nurture such formidable familiars? Name: Suinjin devouring python. Transforming into true python. Attribute: gold. Level: Tier 1 commander. Quality: high silver. Rarity: rare. Exclusive trait: devour gold. Houses 108 teeth capable of crushing ores, allowing it to absorb the energy from minerals to enhance itself. Jingjin armor. Its scales possess the metal transformation trait, granting a chance to convert elemental damage into stored gold energy when subjected to attacks. Skills: Thousand Blades execution. Intermediate envelopes its scales with gold energy, enhancing their sharpness to shred foes. Mercury toxin fangs. Intermediate extracts metallic toxins, injecting them into enemies to induce cellular necrosis. Devour gold to forge armor. Advanced consumes metallic materials from the battlefield to instantly repair damaged areas. Golden serpent dance. Advanced whips up a metallic storm around itself, inflicting widespread damage upon adversaries. No wonder these individuals dared not act recklessly. The potential of these two Suinjin devouring pythons was on par with the Xianfeng golden-scaled python Jiang Chen had encountered in Spring City. If they were to succeed in their transformation, their potential would only increase further. Jiang Chen surmised that these individuals must harbor an interest in capturing the two serpents. Otherwise, they would not be so brazen as to linger while the creatures digested their meals. Just as Jiang Chen contemplated, Duan Miajan's voice broke through. "People from the Tiangong group?" Jiang Chen turned to her and inquired, "Do you know that person?" Duan Miajan nodded and replied, "The one leading them should be the second young master of the Tiangong group. I encountered him at a blacksmithing exchange event previously. He is now a mid-tier blacksmith with some talent, though he lacks a certain finesse." Jiang Chen's lips twitched. It seemed Duan Miajan had developed her own distinct flair for blacksmithing. The individual in question appears to be quite young, and achieving the rank of an intermediate forger at such an age undoubtedly reflects considerable dedication. Yet, through her discourse, she has rendered him as lacking in spirit. Nevertheless, she is indeed justified in making such an assertion. However, with their presence, seizing the Tianyu gold, and these two Suinjin swallowing python seems a rather formidable challenge. The sheer number of them and their considerable strength complicates matters significantly. The only viable strategy now is to incite discord among them. Jiang Chen's gaze began to roam, contemplating a means to break the impasse. Indeed, Jiang Chen was tempted. The allure of the Suinjin swallowing python was irresistible, and he was confident in his ability to cultivate them into true dragons. Furthermore, with one male and one female, it signified their potential for breeding. Currently, there are only 3 establishments capable of reliably breeding dragon-type beasts. If the Qingshan base could succeed in this endeavor, the name of Qingshan would echo throughout the Jiangnan province. At that point, he could even attempt to recreate the spectacle of the 9 dragons pulling a cart, a notion that had long been kindled during his time at the Magic City University, where he observed the extravagant beast carts of the elite families. Just then, Jiang Chen noticed a herd of over 30 yellow sand rock cattle grazing on the other side of the sand dune. A slight smile crept across his lips. Such a substantial number of yellow sand rock cattle should suffice for their needs. Jiang Chen retrieved a small vial of beast-attracting incense from his spatial pouch and whispered to Xiao Yu, "Brother Xiao, do you see that herd of cattle over there? This is beast-attracting incense. Have the wild sword eagle spread some of it towards their camp to lure them away. Once they are distracted, we can reap the benefits." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu and Duan Miajun immediately furrowed their brows. "Young master, are you really considering taking action against them? There are not just one faction present. If we offend them all at once, it could spell disaster." Just as Duan Miajun was about to speak further, Jiang Chen interjected. "Those who have reached this point harbor their own agendas. They are merely united temporarily due to external circumstances. Should any external force intervene, they will not aid one another. Moreover, you are well aware of the nature of those who create monumental constructs. Brother Xiao, proceed." With that, Jiang Chen turned his attention to Xiao Yu. Chapter 263, Poison Kill. In the Jingshan mining area, at the Tianyu gold mine, Chen Mufeng, the second young master of the Tiangong group, sat within his tent. His expression dark and his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, his voice icy as he spoke. "Damn it, don't let me discover who leaked information from here. Bringing those clods from monumental constructs upon us. What do you propose we do now?" His gaze swept across his subordinates, awaiting their responses. He had initially anticipated that gathering Tianyuan gold cores would be a straightforward endeavor, yet it had unexpectedly spiraled into a convoluted affair. The emergence of 2 commanding stage golden snakes was one thing, but now the people from monumental constructs had been summoned. A young man seated to his left seized the opportunity to speak. "Young master, we haven't brought many people this time. Engaging those brutes would not be advantageous. Why not propose to share these 2 Suinjin pythons and the ore? After all, our mission was never about them." "No way." Upon hearing this, Chen Mufeng slammed his right hand onto the table. "I came here under military orders from my father. I have always been overshadowed by my older siblings at home. If I cannot accomplish this trivial task, how can I maintain my standing in the Tiangong group? Moreover, these 2 snakes seem to have undergone some mutation. If we can bring them back for study, my father will certainly regard me more favorably." Although Chen Mufeng was not a beast cultivator, he had seen his fair share of rare beasts since childhood and possessed a discerning eye. These 2 snakes were anything but ordinary, and he was determined to capture them all. This was the primary reason for his stalemate with the people from monumental constructs. "I misspoke, young master." One subordinate, noticing Chen Mufeng's anger, immediately clasped his hands in apology. Then a sinister expression crept onto his face. "In that case, why not take decisive action and eliminate them?" With that, he produced a test tube the thickness of a finger from his pocket. Chen Mufeng accepted the test tube, observing the viscous, transparent liquid at the bottom. And after a moment of contemplation, he mused, "Share your plan." Seeing Chen Mufeng intrigued, the subordinate quickly elaborated. "We have been at an impasse with monumental constructs for quite some time. I have learned that their leader this time is a fellow named Yin Chuan. I've heard of him. He is a mere brute without any intellect. We could easily lure him over under the pretense of negotiating the mineral share and then administer this poison to him. You've witnessed his combat prowess. He is at least a high-ranking beast master. Can your poison handle that?" Chen Mufeng's amber eyes locked onto his counterpart, awaiting a response. Due to his proactive request to undertake this mission, he had not leveraged other familial resources. Presently, he stood as the strongest individual in the entire encampment. But he possessed only a single extraordinary 9th-tier beast. If the poison proved ineffective and failed to deliver a fatal blow, Yin Chuan would certainly cause significant trouble. "Rest assured, young master, this poison is derived from the black market ink jade spider venom, colorless and odorless. A single drop is enough to incapacitate an adult stone-tooth elephant. Then let us proceed as you suggested. However, for safety's sake, ensure our people are prepared to subdue him the moment the poison takes effect." Chen Mufeng's gaze remained fixed on him as he continued. "As long as you execute this task well, once I ascend to the management tier of the group, I can secure you a supervisory position." The subordinate's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Realizing that his efforts to curry favor with Chen Mufeng were finally bearing fruit. "Thank you for your support, young master. Now go and take care of it." Chen Mufeng waved him off. A moment later, Yin Chuan swaggered into the Tiangong group's encampment with 4 companions, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. "Boss, your strength is impressive. Just a slight display, and that so-called second young master comes to negotiate with us." Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan's lips curled into a smirk. Evidently pleased by the remark, but he still admonished, "Less idle chatter. This is the second young master of the Tiangong group. Show him some respect. Nevertheless, despite his words, his expression betrayed a clear disdain for Chun Mufeng. Yin Chuan and his companions spoke loudly, and Chun Mufeng, standing at the tent's entrance, heard every word. His fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "Let you bask in your glory for now. Soon enough, I will wipe that smile off your face." Led by his subordinates, Yin Chuan approached Chun Mufeng, declaring, "Second young master Chun, I am here on behalf of my boss. We just had a skirmish, and I trust you can understand that, right?" Chun Mufeng regarded him, swiftly concealing his murderous intent and replacing it with a smile. "Of course. It seems we have forged an acquaintance through this encounter. Come, I have prepared a meal. Let us dine and discuss." "That sounds splendid. I've long heard the chefs at the Tiangong group possess remarkable skills. I've been eager to sample their fare. And I cannot believe I stumbled upon this opportunity in such a desolate place." Yin Chuan chuckled a few times before instructing his men, "Let us go inside and enjoy." With that, he boldly led the way into the tent, taking the seat of honor, a testament to the confidence his strength bestowed upon him. Upon encountering Yin Chuan's blatant rudeness, the subordinates of the Chen family were instantly incensed. No matter how disregarded Chun Mufeng might be, such indignity was intolerable. At that juncture, Yin Chuan's voice resonated. "My apologies, second young master Chun. It appears I have taken the wrong seat. Would you prefer I relinquish it to you?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mufeng's expression turned icy, and he spoke through gritted teeth. "No need." Subsequently, he settled beside Yin Chuan. Pouring a drink for him, "Let us share a toast first." Yin Chuan's countenance shifted immediately, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. He glanced at his own cup before offering it to his counterpart. "How about you drink first, second young master Chun?" His audacity was shocking. Chun Mufeng had not retaliated, a behavior uncharacteristic of a normal individual. Understanding that Yin Chuan was becoming suspicious, Chun Mufeng smiled and accepted the cup, downing its contents in one go. "Yin Chuan, it seems you doubt my integrity. If that's the case, perhaps there's no need for us to discuss further. We could settle this through combat. Although your strength is formidable, we are not to be trifled with." Upon hearing Chun Mufeng's words, Yin Chuan chuckled nervously and replied, "Second young master Chun, you're being too harsh. I concede, it was my mistake. Allow me to drink to my own folly." With that, he seized the wine jug from Chun Mufeng's hands, poured himself a drink, and gulped it down. Observing this, a cold smirk crept across Chun Mufeng's lips as he gently rubbed the ring on his right hand. Savor this last meal. Thereafter, he and Yin Chuan continued their toasting and drinking. After a flurry of clinking glasses, a flush crept onto the faces of the attendees. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, Chun Mufeng raised his glass towards Yin Chuan and declared, "Yin Chuan, to be candid, I have a mission at hand. The Tianyuan Golden Core is a necessity for me. As for the Tianyu Gold, I can offer you 60%. Yin Chuan downed his drink and waved his hand dismissively, forming a gesture with his fingers. "Do not mistake me for a fool. The value of the Tianyuan Golden Core cannot possibly compare to that of the Tianyu Gold. I demand 80% of the Tianyu Gold, and those 2 golden serpents at the entrance are to be mine as well." He had previously battled those serpents, and their prowess was undeniable. They could engage him in combat for dozens of rounds without the benefit of a tamer. This demonstrated the extent of their innate talent. Moreover, he had noticed Chun Mufeng's interest in them. The reason he had not mentioned this earlier was likely due to an assumption that Chun Mufeng was ignorant of their worth, hoping to take advantage of the situation. "Yin Chuan, you are exceedingly greedy. Do you not fear that you might burst from your own avarice?" Chun Mufeng's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. "Moreover, you audaciously desire the 2 beasts at the entrance without offering any price. Do you hold your position in such high regard?" Chun Mufeng had initially wished to avoid a confrontation so soon, but Yin Chuan's insatiable appetite left no room for negotiation. Not willing to relent, Yin Chuan snorted disdainfully and slammed his cup onto the table. "Enough of this nonsense. Just tell me whether you agree or not. I am here out of respect for your father and your siblings. Otherwise, a mere mid-tier forger like you would not even be worthy of dining at the same table as I. Other factions may lack forgers, but the Giant Stone Workshop does not. I'll tell you this. I can lower my demand for the Tianyu Gold, but I require half of the Tianyuan Golden Core. If not, we may as well engage in a brawl." Upon hearing this, Chun Mufeng scoffed. "You dare to act so brazenly on my territory?" With that, he seized his cup and hurled it against the ground. Crash! The cup shattered into fragments, wine splattering across the floor. The noise prompted over a dozen well-equipped guards from the Chen family to rush in from outside the tent, encircling Yin Chuan and his companions. The subordinates, who had been drinking moments earlier, were jolted into sobriety and quickly rose to their feet. Yin Chuan scanned the guards, a fierce aura emanating from him. "I knew you had ulterior motives. The bright armor from the Tiangong group is indeed a fine item, But do you truly believe they can thwart me? Seeing Yin Chuan's continued arrogance, Chen Mufeng dropped the pretense, standing up with a smile. On their own. They cannot stop you. But how do you know I lack other preparations? Why not test your ability to summon your beasts? At this, Yin Chuan's expression soured, and he attempted to communicate with the beast's base. However, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his heart, and he coughed up blood. Big brother. His subordinate was about to rush to his aid, but was swiftly halted. Yin Chuan slumped in his seat, blood trickling from his mouth. When did you poison me? You consumed the same thing not long ago. Chen Mufeng chuckled, revealing the ring on his finger and twisting it, causing a needle as fine as a hair to appear before all. What era are we in? Who still poisons drinks? We live in a technological age. With a simple tap, this ring can inject poison into another without them even realizing it. You Chen family members are indeed a bunch of despicable scoundrels. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. He attempted to rise, but was swiftly kicked down by Chen Mufeng. Yin Chuan. I advise you to conserve your strength. It may grant you a longer life. Chen Mufeng loomed over him, placing his right foot on Yin Chuan's chest. Speaking with malice, after the humiliation you just inflicted upon me, I shall not grant you a swift death. I have heard you value your subordinates. Therefore, I will ensure you witness each and every one of them perish before your eyes. Chen Mufeng, you madman. Curse away. I welcome your vitriol, for in the end, I shall be the victor. Ha ha. Just as Chen Mufeng reveled in his triumph, a subordinate rushed in, breathless. Young master, it's bad. I'm perfectly fine. Chen Mufeng's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression darkened. What do you mean it's not the young master? A horde of frenzied yellow sand rock bulls has emerged from nowhere and destroyed the giant stone workshop's camp. They are charging towards us. What did you say? Repeat that. Chen Mufeng seized the subordinate by the collar, incredulous. How could yellow sand rock bulls appear in this area? These beasts, despite their low quality, were notorious for being the most lethal beasts within the Golden Mountain mining area. Once they charged, even commanding tier beasts would avoid their onslaught. Their golden elemental energy would resonate during a charge, forming them into a formidable force. The Kanghai army had once attempted to tame these beasts, but their stubborn nature made them exceedingly difficult to train, ultimately leading to the endeavor's failure. I don't know. We just checked the surroundings and found no yellow sand rock bulls. Perhaps they have merely wandered into this area. Damn it. Chen Mufeng released his grip, irritably downing a cup of wine. Ha ha ha. Boy, this is what you call reaping what you sow. Had you not attacked me, we might have stood a chance together against them. But now, you may as well await your demise. Upon hearing this news, Yin Chuan did not exhibit sorrow. Instead, he burst into laughter, still putting on a brave front. Chen Mufeng snatched a weapon from his subordinate and plunged it into Yin Chuan's chest. Yin Chuan immediately spat blood, splattering Chen Mufeng's face. Chen Mufeng slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his face with a hand, and coldly commanded, "Eliminate them all, then follow me to intercept the beasts." With that, he summoned his beast, a colossal lion adorned with a fiery mane. On the hillside, Jiang Chen lay concealed within the yellow sands, observing the commotion in the distance, and nodded in satisfaction. "Xiaogu, you have performed admirably. Your efforts will be duly noted upon our return." This success was largely attributed to the Master's beast-attracting incense. Yet a concern lingered. What would happen to the yellow sand rock bulls once the foes below were dealt with? Xiaoyu voiced his apprehension to Jiang Chen, acknowledging that with the current strength of the Qingshan base, they could not hope to contend with such formidable beasts. Rest assured, I have anticipated this. The incense I provided will incite a frenzy in the beasts, significantly amplifying their power, but after a short duration, they will enter a state of weakness. All we need now is to prepare to reap the benefits. Chapter 265, Jiang Chen's appearance, collapse. In the vast Tianyu gold mine, the air was thick with swirling sands, and the sounds of battle echoed incessantly. Chen Mufeng directed his team to retreat while engaging the enemy. Despite their protective spiritual armor, they suffered considerable losses under the relentless onslaught of the yellow sand rock bulls, dwindling from a contingent of 20 to merely a handful. Where on earth did these damned bulls spring from? This cannot continue. Even if we manage to defeat them, we will undoubtedly be unable to secure the Tianyuan gold core. Chen Mufeng thought grimly as he exerted all his strength to pin one of the bulls to the ground, his expression darkening. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to one of his companions. "I have a task for you. Lead a team to divert their attention." "Divert them?" the man exclaimed, startled, and quickly shook his head. "Young master, I cannot do that. Please choose someone else." The notion of drawing the attention of those savage bulls felt akin to courting death. He was here for profit, not to sacrifice his life. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Chen Mufeng's expression darkened. Yet he recognized that coercion was not a viable option at this juncture. "Fear not. This is not a death sentence. This is a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact capable of withstanding the attacks of high-tier beasts. Use it to lure the bulls away, and upon success, you shall be well rewarded. As he spoke, he retrieved a silvery orb from his spatial pouch and handed it over, feeling a pang of regret. Such a high-caliber artifact was a rarity, even for him. Originally intended for self-preservation, it had to be sacrificed for the sake of those two beasts and a Tianyuan gold core. I believe I have heard that you have a younger sister preparing to contract a beast next year. I could arrange for her to select a novice beast from the Chen family's beast garden. The man's heart swirled with conflict upon hearing Chun Mufeng's proposition. The terms were exceedingly generous. The novice beasts at the Chun family's facility were all of at least high bronze rank. Furthermore, with a high-grade defensive artifact in hand, his chances of survival would be considerably enhanced. With this thought, he turned to Chen Mufeng and declared, "Young master, I am willing to give it a try." "Excellent. Rest assured, I, Chen Mufeng, am a man of my word. Upon your return, I shall personally welcome you." A faint smile graced Chen Mufeng's lips as he patted the man's shoulder. He then called out to his team. A team led by a bin will distract the enemy. The rest prepare for retreat. With his gaze sharpening, Chen Mufeng issued a command to his fiery lion, "Flame breath." Instantly, a torrent of flames erupted from the lion's mouth, igniting a tent before the yellow sand rock bulls. "Withdraw." In that fleeting moment, Chen Mufeng leaped into the nearby mine pit with several companions. A bin, seizing the moment, shouted to attract the bull's attention entirely to himself before darting in the opposite direction. Huddled within the mine pit, Chen Mufeng and his remaining companions dared not make a sound. Once the cacophony outside subsided, they cautiously peered out. A sigh of relief escaped Chen Mufeng's lips. They had succeeded. Leaning against the rocky wall, he surveyed the few subordinates that remained, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. He had brought his core members, and yet, to have lost so many in a mid-tier secret realm was devastating. However, if they could secure the treasures, it would be worth it. After a brief respite, he led the remaining team members as they emerged slowly from the mine. "Let us proceed." On the sand dunes above, Jiang Chen observed everything unfold below. Lowering his binoculars, he smirked. Quite clever of them to lure the yellow sand rock bulls away. "So what shall we do now? Shall we proceed?" Xiao Yu inquired. "Of course. We shall advance." Jiang Chen rose slowly, brushing off the sand from his clothes, having endured the charge of the bulls and losing part of their force. "How much combat capability do you think remains among them now?" He paused, casting his gaze over the guard force. "This battle is no mere skirmish, given your experiences. You must have blood on your hands. I hope you will show no mercy. The Tianyu gold lies just below. The more we seize, the greater the number of wild blade eagles we can evolve. Thus, your opportunities for contracting beasts will also increase. The chances are all in your hands. The outcome ultimately lies with you." As he spoke, a glint of ferocity flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he swiftly mounted the small tiger, fixating his gaze downwards. He had experienced the true battlefield in his illusions. He had felt the cost of mercy towards the enemy, and he would not repeat that mistake. "Prepare yourselves." With Jiang Chen's command, all the retired soldiers of the Kanghai army mounted their tidal hounds. As for Duan Niajan, Jiang Chen directly pulled her onto the small tiger with him. "Charge! Kill!" In the mine, just as Chen Mufeng was preparing to return to the camp, he suddenly heard a flurry of hurried footsteps and squinted towards the source of the sound. The distance was great, and obscured by the sands, he could not see clearly, only catching glimpses of swirling dust. His expression abruptly froze. "What now? What is this? Am I cursed with bad luck these days?" He felt utterly dejected. Having just seen off the yellow sand rock bulls, now another unknown entity approached. As Jiang Chen and his group drew nearer, Chen Mufeng finally discerned their identity and shouted, "Humans! All units prepare for battle." The remaining subordinates immediately fell into formation. At this moment, Jiang Chen was less than 100 meters away, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a blue summoning array materialized before him. Roar! Xiao Qing emitted a furious roar as it emerged from the array, enveloped in crackling electricity. "Xiao Qing, unleash 100,000 volts. Engaging in close combat would be perilous." Jiang Chen aimed to minimize casualties while ensuring victory, necessitating the expenditure of energy first. Xiao Qing let out a fierce roar, accelerating toward Chen Mufeng's position. Chen Mufeng furrowed his brow, eyeing the elongated creature amidst the sandstorm, a flicker of confusion igniting within him. What beast is this? In the next instant, Xiao Qing had reached their front lines. The green lightning coalesced around its form. Boom! A tremendous clap of thunder reverberated. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, mingling with the swirling sands, resembling the apocalypse itself. Each strike left a deep crater in its wake. Faced with such an onslaught, Chen Mufeng's team was thrown into disarray. "What is this? Could this be divine retribution? Run. We cannot withstand such an attack. A sudden shout from an unknown source shattered their already fragile resolve, prompting them to flee in all directions. Calm down. Everyone, please regain your composure. It is merely a beast. Chen Mufeng yelled frantically at his panicking team. But his words fell on deaf ears. Damn it. I was so close to success. Do not let me discover your identity. Realizing the futility of his situation, Chen Mufeng clenched his fists tightly, only to reluctantly release them moments later. He mounted the flame lion, preparing to escape. However, Jiang Chen would not allow him to succeed. Little Tiger unleashed a breath of icy air from a distance, blocking his path. Where do you think you're going, brother? I just arrived and haven't had the chance to entertain you. Chapter 266, The Secrets of the Stone Beings. Seated atop the flame lion, Chen Mufeng was taken aback by the sight of the young boy on the tiger before him. Such youth. How dare one of such an age enter an intermediate secret realm and engage in underhanded dealings? His gaze then fell upon Duan Miajan, cradled in Jiang Chen's arms, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. His grip on the flame lion's mane tightened involuntarily. He blurted out, Duan Miajan, you are still alive. He was well aware of the annihilation of the Duan family, having previously attempted to seek information about her. After all, she was a true genius in the field of forging, and her striking appearance could elevate his standing within his family if he were to win her over. Unfortunately, he had found no leads, and the matter eventually faded away. He never expected to encounter her here today, nestled in someone else's embrace, which stirred a flicker of jealousy within him. Jiang Chen, observing his expression, smirked as he leaned closer to Duan Miajan and whispered, Sister Miajan, that lackluster second young master seems to regard you with rather unusual eyes. Should I let him go? Upon hearing this, Duan Miajan rolled her eyes and playfully elbowed Jiang Chen in the chest. When she first joined the Qingshan base, she had thought Jiang Chen to be a serious scholar. But over time, she discovered his cunning side. If I were to say let him go, would you actually do it? Of course not. But I can make his demise a swift one. Chen Mufeng's expression darkened upon witnessing their interaction. What exactly do you intend to do? I believe I have not wronged either of you. Why the sudden aggression? Miajan may not know me, but you should understand what it means to offend the Tiangong group. As he spoke, he summoned his beast with a surge of spiritual energy. The flame lion beneath him began to radiate an imposing aura, flames roaring from its tail, exuding the might of a lion king. In response to his movements, Jiang Chen gently patted Little Tiger's neck, and an icy blade shot forth towards Chen Mufeng. The sudden assault startled him, and the flame lion immediately unleashed flames in defense. However, Little Tiger's ice attribute was the epitome of frost. Even though the flame lion was a transcendent beast of the 9th rank, it could only barely withstand the attack with all its might. Exhausted, I advise you, Second Young Master Chen, to refrain from rash actions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee where my next strike will land. Chen Mufeng's fists were clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on Little Tiger, shock coursing through him. Just moments ago, he had sensed the extraordinary energy contained within that attack. Its quality was undeniably exceptional. Otherwise, even the flame lion would not have struggled so much to block it. Who is Duan Miajan allied with to possess such a beast? The power behind her could surpass even the Tiangong group. What do you want? He asked. Nothing much. I merely wish to glean some information from you. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. What do you wish to know? About the strength of the stone beings and their motives for annihilating the Duan family. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Chen Mufeng frowned. Is this about avenging the Duan family? How am I to know about the stone beings? If you seek answers, you should inquire with the people of the stone beings. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile at Chen Mufeng's response. It seems the second young master Chen is unwilling to cooperate. Both the Tiangong group and the stone beings belong to the forging factions. I find it hard to believe that you have not conducted any investigations. As he spoke, Jiang Chen lightly clapped his hands, signaling to Xiaoyu behind him. At that moment, Chen Mufeng's subordinates had all been subdued. Xiaoyu understood Jiang Chen's intent and commanded his men to slay Chen Mufeng's beasts on the spot, while simultaneously extracting their cores to toss to the Nidarian hounds behind him. Watching Xiaoyu's actions, Chen Mufeng's head throbbed with rage. You have gone too far. Let's talk. My patience is limited. Do not think that remaining silent will spare you. You had best cooperate, or those people may well be your fate. Jiang Chen had always found Chao Hongwei's motives peculiar. He was already the leader of a third-tier force, so why delve into the educational sector? Moreover, the institution in question was merely a third-tier academy, and the principal's standing in the outside world was not as elevated as one might imagine, especially since he was merely an assistant. Now that he had captured Chen Mufeng, it was the perfect opportunity to probe for information. Of course, if Chen Mufeng refused to divulge anything, Jiang Chen would not show him any leniency. Observing Jiang Chen's expression, Chun Mufeng realized he was not jesting and sighed before speaking. We did not anticipate that Xiahe Ba would suddenly strike the Duan family. We later sent people to investigate, but uncovered nothing. We merely learned that in recent years, the mining veins controlled by the stone beings have been depleting rapidly, and their attack on the Duan family was linked to the small secret realm they discovered. According to my father's speculations, they might be nurturing a powerful rock-type beast. Or perhaps it is simply that the beasts of those two leaders are on the verge of advancing. That's all I know. Can you let me go now? Jiang Chen could not help but frown upon hearing this, mentally assessing the veracity of Chun Mufeng's claims. Recently, he had indeed heard that the stone beings were frantically collecting minerals, but initially, Jiang Chen had assumed they obtained forging secrets from the Duan family and sought to forge high-quality spiritual artifacts. However, after hearing Chun Mufeng's words, Jiang Chen began to consider that his speculation might hold more weight. Could Xiao Hongwei's ambitions for the principal position stem from something within the Jiang High Beast Academy that could facilitate the advancement of his beasts? No, this matter requires further inquiry with Sun Jingxuan. Jiang Chen turned to Chun Mufeng and said, "Thank you for the information. It is crucial. Glad to be of assistance." Chun Mufeng replied with a smile. "Perhaps we will have further opportunities for collaboration in the future." Jiang Chen chuckled. "In another life, perhaps." Chun Mufeng's smile abruptly froze as he stared at Jiang Chen. "Are you still going to kill me? You promised you would let me go. That was merely your assumption." Given that the Qingshan breeding base lacked sufficient combat strength, Jiang Chen could not afford to let Chun Mufeng return alive. Otherwise, unnecessary complications might arise later. "You." Chun Mufeng's expression darkened as he turned to Duan Miajan. "Miajan, we were once classmates. Please help me plead my case. I just helped you eliminate a captain from the stone beings. There is no way to escape now. All my allies have fallen, and my beast is utterly depleted of stamina. An escape is unequivocally impossible. Do not call me Miajan. Our relationship is far from amicable." Duan Miajan spoke, fully aware of her status as merely a laborer, lacking the authority to challenge her superior's decisions. Moreover, she still relied on Jiang Chen for vengeance. "Enough of this idle chatter. Proceed obediently, and should you continue to cooperate, I shall reveal another piece of information. That batch of yellow sand rock bulls was lured here by me. You scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Chun Mufeng was completely taken aback, realizing that the source of those yellow sand rock bulls was none other than the person before him. "I will fight you," he declared, launching an assault towards Jiang Chen. However, in the next moment, a scorpion's tail pierced through his chest. Chapter 267, The Suanjin Devouring Python. Staring in disbelief at the scorpion's tail protruding from his chest, Chun Mufeng gasped, blood spurting from his mouth. "You actually dared to strike me." He had spent time with Duan Miajan, who had previously only exhibited talent in forging, utterly inept in all other areas. During the wilderness training, she had always been at the bottom, too timid to see blood. He never expected her to have the audacity to kill him this time. People do change. When the Duan family was annihilated, and I was sold into the black market, I ceased to be the former Duan Miajan. The flame-tailed red-armored scorpion withdrew its tail from Chun Mufeng's chest, blood immediately staining his battle attire as he collapsed from the body of the burning fire lion. His eyes widened in shock, fixed on Jiang Chen and the others. Roar! With its master in peril, the burning fire lion let out a fierce roar, its eyes turning crimson as it spewed forth a mouthful of blood. It charged at Jiang Chen and his companions, but at that moment, Xiao Qing swooped in, encircling it with her massive form. With claws crackling with electricity, she pierced its body, extracting its core. Deprived of its core, the burning fire lion fell lifeless. Xiao Qing released it, then approached Jiang Chen, presenting the core to him. Jiang Chen disregarded the bloodstains, remarking, "Sister Miajan, be cautious next time. Beasts outside the beast space retain combat capability even after their beastmaster is slain." He paused, continuing, "Chun Mufeng is your kill. I will safeguard this extraordinary core for you. Upon our return, I shall refine it into a high-quality energy elixir." Duan Miajan nodded. Now, all significant members of the Qingshan breeding base are aware of Jiang Chen's ability to concoct high-quality potions. When she first learned this, she could scarcely believe it. Yet, once he produced the potions, she understood just how far Jiang Chen had advanced on the path of a beastmaster. Jiang Chen surveyed the battlefield, observing the various beast corpses scattered across the ground, instructing his subordinates, "Clear the surrounding battlefield, take all the yellow sand rock bulls, and collect only the cores and materials from the others." Understood. With that, Jiang Chen led his team towards the cave occupied by the Suanjin devouring python. In the distance, on a hillside, a bloodied figure watched the unfolding events with eyes filled with hatred. It was Lu Bin, who had recently served as bait to divert the yellow sand rock bulls. Just as he was about to be trampled, the bulls had unexpectedly collapsed. leading him to believe he had narrowly escaped death. Now reflecting, he surmised that it was all orchestrated by these individuals. Damn it, with Chun Mufeng dead. The Tiangong group is irretrievable. What should I do next? He pondered, ultimately deciding to leave this perilous place, planning to sell off some of his gains. Though he had lost the promises made by Chun Mufeng, he had acquired a high-quality defensive spirit artifact, which would fetch a handsome price in the black market. At the Heavenly Imperial Gold Mine, Jiang Chen and Duan Miajun stood 100 meters from the cave. Observing closely, the two Suanjin devouring pythons appeared even larger. Their golden scales shimmering with radiant light, their bellies rising and falling as if in slumber. It seemed challenging to subdue them. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Both were at the commander level, bordering on transformation, with formidable defenses. If a confrontation ensued, only Duan Miajun's flame-tailed red armored scorpion stood a chance against one, while the others would likely struggle. Jiang Chen couldn't help but weigh the costs and benefits in his mind. Just then, Shaoqing, perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder, called out to him. Roar, are you indicating that there is something within? Jiang Chen's gaze immediately pierced through the bodies of the Suanjin devouring pythons, focusing on the cave behind them. It was not pure darkness. Remnants of miners' lighting equipment flickered due to unstable electricity. Despite the limited illumination, after activating his all-seeing eye, Jiang Chen discerned something within. In the cave's center, a circular object glimmered. It did not resemble metal, exuding a unique aura. Jiang Chen's pupils dilated. While others might not recognize it, as a beast master, he identified it immediately. This was unmistakably a metallic beast egg, though its quality was indiscernible. The energy it radiated suggested it could not be of low grade. At that moment, Jiang Chen understood why the two Suanjin devouring pythons had left their cave to guard the entrance. They were protecting their offspring. The potential bounty from this venture could far exceed his expectations. According to the nature of the Suanjin devouring pythons, they would lay their eggs in areas with the richest metallic energy. Given their levels, they were undoubtedly among the most powerful entities within this secret realm. The fact they chose to nest here indicated the presence of exceptionally high-quality ores. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen exchanged glances with Duan Miajun and slowly retreated. Once at a safe distance, he summoned Xiao Yu and the others, speaking in a hushed tone. I have observed that these two Suanjin devouring pythons are indeed commander-tier beasts, and they appear to have just given birth. Upon hearing this, the group furrowed their brows in concern. Commander-tier beasts, especially those that have recently given birth. How could they possibly contend against such creatures? Everyone knew that a beast's temperament and combat prowess were most volatile during childbirth. Approaching them now would be tantamount to suicide. At last, Duan Miajun comprehended Jiang Chen's earlier expression. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Chen gestured for silence. He addressed the group. I understand your apprehensions. The mother snake has recently given birth, and her strength may have waned. The only challenge lies with the male. As he spoke, Jiang Chen retrieved a vial of powder from his pocket, stating, this is a paralysis powder commonly used in breeding. A single vial should suffice to incapacitate a commander-tier beast. With our combined efforts, we stand a viable chance against the other. Should we succeed in this task, I promise that each of you will receive a savage sword eagle. At these words, the eyes of the group brightened with renewed hope. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement and spoke. I believe it is worth a try. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen decisively declared, then the task of poisoning will be entrusted to you. Aim to sprinkle the powder on that male serpent. I will subsequently transport them into my private realm. Xiao Yu promptly acknowledged, summoning his beast and retrieving the paralysis powder from Jiang Chen's hands. He ascended into the sky, hovering above the Suanjin Tingguang python. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he took careful aim and launched the powder directly at the serpent's head. At that moment, the male python sensed an incoming threat and immediately assumed a defensive posture. Just as the vial was about to strike its head, it unleashed a flurry of golden needles from its mouth. The glass bottle shattered upon impact, scattering the paralysis powder across its body. Realizing their strategy had succeeded, Xiao Yu swiftly prepared to retreat. Hissing with fury, the Suanjin Tingguang python violently shook its head, attempting to shake off the toxic powder, its golden eyes ablaze with wrath. Feeling an unusual sensation coursing through its body, the enormous serpent charged toward a nearby muddy pool, intent on dispelling the powder clinging to its head. Stop it! It must not enter the water, Jiang Chen bellowed, commanding Shaoqing to charge forward. He rode atop the white tiger, leading the way, with Shaoqing flanking him. Crackling with electricity, they positioned themselves directly in front of the Suanjin Tingguang python. At this moment, Shaoqing had successfully obstructed the path of the male python. Duan Miajun was not idle either. Her flame-tailed red armored scorpion had ignited its massive pincers in flames, swiftly engaging another Suanjin Tingguang python in combat. The male python, infuriated at the sight of Jiang Chen and the Azure dragon before it, let out a furious roar that bore hints of a dragon's essence. Its body radiated golden light, scales erecting fiercely, as it lunged toward Xiaoqing with its gaping maw wide open. Just then, a rhinoceros encased in stone charged at the Suanjin Tongguang python, its colossal horn brimming with formidable rock energy. The impact struck its waist with tremendous force. Hissing in pain, the Suanjin Tongguang python was sent flying, letting out a pained wail. Jiang Chen, seizing the opportunity, commanded Xiaoqing to launch an assault, Dragon's Might, with a resounding dragon roar echoing through the air. This skill proved exceedingly effective against creatures of its kind. Although the Suanjin Tongguang python was already afflicted with poison, Jiang Chen remained vigilant, aware that it was a commander-level beast. Controlling it would be paramount. Indeed, upon hearing the command, the Suanjin Tongguang python momentarily froze in place. Success. However, before Jiang Chen could revel in his triumph, the female serpent emitted a pained cry. Astonishingly, the male python broke free from its control, shaking its head before launching an attack on Xiaoqing. Its massive tail swept toward Xiaoqing with a deafening rush. Even while under the effects of Jiang Chen's paralysis powder, it executed the golden serpent's frenzy. The strike was monumental, with countless metallic fragments swirling around its tail, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated the Suanjin Tongguang python's resilience. His intrigue was heightened considerably. Xiaoqing, agile and swift, responded with a thundertail strike. As a dragon-type beast, its physique was formidable, and Jiang Chen had no intention of evading. Roaring with determination, Xiaoqing, now facing a powerful adversary, felt a surge of excitement in its golden eyes, and its form began to expand. This was the first time since its evolution that it utilized its ability to transform into a colossal form. Instantly, Xiaoqing morphed into a 30-meter-long dragon, truly embodying the essence of the Nine Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon. Its tail, akin to a steel cable, crackled with azure lightning, radiating an overwhelming force as it struck down upon the Suanjin Tongguang python. The clash produced a tremendous sound, with lightning surging along the surrounding metal, enveloping the Suanjin Tongguang python entirely. Although Xiaoqing had successfully thwarted the python's attack, it was not without consequence. The Suanjin Tongguang python, being a commander-level beast, retaliated with an immense force that caused Xiaoqing's tail to tremble uncontrollably. The impact felt akin to striking a steel column, had it not possessed extraordinary resilience. Xiaoqing's bones might have shattered. Thousand birds entanglement. Jiang Chen commanded resolutely. At that moment, the effects of the paralysis powder began to take hold on the Suanjin Tongguang python, and Jiang Chen remained cautious. Following his orders, Xiaoqing coiled around the python, intertwining into a massive azure and gold sphere. The python, sensing the peril, began to thrash violently, yet its body was already succumbing to the effects of the poison. Moments later, it succumbed to a deep slumber. Seeing this, Jiang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. With the male python subdued, a significant portion of their mission was accomplished. He promptly approached and stored it within his private realm, then swiftly directed his attention toward the other Suanjin Tongguang python. At that instant, Duan Miajun was engaged in fierce combat with the female python, neither party gaining the upper hand. However, upon sensing the absence of the male python's presence, the female's aura surged dramatically. With a fierce roar, it unleashed a powerful strike toward the flame-tailed red-armored scorpion. The scorpion, sensing the impending danger, narrowed its 12 eyes and raised its pincers to defend. Yet, the force of the female python's attack was immense, extinguishing the flames upon its pincers and fracturing the rocks beneath its feet. Nevertheless, it did not retreat, extending its tail to pierce the Suanjin Tongguang python. The python quickly took notice, clamping down on the scorpion's tail, rendering it unable to advance. Venom coursed through its body. Flame-tailed red-armored scorpion. Duan Miajun's eyes widened in alarm. Just then, Jiang Chen and Xiao Yu charged in from the distance, riding the earth-shattering rhinoceros, which thundered across the terrain, shaking the ground as it collided forcefully with the Suanjin Tongguang python. The tremendous force sent it flying once more. At this moment, Xiaoqing also joined the fray, transforming the battle into a 3-on-1 confrontation. The earth-shattering rhinoceros and the flame-tailed red-armored scorpion engaged the python head-on, while Xiaoqing soared above, launching electrical attacks. Each strike found its mark, targeting the python's most vulnerable spots. As a bolt of lightning struck down, the Suanjin Tongguang python let out a pained roar. Ultimately, after a relentless barrage from the group, the Suanjin Tongguang python finally succumbed to unconsciousness, its fighting spirit extinguished. Jiang Chen, relieved, promptly stored it within his private realm. His gaze then turned towards the depths of the cave, where he sensed the profound concentration of metallic energy. Within, there not only lay the heavenly source gold core, but also a substantial quantity of heavenly imperial gold. The miners who had initially sought to extract resources here had scarcely begun before being overwhelmed by the Suanjin Tungguang Python duo. Chapter 269, Chen Mulan. In a lavish office of the Tiangong Group, a tattered figure knelt upon the ground, his face marred with blood. "Miss, please take justice for our young master. Just moments ago, the second young master was murdered." Upon hearing this, Chen Mulan's brows knitted into a frown, her gaze, magnified by her golden-rimmed glasses, fixated intently on the kneeling Lu Bin. "What did you say? Chen Mufeng is dead, yet you have returned alive?" The coldness in Chen Mulan's voice sent shivers down Lu Bin's spine, compelling him to lower himself even further, his forehead nearly touching the floor as he trembled and replied, "I am merely fortunate to be alive. The young master ordered me to distract Huang Xian and to retrieve his life-saving artifact, which is why I have managed to survive." As he spoke, he produced a shattered silver sphere from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. Chen Mulan signaled to a maid beside her, who promptly understood and brought the item closer. Observing the sphere in her hand, she lightly tapped the coffee table with her fingers, her tone flat and dismissive. That fool Chen Mufeng actually entrusted his life-saving artifact to someone else. With such a brain, does he really think he can contend for the family fortune with me and the elder brother? Wouldn't it be better for him to enjoy his life as a second-generation rich heir? At these words, Lu Bin trembled violently, his head bowing even lower, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Was he truly permitted to hear such matters? He dared not involve himself in the private affairs of such a powerful family. His return was solely because he had finally joined the Tiangong Group and did not wish to lose this opportunity so easily. Moreover, he was uncertain if the defensive artifact bore the Chun family insignia and whether its sale would expose him to others. Thus, he prepared to gamble. "Miss." The young master merely sought to prove he had no ulterior motives. "Humph, you are quite loyal to speak on his behalf at such a moment," Chen Mulan scoffed, pausing before continuing. "Who does not know his intentions? To prove himself, he has sacrificed his own life. Such a fool is indeed my brother. Yu Xing, inform the old man of this matter." She then turned her gaze back to Lu Bin, her eyes piercing. "Now, tell me, who is the one that killed my brother?" At this, Lu Bin's whole body quaked. She had indeed asked, yet he truly did not recognize the assailant. I do not know," he stammered. Chen Mulan's brow furrowed. "Are you implying that the one who killed Chen Mufeng is a nameless nobody? Are you mocking me?" The Chen family was a well-known power in Jiang City. How could an ordinary person dare to attack Chen Mufeng? Lu Bin inwardly lamented his predicament, hastily raising his head to speak urgently. "Although I did not see the leader clearly, I did catch sight of their beasts. There were 3 large red scorpions, a pack of tidal hunting hounds, and a serpent-like beast I had never encountered before. That serpent was particularly extraordinary, swiftly annihilating the young master's flame lion." This was all the information he possessed, now fully disclosed. Whether he would join Chen Mulan's faction rested upon her judgment. If he lost this gamble, he would be joining Chen Mufeng in death. However, should he win, his future would surely be brighter than following Chen Mufeng. Upon hearing this, Chen Mulan fell into contemplation. While there were not many factions in Jiang City that possessed tidal hunting hounds, they were certainly not scarce either. If she wished to find the murderer, she would need to delve into the origins of that serpent. "Do you desire to live or die?" "To live. I have come here to serve you, miss." Lu Bin discerned her meaning and spoke promptly, devoid of hesitation. "Since you did not first seek the elder brother but came to me, I can offer you a chance." Chen Mulan intertwined her long legs, reclining in her chair as she spoke casually. "I can help you consolidate the assets and forces under Chen Mufeng. But you should understand whom you ought to serve, correct?" "Understood. I shall follow your lead." "Miss." Lu Bin immediately bowed his head in allegiance. "I do not trust oaths. Refine this item, and you shall oversee forge room number 4. Chen Mulan waved her hand dismissively, then retrieved a dandelion seed from her spatial ring, tossing it before Lu Bin. A parasitic dandelion. Lu Bin instantly recognized the item. It was said that the eldest daughter of the Chen family was the most ruthless, and it appeared the rumors were indeed true. If he truly refined this item, he would have no chance of escape. Even Chen Mufeng had not forced him to refine it. Yet now, he had no choice, resolutely deciding to begin the refinement process on the spot. He grasped the seed in his right hand, sitting cross-legged as the blue aura of beast mastery surged around him. Quite decisive, Chen Mulan mused. There are indeed a few interesting individuals among Chen Mufeng's subordinates. Although he was born of the second wife, he is still a child of the Chen family, possessing considerable resources. Now that he is dead, Chen Mulan would not let this opportunity slip by. After all, it is a no-risk venture. Anything that falls into her hands is better than into someone else's. Moments later, Lu Bin successfully refined the dandelion seed. Mississippi. Not bad, Chen Mulan nodded. If you conduct your tasks well, I will not treat you poorly. Saying this, she directly retrieved a vial of potion from her pocket and tossed it to him. This is a potion with a 30% concentration of fire attribute energy. It is yours. Lu Bin hastily caught it, his eyes gleaming. He had served Chen Mufeng for so long without ever receiving such a thing. Clearly, his choice to ally with Chen Mulan was indeed the right one. Thank you for the gift, miss. Chen Mulan waved her hand. Hasten to consolidate Chen Mufeng's forces. I will have Yu Xing assist you. I hope you will not disappoint me. I shall not fail your expectations, miss. Go now? Yes. Once Lu Bin departed, Chen Mulan turned to Yu Xing and instructed. Keep a close watch on the market. See if anyone is selling items related to TNU gold in large quantities. Also, investigate if anyone is acquiring TNU gold. With Chen Mufeng's demise in the mine, the individuals behind his murder must certainly be after it as well. Meanwhile, the murderous atmosphere lingering after the battle at the TNU gold mine had yet to dissipate. As the two Suinjin swallowing python vanished, the surrounding beasts, once driven away by them, rushed back to scavenge. Jiang Chen had just dealt with them, leading his subordinates to process the materials. The beasts daring enough to approach were of decent quality, some rare materials that others could not handle requiring Jiang Chen's personal attention. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen had little interest in these items, hastily finishing the task before venturing into the depths of the mine. What lay hidden within was the true treasure. Chapter 270. The golden edge of the carving ant. Jiang Chen entered the mine with Duan Miajan. The surrounding rock walls gleamed with a metallic luster under the illumination of their lights. Through Duan Miajan's explanations, Jiang Chen learned that these were the accompanying ores of TNU gold, the Jinzhong stone, which held little value. As they ventured deeper, the concentration of gold attribute energy intensified, as if all energy were converging in this place. Soon, Jiang Chen discovered the source of this phenomenon. In the central position of the cavern, he beheld a nest crafted from raw TNU gold, within which lay a massive golden beast egg, standing at 1.8 meters tall. The height of the egg reached directly to his waist. The egg was adorned with scale-like patterns, its edges gleaming with a cold metallic luster, appearing remarkably sharp. Such a rich metallic energy emanated from it. Could this be the egg laid by the two celestial Xian swallowing pythons? Yet, why was there only one? Duan Miajan furrowed her brow in perplexity. Although she lacked expertise in breeding, she still possessed a modicum of common knowledge. Jiang Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the colossal egg, his eyes brimming with excitement. The singularity of this egg was indeed a fortuitous sign. It indicated that the innate beast taming talent contained within was exceptionally potent, to the extent that even the two celestial pythons deemed it necessary to allocate all their energy to it. If Jiang Chen could nurture it properly, it would undoubtedly emerge at a golden quality. Should he choose to sell it at auction, a minimum price of 5 million would be unavoidable. Born with such a quality, even neglecting its care would suffice for it to ascend to the rank of a commander. Jiang Chen, cautious in his actions, retrieved a suitably sized confinement box from his spatial ring. Within it, he fashioned a temporary nest using celestial gold ore and then casually poured a bottle of universal energy potion over the egg. Observing this, Duan Miajan regarded Jiang Chen with a mixture of curiosity and disdain, silently criticizing him. Surely, only Jiang Chen would resort to such a method of dousing an egg with energy potion. Had another scion attempted this, they would have been scorned as a prodigal. What are you waiting for? Come help me, Jiang Chen called out. It was quite a challenge for him to lift such a large egg alone. Oh, coming. Duan Miajan replied promptly, and together they carefully lifted the egg. Despite being a girl, her strength was no less than Jiang Chen's due to her prolonged experience in blacksmithing. With a slight exertion, her arms revealed muscles as defined as if carved from stone. At that moment, it seemed as though something within the egg sensed the external movement and immediately emitted a surge of metallic energy, as if calling for its parent's aid. Alas, its progenitors were currently slumbering within Jiang Chen's secret realm. The two gradually placed the egg into the confinement box, Jiang Chen hesitating to release his grip until he was certain it was secure. With a sigh of relief, he exhaled a breath of pent-up tension, waving his hand to draw it into the secret realm. Although the spatial ring was splendid, it had yet to develop the capacity to contain living beings, which was why Jiang Chen had refrained from establishing this snowy secret realm in the Qingshan territory. Apart from financial constraints, he intended to utilize it for capturing celestial beasts in the wild. Completing these tasks, Jiang Chen's gaze turned to the nest constructed by the Xian gold swallowing python. The celestial gold surrounding it was insufficient to provide such an abundance of metallic energy. According to the characteristics of the Xian gold swallowing python, it was likely that something lay hidden beneath this nest, very possibly the Tianyuan crystal core. Miajun, you possess a better understanding of ores. Do you have experience in mining? Jiang Chen pondered silently for a moment before turning to Duan Miajan. The Tianyuan crystal core would undoubtedly be found beneath the surface. While allowing Xiao Qing and Xiao Hu to spar was feasible, asking them to mine would be a true challenge. If even Duan Miajan was incapable, then manual labor was the only option left. Duan Miajan twitched her lips, feeling somewhat speechless. Only Jiang Chen would dare to ask a girl if she could mine. However, she did not hesitate, summoning beast energy to create a blue summoning array beneath her feet. Moments later, a large ant, the size of a bucket and covered in golden exoskeleton, appeared before Jiang Chen. Golden edge carving ant. Your second celestial beast is actually it. Jiang Chen's pupils transformed to a brilliant blue as he scrutinized it closely. Name, golden edge carving ant. Attribute metal, level, extraordinary 4th stage, quality, mid-tier gold, talent, rare, exclusive trait, golden mandible. Possesses powerful and hard mandibles capable of effortlessly shearing through steel or alchemical gastric juice. Contains a digestive fluid that can break down metals, allowing it to consume and refine them internally, yielding higher quality ores. Skills, carving strike. Exclusive skill enhances mandibles with metallic force to deliver a lethal bite to foes. Burrowing, intermediate quickly digs into the ground with mandibles and then launches a sudden attack. Mighty claw. Intermediate Jiang Chen gazed in disbelief at the celestial beast before him. The golden edge carving ant was the evolved form of the golden armored soldier ant. This celestial beast, due to its unique properties, was exclusively owned by Yin City Academy, which cherished it immensely. Previously, Magic City University sought to study it, but they vehemently refused, and it was only with the intervention of Lu Qiudong, who helped a professor from their academy breed a celestial beast, that Yin City Academy reluctantly agreed to part with the pair. Are you affiliated with Yin City Academy? Jiang Chen inquired, fixing his gaze on Duan Miajan. Miajan, it seems you don't entirely trust me. Which explains why you were so tight-lipped about your second celestial beast contract when I initially asked. You were hiding a significant secret. You actually know Duan Miajan? She momentarily paused before realizing. That makes sense. You're from Magic City University, so it's not surprising you know her. However, since you are aware, you must also know its uniqueness. Aside from you, I have never revealed the golden edge carving ant to anyone else. You are the first to learn of my second celestial beast. Even my father was unaware. Now I have disclosed all my trump cards to you. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly comprehended the implications. Thankfully, she had not disclosed this information to others. Otherwise, when the Duan family faced destruction, she would undoubtedly have been unable to escape. Furthermore, he would not have been able to recruit her into the Qingshan nurturing base. Alright, you can release it at any time in the Qingshan nurturing base, keeping it hidden ISNT beneficial for its growth. As for the rest assured. I guarantee that even if others discover its existence, I will be able to protect it. For now, I must trouble you. Duan Miajan found herself momentarily speechless. Initially, she was quite moved by the earlier portion of his speech, but upon hearing the last sentence, she could only conclude that Jiang Chen was beyond hope. Golden edge carving ant, please excavate this area. The golden edge carving ant obeyed at once, using its mandibles to clamp down on the ground. The hard earth crumbled before its jaws, as if it were mere tofu. In a short while, it had dug out a substantial pit. Moments later, it emerged holding a basketball-sized, earthy yellow ore. Jiang Chen's pupils dilated in astonishment. The Tianyuan crystal core, how can it be so large? Chapter 271. Collecting debts. Jiang Chen thoroughly cleared the Tianyu gold from the mine and subsequently returned to the Qingshan nurturing base with his companions. This time, his gains were already substantial enough. There was no need to linger any longer, especially since this secret realm could not be conquered. The ores filled 10 spatial bags, and Jiang Chen had to discard some items to bring back the celestial gold. At this moment, all the members of the Qingshan nurturing base wore expressions of joy. Wenwan had already completed the inventory of their haul and handed Jiang Chen a list. Although her demeanor remained strict, the fluctuation in her tone revealed her current elation. Young master, this time we have acquired ores and celestial beast materials amounting to approximately 2 million. However, the Tianyuan crystal core is exceedingly precious, and there have been no recent market updates, so we lack a specific price. Upon hearing Wenwan's words, everyone was taken aback, including Duan Miajan, who was aware that their recent gains were considerable. However, she had not anticipated such an abundance. After merely 2 days in the secret realm, they had achieved this level of profit. If this were to occur daily, what need would there be for forging iron? This sum nearly equated to the Duan family's quarterly earnings. Furthermore, this figure did not account for the 2 mystic golden swallowing pythons and the beastmaster egg that Jiang Chen had acquired. Upon seeing the number, Wang Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this influx of funds, she could procure additional machinery for the Qingshan base. She had entirely relinquished any notions of competing with Jiang Chen. He was a prodigy beyond her reach. By letting go of her obsession and diligently studying under the fourth elder, her nurturing skills had indeed improved significantly. Jiang Chen surveyed the list with satisfaction, nodding as he mentally calculated their prospects. Aside from the heavenly imperial gold, everything else could be purchased, thereby recuperating some of his losses. Coupled with the existing savings at Qingshan, they should sustain operations until the Qingshan bamboo launched. After that, the Qingshan breeding base could commence its formal expansion and recruitment efforts. Distributing the earnings, he rewarded those who had contributed and dismissed them, save for Duan Miajan, whom he retained for a private discussion. Miajan, please stay a moment. Jiang Chen requested. Duan Miajan turned, gazing at him with curiosity. He inquired, Miajan, when I visited your forge, I noticed you were sketching designs for spirit armor. I wonder if our current capabilities would allow us to produce it. After the confrontation with the Tiangong group, Jiang Chen recognized the critical importance of defensive spirit artifacts. In genuine combat, it was vital to first neutralize the beast masters. Had he not previously depleted their combat strength with the Yellow Sand Barbarian Bull, securing victory would have been far more challenging. Duan Miajan hesitated, recalling the armor she had sketched, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, creating armor is no trivial matter. Given the Duan family's previous strength, crafting a complete spirit armor would take around a week. Currently, with the artisans at Qingshan, it would be impossible to produce anything within a month, especially since I still need to create the Qinghong sword feathers. Jiang Chen sighed, realizing that aspiring to achieve too much at once was indeed a daunting task. I understand. I will find a way regarding the artisans. For now, focus on the Qinghong sword feathers. All right, I shall take my leave, she responded. Once Duan Miajan departed, Jiang Chen slowly rose, a grave expression upon his face. We are still short on manpower. The Qingshan breeding base needs more capable individuals to develop further. Should I resort to the black market? After contemplating, he decided against it. The atmosphere of that place unsettled him, and unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to steer clear. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen ultimately dialed Mo Yuking's number. After all, they were now tightly bound together in purpose. Requesting a few individuals from her should not pose a significant issue. Is this the busy Jiang Chen? How rare to receive a call from you, came Mo Yuking's sardonic voice through the receiver. I thought you had forgotten me since you've been ignoring my calls. Her words made Jiang Chen feel somewhat guilty, as if he had indeed wronged her. What are you saying? How could I forget you? You are my esteemed benefactor. Spare me, Mo Yuking retorted, clearly irate. Now you acknowledge my status as your benefactor? What about the blood attribute energy potion you promised? Have you produced it? I haven't seen a single drop. Recently, her supply of energy potions had run out. Mo Yuking had repeatedly attempted to contact Jiang Chen, but he had remained unresponsive. Eventually, she reached out to Wenwan, only to discover that he had silently ventured into the secret realm. Realizing the truth, Jiang Chen swallowed his words, feeling a touch embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. I had indeed forgotten about that. I'm working on it. I'll deliver it to you in a couple of days. You better do so, Mo Yuking replied, slightly calming down as she reclined on the couch, her long legs entwined lazily. So what do you want this time? She had grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's nature, which was akin to a snake following the stick. Under normal circumstances, she would have sent someone to deal with him. But now that she was aware of his ability to concoct high-quality potions, she had come to accept it. Actually, I was wondering if you could send 20 forgers to Qingshan. I have a need for them, Jiang Chen said softly. 20 forgers. Mo Yuking paused, taken aback. What do you take me for, to make such a request? Besides, ISNT Qingshan a breeding base. What do you need so many forgers for? Jiang Chen's cheeks flushed slightly at her words. He recognized the audacity of his request. Yet what choice did he have? Mo Yuking was, aside from Huang Tianming, the most prominent individual he knew in Jiang City. Sometimes, assuming the role of a contemporary Sima Xiangru was not so bad, especially since he had supplied her with numerous energy potions. He rationalized it as a mutually beneficial arrangement, not merely as taking advantage of her. Leave that to me. After all, I intend to be your shield. The greater Qingshan's influence, the more advantageous it is for you, Jiang Chen stated, pausing before feigning reluctance. How about this? I want to ask for it for free. I can offer you 2 additional bottles of 85% purity blood attribute energy potions. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuking sprang to her feet, startling the 6-tailed fox that had been dozing beside her. You can indeed concoct higher quality energy potions. While she had harbored suspicions, Jiang Chen's ability to produce 70% purity potions was already remarkable for his age, so she had not pressed further. His admission now took her by surprise. How many secrets do you conceal, Jiang Chen? I can indeed produce them, he affirmed directly. I can accommodate your request, but 20 forgers is excessive. Without family support, I can only provide you with 10. I have my own needs as well. 10 will suffice. Jiang Chen rejoiced inwardly. A wealthy benefactor was indeed a wealthy benefactor. Initially, he had only desired 4 or 5, as forgers, while not breeding masters, still posed certain challenges to recruit. Do not celebrate too soon, Jiang Chen. From now on, keep your phone open at all times. If you dare to ignore my calls again, I shall not hesitate to visit your Qingshan base personally. Not a problem. Jiang Chen replied promptly. I will expedite the potions you requested, and have shall you deliver them. As for the individuals I need, I will rely on your assistance. With that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Chapter 272, Sun Hao's Challenge today. The Zhanghai Beastmaster Academy was particularly lively. Just yesterday, Sun Hao had fully adapted to the combat style of the frantic wave-fighting duck and officially challenged Qibian, the individual who had once expelled him. This was a significant event. The tale of a fallen hero seeking revenge was always a crowd favorite, especially regarding a genius like Sun Hao, who had suddenly stagnated. Everyone was eager to witness the audacity he possessed to challenge Qibian, the second strongest in the 3rd year. The battle arena was soon surrounded by a throng of spectators, including Peng Mo, who had brought his underlings along. His once fiery red hair had now returned to its natural black. In order to leave a favorable impression on Jiang Chen, he has been nurturing the Blood Butcher Flame Claw Dragon using the methods Jiang Chen initially provided. Its previously volatile temperament has begun to improve. Soon, he plans to challenge the school's team, as possessing such qualifications would ease his job search post-graduation. Do you know who Sun Hao is? Peng Mo inquired of a subordinate beside him. I know. I've heard he was among the top 5 in his sophomore year, but then something happened. His beast evolution failed, and he was subsequently ousted by Qibian. Being in the top 5 during sophomore year indicates some level of ability. Yet daring to challenge Qibian after a failed beast evolution shows remarkable audacity. What strength does he possess? He is likely just unwilling to accept defeat. I've heard that recently, Qibian has grown quite close to a senior he once admired. Upon hearing this, those around them immediately perked up, their attention drawn to the unfolding narrative. Is there truly such a backstory? Peng Mo, intrigued, leaned in closer. I heard it through the grapevine, apparently. This senior is from the same place as Sun Hao. After his beast evolution failed, things just fell apart. At that moment, someone shouted, Look, Qibian is coming. A well-dressed figure strode through the door, standing around 6 feet tall, accompanied by several others. A woman of above-average beauty linked her arm with his. Seeing this, Peng Mo couldn't help but scoff, disdainfully remarking, Is this pretentious fellow really Qibian? Coming to a fight dressed in a suit. One might think he is here for a red carpet event. While others may fear him, Peng Mo remained undeterred. With the rapid progress of the Blood Butcher Flame Claw Dragon, he would undoubtedly surpass Qibian by their junior year. Qibian, flanked by his entourage, slowly approached the battlefield, casting a scornful smile at the assembled crowd. Moments later, Sun Hao arrived at the battlefield, taking a deep breath as he surveyed the onlookers before stepping forward. Ever since the failure of his duck's evolution, he had not faced such a scenario for quite some time. However, this time, he was determined to reclaim everything he had lost. As he stepped onto the battlefield, Qibian remained silent, but one of his lackeys interjected, Sun Hao, how dare you keep our brother Qi waiting for a battle? Do you still think you're the old Sun Hao? Hurry up and apologize. Sun Hao narrowed his eyes at the speaker, a hint of self-deprecating amusement crossing his lips. His prior judgment had indeed been lacking. The speaker, Huang Cheng, had once shamelessly sought to become his subordinate. Sun Hao believed he had treated him fairly. But who would have thought that the loudest critic would be him now? Huang Cheng, we agreed on 1 o'clock, and it's only 12:55 now. Where's the tardiness? Have you grown so accustomed to being a lapdog that you expect everyone else to be like you? Sun Hao retorted coldly, sparing no room for mercy. Huang Cheng, enraged, was about to respond when Qibian intervened, placing a hand on the woman's shoulder beside him, smiling as he said, Sun Hao, I apologize. Huang Cheng speaks without thinking. If what he said offended you, please bear with it. He glanced at his watch, then added, I have another matter at 1 o'clock. Shall we start now? The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his arrogance. It was as if he had completely disregarded Sun Hao's existence. In a typical 1v1 beast battle, barring an overwhelming victory, the duration usually spans around 30 minutes. If a defensive beast is involved, it could take even longer. Qibian's implication was clear. He intended to end the fight in under 10 minutes. Just then, the woman beside Qibian looked at Sun Hao with a complex expression and spoke, Sun Hao, there's no need for this. You're not a match for Bian. Why not just focus on graduating peacefully? Sun Hao furrowed his brow at her, feeling a mix of irony and sadness. He had seen the online rumors portraying him as an unrequited admirer. They indeed hailed from the same background and had even dated. But it was she who had pursued him back then. The fact that she had since discarded him only added to his dismay at her current mockery. Ignoring her, Sun Hao turned his gaze to Qibian. Do you truly believe your victory is assured? Actions speak louder than words, Sun Hao. You can't possibly think that your now-defunct duck stands a chance against me, can you? Don't delude yourself. Sun Hao responded with a faint smile. How do you know my beast hasn't recovered? Qibian paused momentarily, then a sardonic smile crept onto his face. Recovered? Sun Hao, you haven't been duped by some charlatan beast tamer again, have you? That failure in evolution you experienced. Do you truly believe anyone can remedy such a situation? In Jiang City, apart from Director Yu, only a few heads of the breeding association could achieve that. Surely, you don't believe you could enlist their aid? Encountering a recluse master is a trope reserved for martial arts novels. In reality, it's only frauds you'll find. His claims of recovery might merely be a fleeting glimmer of hope. The crowd's gaze towards Sun Hao shifted, their expressions now tinged with skepticism. They had known of his failed beast evolution, but they were unaware it had been a failed advanced evolution. Was such evolution something an ordinary person could even aspire to? It seemed Sun Hao was indeed an overly optimistic character. Enough talk, let us get to the fight, Sun Hao retorted with a scoff, unwilling to continue the conversation. Lingering further would only dull his mind. Stubborn as ever. Since you're eager for humiliation, allow me to oblige. Arise, Stonebreaker warrior. Qibian summoned his beast. A 2-meter-tall primate creature. In response, Sun Hao called forth his own beast. Come forth, rampaging duck. The spectators were momentarily stunned, having never encountered such a beast before. Chapter 273, The Stonebreaker Warrior Faces Defeat. Qibian stared at the humanoid duck, his mouth agape in disbelief. How did that sickly, plump duck transform into this? Did Sun Hao truly find a master-level beast tamer to assist him? Where would he have procured the funds? He couldn't help but glance at the woman beside him, whispering, Does Sun Hao have any other hidden identities? The woman, equally perplexed by the muscular duck's evolution, quickly replied, No, he comes from an ordinary family, with perhaps a few more siblings. He certainly couldn't afford such treatment for his beast. Hearing this, Qibian felt a slight sense of relief, his demeanor returning to its usual arrogance. No wonder you dared to provoke me. Your beast has evolved. However, with its depleted potential, it's merely luck that it evolved at all. How could it possibly contend with my Stonebreaker warrior? Sun Hao chuckled lightly, refraining from rushing into an argument. Sometimes, the louder the enemy, the more satisfying the slap in the face. Let us skip the pleasantries. You'll see my true strength once we engage. It seems you have great confidence in your beast. Qin Boyan let out a cold snort before speaking. Since that is the case, I shall take the opportunity to thoroughly assess the capabilities of this duck. However, should I become unable to restrain myself later, do not hold me accountable. Of course not. The two prepared themselves, and at that moment, the referee from the school team ascended to the judging position, nodding slightly at the two beasts on the field. The nurturing had been quite commendable. It seemed this match would not be dull after all. This competition was a seat challenge, structured as a 1v1 duel, where the battle would conclude once one beast lost its fighting capability. During the match, any intentional killing of beasts would not be tolerated, and strict penalties would follow any such transgression. Do both of you understand? Sun Hao and his companion nodded in unison. Good, let the match begin. With the referee's command, the images of the two beasts appeared on the large screen. The surrounding students, witnessing this spectacle, became serious, regardless of who was stronger or weaker. Such a level of competition was rarely seen at Jianghai Beastmaster Academy, and attentive observation promised a wealth of knowledge. On the battlefield, Qin Boyan maintained his smile, already convinced that Sun Hao's beast had merely stumbled upon good fortune to evolve. Sun Hao, as the challenger, I shall grant you the first strike to avoid any accusations of bullying. Naturally, Sun Hao did not refuse. The battle style of the frantic wave dual duck was characterized by relentless attacks. If it could establish its offensive momentum first, the Rockbreaker warrior would stand little chance of victory. Securing a spot on the school team was secondary. His primary objective was to elevate Jiang Chen's reputation. A decisive victory was imperative. Truly deserving of your second place standing, you handle matters with such aplomb. In that case, I shall not hold back. Hearing Sun Hao's compliment, Qin Boyan felt a fleeting joy, but the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Duck God, Thunder Fist. The frantic wave dual duck's fists crackled with electricity, and then it sprinted across the field, leaving behind a blue afterimage. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before the Rockbreaker warrior. So fast, the onlookers were taken aback by the speed of the frantic wave dual duck. Judging purely by velocity, this attack surpassed that of 90% of the students present. Qin Boyan was equally astonished, his pupils constricting. How could this seemingly sickly duck be so swift post-evolution? At that moment, he realized the exceptional nature of the frantic wave dual duck, questioning whether he had been outwitted by Sun Hao. He immediately commanded, "Rock armor, protect." Though he spoke swiftly, the Rockbreaker warrior had no time to react. The electrically charged fist of the frantic wave dual duck was already barreling towards its face, accompanied by a crackling sound. Boom. With a single punch, the Rockbreaker warrior was struck back, forced to retreat 10 steps by the overwhelming force. What? That duck actually managed to push back Qinboyan's Rockbreaker warrior. The spectators gasped in disbelief. The Rockbreaker warrior was renowned for its strength and defense. During the Academy's grand competition, it had withstood 3 strikes from an intermediate extraordinary beast without sustaining a scratch, earning the title of Iron Fist. The school team referee, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished. He was well aware of the Rockbreaker warrior's strength. Such feats were typically unattainable for ordinary beasts. This duck had evidently just evolved. Yet it could repel the Rockbreaker warrior. This was no mere stroke of luck, as Qinboyan had claimed. It was clearly a case of surpassing evolutionary boundaries. Yet, amidst the astonishment, the frantic wave dual duck initiated its next move, chasing after the Rockbreaker warrior with swirling water encasing its fists. Under its control, the water transformed into a whirlwind boxing glove, an awe-inspiring sight. Whirling dragon fist, continuous strikes. Sun Hao smiled as he observed the battlefield. This was the combat style he had developed over the past few days. Flowing water does not compete for speed. It seeks an unending source. The frantic wave dual duck, embodying water and dual combat attributes, predominantly wielded close combat skills, perfectly aligning with this relentless battle style. With Sun Hao's command, the frantic wave dual duck executed a soaring dragon fist that sent the Rockbreaker warrior flying into the air, followed by an unbroken series of attacks. Water flowed around the frantic wave dual duck, and with each punch it threw, droplets splashed, glimmering brilliantly under the lights. The display was nothing short of magnificent. Qinboyan, witnessing this scene, instantly lost his composure, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, and sweat beading on his forehead. If he lost, everything he had would be lost as well. Yet at that moment, he found himself utterly helpless. The relentless barrage from the frantic wave dual duck was too cohesive. Every time the Rockbreaker warrior descended, it would be met with another soaring dragon fist that sent it flying. Damn it, Rockbreaker warrior, dodge. Sun Hao couldn't help but smile at this desperate plea. The fact that Qinboyan resorted to such tactics indicated he was truly out of options. Duck God, finish it. With a fervent quack, the frantic wave dual duck, reveling in its performance, acknowledged Sun Hao's command and leapt high, landing squarely on the Rockbreaker warrior. Tidal sound explosion. The Rockbreaker warrior was forcefully pinned to the ground, emitting a high-frequency shockwave. A howl of excruciating pain reverberated throughout its body, and it could not contain a pained cry before it succumbed to unconsciousness. The frantic wave dual duck disdainfully glanced at the fallen beast, stepping off and returning to Sun Hao's side, giving him a thumbs up. Sun Hao mirrored the gesture, pleased to see this side of it after its failed evolution. He turned to Qinboyan. Thank you, young Master Qin. Chapter 274, Beast Cultivator Jiang Chen, Professor Jiang. As the abrupt conclusion of the battle unfolded, every onlooker found themselves unable to swallow their disbelief. The Rockbreaker warrior lay defeated on the ground, its eyes swirling in disorientation. Initially, no one anticipated Sun Hao's victory, especially given his previous semester's setbacks. The 4 years of university typically represent the most rapid growth for Beastmasters. Fall behind even a single step, and the gap widens immeasurably. Yet, Sun Hao had truly triumphed over Qinboyan. This was not merely a victory. It was a one-sided thrashing, leaving Qinboyan utterly humiliated. Who would have thought? He even let the other side strike first. What a classic case of being outwitted. Sun Hao stood at the edge of the battlefield, casting a glance toward the referee. Sir, might you be able to declare the result now? This referee was rather unprofessional. Despite the prolonged victory, he remained silent. Though the frantic wave dual duck's attacks weren't overtly damaging, the combination of strikes had certainly inflicted considerable internal and external injuries on the Rockbreaker warrior. If it perished here, Sun Hao would have no means to cover the costs. Oh, regaining focus at Sun Hao's voice, the referee adjusted his demeanor and announced, the Rockbreaker warrior has lost its fighting capability. The winner of this match is Sun Hao, who assumes the position on the school team from Qinboyan. A challenge for the school team may be initiated 1 month later. With that, his gaze shifted to Sun Hao, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Although the energy recently displayed by the frantic wave dual duck was merely at the initial extraordinary level, it was remarkable that it had already found its own system. The relentless assault continued unabated. Once the enemy was ensnared, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. The muscle definition and release of energy were nothing short of perfection. Within the school team emerged a beast of such remarkable cultivation. The prospects for advancing to the National Collegiate League's Jiang City selection have significantly increased. Yet, The identity of the individual who nurtured this beast remains a mystery. Bian stared blankly at the fallen Stonebreaker warrior, still grappling with disbelief. How could this be? My Stonebreaker warrior could never lose. Sun Hao must have cheated. Indeed, Sun Hao must have cheated. With this revelation, Bian's eyes sparkled as he shouted at the top of his lungs. The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire arena fell silent for a brief moment. Before a wave of expressions of amusement spread among the onlookers, Peng Mo, witnessing this scene, let out a cold laugh. I never anticipated that even after the match concluded, there would be a twist. This has become quite entertaining. He turned to his subordinate and inquired, "Do you think Sun Hao cheated?" "How should I know? But generally speaking, a beast that has failed in advanced evolution rarely gets a second chance. Otherwise, why do you think most people are too apprehensive to attempt it? You truly are well versed." His subordinate responded, "But if that is the case, doesn't it imply that Sun Hao's beast genuinely has an issue?" Enough chatter. Let us observe how Sun Hao responds. Peng Mo scolded, his tone sharp, as he shifted his gaze to the screen. At that moment, Sun Hao's expression visibly hardened as he addressed Bian. "It is unbecoming to fabricate rumors about others simply because you cannot accept defeat. Do not make me lose respect for you." Bian let out a disdainful snort, pointing at the raging wave duck and shouting, "Everyone knows your muscular duck failed its evolution. Given your family's resources, how could you afford a beast master to assist you? Unless you resort to some forbidden techniques. How could it possibly have healed and completed its evolution? How do you know I cannot afford a beast master? If you continue to spout nonsense, do not blame me for taking legal action against you for defamation." Sun Hao retorted coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Bian, hinting at the possibility of reporting him. "Then who did you hire? Which beast master could facilitate the re-evolution of a beast that has failed in advanced evolution? Surely, someone of that caliber is beyond your financial means." Bian scoffed, a hint of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he was becoming increasingly reckless. The selection tournament was imminent, and he could not afford to be expelled from the school team. Such opportunities were rare, and should he miss this chance, he might never have another. "What's it to you? My raging wave duck was nurtured by Professor Jiang Chen from the Beastmaster Academy. He is kind-hearted, and after I assisted him with a small favor, he agreed to help me heal my beast and even facilitated its successful evolution." Sun Hao's voice rang out loud and clear, ensuring that everyone present heard his declaration. "Professor Jiang? The same one who assisted Li Ninger in nurturing her beast? His prowess is astonishing." Murmurs of disbelief swept through the crowd. "Who is this Professor Jiang? I've been in the secret realm lately. When did our school acquire a professor by that surname? You don't know Professor Jiang? You're missing out. He has been the most talked-about teacher at our school lately. I tried multiple times to enroll in his class, but failed, ultimately having to pay 5,000 just to secure a spot from someone else." Upon hearing Sun Hao's words, Peng Mo's excitement surged. "I can't believe it was Professor Jiang who facilitated the evolution of this beast. Does that mean his skills are on par with a master beast master? Since my Flame Claw Raptor is also a dragon, perhaps I could seek his help for its evolution as well." The referee, overhearing Sun Hao's proclamation, furrowed his brows. He was well acquainted with the name Jiang Chen, having heard it frequently mentioned by Sun Jingxuan. He understood that Jiang's nurturing abilities were formidable, but he was astonished to learn that his skills had reached such heights. To have someone of that caliber brought into the school truly reflected the prowess of Principal Jiang. It seemed prudent to speak with the principal. If Professor Jiang were to join the school team, the chances of advancement would increase significantly. Bian paused momentarily before a cold smile crept across his face. He was aware of Jiang Chun's growing reputation, but he had never attended any of his classes and had never regarded him as a serious contender. After all, the Beastmaster Academy had only recently emerged, and what could a young Beastmaster, suddenly recruited, possibly offer? He had always relied on hiring outside assistants to train his beasts. Sun Hao's lies were absurd. Would Professor Jiang truly nurture a beast capable of advanced evolution and then come to teach at our school? Ridiculous. If you don't believe me, ask around and see how many people hear by your story. At that moment, someone suddenly charged forward, kicking Bian to the ground. I believe it was Peng Mo. Bian, stunned, lay on the ground, glaring at the arrogant Peng Mo, and seethed. "Who the hell are you? Get him down. You think I'm afraid of you because you have more people? Come on." Peng Mo rolled up his sleeves and shouted to his subordinates, prompting two factions to face off. Pointing directly at Bian's head, Peng Mo began to scold him. "You dare question Professor Jiang? What audacity! Let me teach you what it means to respect your teachers." With that, he launched a punch toward Bian's face. Sun Hao watched in disbelief, thinking, "This is my stage. How dare someone steal the spotlight?" Peng Mo, who usually appeared rather foolish, was surprisingly natural at this moment of confrontation. Moments later, the referee shouted, "Everyone stop. What do you think this is?" With a furious roar, He rushed to the two groups and pulled them apart. At this point, Qi Bian had been thoroughly beaten, resembling a swollen pig. He cast a disdainful glance at Peng Yamo, realizing the referee had deliberately delayed his intervention. Who do you think you are to criticize Jiang Hai Beastmaster Academy? A Beastmaster of Jiang Chen's caliber would never deign to teach here. Is Jiang Hai Beastmaster Academy that inferior? We have Dinu here. Qi Bian, I witnessed the battle of your raging wave duck in its entirety. Its foundation was solid, with no issues whatsoever. You slander your fellow student and disrespect a professor. Consider this a major demerit, with a public reprimand 3 days hence. As for you, the referee turned his gaze toward Peng Yamo and hesitated momentarily before continuing. Engaging in a brawl requires you to submit a 500-word reflection to my office. Upon hearing this, Peng Yamo felt a surge of relief. He had initially feared he would receive a major demerit. Unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Writing 500 words could be accomplished in a matter of seconds with AI. Was this really a punishment? Understood. I will write it diligently. All right, you are all dismissed. Chapter 275. Jiang Chen's fame spreads throughout the school. Joint trials. The news of Qi Bian's defeat at the hands of Sun Hao swiftly circulated throughout Jiang Hai Beastmaster Academy. The raging wave duck was a frequent topic of discussion. Many were aware of Sun Hao's prior circumstances. The muscular duck had been diagnosed by Professor Zhang Fong, who had determined that it had no further chances for evolution. And even maintaining its current level was questionable. Yet, it had astonishingly completed its evolution. Did you hear? Sun Hao just defeated Qi Bian, and it was a one-sided slaughter. What a jest. Although Qi Boyan may not rank highly within the school team, he at least falls within the mid-tier, yet he was utterly overwhelmed. Of course not. I was present throughout the ordeal. Sun Hao's ferocious battle duck, nurtured by Professor Jiang, is truly both striking and formidable, akin to a fish exploding in the water. Professor Jiang, the new instructor from the breeding academy, reputed to be quite exceptional. It seems I must seize the opportunity to attend one of his lectures. Attend a lecture? Don't be absurd. Previously, Professor Zhang's classes required assistants to secure a spot, and now, you'd be hard-pressed to find a scalper willing to sell tickets. Currently, the most prevalent term appearing on the school forum is Jiang Chen. He was once merely popular within a couple of faculties, but now he can genuinely be regarded as a star instructor within the institution. Especially among those who rank highly across various grades, yet have not made it onto the school team, many are now stirred by ambition. After all, in the eyes of the students, aside from graduation, the most significant event is participating in the national intercollegiate competition. Joining the school team serves as a stepping stone. Now that Sun Hao has successfully entered the school team with Jiang Chen's assistance, and his beast can be nurtured to such an extent, surely their beasts can achieve the same. In the office of Sun Jingxuan at Jiang Hai Beast Breeding Academy, a strikingly attractive female instructor clad in a suit handed her tablet to Sun Jingxuan and remarked, "The principal certainly did not anticipate that the Professor Jiang you invited would prove to be this remarkable. After only a few classes, he has already gained renown throughout the school. At this rate, he may very well become a star instructor, akin to yourself." Jin Shi's eyes flickered, casting a gaze towards Sun Jingxuan that bore a mix of guilt and admiration. Initially, she had opposed Sun Jingxuan's decision to invite a younger breeding master to teach. As individuals of Jiang Chen's age are typically just beginning their university journey, how could he possibly instruct students effectively? To her surprise, he has swiftly become an object of admiration among the students. Reflecting on this, Jin Shi could not help but feel a twinge of envy. She too had been invited by Sun Jingxuan and had been teaching at Jiang Hai Beast Breeding Academy for 2 years, qualifying to conduct public classes. Under her efforts, her classes attracted around 20 to 30 students, a commendable achievement for a new instructor. However, this pales in comparison to Jiang Chen's success. Sun Jingxuan examined the information on the screen, a fleeting smile gracing her cool demeanor as she adjusted her glasses and spoke. There remains some distance before he can be deemed a star instructor, as he is still merely famous within the school. It will be when he gains recognition throughout Jiang City that he will truly arrive. To be frank, Jiang Chen's rapid development has indeed taken Sun Jingxuan by surprise. When she initially invited him to the school, it was simply due to a shortage of breeding masters. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen had contacted her seeking to acquire some Zhizong bamboo, and she had casually proposed a condition. Considering Jiang Chen's strength far surpassed that of most breeding masters available on the market. Yet, she had not anticipated that just a few months later, Jiang Chen would reach such heights. The title of star instructor had taken her 2 years of effort to reclaim the school's eligibility to participate in the national intercollegiate competition selection. At this moment, Jin Shi addressed Sun Jingxuan, "Principal, it should not be difficult for Professor Jiang to gain fame. We are scheduled to conduct a joint training session with 3 neighboring schools. Are we not? How about having him lead the team?" Upon hearing Jin Shi's suggestion, Sun Jingxuan's eyes instantly brightened. This was indeed a viable solution. The Jiang Beast Breeding Academy is located amidst 4 schools of comparable strength. In preparation for the national intercollegiate competition selection, Sun Jingxuan had conferred with the other principals regarding this training, primarily aimed at enhancing the students' practical experience. It is indeed a good plan, though it remains uncertain whether he would agree. Sun Jingxuan lightly tapped her fingers on the table. For the school to ascend, a stronger faculty is imperative. If Jiang Chen can become a star instructor, it would significantly expedite the Jiang Beast Breeding Academy's advancement. You may leave now. I will discuss this with Jiang Chen shortly. Having spoken, Sun Jingxuan waved her hand dismissively. She retreated slowly, and once she departed, Sun Jingxuan directly dialed Jiang Chen's number. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in the fire maple forest, nurturing fire sparrows and candle spirits while also overseeing Duan Miajun's forging progress. The blacksmith he had acquired through a trade with Mo Yuking had arrived and was currently undergoing an assessment by Duan Miajun. Suddenly, an urgent ring of the phone interrupted him. Jiang Chen glanced at the screen before placing it to his ear, wedging it between his shoulder and chin. Hello. What can I do for you, senior sister Sun? Are you busy? Sun Jingxuan inquired. Not particularly. I will be back in class tomorrow. Jiang Chen assumed Sun Jingxuan was calling to urge him to return to class, as he had indeed missed a few days due to his endeavors in nurturing beasts and exploring secret realms. Sun Jingxuan found this somewhat exasperating. What a narrow-minded assumption. As if her call was merely to prod him about his attendance. I am not calling to chase you. I have good news to share. What is it? Jiang Chen paused, instinctively adding, is it that Chao Hongwei has met an unfortunate fate? He could scarcely conceive any other good news emerging from the school. Not at all. Sun Jingxuan's lips twitched involuntarily. Have you been helping a student from the school with nurturing their beast recently? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately thought of the chubby Sun Hao, his brow furrowing. Yes. Why? Has he gotten himself into trouble and implicated me? Sun Jingxuan reassured him, no. Just now he defeated a member of the school team using the beast you nurtured. Moreover, he openly acknowledged that it was you who helped him. And now you are famous throughout the entire school. You may soon become a star teacher. A flicker of joy ignited within Jiang Chen. Initially, he had merely requested Sun Hao to promote him a little. He had not anticipated such efficiency. It seems this lad is indeed a promising talent, and his efforts have not been in vain. So, senior sister, are you calling to bestow a reward upon me? You are not yet a star teacher. So what reward could I possibly grant you? Sun Jingxuan rolled her eyes. I am calling to inquire if you would be willing to lead the school team in a joint trial training session. If you can establish your reputation during the training, your title as a star teacher will be secured. A joint trial training session? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, following which, Sun Jingxuan provided him with a brief overview. Jiang Chen quickly grasped that it was essentially a training camp organized by several schools. After considering that he had no pressing matters at the moment, his Qinghong sword feather was still being forged, and the fire sparrow would not evolve in the short term. He responded, understood. Just let me know when it begins. Chapter 275, The School Team. Days passed, and before long, the day Sun Jingxuan had mentioned arrived. Jiang Chen approached her office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Sun Jingxuan emerged from within. They collided unexpectedly, startling Jiang Chen. Ah! Sun Jingxuan exclaimed, her footing faltering as she tumbled backward. Jiang Chen swiftly regained his composure and caught her. The softness of her figure in his arms and the fragrant aroma wafting into his nostrils took him by surprise. He was taken aback by how light she felt. Sun Jingxuan stands tall among her peers, easily surpassing the height of 170 centimeters. Yet her weight is surprisingly below 100. How long will you carry her? As she finds herself in Jiang Chen's embrace, the proximity to his face causes a flush of crimson to bloom on her cheeks. This is her first experience of such intimate contact with a man. Oh, Jiang Chen hastily steadies her upon hearing her voice, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Senior Sun, where are you headed? Wasn't today designated for the school team's training? Sun Jingxuan straightens her attire, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen as she feigns composure. I was just about to observe the school team. Currently, Zhang Taiyu is addressing the students. Since you're here, let us go together. Zhang Taiyu, a graduate of Zhongzhou Military University and one of the 12 academies renowned for its militarized education, is not only teaching but also serving as the coach for the school team. That works. It's a perfect opportunity for you to enlighten me about the details of this training camp, Jiang Chen replies, walking alongside Sun Jingxuan, stealing a glance at her. Dressed in an exquisite women's suit and high-heeled shoes, she perfectly showcases her figure while emanating an aura of a formidable woman. It's no wonder that even knowing her fierce nature, many at Magic City Academy still pursue her ardently. As they walk, Sun Jingxuan explains, this competition is spearheaded by myself and 3 other principals. Our school ranks 3rd among the 4 teams. while the other two are established Tier 3 academies on the verge of promotion to Tier 2. However, we have yet to achieve notable results in the selection matches. Hence, we thought it prudent to conduct a joint training session to leverage our teaching resources. Jiang Chen nods in agreement. Her idea indeed holds merit. Collaborative training camps among multiple schools are the most effective means to bridge the gap with other institutions. How long will this training camp last? It can't possibly conclude in just a few days, he inquires. Sun Jingxuan affirms. The training camp will be held at the Red Tide wetlands and is expected to last until before the winter break, possibly extending until after the break. As the selection matches commence at the beginning of next semester, Jiang Chen furrows his brow. It's only December, meaning the camp would have to continue at least until the end of January. Given that he has responsibilities beyond teaching, remaining there indefinitely isn't feasible. I fear I won't be able to serve as the lead instructor. After this week, I will be quite occupied, especially with the upcoming auction in Zizhu where I need to sell potions to a significant client. You don't have to be there every day, Sun Jingxuan reassures, already aware that Jiang Chen couldn't possibly be present at all times. Besides you, I will also be leading alongside Zhan Taiyu, even if we need to leave. His presence will ensure everything runs smoothly. Relieved, Jiang Chen adds, by the way, I was at the Jingshan mining area the other day, where I eliminated a few individuals associated with the colossal stone constructs and received some information that might pertain to you. Sun Jingxuan halts, her brow knitting in concern as she gazes at Jiang Chen. What do you mean? Jiang Chen scans their surroundings to ensure they are alone before continuing. When you took over the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy, did you receive anything else? It seems that Chao Hongwei is searching for something that could facilitate the evolution of beasts. Frowning, Sun Jingxuan reflects on her transition period and shakes her head. When I graduated, the person who handed over the reins did not provide me with anything additional. After a brief pause, she continues, I will have someone investigate this matter. You needn't worry. However, it would be prudent for you to expedite your efforts. I've heard that conditions within the spatial rift are dire, with many casualties. If we delay, we might miss our chance to access the blood pool. Jiang Chen sighs inwardly, sharing her urgency, yet the absence of the Qinghong sword feather complicates matters. I'll do my utmost. We should be able to enter within 2 weeks. 2 weeks? That should still be manageable, Sun Jingxuan muses as they resume their journey. Not long after, she leads Jiang Chen to the training grounds of the school team. Standing outside, Jiang Chen peers inside the facility. For rows of 5 students each stand at attention, their eyes fixed intently on the instructor delivering a speech. So, this is our school team? They appear quite impressive, he remarks to Sun Jingxuan, who beams with pride at the sight of the entire team for the first time. Of course. What do you think I've been doing all these years? She responds, pride swelling within her. When she first took charge, the team was in disarray, with the most capable member barely reaching the initial level of an extraordinary beast master. The quality of the students was alarmingly low. It is only through her significant investment of time and resources over the years that she has elevated both the quality of the students and the team's overall prowess. While they may still lag behind top-tier schools, they have vastly improved compared to the past. Come on, you're a lead instructor too. Meet the students so they won't be clueless about your name when the time comes. Jiang Chen nods and follows Sun Jingxuan forward. The students, upon noticing them, momentarily freeze, their gazes instinctively drawn to Jiang Chen. As they approach the front of the line, Zhan Taiyu, his eyes gleaming, nods in acknowledgement to the pair. He is well aware of Jiang Chen's capabilities, recognizing him as a prodigy despite their age difference. Standing at the forefront, Sun Jingxuan addresses the assembly. Students, allow me to introduce to you the final lead instructor for this training camp, Professor Jiang Chen. Chapter 276, The School Team Shuffle. As Sun Jingxuan's words resonate, all eyes converge upon Jiang Chen, sparking hushed whispers of excitement among the students. Is this the recently famed Professor Jiang? He appears even younger than in the photos. What does youth matter? As long as he possesses strength, we should have the opportunity to have him nurture our beasts. Their faith in Jiang Chen's nurturing abilities is palpable. As members of the school team, they frequently engage in training together. Sun Hao and Li Ninger, both former members of the team, are well aware of each other as strengths. Sun Hao was never regarded as strong among the official members, and Li Ninger was merely a substitute. However, after undergoing Jiang Chen's guidance, both have experienced remarkable growth. Particularly, Sun Hao's wild wave fighting duck, though of a lower level, has exhibited formidable strength and is on the cusp of breaking into the top 3. Enough chatter. All of you, stand at attention. Zhan Taiyu scolds the noisy assembly, his brow furrowed. Instinctively, the students straighten up at the sight of his displeasure. Zhan Taiyu's leadership style is steeped in military discipline, where rules are enforced strictly. Any infractions typically result in a minimum of 5 kilometers of punishment. They were about to embark on their journey, and the last thing they desired was to set out reeking of sweat. The group fell into a hushed silence as Zhang Taiyu promptly approached Jiang Chen and his companion. Principal Sun, you have arrived. The team has gathered. Please give your instructions. Sun Jingxuan observed his earnest demeanor with a hint of exasperation, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, acknowledging that graduates from military academies often exhibited such traits. Allow me to introduce Jiang Chen, Zhang Taiyu continued, turning his gaze toward Jiang Chen and extending his hand. Greetings. I watched your classes before, and I must say, you left quite an impression on me. I have long wished to meet you, though opportunities have been scarce. Jiang Chen shook his hand, feeling a sense of camaraderie, perhaps stemming from his upbringing in the Kanghai Military Academy. Hello, I appreciate your kind words. I hope to not burden you too much during this training. I am not particularly adept at commanding a team. Professor Jiang is being modest. Enough of your pleasantries. Time is of the essence. Taiyu, please enlighten Jiang Chen about our team's capabilities. Zhang Taiyu nodded and addressed Jiang Chen. Our school team comprises 2 squads of 20 individuals, 1 main squad and 1 reserve. To be a part of the main squad, one must at least be a junior beast tamer. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow at this revelation. Indeed, he had been overly optimistic. Such a low level of proficiency would hardly suffice to advance beyond the municipal selection, let alone the provincial level. Among the 13 cities in Jiangnan, countless schools existed, including 12 major institutions. The admission requirements for those formidable academies typically mandated at least a junior beast tamer status. Kanghai Beast Taming Academy could not even begin to compete on that front. Who is the strongest student in our academy? What is their prowess? The most formidable among us is Principal Sun's student, Gu Yi. He is a senior, a mid-level beast tamer of advanced rank, with a formidable extraordinary 7th rank Ironwood Battle Bear as his contracted beast. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief. An extraordinary 7th rank Ironwood Battle Bear was indeed a commendable beast. Such a creature could both attack and defend, although he pondered how Gu Yi had been trained. With him as the core of the municipal selection, a little push should suffice. Principal Sun has proven her teaching prowess. It is no wonder she has produced such a star student. Sun Jingxuan shot Jiang Chen an exasperated glance, retorting, are you mocking me? Given that you've barely crossed the threshold of being a star teacher yourself after just 2 months? Enough chit-chat. Today is your first day. Go introduce yourself to everyone. As we will be departing shortly. Jiang Chen nodded, recognizing the importance of familiarizing himself with the team and their beasts, as the primary objective of the upcoming training camp was to enhance their abilities. As the appointed team leader, he could not simply rest on his laurels. Preparation and a cultivation plan were imperative. Greetings, I am Jiang Chen, your team leader for this endeavor. Welcome. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the second row. The source was Ma Sheijia, who had previously been defeated by Li Ninger. All eyes turned toward him, and Zhang Taiyu's expression darkened. Ma Sheijia, realizing he had perhaps overstepped, managed a sheepish smile in response to the collective gaze. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly before declaring, all right, we are about to set off. I now require you to summon your beasts. I need to see them to begin formulating a plan. The students felt a surge of excitement at this request, but instantly glanced at Zhang Taiyu, recalling the training protocols that forbade summoning beasts during non-combat training sessions. Zhang Taiyu immediately grasped Jiang Chen's intent. He sought to assist the students in crafting individualized cultivation plans. Such plans, tailored by an instructor of Jiang Chen's caliber, were nearly unattainable without connections in the outside world. The students, however, stood frozen in place, oblivious to the situation. Zhang Taiyu could not help but shake his head. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear Professor Jiang? Summon your beasts at once. Upon hearing this, the students quickly complied, activating their summoning arrays. Moments later, over 20 beasts materialized on the training grounds. Each student commanded their contracted beast to stand beside them, their eyes gleaming with hope, yearning for Jiang Chen to devise a training strategy for them. Jiang Chen surveyed the scene, only to frown upon noticing a significant issue. The majority of the summoned beasts were purely combat-oriented, with merely 6 being defensive in nature, and not a single support beast in sight. While this may suffice for arena competitions, it would be inadequate for the rigorous national intercollegiate leagues, which involved practical battles. A team composed solely of combat beasts would struggle to progress far. Turning to Sun Jingxuan, he quietly inquired, Senior, was this your deliberate arrangement? How is it that not a single support beast is present? Sun Jingxuan sighed in response, refraining from a direct answer. Having been a member of the school team herself, she understood the significance of team composition. However, given the caliber of students at Kanghai Beast Taming Academy, those capable of attending were of rather average talent. To avoid relegation to vocational schools, most had contracted beasts that could demonstrate immediate combat prowess. In her haste to secure a spot in the selection competition, she had no choice but to select those with high immediate battle capabilities. As for students with support beasts, she had only begun to recruit them this year. Jiang Chen grasped her unspoken concerns and stated, "Senior, this configuration will not yield success. Let us send a message to the school, requesting students who have contracted support and control-type beasts to join us." His tone was resolute. He would either not undertake this task or pursue it to the utmost excellence. He had no intention of engaging in futile efforts. The students present paled at this pronouncement, with only 20 spots available for the training camp. Jiang Chen's request implied that some would have to leave, a notion none of them welcomed. After all, this was a rare opportunity, pooling resources from 4 schools together. Sun Jingxuan's brow furrowed at Jiang Chen's words, and she asked, "Jiang Chen, do you wish to change the team at this late hour? This is a significant matter. These individuals are already among the elite of the school. If we proceed as you suggest, some may have to start their training anew, jeopardizing their chances of even advancing to the municipal selection." Jiang Chen nodded, responding directly, "If the team composition is flawed, even if they manage to break through the municipal selection, they will not progress further. If your goal is merely to participate, then disregard my suggestion. However, if you aspire to achieve greater heights, then heed my advice. Senior, you have successfully cultivated their combat abilities over the years. It is time to nurture others as well. I am confident that, even with some changes, we can ensure they pass the municipal selection." Sun Jingxuan had long harbored this intention, having indeed kept an eye on several students specializing in contract auxiliary beasts within the school. However, their capabilities were insufficient to join the school team, so she had merely provided them with a modest amount of resources. It was anticipated that 2 years hence would be their moment to shine. Yet, she never expected Jiang Chen to hasten this process. After pondering for a moment, Sun Jingxuan spoke in a low voice. "Are you certain you can secure a breakthrough in the municipal selection?" Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." After some contemplation, Sun Jingxuan ultimately decided to accept Jiang Chen's proposal and took out her phone to directly dial Jean Shi's number. "Hello, Teacher Jean. Could you please notify everyone in the academy who specializes in contract auxiliary and control-type beasts to come to the school team?" Although Jian Shi was somewhat puzzled by Sun Jingxuan's request, he complied. "All right, I will take care of it right away." As time ticked away, the students on the field felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, each wearing a furrowed brow. No one wished to leave, especially not at such a time. None had anticipated that the newly inducted Professor Jiang would ignite a reshuffling as his inaugural act. After an indeterminate period, Jian Shi arrived at the battleground's entrance, accompanied by over a dozen students. At this moment, everyone's hearts raced. This included Sun Hao and Li Ninger, although their prowess was somewhat superior. Their advantage was not particularly pronounced. No one could fathom Jiang Chen's thoughts. "Principal, I have brought the students you requested," Jian Shi announced. The newcomers surveyed their surroundings, immediately sensing an eerie atmosphere, which stirred a hint of curiosity within them. It was at that moment that Sun Jingxuan addressed them. "Summon forth your contracted beasts for Professor Jiang to evaluate. If he deems you worthy, you may join the school team." Upon hearing this, excitement visibly surged on the faces of the students, all of whom understood the implications. They eagerly summoned their beasts without delay. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Jiang Chen's pupils as he scanned each of the summoned creatures. The auxiliary beasts exhibited extreme polarization. They were either extraordinarily powerful or so weak that they induced dizziness. This disparity primarily stemmed from their inherent traits and skills. At that moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was suddenly captured by a blue humanoid beast, eliciting a surge of delight within him. It appeared that there were other students with such beasts at Jiang High Beast Academy. Name: Lingzi Siren. Attribute: Water. Level: Awakening 4th stage. Quality: High Silver. Talent: Ordinary. Exclusive trait: Siren's voice. When using sound-based skills, there is a chance to mesmerize enemies, rendering them disoriented. Skills: Tidal Melody. Intermediate: The Lingzi Siren sings a song that can restore the vitality of allies. Range: 10-meter radius. Healing Ripple. Intermediate: The Lingzi Siren conjures a wave of healing water to restore a substantial amount of vitality to a single ally. Such beasts are rare. Siren-type beasts inhabit the deep sea, and legends say they sing among the reefs to lure nearby sailors to their doom. The Lingzi Siren is among the few healing-type beasts in the Siren clan, even at the renowned Magic City University. Jiang Chen knew of no more than 50 individuals who had contracted such a beast. He was astonished to discover one in a tertiary institution like Jiang High Beast Academy. The only unfortunate aspect was that this Lingzi Siren possessed only ordinary talent. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen was confident in its potential for advancement. And even if it could not elevate itself in the short term, its skills were already sufficient. Jiang Chen observed the beast master accompanying the Lingzi Siren. She was rather petite. Upon catching Jiang Chen's gaze, she immediately lowered her head. Jiang Chen, bemused, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was his countenance truly that intimidating? "What is your name?" he inquired. "Shin Mianyu." "A lovely name. Congratulations on your selection for the school team," Jiang Chen stated. Meeting her eyes. Professor Jiang, I cannot possibly accept. Please allow another student to take my place," Shin Mianyu replied. Her anxiety palpable as she waved her hands in protest. "Both I and Xiaoling are too inept. We cannot even master the most basic water gun technique." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately grasped the girl's character and offered her reassurances. "There is no cause for concern. Even if you lack confidence in yourself, you must trust in my judgment. You are capable." "Really?" Shin Mianyu shyly glanced at Jiang Chen, feeling the warmth of belief for the second time. First when Sun Jingxuan had admitted her into Jiang High Beast Academy, when she had thought she might not even have the opportunity to attend university. "Since Professor Jiang has said so, you must decline," Sun Jingxuan interjected at that moment. "Believe in yourself, you can do this." In truth, she harbored great expectations for Shin Mianyu, especially given that the beast in question was a Lingzi siren. "Thank you, teacher." Chapter 277, Conflict. In addition to Shin Mianyu, Jiang Chen subsequently replaced 8 more members in the team. Among them were 2 who were quite commendable. One had contracted a control-type beast, the Binding Grass, and the other an auxiliary-type beast, the Herb Rabbit. Both were second-year students. Their beast levels slightly higher than Shin Mianyu's Lingzi siren, nearing the late stages of awakening. Provided they exerted a modicum of effort in the training camp, they stood a chance of breaking through to the extraordinary tier. Of course, this process of substitution was not without its challenges. Those ousted from the school team vociferously protested Jiang Chen's decisions. "Professor Jiang, while you are the team leader, you cannot arbitrarily remove us from the team. We qualified through selection." One of the students who had been expelled from the main team stated indignantly. Jiang Chen's teaching philosophy was one of unwavering decisiveness. If one proved their strength, he would accord them respect, but if one was foolish and oblivious, he would not hesitate to be forthright. "Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements?" Jiang Chen's gaze fixed on the student and his contracted beast, a common fire rock tortoise prevalent in Jiang City. This was the evolved form of the little fire tortoise, now an awakening 8th-stage beast. While its capabilities were relatively balanced, both in offense and defense, this very quality rendered it inadequate for the current team. Jiang Chen sought uniqueness. "Indeed, I am not satisfied," the student retorted stubbornly. "Although I may not be particularly strong, my fire rock tortoise has at least reached awakening 8th stage. I cannot accept being replaced by a newcomer." At these words, Shin Mianyu, who had already been feeling apprehensive, instantly lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. The Lingzi siren, seeing this, stepped protectively in front of her, its gaze filled with hostility. Jiang Chen regarded the student, a smirk playing at his lips as he coldly remarked, "If you are dissatisfied, then hold your tongue. If I recall correctly, you are in your 3rd year, are you not? Even if you began your journey as a trainee beastmaster, 3 years should afford you ample opportunity, especially with the resources provided by the school team. Such conditions should have sufficed for you to elevate yourself to the extraordinary tier, no?" As he spoke, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the onlookers behind him. His expression icy as he declared, "I do not care what rules were established by Principal Sun and Coach Zhan in the past. Now that I have joined, I will impose an additional rule. All starting members of the school team must ensure that their contracted beasts are not of the auxiliary type. If, upon the conclusion of the training camp, their beasts have not transcended the extraordinary, they are expected to voluntarily withdraw from the team. The substitutes must at least elevate themselves to the awakened high tier." Jiang Chen had initially planned to discuss this condition at a later time. However, with the current impetus, he deemed it appropriate to voice it now. Presently, at least half of the team members have merely coasted on their qualifications. These individuals are seasoned opportunists, seeking resources without exerting effort. Jiang Chen has assessed their beasts. Although their talents are not exceptional, they are certainly not lacking within a 3rd-tier academy. With a modicum of effort, achieving transcendence should pose no insurmountable challenge. Their prolonged stagnation only indicates a lack of tenacity. Jiang Chen aspires for Jiang High Beast Academy to make a name for itself in the National Collegiate League. He refuses to allow any rotten apples to spoil his pot of porridge. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the students, who were previously somewhat relieved, suddenly wore grim expressions. They are acutely aware of their own talents. To achieve a breakthrough in such a brief time frame would indeed require them to exert themselves to the utmost. However, with the increasingly favorable conditions of the team, they are loath to be expelled so easily. Zhan Taiyu, upon hearing Jiang Chen's pronouncement, regarded him with newfound fervor. Truly, he is worthy of being a nurturing master in the Songhai army, as his leadership exudes a military aura. In fact, he had longed to expel some team members, as they merely fulfill the minimum requirements during training. exhibiting a distinctly laid-back attitude. Yet, as he has only just assumed the role of team coach, he was hesitant to make drastic changes. Jiang Chen has directly undertaken the actions he wished to pursue. Sun Jingxuan, momentarily taken aback, refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that such moments require her support for Jiang Chen. Otherwise, his subsequent endeavors would become exceedingly arduous. Do you have anything further to say? Jiang Chen inquired, shifting his gaze to a particular student. The student, meeting Jiang Chen's penetrating gaze, felt an overwhelming pressure and faltered, stammering, I. Please leave now. Jiang Chen interjected, his tone unmistakably authoritative. Although the student harbored lingering resentment, he dared not utter another word and quietly exited the venue. Once the crowd had dispersed, Jiang Chen addressed the remaining students. That is all I wish to convey. The principals have invested considerable effort into this training camp. With diligence, you will undoubtedly make progress. He then turned to Sun Jingxuan and asked, Senior, do you have anything to add? Sun Jingxuan shook her head and addressed the newly formed team. All right. You all should return to your dorms and pack your belongings. We will gather at the school gate in 30 minutes. Dismissed. Upon hearing this, the students promptly returned to their accommodations. Once everyone had departed, Sun Jingxuan turned to Jiang Chen, her expression somewhat discontented. Jiang Chen, I am a principal after all. Could you consult with me before making decisions? Your approach puts me in a very reactive position. Do you wish to advance beyond the provincial competition, senior son? Jiang Chen asked, his demeanor calm, devoid of jest. Sun Jingxuan paused, taken aback for a moment before exhaling deeply. Those from the nurturing academy indeed carry an air of arrogance. She had initially thought Jiang Chen more reasonable, but it now appeared he had simply concealed it previously. I have little hope for the provincial competition. Just tell me, what are the chances of our current team passing the city-level assessment? Jiang Chen smiled and gestured with 3 fingers. You only have a 30% chance. Sun Jingxuan felt a pang of regret for having brought him along. Although his prowess is formidable, his expectations are excessively lofty, demonstrating a clear lack of awareness regarding the academy's current standing. If we do not change personnel, with the previous members, I would have at least a 60% assurance of passing the city-level assessment. What I mean is, the probability is only 30% now. But post-training camp, I can guarantee their success. Sun Jingxuan was momentarily stunned by his confidence. Such unwavering assurance of passing the city-level assessment is something even second-tier academies would hesitate to claim. In Jiang City, although merely 15 schools qualify for the assessment, half of them are second-tier academies, and one is a first-tier academy. With only 5 spots available, competition is fierce. The 60% chance she mentioned only accounts for the most favorable conditions. Are you certain? Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. Of course, if you provide sufficient resources, I will ensure their strength is enhanced. Otherwise, what purpose do I serve as the team leader? He then directed his gaze toward Zhan Taiyu. However, in terms of strategy, I will rely on Coach Zhan's expertise. No problem. I promise to impart everything I know to them, Zhan Taiyu assured eagerly, sensing an impending synergy between himself and Jiang Chen. All right, we have covered everything that needed to be said. Let us proceed to the entrance. Chapter 278, The Red Tide Wetlands. Moments later, Jiang Chen boarded the school bus to the Red Tide Wetlands alongside the larger group. Chao Hongwei stood by the office window, observing their departure, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the windowsill, a faint smile gracing his lips. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Zayaha, you can have your people prepare. Spend a bit more to hire some capable hands. This time, Jiang Chen must perish in the Red Tide Wetlands. Understood, came the response, a cruel smile emerging on Zayaha's face. Rest assured, boss, this time, that kid named Jiang Chen is as good as dead. Do not be overly complacent. This training camp is a collaboration of 4 schools, and you must remember not to reveal yourself. Got it, Boss Chao. I understand such matters. I have other business to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Chao Hongwei sighed helplessly as he ended the call. If circumstances permitted, he would rather refrain from intervening at this juncture. If the 4 schools were to uncover any trace of his machinations, he would certainly struggle to withstand the resulting pressure. However, as Jiang Chen's reputation within the school soared and his standing grew, he found himself compelled to act, particularly given his connection as Sun Jingxuan's junior. This relationship compelled him to take action, especially as the neutral factions within the schools began gravitating towards Sun Jingxuan. Should the team succeed in advancing through the National Collegiate League's Jiang City selection, he would truly have no opportunity to vie for the principal position. Jiang Chen, do not blame me. Blame yourself for becoming embroiled in this affair. The bus sped along, arriving at the Red Tide Wetlands by 4 in the afternoon. The sun, now less warm, bathed the scene in a cooler light. The driver halted the vehicle at the entrance and addressed Sun Jingxuan. Principal, the wetlands are just ahead. Our bus cannot enter, so you will need to proceed on foot. Sun Jingxuan nodded in acknowledgement, rising to address the group. Everyone, wake up. We have arrived. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. As the doors opened, Jiang Chen was the first to step off the bus. Inhaling the fresh air and rubbing his slightly dazed head, taking a deep breath. Finally, he felt revitalized. The crowded bus had rendered the air stifling, and he had been preoccupied with designing nurturing plans for the students' beasts on his computer, leading to a mild bout of motion sickness. At that moment, Sun Jingxuan approached and said softly, "You have worked hard. Once we arrive at our destination, make sure to rest well." Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the vast expanse of the red tide wetlands before him. He had heard tales of this place, but had never set foot here until now. Observing it, he found it quite spectacular. The red tide wetlands belonged to the grass sea wetlands, though winter had already arrived. The landscape was still adorned with lush green grass, some blades towering as high as a person. Occasionally, a few white birds, clutching insects in their beaks, would take flight from the thickets, filling the air with their melodious calls. "Isn't it magnificent?" Sun Jingxuan remarked, noticing Jiang Chen's awe. "This is the region with the highest population of avian spirit beasts in the city. If luck is on your side, you might even capture some rare specimens." "It is indeed quite impressive," Jiang Chen replied, "but selecting this location for the training camp may pose certain dangers." He had already observed 2 teams entering the wetlands, their attire suggesting they were hunting squads. This indicated a strong possibility of encountering them within the area. If any conflicts arise, they won't care whether you are a student, they will take what they want. Of course, there are risks involved in the training camp. If there weren't, why wouldn't I just remain at the school? Sun Jingxuan responded. However, do not fret too much. This time it is a joint event with 4 schools. And with so many instructors present, they would think twice before crossing us. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhan Taiyu had also finished organizing the team, with all student spirit beasts standing closely by their respective masters. "You all have undergone outdoor training, so I shall refrain from reiterating the basics. Once we enter the wetlands, exercise utmost caution, particularly with your footing. Be wary of where you tread. Do you understand?" "Understood," the students chorused. Zhan Taiyu nodded and declared, "Let us set off." Jiang Chen followed the group into the wetlands. The terrain was challenging, with waterlogged areas everywhere. Even though he was clad in combat gear, water still seeped into his shoes. The sensation was most unpleasant, the stagnant water exuding an unbearable stench reminiscent of decomposing matter and waste. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen paid it no mind. Such occurrences were commonplace during field excursions. He lingered at the back of the group, observing the native spiritual flora and fauna. However, being on the outskirts, he encountered mostly inconsequential specimens. Time passed, and as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the temperature began to drop. At long last, the group reached the campsite. This site was expansive, a rare patch of earth, where several tents had already been erected. Shadows flitted around the tents, indicating the presence of students from other academies. Just then, someone within the camp spotted their team and immediately waved them over. The individual appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a dark green camouflage uniform, his muscular build straining against the fabric. "Principal Sun, Coach Jean, you have finally arrived. Please, come inside. Everyone has been waiting for you." "All right. I will escort the students to our tent and return shortly," Sun Jingxuan replied. "Make haste, though. Professor Bai is growing impatient," he warned. "Understood," she acknowledged before leading the students into the camp. "Disperse. Set up and prepare to cook. Gu-yi, keep an eye on things." After setting down her belongings, Sun Jingxuan turned to Jiang Chen and his companion. "You two should accompany me. It's a good opportunity to meet others." "All right," Jiang Chen nodded, following her outside. Upon reaching the tent of the leading instructors, 2 students stationed at the entrance blocked their way. "Apologies, but this area is reserved for the instructors. This student cannot enter," one of them stated. Chapter 279, Luo Zikin. "Sorry, students are not permitted inside." The 2 guards' words left Jiang Chen and his companions momentarily stunned. Jiang Chen pointed to himself. Uncertainty etched on his face. "Are you referring to me as a student?" They nodded, their patience wearing thin. Naturally, students who occupied such positions held some standing within their respective schools, and they were unlikely to indulge someone like Jiang Chen, who appeared to have just stepped into university. "This student is Coach Jiang from Jiang High Spirit Beast Academy," Jiang Chen interjected. Upon hearing this, the 2 students furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening as they scrutinized him. Best not to create a fuss. If entry is denied, it is denied. They turned to Sun Jingxuan, addressing her with a tone of authority. "Principal Sun, this is a joint training camp for 4 schools, not your own. Please ensure your student behaves." Sun Jingxuan's expression soured immediately upon hearing this. Jiang Chen began to grasp the situation. These 2 students dared to speak to Principal Sun in such a manner. It appeared she was not held in high regard by the other 3 schools, or perhaps they simply did not view her as a figure of authority. Step aside. This is Professor Jiang from our school. He is listed on the roster I submitted. Have you not seen it? Sun Jingsuan asserted. The lead student paused, recalling that Jiang High Spirit Beast Academy had indeed submitted a list of 3 instructors. His gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, whose youthful visage made him appear less credible. At that moment, a figure emerged from the tent. What is all this commotion? Do you know where you are? Professor Luo. The 2 students immediately bowed, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. This is not our fault. Principal Sun is causing a ruckus, insisting this person is a coach and trying to bring him inside, one of them explained. Jiang Chen regarded the elders standing at the entrance. Dressed in white robes, with a slightly graying goatee, he appeared to be of considerable age, yet his posture remained straight, akin to a concealed sword within its sheath. He was undoubtedly a master. Sun Jingsuan exhibited her own respect toward the elder, old Luo. What's going on, Xiao Sun? This is Jiang Chen, the nurturer I mentioned to you earlier, Sun Jingsuan replied. Professor Luo's gaze settled on Jiang Chen, and upon seeing his youthful face, he was momentarily taken aback. After a brief observation, he nodded in satisfaction. You are indeed Jiang Chen. Well done. Old Jiang has raised a fine grandson. Old Luo, you know my grandfather? Jiang Chen asked, surprised. He had no recollection of this elder, yet it seemed he was quite familiar with his grandfather. Of course I know him. It was he who assisted me in nurturing spirit beasts back in the day. A flicker of reminiscence danced in Luo Zikin's eyes. It is a pity that when the beast tide besieged the Qingshan base, I was dispatched elsewhere for study. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly prevented them from breaching Qingshan. Jiang Chen's gaze fixated intently on the venerable elder before him, his expression betraying no semblance of pretense. Grandfather Luo. I wonder if I might glimpse the beast that my grandfather once assisted you in cultivating. Jiang Chen's grandfather was renowned throughout the city as a master beast breeder, and the platinum-grade beast he nurtured, the Kanghai Jiao, was legendary even across the province. Alas, the beast tide not only claimed his life, but also swept away his lifetime of research. Jiang Chen had long yearned to glimpse the beasts his grandfather had cultivated and to witness their resurgence at the Qingshan base. Yet, he had found no opportunity until now. And with Luo Zikin before him, he was resolute not to let this chance slip away. Of course, no problem at all. Luo Zikin, perhaps buoyed by the presence of an old friend's descendant, readily consented, his demeanor warm with delight. However, the 2 students accompanying Jiang Chen were less than pleased, their expressions darkening ominously. Their hearts raced, threatening to leap from their chests as they comprehended their grave miscalculation. A person with such a close rapport with the eccentric Professor Luo could not possibly be insignificant. Yet, they were left with no recourse, standing frozen in place, silently hoping Jiang Chen was not one to harbor a grudge, lest they face dire consequences. At that moment, Luo Zikin had already stepped outside, summoning his beast. With a sharp cry from a bird, all surrounding beasts became agitated, fleeing in disarray. The small green creature entwined around Jiang Chen's arm sensed the rising tension and visibly tensed, swimming up to perch on Jiang Chen's shoulder, its eyes glimmering with a hint of trepidation. Jiang Chen gently patted its head, reassuringly murmuring, "Do not be alarmed. They are not foes. Everything is fine." His attention then shifted to the magnificent bird before him, a crane-like beast adorned with feathers that shifted from azure to white, standing gracefully on one leg. Its elegant movements resembled that of a celestial being, with 3 elongated feathers on its crown fluttering like swords. This was the Qingxiao Jianyu heron. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he beheld its enigmatic panel, brimming with questions. He recalled his grandfather's tales of a platinum-tier beast he had helped cultivate for an old friend, initially dismissing them as mere bragging. Yet here it was, a tangible manifestation of those stories. "Oh, you recognize it," Luo Zikin remarked, slightly surprised, as he caressed the Qingxiao Jianyu heron. "This little crane was nurtured with your grandfather's assistance. Without it, I would not have ascended to the status of a master. He was the finest breeder I have ever encountered, though alas, fate can be cruel. Nevertheless, you are quite remarkable yourself. I have no doubt you will become a breeder of your grandfather's caliber." The Qingxiao Jianyu heron, perceiving Luo Zikin's words, approached Jiang Chen to scrutinize him closely. It plucked a green feather from its own body and presented it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen blinked in astonishment. "What is this?" "Accept it. This is a token of goodwill from the little crane, imbued with its power. You may take it to a craftsman to forge a high-grade defensive spirit artifact. It should pose no challenge." "Thank you, esteemed heron." Jiang Chen did not engage in unnecessary formalities. After all, it was a gift from an elder, and there was no need for reluctance. Furthermore, with this feather, he might even have the opportunity for the wild sword eagle to glean some skill from it. "Do not mention it. Now that you have seen it, let us proceed inside." Luo Zikan paused momentarily before addressing Sun Jingxuan. However, little son, you must brace yourself. They may have new ideas regarding this assessment. Chapter 280, The Setup. Luo Zikan's words caused Jiang Chen, who was following closely behind, to falter momentarily. Hadn't the rules of the training camp already been agreed upon? What could this unforeseen development signify? With a heart full of questions, Jiang Chen entered the tent. The institutions present included Zhonghai Beast Breeding Academy, Linjiang Beast Breeding Academy, Zhonghe Comprehensive University, and Blue Sea University, the latter being the most formidable among them. Boasting a Beast Master Academy of secondary level. After a few strides, Jiang Chen soon arrived at the central area of the tent, where a massive round table stood, with only 3 seats near the entrance remaining unoccupied, presumably reserved for them. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly gentleman clad in the high-ranking breeder's robe issued by the Breeder Association, exuding an air of authority. At that moment, a voice from near the entrance broke the silence. Principal Sun, you certainly have a grand sense of entitlement, leaving Elder by to wait for you. Do you possess no sense of time? Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Teachers from various schools observed the unfolding drama with thinly veiled schadenfreude, but offered no further commentary. Sun Jingxuan let out a cold snort, signaling to Luo Zikan before striding to the table, pulling out a chair to sit down. Are you questioning me, Vice Principal Fei? She emphasized the word vice with particular fervor, causing Fei Xiang's plump face to darken immediately. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk at the scene. Sun Jingxuan truly lived up to her reputation as the female war god of the Magic City Academy, showing no mercy whatsoever. Yet, given the earlier exchanges, it was evident that these individuals regarded Zhonghai Beast Breeding Academy with disdain. Thus, showcasing a formidable demeanor was entirely warranted. Jiang Chen patted Zhang Taoyu's shoulder before taking a seat himself. With the principal leading the charge, it was only natural for him, as a teacher, to lend support. Fei Xiang's expression grew even darker upon spotting Jiang Chen. Who are you? Do you not realize this is a meeting? Who allowed you to enter? And you? Do you have an issue with me? At that moment, Luo Zikan, seated in a secondary position, interjected coldly. Fei Xiang had not anticipated that this esteemed figure would speak up for Jiang Chen. Luo Zikan was a towering presence, second only to one in Blue Sea University. And such a person was not to be trifled with. He quickly shifted his gaze to the elder at the head of the table. At that moment, the elder waved his hand, speaking, "Enough of the noise, it is sufficient that you have arrived." Turning his attention to Jiang Chen with a smile, he continued, "You must be Jiang Chen, correct? I have seen your thunderwing butterfly. It is truly remarkable. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. What say you? Would you be interested in joining Blue Sea University? I assure you that all the conditions little son has offered you, I can match. And I would even personally mentor you." Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of all the attending teachers froze, their gazes flitting incredulously between Principal Bai and Jiang Chen. Bai Ziyan was not only a master-level beast master, but also a senior breeder. The mere fact that Jiang Chen had received a personal invitation from him was nothing short of extraordinary. If Bai Ziyan could extend an invitation to them, they would willingly forsake their current positions. After all, Lanhai University is on the verge of being upgraded to a second-tier college. Though it may seem like a mere level difference, the investment it would garner is an entirely different matter. Jiang Chen's expression reflected a hint of surprise upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the elder opposite him would suddenly extend an invitation. "Thank you for your kindness. But I am quite content here and have no intentions of changing my position for the time being." The room fell momentarily silent, all present staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. They had never considered that someone would reject Bai Ziyan's invitation for the sake of a struggling third-tier college. This was an opportunity that countless individuals yearned for, and at that moment, they could hardly contain their envy toward Jiang Chen. Bai Ziyan, though somewhat taken aback, opted not to elaborate further. His invitation to Jiang Chen was rooted in the belief that he was a talented individual deserving of a place in their ranks. However, with the rejection, he had no intention of extending the offer again. What a pity. He then leaned back in his chair, surveying the room before speaking. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence." At this, all attendees became serious. Their collective goal was unified. The 4 colleges had failed to pass the municipal selection for the National College League for 4 consecutive years. The Education Bureau had begun to apply pressure, warning that if this continued, funding would be significantly reduced next year. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present turned grave. These institutions lacked the means for self-sufficiency, with a considerable portion of their funding reliant on the Education Bureau. A reduction in funds would render them even less competitive in the subsequent year. "What do you mean by that?" The president of Linjiang Beast Taming Academy inquired in a low voice. "What I mean is that this training camp will adopt a different approach. Initially, we planned to focus on centralized training, but the efficiency has proven inadequate. How do you propose to change it? At this moment, the other three academy presidents turned their gazes toward him, understanding that what he was about to say was the crux of their meeting. I propose we divide into teams, designing a scoring standard for each subject and categorizing resources into 4 tiers. A subtle smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. He had discerned Bai Ziyuan's intent. During the ride, he had overheard Sun Jingxuan mention that each school had invested heavily in this training camp. If executed this way, it would indeed cultivate a formidable team. However, this method would siphon resources from the lowest-ranked institution, leaving them without a chance for recovery by the end. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Chen observed the expressions of those around him. He suddenly noticed the president who had questioned earlier remained composed, seemingly unperturbed by this revelation. It dawned on him that the words of Luo Zikan outside held deeper meaning. That president likely knew about this scheme in advance. It was a trap laid for Jianghai Beast Taming Academy and another institution. This was an attempt to eliminate them completely. Chapter 281, Trust Me. It was clear that Sun Jingxuan also grasped the implications, her expression darkening as she cast a glance at Bai Ziyuan. Old Fox, Jiang Chen had just replaced several members of the school team, significantly diminishing their combat power. If they proceeded as Bai Ziyuan suggested, Jianghai Beast Taming Academy would undoubtedly be the sacrificial lamb in this training camp. Silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances, waiting for someone to speak first. The atmosphere grew tense, steeped in a prolonged silence. Finally, Fei Xiang could no longer contain himself. Old Bai, you never consulted us about this plan. I am merely a vice president. I cannot make such decisions unilaterally. Can we not reconsider the training plan? This matter is too significant. Jianghe Comprehensive University had exhausted all efforts this year just to qualify for the municipal selection, essentially overextending their future. However, their current strength was only slightly superior to that of Jianghai Beast Taming Academy. He could not agree to such terms on his own. He could not bear the blame if they ended up at the bottom. Bai Ziyuan cast a glance at Fei Xiang, his expression revealing a lack of regard for his concerns. He calmly replied, Our time is limited. Let us decide this matter by vote. The majority will prevail. And in the event of a tie, we shall proceed according to the original plan. His tone brooked no argument. Yet this still brought a measure of relief to Fei Xiang. Voting was preferable. At least there was room for negotiation. He knew Sun Jingxuan was astute and would never cast a vote in favor. I agree. Fei Xiang turned his gaze to Sun Jingxuan, signaling her with his eyes. Sun Jingxuan understood his intent, but was taken aback by the prospect of collaborating with him. Though reluctant, she felt compelled to acquiesce. This was a clear indication of their insufficient strength. Had they been strong enough, Bai Ziyuan would not have been able to exert such pressure. Raise your hand if you agree with this approach. As soon as Bai Ziyuan finished speaking, the president of Linjiang Academy raised his hand, casting a glance at Fei Xiang and Sun Jingxuan, seemingly issuing a subtle threat. However, both of them pretended not to notice, remaining motionless. Observing Sun Jingxuan's inaction, Fei Xiang finally felt a sense of relief. As long as they could navigate this hurdle, the subsequent issues would no longer fall under his purview. Just then, Jiang Chen discreetly raised Sun Jingxuan's hand. This scene left everyone astounded. Sun Jingxuan stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief, whispering, Jiang Chen, what are you doing? For a fleeting moment, she even suspected Jiang Chen might be a spy planted by Bai Ziyuan, aimed at provoking a reaction from her in this critical moment. Jiang Chen shook his head, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. Trust me, I am here. These 6 succinct words reached Sun Jingxuan's ears. And as she felt the warmth of his elbow, a momentary wavering occurred within her. For an instant, she almost believed that Jiang Chen had a way to secure a ranking for Jianghai Beast Taming Academy here. Yet, recalling the team's current strength, she was forced to confront reality. At that moment, Fei Xiang suddenly leapt up, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Chen's face. You little brat. Do you have any idea what you're doing? This is our matter. What right do you have to interfere? Get out now. He had nearly been frightened to death when Sun Jingxuan raised her hand earlier, and now his back was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, it was Jiang Chen who had acted. There was still room for maneuvering. Bai Ziyuan regarded Jiang Chen with surprise, a hint of amusement flickering in his heart. Truly, the young prodigy was brimming with confidence, clearly intent on securing greater benefits for Lanhai University. Such a simplistic scheme, Bai Ziyuan found it hard to believe Jiang Chen could be unaware of its implications. Nevertheless, since he had taken this step, Bai Ziyuan would not let it slide. With a smile, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, It appears that Comrade Xiao Jiang has differing opinions. Perhaps you should discuss it among yourselves? Old Bai, this is not in accordance with the rules, Fei Xiang interjected, his expression shifting immediately. Yet Bai Ziyuan swiftly interrupted him. Young Sun is still inexperienced. It is understandable for her to consult with her colleagues. Vice President Fei, you need not speak further. Fei Xiang could not discern the warning from the other party and was rendered speechless, sitting quietly in his seat. His gaze fixated intently on Jiang Chen, fervently hoping that Sun Jingxuan would not be swayed by this dapper youth. Upon hearing this, Sun Jingxuan slightly cupped her hands in gratitude towards Bai Zuan, saying, "Thank you, Principal Bai." After this, her expression darkened, and she tugged at Jiang Chen's clothing. "Come here. We need to talk." She was genuinely upset this time. Usually, she could tolerate Jiang Chen's antics, but what he had just done was utterly excessive. Making decisions on her behalf without consulting her was something Sun Jingxuan could not abide. Sensing the intensity of Sun Jingxuan's grip, Jiang Chen could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed this female warrior was teetering on the edge of fury. Nevertheless, he perceived this as an opportunity, as Bai Zuan was being unusually generous. Securing the top rank would grant them triple resources, a deal too enticing to forego. Furthermore, they were all from third-tier academies. Even if disparities existed, they were not insurmountable. With adequate resources, he was confident he could bridge that gap. However, before anything else, he needed to placate Sun Jingxuan. Stepping outside, Sun Jingxuan's expression was notably grim as she fixed her stern gaze on Jiang Chen. "What do you mean, Jiang Chen? Can't you see that Bai Zuan intends to use our resources to support his own people?" "Senior son, please calm down," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. "I am fully aware of his intentions. But don't you see this as an opportunity? If we can secure first place, wouldn't our chances in the city competition be significantly enhanced? Do you really think you can outmatch the people from Blue Sea?" Sun Jingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had her suspicions, hearing such confidence from Jiang Chen confirmed her doubts about his self-assurance. "Do you realize that although Blue Sea is a third-tier academy, they have been preparing for this competition for many years? Some of the strongest among them are nearing the pinnacle of extraordinary levels." Jiang Chen responded directly. "And what of it? Senior son, you should understand that the strength of a beast tamer is merely one aspect. The most crucial factor is the proficiency of their skills. Otherwise, a high level is just a castle in the air." Sun Jingxuan was well aware of this. The proficiency of skills on their side was not impressive either. He had personally trained them since their freshman year, yet they had only managed to hone 2 skills to an adept level and 1 to a proficient level. The rest were even more dismal. "So what?" Jiang Chen said confidently, his voice steady. "What if I told you I am confident in enhancing their skill proficiency during training?" Upon hearing this, Sun Jingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a deep contemplation. Chapter 282, I agree. After a brief moment, Jiang Chen returned to the conference hall with Sun Jingxuan. All eyes were upon them, particularly Fei Xiang, who, despite maintaining a calm facade, had sweat pooling in his clenched fists. As they took their seats, Bai Zuan turned his gaze towards them and inquired, "So, how did your discussion go? Do you agree or refuse?" "We agree," Sun Jingxuan replied flatly. Time in the conference hall seemed to freeze for an instant. No one had anticipated that Jiang Chen could genuinely persuade Sun Jingxuan to acquiesce, especially Fei Xiang, whose calm demeanor vanished as Sun Jingxuan's clear affirmation echoed in the air, prompting a few suppressed gasps. Fei Xiang's composure shattered, his eyes widened, and the pen he gripped snapped with a crack, splattering ink across his notebook, staining the entire page black. He simply could not fathom why Sun Jingxuan would agree. Did they truly believe they could compete with the 2 leading schools? According to Bai Zuan, the minority must yield to the majority. There was now no way to halt the reform of the training camp. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Bai Zuan's eyes, quickly replaced by a broad smile. Leaning slightly forward, he interlaced his fingers atop the table. "Well, since all 3 parties have reached a consensus, let us proceed with this decision." His gaze swept over the assembly as he continued. "The first phase of training will commence tomorrow." As he spoke, Bai Zuan signaled to a teacher seated to his right, who happened to be the coach of the Blue Sea University team. The teacher promptly rose and retrieved a stack of documents from his spatial ring, distributing them to every teacher present. Leaning back in his seat, Jiang Chen picked up the thick stack of papers, which were nearly as thick as a finger. The documents detailed various beasts and spiritual plants that inhabited the red tide wetlands. Jiang Chen was uncertain of Bai Zuan's intentions. At that moment, Bai Zuan's voice resonated. "Based on the experiences of previous selection competitions, the most valuable aspects in the National University League are outdoor adventures and resource gathering. Our first phase of assessment will focus on this. During the next week, you are to ensure that the students familiarize themselves with everything on this list. After 1 week, they will need to independently form a team of 10 and enter the red tide wetlands to gather resources and beasts. Their rankings will be determined by the value of the resources obtained. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them now. If not, this will be the plan." His gaze met everyone in attendance, but all remained silent. "Very well, then. Dismissed," Bai Zuan declared before he and Luo Zikan were the first to rise and leave. Once he departed, the atmosphere in the room noticeably relaxed. Fei Xiang could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand heavily on the table as he confronted Sun Jingxuan. Sun Jingxuan, what on earth has this kid whispered into your ear? How could you have truly agreed to old Bai's terms? As he spoke, he turned his derision towards Jiang Chen. And you may have helped the Kanghai army win the Legion Grand Tournament, which I can understand. But do you genuinely believe that as a mid-level beast tamer, you can surpass their years of accumulation? Even if you are courting death, don't drag us down with you. With the plan set, there was no longer any opportunity for change. They could only exert their utmost effort to provide resources for the team and strive to close the gap with Linjiang Beast Academy. Otherwise, they would suffer a true loss. Jiang Chen slowly rose, casting a glance at Fei Xiang before replying. You need not concern yourself with that. It would be wiser for you to contemplate your own course of action from here on. With that, he and Sun Jingxuan exited the tent. A teacher beside Fei Xiang, observing Jiang Chen's confident demeanor, could not help but remark, Principal Fei, do you think he truly has a way to enable Jiang Hai to surpass Blue Sea? Impossible. Fei Xiang replied curtly. Blue Sea has Bai Ziyuan, a high-level beast tamer, on their side. What can he possibly use to outmatch them? It is merely youthful arrogance. Graduates from top-tier universities often display such hubris. Remember how Sun Jingxuan was just like that in the past years? They will learn the hard way. After a pause, he continued, Today, you stay back and lead the team well. I need to return and inform the principal of this matter and request additional resources. Understood. With that, Fei Xiang hastily departed from the tent. Blue Sea University Camp. Come, savor this exquisite tea I have recently acquired. Bai Ziyuan sat comfortably, deftly maneuvering the tea set as he poured a cup for Luo Zicken. How do you find the grandson of an old friend today? Luo Zicken gazed at the ethereal tea in his cup and drank it in one gulp, then spoke. Quite satisfactory. Both his talent and temperament are quite to my liking. As he set the cup down, he looked directly at Bai Ziyuan. Speak your mind. There is no need for veiled words. Are you concerned that I might offer him assistance in private? A hint of a smile graced Bai Ziyuan's lips upon hearing this, as he refilled Luo Zicken's cup and replied, Given your character, I naturally trust you. I merely wish to convey that this training camp is of utmost importance to Blue Sea University. The current circumstances are merely a necessary compromise. I hope you can understand. I harbor no intention of targeting them. Once the competition concludes, I shall make amends. With that, Bai Ziyuan's gaze fixed upon Luo Zicken, keenly observing his reaction. In truth, their relationship was less that of superior and subordinate and more akin to partners. Luo Zicken had joined Blue Sea University solely because Bai Ziyuan had once aided him during an external mission. It was merely a matter of repaying a favor. He had no authority over Bai Ziyuan, nor could he compel him to act. Within Blue Sea University, he existed more like a venerable elder. Bai Ziyuan feared he might assist Jiang Chen out of gratitude for the old man's kindness, though he was confident that even with Luo Zicken's help, Jiang Hai could not surpass his own team. Surpassing Jianglin Academy was still a possibility. He had previously made some agreements with the principal of Jianglin Academy, and if he were to discover that Luo Zicken had aided another academy, explaining that would not be easy. Rest assured, since I have agreed to be a teacher at Blue Sea Academy, I would never engage in actions that would harm its interests. Moreover, since Jiang Chen has already made his own commitments, he must bear the consequences himself. Experiencing some hardships in youth is not a bad thing. Upon hearing Luo Zicken's words, Bai Ziyuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. As long as Luo Zicken refrained from intervening, there would be no issues. However, to ensure that this situation did not create any animosity between them, he added, Don't worry, old Luo, I will not go too far. Once the training camp concludes, I will provide him with some assistance. Chapter 283, Shun Mianyu, the literary champion. Jiang Chen led the two back to the territory of Zhonghai Beastmaster Academy. At this moment, the students had finished setting up the camp and were busy preparing food. Jiang Chen turned to Zhang Taiyu and said, Coach Zhang, please gather the team. I shall be there shortly. Zhang Taiyu instinctively nodded. Jiang Chen's display of resolve during the meeting had indeed startled him. Assemble, he shouted. The students promptly set aside their tasks and swiftly formed 4 lines in front of him. Professor Jiang, the team is assembled. Please give your instructions. Jiang Chen, now accustomed to Zhang Taiyu's military-style demeanor, stepped to the forefront of the group and stated, during the recent meeting, Principal Bai of Blue Sea University proposed a plan in which the resources for this training camp will be distributed based on strength. The 4 universities will compete as teams, and the first place will reap the resources of the other 3 schools. Jiang Chen paused, scanning the faces of the students to gauge their reactions. Most bore expressions of fear and shock. The 4 universities were in close proximity, and competitions were frequent. They were well aware of each other's capabilities. And apart from Gui, few could claim victory with certainty. At that moment, a student, gathering his courage, called out, Report. Jiang Chen's attention was drawn to a relatively short boy who had contracted a rock-armored turtle, a rare defensive beast among the team. This was why Jiang Chen had chosen to keep him. Sure, son, speak. You and the principal wouldn't agree to this plan, would you? Sure, son. Shrinking back in the center of the group, tentatively inquired. We agreed. Jiang Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, the students' hearts sank. Jiang Chen discerned their thoughts and said, Do not present yourselves in such a morose manner. Cowering before the battle is the most disgraceful thing for a beast master. The school did not send you here for you to waste time. If you lack the confidence for this, then return. My team requires no such individuals. With this, the students immediately stood up straight. Jiang Chen, noticing this, continued, I shall be blunt. I have always been first in any competition or assessment throughout my life. And this time shall be no exception. The training ahead will be rigorous, and if anyone wishes to leave now, I shall not stop you. However, should anyone dare to cause trouble once training commences, they shall not find me merciful. Jiang Chen spoke with an aura reminiscent of a dragon, and the students felt an immense pressure. Sun Jingxuan, standing beside him, rolled her eyes at this display. One might mistake him for the principal of Jianghai Beastmaster Academy. Yet, she said nothing further. As long as the team emerged victorious, she had no qualms about yielding her position. Seeing no one stepping forward, Jiang Chen pressed on. Very well, it seems you still possess some spirit. Now, those among you with college entrance exam scores above 400, stand up. Time is of the essence, and the primary training focus is to enhance the strength of your beasts. Only 1 or 2 need to study for the written exams. There is no need for everyone to be well-versed. Upon hearing this, the students remained motionless, even hesitant to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. After all, Jianghai Beastmaster Academy had not placed high demands on cultural subjects in recent years. Jiang Chen, unable to contain his disbelief, asked, Not even one with decent scores? He then turned his gaze to Gu Yi. What about your results? After all, he had been personally trained by Sun Jingxuan. Surely he must have performed better. Gu Yi stiffened at being called out, then awkwardly replied, Professor Jiang, I was specifically recruited for my beast mastery skills, so I lacked an advantage in academics. This was a rather generous portrayal. In truth, he had coasted through high school. And had it not been for a fortuitous contract with a little wood bear and his encounter with Sun Jingxuan, he might not even have made it to Jianghai Beastmaster Academy. Jiang Chen was left speechless, realizing that he had only martial talent on his side, without a single scholar in sight. Just as he pondered what to do next, Shin Mianyu timidly raised her hand. Professor Jiang, my scores are fairly decent. Jiang Chen immediately turned to her, relief flooding his heart. Thankfully, not all were illiterate. Otherwise, starting from scratch would surely drive him mad. What did you score? 408. Shin Mianyu's voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. At this moment, all the students present were taken aback, instinctively turning their heads toward Shin Mianyu. They had never anticipated that this seemingly introverted girl was, in fact, an academic prodigy. Little sister, why would you come to Jianghai Beast Taming Academy with a score of 480? How are we, who barely scraped 200 or 300, supposed to survive in comparison? The astonishment was palpable. Jiang Chen, too, was taken aback. Which high school did you attend? Sun Jinxian had mentioned that Shin Mianyu was from Jiangnan province, where the cultural assessment was notoriously challenging. He himself had only managed a similar score during his exams, while the college entrance examination primarily emphasized practical assessments. Such an exceptionally high cultural score should not go unnoticed. Feeling the weight of her peers' gazes, Shin Mianyu instinctively lowered her head and replied softly, Mingfeng no. To high school. Jiang Chen frowned, racking his brain for any recollection of this school, only to find it utterly unfamiliar. It likely was just an average institution. Given that she had achieved such a score from a school like that, Jiang Chen found himself genuinely curious about her methods. How did you manage to accomplish this? Just by memorizing. My memory is fairly good, but Shaoling's practical skills are quite lacking, so I couldn't score any points in the practical assessments. I didn't want to graduate high school and jump straight into work, so I aim to improve my cultural knowledge, hoping for a chance at university. Jiang Chen nodded appreciatively. You're quite impressive. Relying solely on rote memorization might earn you a respectable score, but it certainly wouldn't lead to perfection. This seemingly delicate girl, Shin Mianyu, appeared to possess considerable talent, and perhaps she could be cultivated toward becoming a beast tamer. However, Jiang Chen refrained from voicing this thought, deciding to observe further. He then took the booklet given by Xiao Yuan from Sun Jinxian and handed it to her, inquiring, How long will it take you to master this? Shin Mianyu examined the thumb-thick document in her hands and replied, If I don't stop to rest. 3 days. Excellent. Jiang Chen exclaimed, his heart leaping with joy. If you can memorize everything in 3 days, I will agree to help your Lingzi Sea monster learn a new skill. At these words, Shin Mianyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her greatest concern had been her inability to teach the Lingzi sea monster new skills. Now, with the prospect of acquiring a new skill upon completing the book, a flush of exhilaration colored her cheeks. As for whether Jiang Chen could fulfill his promise, she harbored no doubts. After all, he was the esteemed Professor Jiang, revered by the entire student body. Rest assured, I will complete it on time and not hold the team back. Chapter 284, Request for Leave. After assigning tasks, Jiang Chen entrusted the team to Zhang Taiyu to conduct some foundational training. He returned to the tent to begin formulating the upcoming specialized training plan. Following by Xiao Yuan's modifications, the training camp had become a competitive arena among the various schools. The original plan Jiang Chen had devised needed to be entirely rethought. It required a more rigorous approach. Seated before his computer, Jiang Chen reflected on the notes from Bai Xiao Yuan. His current task was to select 10 individuals from the 20 present to form a team, focusing on the beasts of the red tide wetlands and the terrain. Given the limited time frame of a week, it was evidently a daunting challenge to elevate their capabilities to rival those of Blue Sea University. While Jiang Chen was deep in thought, Sun Jinxian walked into the tent. Noticing Jiang Chen in a daze, she took a seat directly across from him. What brings you here? Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, momentarily taken aback by Sun Jinxian's presence. I've put my future at Jianghai Beast Taming Academy in your hands. Shouldn't I come and check on you? The lack of urgency from Jiang Chen ignited Sun Jinxian's frustration. She had invested a significant portion of her family's resources into this training camp. If Jiang Chen failed, his position as principal would be jeopardized. She regretted having heeded Jiang Chen's enticing words and agreeing to Bai Xiao Yuan's proposal. Glaring at him, Sun Jinxian demanded, "How is your training strategy coming along?" When I returned, I noticed that the teams from other academies have already commenced their classes. Fei Xiang even invited their principal over. There's no need to rush. Take a look at my plan first, Jiang Chen replied, turning his notebook toward her to share his ideas. Surprised, Sun Jinxian had not anticipated Jiang Chen would approach the situation from this angle. She had assumed he would focus on personally training their beasts. It's certainly a valid approach, but aren't there too many species in the red tide wetlands? Targeting them all won't be an easy feat. The diversity of beasts in the red tide wetlands was indeed astonishing, encompassing an array of avian and terrestrial creatures, alongside numerous plant-based beasts with a bewildering array of attributes. Understanding her concerns, Jiang Chen returned the computer to his side and replied, "That's why I'll be relying on you." "What do you mean?" Sun Jinxian furrowed her brows, crossing her legs and looking at him in confusion. The various species in the red tide wetlands are bound to inhabit specific regions. You'll need to explore and identify which area holds the most resources. Are you truly treating me as your subordinate? Sun Jinxian's irritation flared again, and she retorted, "Get your facts straight. I'm your superior." In response, Jiang Chen nonchalantly pushed the computer toward her. "Then why don't you take over? I'll leave it to you." Sun Jinxian's eyes widened, her right hand instinctively clenching into a fist. Taking a deep breath, she finally relented. "Fine. But you better fulfill the promises you made during the meeting. If not, even if I leave Jiang City, I will ensure your Qingshan base is dismantled." "Of course." Jiang Chen nodded, waving her off. "All right, you can go now. I need to get busy." Sun Jinxian, darn it. Time flew by, and 3 days had swiftly passed. During this period, Sun Jinxian had gathered substantial information about the red tide wetlands. It could be roughly divided into 4 zones: the avian habitat, the reptilian habitat, the toxic insect zone, and the plant zone. Among these, the plant zone was the richest in spiritual plants, yet Jiang Chen promptly ruled this area out. When dealing with plant-based beasts, a singular entity might pose little threat. But if they formed a forest, the danger would increase exponentially, often attracting numerous accompanying beasts. Choosing this location could lead to unpredictable encounters. Ultimately, Jiang Chen decided on the toxic insect zone as the target for this endeavor, primarily for 2 reasons: the wealth of beast resources in that area, and the presence of Shun Mian Yu's Lingzi sea monster. She had completed the task Jiang Chen set for her, and in accordance with his earlier promise, he had taught it a new skill: purification. Though this was merely a basic skill, it was exceptionally well suited for the Lingzi sea monster, enabling it to apply a purifying effect while using tidal resonance. The mere presence of its existence ensures that even if the school's team beasts are poisoned, they can be healed. However, this is predicated on its ability to elevate its proficiency to a skilled level. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen rose from his chair, stretching languidly, which produced a series of cracking sounds. He then exited the tent with a prepared list in hand, ready to commence the true training. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found that the students of Jianghai Beast Academy were absent, having been taken by Zhang Taiyu to familiarize themselves with the wilderness. With no other option, Jiang Chen entered Sun Jingxuan's tent, where she was currently engaged in physical training with a pair of dumbbells. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, she set the weights down and, breathless, inquired, "What brings you here?" "I have already devised the plans and personnel lists," Jiang Chen replied, tapping the computer in his hand. "Finally, you've completed it," Sun Jingxuan said, wiping her sweat with a towel around her neck as she took the computer from Jiang Chen. As she perused the information, Jiang Chen retrieved an assortment of peculiar items from his spatial ring, including a large barrel of highly toxic spiritual water. "These are the props I've prepared for their skill training. They are all entrusted to you, especially this barrel of water. You must personally oversee the purification by the Lingzi Sea Demon. Once it achieves proficiency, it will be nearly skilled," he instructed. "All right," Sun Jingxuan instinctively replied, only to quickly realize something was amiss as she lifted her head sharply. "What do you mean entrusted to me? Isn't this your plan?" "I'm about to inform you that I need to step out for a couple of days. Their training will be your responsibility along with Zhan Tao," Jiang Chen stated. Sun Jingxuan stared at him in disbelief. "Are you serious? You plan to leave at a time like this? Are you even taking responsibility? I've laid everything out meticulously. As long as you follow the plan, there won't be any issues. Didn't you agree to this already?" Sun Jingxuan paused, recalling that she indeed had made such a statement. With a sigh, she asked, "When will you return?" "I will definitely be back before the assessment begins." Chapter 285, The Assassin, Instant Kill. Having arranged everything, Jiang Chen began to pack his belongings in preparation for departure. Outside the camp, in a secluded thicket, two masked individuals clad in camouflage combat uniforms lurked stealthily, fixated on the training camp as if awaiting something. Observing the bustling entrance, one could not help but voice his impatience. "Brother He, how long are we to wait here? Shall we just storm in and eliminate him? After all, he is merely a novice intermediate beast master. Is such caution necessary?" After days of hiding in this wretched place, the incessant insect bites were becoming unbearable. The leader retreated from cover, casting a disapproving glance at him, and muttered, "Why don't you go then?" At this retort, the man fell silent, apprehensive. "If you can't go, then just wait patiently," Brother He remarked, pulling out an energy bar and chewing thoughtfully. "There are many experts here. As newcomers on a private mission, caution is wise." The commission we received is substantial, indicating their significant regard for Jiang Chen. His strength may surpass that detailed in the black market data. "Boss, he is coming out." Just as Brother He was imparting his caution, his companion abruptly tapped his shoulder. Brother He quickly swallowed the energy bar and produced a photo for comparison, his heart soaring with elation. "He dares to venture out alone? Let us follow him." Standing outside, Jiang Chen felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Activating his all-seeing eye significantly heightened his senses, especially after Shaoqing's evolution into a flood dragon, amplifying this ability further. Scanning his surroundings, he sensed a presence lurking in the shadows, though their precise location eluded him. It appeared someone could no longer contain their impatience. A faint smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips. Instead of boarding a vehicle, he summoned Xiao Hu and mounted it, setting off alone towards the outside. He intended to use himself as bait to draw them out. Concealed in the shadows, Zhong Kai recognized Jiang Chen's sudden acceleration and realized something was amiss. Silently following in his wake, time passed, and they found themselves far from the camp. Brother He and his accomplice closely trailed Jiang Chen, poised to strike. Understood. At that moment, Jiang Chen, seated atop Xiao Hu, noticed something amiss. "I found you." He suddenly commanded Xiao Hu to halt and instructed Shaoqing to emerge from his sleeve. "Shaoqing, unleash 100,000 volts." With a resounding roar, Shaoqing transformed into a 10-meter-long flood dragon, its body crackling with azure lightning, exuding a formidable aura that startled numerous concealed beasts. In the next instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted from its form, hurtling towards a nearby thicket 100 meters away. The two men collided with the lightning, astonished by the sheer force of the assault. "How did he detect us?" They pondered, bewildered. Wasn't Jiang Chen merely a novice intermediate beast master? How can he wield such power? Their beasts were of intermediate extraordinary rank, yet could not harness such formidable skills. At that moment, they grasped why this task commanded such a hefty price. "Damn it, this isn't right. We've bitten off more than we can chew. Retreat," Brother He exclaimed, abruptly turning and making a dash towards the left marshland. However, in the next instant, Jiang Chen had already appeared before them, seated confidently on his tiger, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet that smile sent chills down Brother He's spine. "What do you mean, young man? Why the sudden aggression? We were merely passing through." "Passing through?" Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. "Then why have you been trailing me? Do you take me for a child? Come now, speak up. Who sent you? The bird paradise? Or the giant stone craftsman?" He was not gullible enough to believe their feeble excuses. These two had shadowed him since his departure, clearly intent on his demise. Moreover, he had few enemies, and aside from these two, No one else could afford to hire assassins against him. Upon hearing those names, Brother Hei's pupils constricted. Although he hailed from another region, he was well aware of the notorious reputations of both factions. The black market would never divulge the names of employers. Now he comprehended precisely why Jiang Chen, an intermediate beastmaster, was valued so highly. These were all Tier 3 factions. His only chance of survival lay in persisting with the facade of being a mere passerby. We were just passing through. Brother Hei was about to elaborate. But in the next moment, Xiao Qing's tail pierced through his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth as he gazed down at the gaping wound, slowly raising his eyes. Astonished at the youthful visage before him, who exhibited such ruthless decisiveness. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he turned to his companion, Run. At that moment, the younger man was paralyzed with fear, only snapping back to reality upon hearing his leader's command, fleeing in a panic. Yet Jiang Chen made no effort to pursue. For the next instant, Zhong Kai emerged directly in the escapee's path, delivering a powerful punch to his neck. A sickening crack echoed, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, Zhong Kai approached Jiang Chen, showcasing his prowess as he threw himself on the ground, apologizing, I am deeply sorry, young master. I failed to notice the hidden ambush. Which startled you. For someone in his profession as a personal bodyguard, this was an egregious blunder. The fact that individuals had concealed themselves beneath his very nose for 3 days without detection was a source of immense shame and indignation. He was already contemplating the necessity of contracting a beast with heightened sensory capabilities. This time, the two assailants were relatively weak, but had they been stronger, the consequences would have been dire. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern. These two seem to specialize in such endeavors and likely possess beasts of the shadow attribute, making it entirely reasonable that you could not detect them. He then requested, Uncle Zhong, please search these individuals for any items that might reveal their identities. As he spoke, Xiao Qing extended her tail towards Jiang Chen, growling softly, indicating her desire for assistance in cleaning the blood from her fur. Although she did not possess a cleanliness obsession, the persistent presence of blood was decidedly uncomfortable. Jiang Chen obliged, helping her with the task. After a brief interval, Zhong Kai completed his examination and handed the spatial pouch to Jiang Chen, expressing his disdain. Are these two truly intermediate beastmasters? There is nothing of value within this pouch. Only a personal photograph, a task list, and a token from an unknown faction. Name, Jiang Chen, Beastmaster level, Intermediate Beastmaster, secondary profession, Intermediate breeder, beasts, 1 suspected thunder attribute dragon and 1 mechanical tiger. Note, 2 previously unseen beasts, strength unknown. Affiliation, Imperial breeder for the Songhai Army. Instructor at Zhonghai Beastmaster Academy. Task description, eliminate them in the Red Tide wetlands and return with their heads to complete the task. Task reward, 5,000,000. This black market is quite intriguing. It seems they possess extensive knowledge about me. Jiang Chen slowly rolled up the task list. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, for 5 million, they dared to accept the task to kill me? When did I become so undervalued? Uncle Zhong, take these two away and have Mo Yuking investigate their origins. It is likely they had someone backing them. Although they are deceased, this matter will not be easily resolved. Coincidentally, Mo Yuking was on her way to meet him, and it would be no trouble to utilize her intelligence network. Understood. Zhong Kai nodded. Summoning his twin flame dragon ape to carry the 2 corpses, they then proceeded towards the exit of the Red Tide wetlands. Chapter 286, Mo Yuking's subtle intentions. At the first exit of the Red Tide wetlands, Mo Yuking leaned against her vehicle, a lollipop in her mouth, engrossed in her phone. Adventurers passing by couldn't help but steal glances at her. This woman is stunning, like a fairy. If only I could touch her. I'd willingly sacrifice 10 months of my life. I thought you'd say 10 years. You should abandon such thoughts. She is not someone of your caliber. Hey, let me think. Zhao Mama, overhearing the surrounding chatter, frowned and approached Mo Yuking, slightly bowing as she inquired, Miss, why must we wait for young Master Jiang here? We could simply wait in Zizhu. Ever since she learned of Jiang Chen's status as a high-level breeder, her attitude towards him had undergone a complete transformation. Generally, those from prestigious families had a higher likelihood of becoming breeders due to their access to vast, often undisclosed knowledge. For an ordinary person to ascend to the rank of breeder was exceedingly challenging, particularly for someone as young as Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen were indeed to unite with her young lady, Mo Yuking's standing within the Mo family would undoubtedly rise significantly. It's no trouble. It happens to be on my way, so waiting here is quite convenient. However, that was not her primary motive. Her main intention for coming was to acquire more high-quality blood attribute energy potions from Jiang Chen. Not long ago, Xiaoyu had delivered a batch to her, and after using them on her second beast, The impending surge of resentment had diminished considerably. She was in dire need of such substances. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the red-tide wetlands. Mo Yuking lifted her gaze toward the source of the commotion, a smile gracing her lips. She saw Jiang Chen and Zhong Kai emerging, followed by a large red monkey with 2 tails, and most strikingly, 2 corpses draped over its muscular shoulders. The sight rendered onlookers speechless, swallowing hard. Although the current state of affairs was less than secure, and many bore blood on their hands, they had never encountered such brazen audacity before. Who would dare act so openly, as if flaunting their murderous deeds? What is going on with this kid? Why is he so arrogant? An adventurer from a nearby group couldn't help but ask. I have no idea, but his face looks familiar. He must belong to some influential family, another speculated. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. After all, he held military status, and slaying 2 unidentified assassins was of little consequence. However, at that moment, he noticed Mo Yuking standing at a distance. Clad in a black gown that accentuated her striking figure, her hair was styled in an elegant updo, enhancing her allure. Surprised, Jiang Chen made his way toward her. With Zhong Kai in tow, the crowd paused, bewildered. Wait, is that guy heading toward that beautiful woman? Is he trying to impress her while carrying corpses? This kid is quite the character. Let us see how this unfolds. Many halted their progress, gazing curiously at Mo Yuking, who had often been approached by the bold and foolish, only to have them swiftly dispatched by the elderly woman accompanying her. This boy, however, was brazen enough to approach her with corpses. He'd be fortunate if he didn't end up as a bloody pulp himself. Arriving before Mo Yuking, Jiang Chen regarded her with mild surprise, inquiring, Mo Yuking, what brings you here? At that moment, her eyes gleamed mischievously, and a charming smile danced upon her lips as she leapt toward him. Jiang Chen instinctively caught her, and as he felt her weight in his arms, a familiar fragrance wafted to his senses. It was the scent of the brocade he had gifted her. What are you doing? I'm covered in blood. I can't afford to dirty your clothes. As his hand brushed against her attire, he immediately recognized its value. Crafted from the silk spun by the ice phoenix butterfly during its evolution, this fabric was not only exquisite but lacked any protective qualities, rivaling even the finest spiritual armor in price and serving as a symbol of status. It's quite all right, I don't mind. Mo Yuking whispered close to Jiang Chen's ear, her head resting against him, and she was pleasantly surprised to discover the firmness of his physique. She hadn't expected this seemingly genteel young man to possess such an impressive build. And look at the way everyone else is looking at you. Doesn't it feel exhilarating? Jiang Chen paused, then turned to observe the surrounding crowd. Indeed, their expressions were filled with disbelief, their fists clenched in envy. Who on earth is this fellow? Capable of alluring such a stunning beauty? It is truly vexing. Is this the advantage of being handsome? I am not unappealing myself. Why then? Am I not the recipient of such affections? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own shortcomings. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, Jiang Chen could not help but smile slightly, gazing at the exquisite visage of the person in his arms. He inwardly cursed, labeling her a siren. No wonder the term femme fatale exists, while Jiang Chen had no idea what the original bearer of this term looked like. It was evident that Mo Yuking was indeed deserving of such a title. He exerted a gentle grip, lifting her slightly, and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhong Kai, who promptly opened the car door. Jiang Chen swiftly placed her inside the vehicle and followed suit. Admittedly, the sensation just now was rather pleasant. But what is your true intention? Speak quickly. Why are you being so fierce? After all, you are technically my fiancé, are you not? Could you not be a tad more gentle? Mo Yuking playfully chided, then gracefully settled into Jiang Chen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Jiang Chen, unaccustomed to such intimacy, felt his ears flush noticeably. Speak your mind, but refrain from being so touchy. In truth, I have a small request. I wonder if you could fulfill it? Do share, he replied. Mo Yuking chuckled, her gaze locked onto Jiang Chen's eyes, her right hand rhythmically caressing his chest as she spoke. Could you possibly procure a few more vials of energy potion with a concentration of 90%? Jiang Chen chuckled in response, his eyes narrowing as he regarded her. So, that is your aim? A potion of such potency is not easily crafted. Your current offerings are insufficient. Indeed, it appears you have managed to stabilize the production of such high-quality potions. What further assistance do you require from me? Jiang Chen glanced at his watch and remarked, let us converse as we proceed. Mo Yuking nodded and instructed the driver to set off. Outside, as they observed the departing convoy, someone exclaimed, I believe I recognize that young man. What are you making such a fuss about? You startled me. Who is he? The individual then produced his phone, revealing Jiang Chen's introduction on the official Tsang High military website. Intermediate Beast Tamer, Intermediate Breeder, Lieutenant of the Tsang High Military. Owner of the Qingshan breeding base. Each title displayed before them made them swallow hard. I hope I did not say anything to offend him earlier. It seems that beauty is indeed often paired with genius, and such a talent is not one to be trifled with. Chapter 287. The Strength of the Treasure Pavilion. Seated in the vehicle en route to Zizhu, Jiang Chen, donning gold-rimmed glasses, was engrossed in his notebook. Mo Yuking observed him at work, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips as she reached out to poke his cheek. The sudden gesture startled Jiang Chen, prompting him to instinctively lean back. What are you doing? That's rather trivial. Mo Yuking pouted, her arms crossed as she straightened up and inquired. Pray tell, what is the significance of bringing 2 corpses with you? Don't feign compassion for their exposure to the elements. Jiang Chen closed his notebook and retrieved the items obtained from the 2 individuals from his spatial ring. Presenting them to her. Mo Yuking, with your considerable skills, can you trace the origin of this bounty notice and token? A black market assassination order. Upon examining the items in her hand, Mo Yuking furrowed her brow. Her voice tinged with curiosity. What exactly have you done to incite such wrath that someone would issue a bounty on your life? The black market trades in everything. Yet to buy a life requires significant qualifications, often entailing substantial financial backing. A bounty of 5 million on Jiang Chen indicates that the individual behind it must have spent considerably more. A black market assassination order? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he addressed Mo Yuking in a low tone. Is it possible to identify the individual who placed the bounty on me? Do you think this is a matter for a deity? Mo Yuking shot him a glare, then elaborated. The hierarchy of the black market is intricate. Who knows how many factions are intertwined? Perhaps you should consult your uncle in the Songhai military to see if he can uncover this information. Various families utilize such a venue to manage questionable dealings. Given its confidentiality, good luck trying to uncover who issued the bounty. Jiang Chen nodded, having anticipated such a response. After all, this was a place where lives could be bought and sold. It was unrealistic to think one could do so without some backing. His inquiry was merely a trial. Can you ascertain which faction the token belongs to? If they dare to take the contract to kill me, they must surely face some repercussions. Surprisingly, you harbor quite the grudge. Mo Yuking chuckled lightly, then raised her hand, displaying 5 fingers, finding out is feasible. But whatever you earn, I shall take half. Jiang Chen's lips twitched in disbelief as he gazed at her. Greedy, how can you demand half for just tracing a token? Are you serious? Of course. Do you think I keep people without compensation? Just let me know if you agree. Mo Yuking retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. Fine, half it is. But you must be swift. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing. After all, this matter bore little cost. And if left to Jiang Chen to investigate, given the current investigative capabilities of the Qingshan breeding base, results might not materialize until next year. Seeing Jiang Chen's acquiescence, Mo Yuking promptly took out her phone, snapped a photo of the token, and sent it off. Within an hour, I shall ascertain which faction this token belongs to. An hour? You can determine the faction of this token in such a short time? Jiang Chen was taken aback by Mo Yuking's assertion. He was aware that she must have a covert team dedicated to gathering intelligence. Otherwise, she could not possibly amass such treasures within the treasure pavilion. However, he did not anticipate the extent of this team's capabilities. It seemed he had underestimated her. Ding. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly chimed. Picking it up, he saw it was Jiang Helen, the individual who had previously sought to purchase energy potions from him. Bloodclaw. Sir, we have arrived in Zizhu. I am uncertain when you will arrive. Jiang Helen's tone was exceedingly respectful, for he had undoubtedly researched Jiang Chen's identity in preparation for his purchase. The findings were startling. A 19-year-old intermediate breeder, a prodigy not to be trifled with. In the Bloodclaw Alliance, the majority of breeders hailed from Jiang Helen's uncle's lineage, yet the youngest intermediate breeder among them was already in his 20s. Even he was regarded as a breeding genius occurring once in 50 years, holding a status slightly above Jiang Helen's. Recalling that Jiang Helen had indeed ordered a batch of energy potions, Jiang Chen quickly replied, I should arrive in about an hour. The 20 vials of 60% concentration potions you requested are ready. Please find a suitable location for the exchange. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Helen felt a wave of relief and promptly responded, Thank you, sir. Please ensure your safety. I will personally greet you upon your arrival. Upon completing the editing, Jiang Helen immediately exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Jiang Qing, saying, Master Qing, we are about to soar this time. You might as well revel in your role as my protector. 20 bottles of 60% concentration potion would suffice for his Bloodclaw guards for an extended period. During the trial, the Bloodclaw Alliance would not provide any assistance after the initial phase. With this batch of potions, he could create a significant gap between himself and the others. Moreover, if he could successfully establish a connection with Jiang Chen, he would no longer need to regard the second vein for nurturing resources. With this thought, he promptly summoned his subordinates. Linner, arrange the finest banquet for me at the Lingshi Mansion. I shall host a celebration. The Lingshi Mansion was the largest restaurant in Zizhu, where only the affluent could dine. A single meal could easily cost over 100,000. Understood. Jiang Chen glanced at the exuberant Jiang Helen, expressing a hint of disdain. I truly cannot fathom the sheer luck that befalls you, encountering a genius nurturing master of such caliber in a place like Jiang City. Master Qing, you fail to comprehend. This is destiny at work, and the position of Bloodclaw's young master rightfully belongs to me. When you host the banquet, I hope you refrain from being so arrogant. Otherwise, should you offend others, I needn't wait for your father to intervene. I could easily break your legs myself. He reminded Jiang Helen, who appeared somewhat lost in his own elation. Rest assured, I understand. Jiang Helen composed himself and stood up, addressing Jiang Qing. You must accompany me as well. Very well. In the car. Mo Yuking glared at Jiang Chen with her crimson eyes, feeling a surge of anger. With her right hand, she pinched his shoulder forcefully. Why did you sell the energy potion to someone else? Were you dissatisfied with the price I offered? High-quality energy potions were coveted by all factions. After all, she and Jiang Chen shared a contractual bond, which should count for something. It was unfathomable that he would sell the potion to another party instead. Ugh! Jiang Chen winced, retracting his body, and exclaimed at Mo Yuking. Have you lost your mind? Why are you pinching me? Besides, this potion was produced by me. I have the right to sell it to whomever I choose. Humph. Mo Yuking scoffed. Then stated, if that's the case, you can investigate the identity of the assassin yourself. Jiang Chen stared at her in confusion. He could not understand why Mo Yuking was suddenly angry. However, recognizing his need for her, he began to explain. The energy potion I sold him cannot be compared to what I would provide you. Those are merely substandard products with a concentration of around 60%. Consider this bottle as my apology to you. As he spoke, Jiang Chen retrieved a bottle of 85% concentration fire attribute potion from his spatial ring, sourced from the barbaric Sword Eagle's provisions. Mo Yuking's mouth twitched upon hearing this. 60% energy potions were deemed substandard? Such a statement could only be uttered by Jiang Chen. Nevertheless, upon seeing the red potion in his hand, she found his assertion somewhat justifiable. After all, 60% and 80% were indeed worlds apart. Just as Mo Yuking was about to speak, her phone chimed. The information regarding the token had been uncovered by her subordinates. She glanced at it, and then said, the token you just gave me has been traced back to its faction. Chapter 288, The Flying Horse Ranch. The car continued its journey, swiftly entering the bounds of Zizhu. Jiang Chen, upon hearing Mo Yuking's words, was momentarily stunned. Had she truly managed to uncover it so quickly? Just how many individuals were part of the intelligence team hidden behind the treasure pavilion? Surely, it hadn't even been an hour yet. What did you find? Which faction does this token belong to? Mo Yuking, uninterested in elaborating, simply handed her phone to Jiang Chen. Everything is there. See for yourself. Jiang Chen took the phone and scrutinized the document sent from the other side, his pupils narrowing in surprise at the level of detail contained within. Faction name, Flying Horse Ranch. Faction level, minor. Leader, Yusu. Note, utilizes the Cloud Claw Rabbit Cat, levels 3 to 6. With the second and third beasts unknown. Description, operates a ranch in the northern wilderness, has previously traversed a spatial rift to the Jiangnan region, currently active within Zizhu. Suspected to possess a rare item. After reading the information, Jiang Chen could not help but glance at the enchanting woman beside him. It appeared he indeed lacked a clear understanding of the power dynamics among these clans. Mo Yuking, merely a cast-off from her family, had a team capable of investigating to such an extent in under an hour. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. If this were the case, he might have already been stripped of everything. Mo Yuking, observing the expression in Jiang Chen's eyes, seemed to discern his thoughts, a smirk gracing her lips. Fear not. We are partners, and I want to pry into your affairs. She paused before continuing. Moreover, aside from you, that Qing Shan base of yours hardly warrants my attention. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to feel anger or gratitude. I appreciate it. The Flying Horse Ranch is also in Zizhu. It would be convenient to make a stop there. Aren't you due for a banquet? Shouldn't you be concerned about angering them and jeopardizing your sales? No worries. The meeting is scheduled for the evening, and how long could it possibly take to deal with a minor faction? Mo Yuking, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, rolled her eyes and replied with a laugh. Such bravado. One would think your Qingshan base is a major power. Jiang Chen chose to remain silent. Mo Yuking's assertion held truth. The Qingshan nurturing base was indeed still a minor faction. However, that was merely temporary. Currently, Qingshan lacked nothing in terms of high-end combat strength, with Zhong Kai's conditions for advancement to the third tier already established, and Jiang Chen having 2 stable paths for his beast's evolution. The only things he still lacked were an industry and a cadre of subordinates. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen felt no urgency about these matters. In his plans, he needed to first cultivate a group of capable individuals. Otherwise, even with sheer numbers, they would be doomed against formidable beasts. Understood. I'll send you the address for Grandma Zhao. In a rather secluded courtyard of Zizhu, Yusuru cradled a plump white cat. His face contorted with fury as he glared at those around him, barking orders. Where are the Blackrock people? I've repeatedly warned you to stay vigilant during this period and not leave this place. We will discuss everything after the auction. Can someone tell me where those two have gone? The surrounding individuals lowered their heads. One of them quietly murmuring. They've probably grown restless and went outside for some amusement. Hearing this, Yusuru slammed his right hand on the table, producing a deafening sound. The cloud claw rabbit cat in his arms, sensing its master's agitation, leaped from his embrace and bared its sharp claws at the subordinates. Tell me what kind of amusement could cause them to vanish for 4 days, leaving even their backpacks behind. At a time like this, you still protect them? It seems you've forgotten the pain after healing. As the Cloud Claw Lynx spoke, it suddenly lashed out with a claw. A crimson arrow of blood erupted forth, and a gash appeared on his chest, stretching from shoulder to abdomen. Will you speak or not? At this moment, Yusuru's tone was laced with a hint of murderous intent. This was no trivial matter. They had come from the pasture to seize the opportunity to break through the Lord's defenses, and after much fortune, they had finally obtained something valuable from the spatial rift. Should any trouble arise due to the disobedience of his subordinates, he would not spare anyone present. The chief is furious. Haikian has taken his underlings to the black market on a killing spree. At these words, Yusuru sprang to his feet and kicked a subordinate to the ground, angrily berating, "How dare you conceal such matters? Show me your hand." The subordinate trembled uncontrollably at his command, but dared not defy him. As he extended his hand, the next moment, the Cloud Claw Lynx struck with a swift motion. A glint of cold light flashed, and a severed finger landed on the ground. Ah! The subordinate clutched his left hand, wailing in agony. "Everyone, gather your belongings. We will assemble at the entrance in 10 minutes. This place is no longer safe. We must relocate to ensure our complete security." Just then, a loud bang echoed from outside the door, and the next instant, the violet-red security door was flung before Yusuru. Gazing at the door on the ground, his expression darkened palpably. "Who is it?" "A debt collector," a deep voice resonated from outside. Shortly after, a refined-looking youth entered, accompanied by an extraordinarily alluring woman. Chapter 289, The Lion's Demands, I Want Half. Yusuru glanced at the door that had been kicked to his feet, his face turning ashen. The surrounding subordinates immediately summoned their beasts, the Mian sheep, and the atmosphere grew tense and charged. "Who are you?" Yusuru sensed the formidable aura emanating from the newcomers. Realizing they were not to be trifled with, especially the two elders who accompanied the man and woman, their prowess surpassed that of mere advanced beast tamers. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, surveying the surroundings. The place was not particularly bad, yet it certainly could not be deemed good. Vines crawled over the walls, indicating it had been long uninhabited. There was also a faint, strange energy emanating from the area. It was evident that these individuals had established their base here to conceal some valuable find. Otherwise, given Foon Pasture's financial capacity, they could have easily secured a comparable residence in the city center. "Bring them up," Jiang Chen commanded, his focus sharpening. "Yes," the subordinate nodded, taking his leave. "What do you mean by this?" Yusuru glared at Jiang Chen, feeling an ominous premonition swell within him. "I must remind you that we live in a society governed by law. You would do well to refrain from reckless actions." However, before he could finish, the subordinate returned with 2 corpses and tossed them at Yusuru's feet. In a lawful society, how do you explain these 2 assassins? Yusuru's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the lifeless bodies devoid of color. "Isn't this the black rock I was searching for?" "He is dead." Suppressing his inner fury, Yusuru looked up at Jiang Chen, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Why have you brought 2 corpses here? Are you attempting to provoke me? With the auction imminent, we cannot afford a conflict with these individuals. Once the items are sold and the evolutionary resources for the Cloud Claw Lynx secured, I can reclaim my current humiliation." "Do you not recognize these 2? Jiang Chen retorted with a cold snort, producing the Foon Pasture token from his pocket. "Then pray tell, what are these tokens found on them? Do not tell me they stole them from you." Upon seeing the token, Yusuru's fists clenched tightly as he glanced at the fallen corpses, wishing to land a few more blows on them. To go out on an assassination mission was one thing, but to brazenly carry the Foon Pasture token was tantamount to flaunting their identity. How could his subordinates be so foolish? With Jiang Chen holding the evidence, resolving this matter would surely require some bloodshed. Yusuru raised his head, a grim expression settling on his face as he spoke in a low voice. "I admit these 2 were my men. Their assassination of you was wrong, but they acted on their own accord, and I bear no responsibility. Besides, you have already killed them. Enough with the excuses. How do we resolve this?" Jiang Chen was uninterested in prolonging the conversation. The notion that their deaths absolved them of wrongdoing held no water with him. Moreover, he had clearly sensed Yusuru's murderous intent the moment he laid eyes on the corpses. A person harboring such ill will towards him would not be easily overlooked. 500,000. Consider it a compensation for my lack of oversight. Yusuru extended 5 fingers. His liquid assets were limited, as most were invested in Fiyun pasture and the Cloud Claw links. Otherwise, he would not have risked coming to Jiangnan. Haha. Jiang Chen laughed derisively. Do you take me for a beggar, so easily appeased? 500,000. That is laughable. Dividing that sum with Mo Yuking would only yield 250,000 for him. If Jiang Chen were to agree, he suspected she would break his legs. What do you want? I want half of the shares in your Fiyun pasture. Jiang Chen's gaze fixed intently on Yusuru, unconsciously exuding an air of authority. Mo Yuking, standing beside him, turned sharply at his words, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise, then curling into a smile. She had initially thought Jiang Chen would settle for 100 or 80,000 at most, but she was astonished by his audacity in demanding half of the man's assets. However, she found it rather endearing, appreciating his boldness. In their current situation, with the enemy weakened and herself strengthened, coupled with the leverage they held, this was the perfect opportunity for extortion. This casually chosen man seemed to align increasingly with her desires. Yusuru, taken aback, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind, or have I? Do you comprehend the value of half the shares in Fiyun pasture?" Though the pasture was not large, it boasted a rare breed of high-tier silver horse known as the Frostmoon horse. This breed, cultivated through 3 generations of the Yusuru family, was exceedingly rare, with only just over 100 in existence. Its graceful form and commendable strength made it highly sought after by noble families, with only 10 being released each year, accumulating substantial wealth for Yusuru. 1 million, that is my final offer. Take it or leave it. If you push further, do not blame me for turning hostile, Yusuru declared, setting his final terms. Even if your strengths are commendable, a confrontation with us would yield no benefits for either side. You'd best consider your options carefully. Fish die and nets break? That requires fish of significant size. You are hardly worthy of jeopardizing my grand net. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort and continued. I offer you my final price. I shall relinquish my shares, but I demand half of the Frostmoon horses. Otherwise, prepare to remain here. This was Jiang Chen's primary objective. Upon receiving information from Mo Yuking, he learned that Fiyun Ranch possessed Frostmoon horses, which piqued his interest. Ice element beasts were scarce in the Great Xia, and among them, equine beasts were particularly coveted within the Beastmaster legions. Even the Kanghai army had a limited number of equine beasts. Moreover, Jiang Chen possessed an unused secret realm in the Snowy Mountains. If he could acquire the Frostmoon horses and raise them within, he could even muster a cavalry. That left no room for negotiation. Yusuru's expression darkened significantly. Desiring the Frostmoon horses was akin to undermining his own foundation. If he acquiesced, he would likely face his elder's wrath. Jiang Chen was well aware that they would not easily capitulate, and he saw no need for further discussion. He issued a direct command: leave only Yusuru alive, spare no one else. If they were not friends, they were enemies. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhong Kai charged forward. With the dual-flame dragon monkey blocking Yusuru's path, the latter's pupils constricted in disbelief, a lord-level beast. How can this be? Chapter 290, 7 Orifices Bloodheart. Zizhu. A secluded residence. Yusuru commanded the Cloud Claw rabbit monkey to valiantly fend off the attacks of the dual-tailed dragon monkey. He was unable to fight back or escape. Before Zhong Kai, he was like a mere plaything, toyed with effortlessly. As he surveyed the fallen subordinates around him, lying in pools of blood, Yusuru's eyes blazed with fury. He could not comprehend how that fool Hippan dared to undertake such an assassination mission, with a guardian possessing master-level prowess. It was evident that they were dealing with a young master from a powerful faction. How could such a person be trifled with? A moment later, all of Yusuru's men were slain by Mo Yuking's forces, leaving him alone to struggle. Jiang Chen observed the beasts employed by Mo Yuking, gaining a clearer understanding of her strength. They were a type of dark element beast known as the Iron Beak Execution Crow, with a wingspan of 2 meters. Its feathers were as solid as iron, and its beak bore a dark red hue. Its claws were adorned with steel-made claw coverings. Although it was merely a high-level silver beast and inferior to the savage sword eagle, their coordination was exceptionally fluid. Merely 5 of them managed to dispatch a number twice that of Fiyun Ranch's forces. Mo Yuking, were you truly cast out by others? Jiang Chen could not help but turn to Mo Yuking beside him, asking, could you possibly cultivate such a group solely relying on the treasure pavilion? Mo Yuking glanced at Jiang Chen's astonished expression, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Do you look down on me? As a frail woman who ventured alone into Jiang City, without connections or relatives, if I did not train some subordinates, I would have been completely devoured long ago. Where would I have found the opportunity to meet you? However, these are all the capable individuals I have at my disposal. Now that you know, you won't harm me. Will you? Hee. Jiang Chen believed not a word of Mo Yuking's claims. If she were truly a delicate woman, then the world would have no tough women left. If she was unwilling to speak, so be it. A glimmer of blue flickered in Jiang Chen's pupils as he began to scan the courtyard. He had sensed something amiss upon entering, and now was the perfect time to investigate. At that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a landscape painting hanging in the hall. He noticed wisps of energy surging forth from behind the painting. Found it. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile as he approached the central hall. Seeing this, Mo Yuking, curious, inquired, Jiang Chen, have you discovered something? Jiang Chen did not respond. He reached the painting, surveyed the surroundings, and casually picked up a broom to prod at it. Stop! Yusuru shouted vehemently, abandoning his command of the Cloudclaw Rabbit Monkey and charging at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort and swiftly kicked him to the ground. With the nourishment from Xiao Qing and Xiao Hu, although his physique appeared lean, it was, in fact, composed entirely of muscle. He glanced at the fallen Yusuru and coldly remarked, in such a hurry, it seems you have something valuable from the spatial rift right here. I am quite eager to see what treasures you've obtained. With that, Jiang Chen carefully used the broom to dislodge the landscape painting. Upon seeing what lay within, Jiang Chen's pupils dilated with shock. The 7 orifices blood heart. You actually managed to bring this out from the spatial rift. How did you accomplish such a feat? Behind the painting, a sizable hole had been forcibly excavated. Inside the hole was a crystalline cube, within which resided a blood-red heart that pulsated rhythmically. Mo Yuking, upon witnessing this, was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that the leader of such an insignificant faction would possess such a treasure. The 7 orifices blood heart was a top-tier spiritual treasure capable of enhancing a Beastmaster's contractual capacity. Such items were often snatched up well before auction events. Its worth, to those who had lost their beast companions, was comparable to that of a small secret realm. No wonder you chose to reside in such a desolate place. It seems you acquired a treasure of this caliber. Unfortunately, it now belongs to me. With that, Jiang Chen took the heart and placed it into his spatial ring. That is mine. Yusuru, witnessing this, immediately scrambled to his feet, attempting to snatch it from Jiang Chen. However, he was swiftly subdued by Mo Yuking's men. At that moment, Mo Yuking stepped beside Jiang Chen, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, gazing at him with affection. Jiang Chen, Mo Yuking's voice sent chills down Jiang Chen's spine, prompting him to hastily withdraw his hands from her embrace. Stop. You can forget about this. I have my uses for it. What do you mean? Mo Yuking's expression darkened instantly, losing the demeanor of a fragile woman. Have you forgotten what you promised me upon your arrival? Yusuru, lying on the ground, observed their quarrel with a smirk. Indeed, no matter how strong their relationship, when faced with the allure of the 7 orifices blood heart, even the closest allies would turn against one another. Continue your bickering. I hope you both end up mutually destroyed. I certainly have not forgotten. But I truly have a use for this blood heart. Yusuru is still here. How can you take the lion's share of Fiyun Ranch's spoils? When Meng Fantian lost a beast at Kainglong Mountain, he had recently retired from the Guardian Division due to a decline in strength. He was, after all, a quasi-master. And Jiang Chen had interacted with him before, finding him quite agreeable. If he were willing to join the Qingshan breeding base, Jiang Chen would not hesitate to assist him. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Mo Yuking's expression softened considerably. However, the once proud Yusuru was now displeased, glaring at Jiang Chen. What do you mean? You killed my men, stole my 7 orifices blood heart, and now you wish to do more? Jiang Chen smiled as he stepped closer to Yusuru, looking down at him from a superior height. What you've said might merely offset the 2 who attempted to assassinate me, but you just harbored murderous intent towards me. And that is not something you can easily brush aside. Now, I demand everything from the Fiyun Ranch. Upon hearing this, Yuzuru's pupils constricted sharply. How is it possible for someone to articulate such brazen plunder so eloquently? Indeed, he had briefly entertained thoughts of murder, yet for this reason, Jiang Chen aspired to seize the entire Fiyun Ranch. As he spoke, Jiang Chen nonchalantly retrieved a seed of a parasitic dandelion from his spatial ring. Whether it thrives depends entirely on you. Refine this and incorporate it into the Qingshan base, and I shall grant you your freedom. I might even assist you in nurturing your beast. In your dreams. Yuzuru scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. He was, after all, a high-ranking beastmaster. When had he ever endured such an affront? Think carefully before you speak. I shall offer you this opportunity but once. Then, as an afterthought, he added, oh, I forgot to mention, I am a senior breeder. Even if I were to kill you now, no one would come seeking vengeance on my behalf. You are a senior breeder. Yuzuru was momentarily taken aback, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Chapter 291, Subjugation. Yuzulu stared at Jiang Chen in astonishment, struggling to fathom that this seemingly youthful boy was indeed a senior breeder. If what he claimed were true, just how formidable was the power backing him? The Fiyun Ranch invested substantial funds annually to cultivate its own breeders, yet only a scant few succeeded. Presently, there was but one intermediate breeder within the family. However, that individual was now nearing the end of their lifespan. As for newcomers, there were hardly any who had even achieved the rank of novice breeder. The root of the issue lay in the family's insufficient foundation, which hindered the production of numerous breeders. Are you genuinely a senior breeder? Yuzulu remained skeptical, for the youth's age was indeed striking. I have no reason to deceive you. Jiang Chen met his gaze, retrieving the emblem representing senior breeders from his spatial ring. I have matters to attend to shortly. Your time is limited, so you must make a decision swiftly. Yuzulu's eyes widened in shock. Fixated on the emblem in Jiang Chen's hand, disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, a three-patterned emblem. You truly are a senior breeder? Yuzulu recognized the breeding emblem. He knew that the one Jiang Chen possessed was authentic. No one dared to forge an emblem issued by the Breeder Association, for it not only verified one's identity, but also constituted a spiritual artifact. The three cloud patterns indicated that this emblem was already classified as a high-level spiritual artifact. Excluding the value imparted by the breeder, it was worth at least several $100,000. Such an emblem could only be bestowed by the affluent Breeder Association. Jiang Chen nodded. Now that you have seen the emblem, it is time for you to decide. Yuzulu's heart sank, his complexion paling slightly. The once steady rhythm of his heart began to race anew. He had now come to the conclusion that Jiang Chen must possess an unfathomably powerful backing. Otherwise, no matter how talented one might be, without familial support, achieving the rank of senior breeder at such a young age would be inconceivable. Doubts began to creep into his thoughts. Perhaps this was an opportunity to ally with a powerful force, and the Fiyun Ranch might ascend to the status of a Tier 3 power under his leadership. Grandfather, I may have to apologize to you. Yuzulu gazed at the brown seed in Jiang Chen's hand, took a deep breath as if resolving himself, and seized it from Jiang Chen's grasp. Are you certain you can help my beast break through to the Lord level? Yuzulu's tone was grave. He awaited Jiang Chen's definitive answer to reconcile his thoughts. A smile graced Jiang Chen's face. He understood that Yuzulu had now capitulated, merely seeking a justification. He confidently replied, that is not an issue. Yuzulu inhaled deeply, settling cross-legged as he consumed the parasitic dandelion seed, simultaneously channeling the power of his beast. A surge of energy enveloped him, erupting in a brilliant blue glow, from which a green essence gradually seeped from the crown of his head and drifted towards the Qingshan breeding base. Beside Jiang Chen, Mo Yuking crossed her arms, observing Yuzulu as he refined the seed, a tinge of envy blossoming within her. Breeders indeed hold an unparalleled advantage. They can command a force without lifting a finger. Congratulations. The Qingshan base has grown stronger. Even though her treasure pavilion had developed to its current stature, subjugating a force like the Fiyun Ranch would not prove an easy feat. This was the unique privilege of breeders, particularly the powerful ones. Even without uttering a word, others would be eager to ally with them. Jiang Chen was already beginning to trend in that direction. Detecting a hint of envy in Mo Yuking's voice, he chuckled. Let us not differentiate between yours and mine. Are you not my fiancé? What is mine is yours. Very well, then, you shall cede the Fiyun Ranch to me. Mo Yuking replied with a playful smile. Jiang Chen's grin faltered, a pang of regret washing over him for having made such a statement. Initially intending to reclaim some pride, he found himself ensnared by his own words. This is easily said. The Fiyun Ranch already belongs to you in part. Mo Yuking shot him a disdainful look, her tone laced with mockery. Young virgin, do not try to be so flirtatious. Jiang Chen paused momentarily before she continued. I have no interest in the Fiyun Ranch, nor the time to nurture the beasts within. You may keep it. However, I require half of the beasts produced by the Fiyun Ranch each year, but only those that you personally rear. The breeding resources of the treasure pavilion were limited, just sufficient to maintain its current power, should the Fiyun Ranch be integrated. Disparities would inevitably arise. In light of this, it would be wiser to delegate the responsibility to Jiang Chen. Through his nurturing, she might gain even more. Very well. You may decide. Jiang Chen recognized that he would gain no advantage in verbal sparring with her, so he refrained from further commentary and turned his attention back to Yuzulu. By now, the refinement of the parasitic seed was nearing completion, and Yuzulu's energy began to stabilize. After a moment, Yuzulu exhaled a breath of stale air. Gradually rising to his feet, he could not help but feel a tinge of bitterness. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been the leader of a force. Now, he found himself as another's subordinate, his life held in another's hands. Young master. Yuzulu awkwardly bowed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen bore no offense. Shifts in status often left one feeling disoriented, yet with time, Yuzulu would adjust. Moreover, with the parasitic seed in play, there was little concern for any potential rebellion. Cheer up. Joining me is not a misfortune. Perhaps 10 years from now, you will look back on today's decision with gratitude. Now, let us discuss your ranch's actual capabilities. Yes, Yuzulu responded to Jiang Chen's inquiry, beginning to elaborate. The Fiyun Ranch currently boasts 50 novice beast masters, 3 intermediate beast masters, and 1 intermediate breeder. As for the beasts, the largest population comprises 108 Frostmoon horses, of which 30 are foals. The only other sizable group is the Firecloud horses. Jiang Chen contemplated the fruits of his endeavors. The Flying Cloud Ranch, though not among the elite, stands as a formidable establishment, boasting the rare distinction of possessing 2 Beastmaster clans. How many individuals have contracted the Frostmoon horses? Aside from myself, there are fewer than 10. The Frostmoon horses are known for their haughty disposition, and very few can earn their allegiance. 10. That is quite satisfactory. Jiang Chen felt content with this figure. Even if he were to assemble a cavalry later, these 10 individuals would undoubtedly save him considerable time. I understand now. You shall return and transport all the beasts to Jiang City. As for the beast masters, let those who wish to come accompany you, while those who do not may leave. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yusuru's pupils constricted in alarm. Jiang Chen intended to disband the ranch. He hastily interjected, "Young master, the Frostmoon horses have high living standards. The production environment, food, and temperature must be meticulously controlled. Even the Flying Cloud Ranch took a significant amount of time to find this location. If we were to relocate them to Jiang City, it could pose considerable problems." Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, simply flipped his hand to reveal a sphere of icy blue light. Yusuru's eyes widened in astonishment. A heart of the ice attribute? The young master he served possessed such an item. He had contemplated purchasing one at an auction, but had never summoned the resolve, only to discover that the very treasure he had yearned for was in Jiang Chen's hands. Mo Yuking was equally taken aback, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Jiang Chen, her lips curling into a slight smile. The surprises Jiang Chen had in store for her were becoming increasingly abundant. She was aware that he possessed a heart of the secret realm. Their contract had originally been forged because of Jiang Chen's ambition to construct such a heart. However, she did not anticipate that he would possess a second one. It seemed his resources were indeed substantial. Now, it should be problem-free, yes? Jiang Chen inquired. Of course. I shall return immediately to arrange for the relocation. Chapter 292, The 8 Treasures Longevity Pig. At the Ling Food House in Zizhu, Jiang Helen had already arrived with his entourage. The proprietor of the establishment promptly approached him. With the spatial rifts in Jiangnan's 13 cities now open, various factions from across the nation had sent representatives to this locale. As a long-established local restaurant in Zizhu, the Ling Food House could not afford to be ignorant of these individuals' identities. After all, a careless misstep could provoke the ire of someone not to be trifled with. And the individual before him was indeed someone of considerable significance. Master Jiang, I must say, my 2 red-feathered magpies have been quite vocal these past few days. It seems you have graced us with your presence. Please, come this way. Jiang Helen was not surprised by such flattery. As the young master of the Jiang family, he was no stranger to such sycophancy. Spare me the pleasantries. Have the items I requested been prepared? If you dare to ruin this, the Ling Food House may as well close its doors. Fan Yu immediately responded with a smile. Rest assured, young Master Jiang, the dishes for your private room have been personally arranged by me and will be entrusted to our esteemed chefs. We shall ensure you are not embarrassed. Since learning that Jiang Helen intended to host a gathering at the Ling Food House, he had taken a hands-on approach to every detail. This guest, being of such high status even within the second-tier powers, warranted utmost care. If he could successfully accommodate such a person, future patrons would undoubtedly flock to the Ling Food House. Very well, prepare accordingly. Jiang Helen nodded, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Were there better options available? He would certainly have chosen elsewhere. If you perform well, there will be generous rewards. With that, he produced a confinement box from his spatial ring, measuring 2 meters in width and height, and continued, I trust your establishment has no superior ingredients. Prepare 2 additional dishes using this ingredient, and let your finest chef handle it. Fan Yu gazed at the confinement box that had appeared before him and peered inside. There lay a beast resembling a fragrant pig. Its body a pristine pinkish white, with 8 different hues shimmering beneath its skin, exuding an enchanting allure. This is the 8 Treasures Longevity Pig. Fan Yu's pupils dilated in astonishment. Jiang Helen was willing to offer such a delicacy to entertain this guest. The 8 Treasures Longevity Pig was a golden tier beast. While its combat prowess was negligible, it housed immense energy within. Beast masters consuming it could significantly enhance their beast mastery. Moreover, its flavor was exquisite, earning it acclaim among gourmets as a rare delicacy. Regrettably, due to extensive hunting, the 8 treasures longevity pig had nearly become extinct in the wild, with only powerful families able to rear them. Even then, their numbers were limited, with fewer than 10,000 entering the market annually, at least in Zizhu. Fan Yu had never seen anyone selling them. Indeed, prepare it well. Jiang Helen felt a pang in his heart. Even he could only procure 2 of the 8 treasures longevity pigs each year. Had it not been for the desire to entertain Jiang Chen, he would never have parted with it. However, establishing a connection with him was worth the sacrifice. Meanwhile, after resolving matters at the Flying Cloud Ranch, Jiang Chen instructed Yusuru to return home and manage the relocation. Transporting such a multitude of beasts across the vast expanse of the Great Xia to Jiang City was no small feat and required meticulous planning. Any mishap along the way would leave Jiang Chen with no recourse for lamentation. Where did you acquire the ice attribute heart? Mo Yuking could no longer contain her curiosity and queried Jiang Chen in the carriage. Others exhaust their fortunes to obtain a single heart, or spend years within a secret realm. Yet you possess 2 within less than a year. How is that even conceivable? Even she could only boast of 2. Inherited from her father. Jiang Chen glanced at her without providing a direct response. Are you interested in knowing? I am indeed curious. It's a secret. Some matters can be shared, others need not be discussed. Jiang Chen remained somewhat wary of Mo Yuking. He regretted hastily agreeing to be her shield, having underestimated the connection she wielded. Given her current display, her ambitions were evidently grand. Her entourage seemed bred for violence. Jiang Chen preferred to maintain a distance, lest he find himself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. If you choose not to divulge, I shan't press you for answers, Mo Yuking huffed, then commanded, let me out. Jiang Chen was taken aback, gazing at Mo Yuking as he replied, is that truly necessary? With an eye roll, Mo Yuking rapped on the window, declaring, we have arrived. If you do not exit, I shall disembark alone. Only then did Jiang Chen regain his bearings, glancing outside to behold the entrance of the Ling Food House. Surprised by the rapid arrival, pushing open the car door, he alighted, stretching lazily before proceeding toward the establishment. Upon entering, a woman clad in a black kipao approached. Slightly bowing as she inquired, good day, do you have a reservation? Jiang Chen nodded, Chunya. The server's eyes widened in recognition, her demeanor shifting to one of heightened respect. Very well, please wait a moment while I escort you. With that, she spoke into her earpiece, relaying a message to Fan Yu. Upon hearing the commotion from the front hall, Fan Yu immediately dashed out from the kitchen. Upon entering the grand hall, he spotted a young man and woman seated on the sofa in the waiting area. The youthful countenances of the pair momentarily startled him. He had not anticipated that Jiang Helen's guests would be so remarkably young. Nevertheless, he did not allow this to diminish his respect for them. Rather, it compelled him to adopt a more earnest demeanor. Sometimes, a person's age can speak volumes about their significance. Given Jiang Helen's privileged background as the scion of a prestigious second-tier family, he had no need to accord such deference to a peer. The fact that he presented delicacies such as the 8 treasures fortune pig indicated one possibility. Jiang Chen's background must be even more formidable than Jiang Helen's. Such an individual was not one to be trifled with. Fan Yu adjusted his attire and approached the pair, respectfully inquiring, might you be Jiang Chen, young Master Jiang? Jiang Chen regarded the portly proprietor before him and nodded slightly. Indeed, I am Jiang Chen. Upon confirming Jiang Chen's identity, Fan Yu instinctively stepped aside, gesturing, please. Young Master Jiang, follow me. Young Master Jiang Helen has prepared refreshments, awaiting your arrival. Very well. Jiang Chen offered no further words, following closely behind Fan Yu, accompanied by Mo Yuking, as they traversed a winding bridge. Beneath the surface of the water, a pair of exquisite dragon koi glided gracefully, their scales shimmering with iridescent hues that collectively formed a picturesque tableau of mountains and rivers. The scene exuded an air of solemn grandeur. Many restaurateurs endeavor to acquire koi of such caliber, as those born with auspicious traits are deemed immensely valuable in the eyes of affluent patrons. This signifies status and prestige. Although the term dragon is incorporated into the name of these exquisite koi, they bear no actual relation to dragons and are not particularly rare. They are creatures that can be easily procured with a modicum of wealth. However, the two before him displayed distinct dragon-like patterns, suggesting they were on the verge of transformation, a rarity that indicated the proprietor had invested considerable effort. Young Master Jiang, do you take an interest in our exquisite dragon koi? Fan Yu noted Jiang Chen's gaze, feeling a surge of delight as he was presented with an opportunity to engage the young master. You have cultivated these koi splendidly. With their dragon patterns manifesting, they should soon evolve. Hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Fan Yu felt a swell of pride. These koi had been procured at great expense from afar. Though not true auspicious beasts, through Through his diligent nurturing, these exquisite dragon koi were undoubtedly among the elite of their kind, with many eager to purchase them from him, though he was reluctant to part with them. Thank you for your kind words, young Master Jiang. If you take a liking to them, I would be pleased to gift you a few once they spawn. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his head. He held no particular interest in the exquisite dragon koi. If he were to keep koi, he would undoubtedly prefer the true auspicious dragon and Phoenix River koi, which could truly command fortune. His curiosity in this instance stemmed solely from witnessing the imminent evolution of the koi. Since we have crossed paths, allow me to lend a hand. Jiang Chen retrieved a packet of red petals from his spatial pouch. As he unveiled them, an enchanting fragrance of peonies enveloped the surroundings. These petals belonged to his prized peony, now under the care of the Fairy of the Bloom, and had significantly improved in quality. Jiang Chen was also nurturing it towards becoming a peerless, auspicious flower. Having benefited from a myriad of resources, it could now be considered a half-step auspicious national flower. Is this truly an auspicious item? Fan Yu's pupils constricted in astonishment as he beheld what Jiang Chen held. He had never encountered a genuine auspicious object. Yet upon witnessing the petals, he felt an instinctive recognition that they were indeed legendary. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's actions left Fan Yu momentarily speechless. Jiang Chen plucked 2 petals from the packet and tossed them into the pond. The exquisite dragon koi, sensing the energy contained within, leaped from the water, sending sprays of droplets sparkling in the sunlight. As the koi consumed the petals, the dragon patterns on their bodies became even more pronounced, radiating brilliance that coalesced on the lake's surface, rendering the previously picturesque scene even more vivid. Young Master Jiang Fan Yu glanced between Jiang Chen and the koi, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Jiang Chen would offer such a remarkable item to the koi. Although the petals appeared unremarkable, they indeed carried a trace of auspicious essence. While the koi did not evolve immediately, they at least absorbed a hint of that auspicious aura, the true value of which was immeasurable. No need to concern yourself, Boss Fan. I merely wish to assist these rare koi, though they did not evolve this time. Should you wish for them to evolve towards auspiciousness in the future, it will require your own diligent efforts. Lead the way ahead, Jiang Chen instructed. Hearing this, Fan Yu managed a wry smile. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Such words are easy to say. Yet auspicious items are not within the reach of unremarkable entities like the Spirit Food Mansion. Not to mention, even those petals in your possession are unattainable for me. I now owe you a significant favor. As they walked, Mo Yuking turned to Jiang Chen, asking, what piqued your interest in those koi? In her mind, Jiang Chen was a man of self-interest. It seemed unlikely he would assist a stranger in nurturing beasts without some ulterior motive. She was aware that he possessed a half-step auspicious peony, whose petals, while not true auspicious objects, were nonetheless a rare spiritual material. Were he to auction them, the price would surely rival that of the perfumes he crafted. Not at all, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. I simply found those koi intriguing and wished to offer a bit of assistance. As a beast master, he harbored a distinct affection for such rare creatures. While he might have overlooked them, now that he had seen them, he hoped for their evolution to be even more potent. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the entrance of the Spring Bud Hall, a structure elegantly situated upon the lake, shrouded in ethereal mist. 2 women clad in traditional Han attire stood respectfully at the doorway. Upon sighting Jiang Chen and his companions, they bowed slightly and opened the grand doors. Young Master Jiang Helen is inside. I shall remain outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Jiang Chen nodded and stepped into the room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma of sandalwood. The interior was empty save for a wooden door. Hearing the sound, Jiang Helen tensed with anticipation, curious about what sort of individual Jiang Chen truly was. Young Master Qing, he has arrived. I will step out to greet him. Chapter 296, Jiang Helen's Astonishment. Jiang Helen opened the door, and although he had long known Jiang Chen to be a youth, he was momentarily taken aback upon their first encounter. Standing dazed in place, Jiang Chen's gaze swept over him. He appeared to be around 26 or 27 years of age, sporting a neat crop of short hair and a healthy wheat-colored complexion. His high nose and slender, introspective eyes occasionally betrayed a hint of sharpness and severity. Though not particularly tall, merely of an average build, his posture was as sturdy as a pine tree, exuding a calm demeanor that commanded respect. Judging solely by his appearance, he bore little resemblance to the more down-to-earth persona Jiang Chen had encountered online. Jiang Helen? Jiang Chen ventured cautiously. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you, Master Jiang. Jiang Helen replied, snapping back to attention upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice and extending a hand. Jiang Chen reciprocated the handshake. I apologize for my tardiness. I encountered a minor issue on my way here. However, I have brought a friend along. Surely, Jiang Xiao won't mind? Jiang Chen pulled Mo Yuking closer and addressed him. Initially, he had not intended to bring her, as this was his matter. Yet, recalling her recent assistance, he felt it would be somewhat ungrateful to leave her outside. So he invited her in. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Helen became aware of another presence behind him and was momentarily taken aback by Mo Yuking's exquisite features. He had encountered many beauties, yet Mo Yuking's beauty surpassed all, her flawless form complemented by a pair of striking crimson eyes that added an extraordinary allure. Observing the scene, Jiang Chen was rendered speechless by the way Jiang Helen gazed at his companion. He swiftly retrieved a button and tossed it at Jiang Helen, who winced in pain from the impact, finally realizing his lapse in composure and cursing himself inwardly. He quickly regained his poise, smiling as he said, "No worries, the merrier. Please, both of you come inside." After casting a furtive glance at Jiang Chen to ensure he bore no ill will, he stepped back slightly, ushering Jiang Chen into the room. Turning to Fan Yu, who stood at the door, he instructed, "You may serve the dishes now." "Certainly. I shall inform the kitchen at once," Fan Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Helen gestured for Fan Yu to step back. Noticing Jiang Helen's demeanor, Fan Yu's suspicions were further confirmed. Jiang Chen's status was undoubtedly extraordinary. He promptly instructed the two waitstaff at the entrance, "I will oversee the kitchen. You two must ensure that you attend to these guests properly. Do you understand?" "Understood." The waitstaff, having never witnessed Fan Yu show such regard for a patron, immediately grasped the significance of Jiang Chen's presence and expressed their comprehension. Moments later, exquisitely crafted spiritual dishes were brought in by the waitstaff, arranged on the table in a manner that was most appetizing. Mo Yuking gazed at the spread, her heart stirred with surprise. 8 treasures longevity pork? Given her previous status, she had certainly encountered this delicacy before. She wondered why the individual before her would go to such lengths to host Jiang Chen with such a treasure. What sort of business were they discussing? Upon hearing her exclamation, Jiang Helen quickly realized that this woman was no ordinary guest. A true connoisseur would not recognize 8 treasures longevity pork without a solid background. "Miss, you have a keen eye. Indeed, this is 8 treasures longevity pork. It is a pity that the chef here is merely an apprentice and cannot fully showcase its exquisite flavors. Should you find yourselves in the Liangwang region, I could arrange for a chef from the Bloodclaw Alliance to prepare it for you, which would be a true culinary masterpiece." "You are from the Bloodclaw Alliance?" Before Jiang Chen could respond, Mo Yuking interjected, "I have long heard that the selection of a young master in the Bloodclaw Alliance requires trials and is not simply passed down to the eldest son. Your presence here seems to confirm the legends." Jiang Chen cast a nonchalant glance at her, sipping delicately from his teacup. When he saw the nickname she used, he had already conducted some research online, forming a few conjectures in his mind but hesitant to confirm anything. Now that Mo Yuking had posed the question, he felt no need to speak up at this moment. Jiang Helen's gaze swept over Mo Yuking, his tone laced with a hint of scrutiny. "It appears that your background is also quite remarkable. Ordinary factions would not be privy to the selection process of the Jiang family's young master. May I inquire about your lineage?" "There is no need for probing. I have no ties to any aristocracy. I am merely here to dine with my fiancée," Mo Yuking stated directly, linking her arm with Jiang Chen's. At this moment, she was more concerned with her own safety than becoming entangled in the affairs of a second-rate faction's young master selection. Furthermore, revealing her identity as the abandoned daughter of the Mo family could potentially jeopardize Jiang Chen's affairs. Thus, presenting herself as Jiang Chen's fiancée was undoubtedly the best course of action. Upon hearing her declaration, Jiang Helen's lingering concern for Jiang Chen eased slightly. Having such a fiancé could indeed speak volumes about one's status, as noble families would seldom allow their daughters to marry down, especially a beauty of such caliber, who was often a rare find. Jiang Helen immediately donned a smile, lifting a glass of spiritual wine from the table. "As for my inquiries, let this glass serve as my apology to Mrs. Jiang." With that, he downed it in one gulp. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, could not help but admire his capacity for drink, yet the hour was growing late, and he wished not to prolong their meeting unnecessarily. He swiftly produced a vial containing 70% fire attribute energy potion and handed it to Jiang Helen. Jiang Helen regarded the vial in his hand, his slender eyes narrowing slightly, before suddenly looking up at Jiang Chen with astonishment. "Master Jiang, is this 70% energy potion? Did we not originally agree on 60%? Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "I apologize. I no longer require 60% energy potions for my beast-rearing endeavors, thus the quantity is somewhat limited. Would you be amenable to substituting our transaction with these?" Jiang Helen inhaled sharply, turning to Jiang Qing, who mirrored his surprise. The difference between 60% and 70% energy potions was substantial, representing the prowess of a beast master. Such high-grade potions were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary beast master. He had initially thought Jiang Chen's ability to produce 60% potions was impressive, yet it turned out Jiang Chen's prowess far exceeded that. Chapter 297, News of Wuxi. What are your thoughts? If you are unwilling, I can still concoct 60% potions for you, but it may take some time, Jiang Chen suggested, noticing Jiang Helen's hesitation. I am willing, Master Jiang. I will take all the 70% potions you have. As for the price, I will ensure it remains fair, offering you 5% above the original rate. Jiang Helen quickly replied. 70% energy potions were exceedingly rare on the market, with very few establishments in the entire Great Xia selling them. Such potions would serve as excellent training resources for his Molten Flame Hound. He had previously worried about the lack of resources from his family in Jiang City, which would hinder his training progress. With Jiang Chen presenting such a substantial quantity, he no longer had to worry. The only question that remained was just how many of these high-grade potions Jiang Chen possessed. However, this concern did not linger for long. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's actions left Jiang Helen utterly dumbfounded. With a gentle sweep of his hand across the table, 20 bottles of crimson energy potions suddenly appeared, filling nearly half of the surface. The potent energy emanating from them set the beast companions in Xinyan Hall into a frenzy. The aquatic beasts in the water tanks leaped out, eager to catch a whiff of the alluring scent. Observing this, the two waitstaff outside exchanged glances, a flicker of panic flashing in their eyes. Unsure of what had transpired, they quickly grasped their earpieces to notify Fan Yu. If these fish disturbed the esteemed guests within, such repercussions were beyond their capacity to bear. Inside the room, upon witnessing the array of potions, Imo Yuking could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen, whispering in his ear, "Is this what you meant by having none?" Now she understood why Jiang Helen had chosen to host Jiang Chen in such a grand manner. 20 bottles of such high-quality energy potions would indeed compel her to do the same. Jiang Chen paid her no mind. He had been too busy to concoct any potions recently, and these were originally intended for the fire sparrow. However, after enhancing the creature's constitution, he had employed a higher concentration, leaving this batch to meet Jiang Helen's demands perfectly. I brought a total of 20 bottles. I wonder if you can consume them all. No problem, Jiang Helen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With these 20 bottles of energy potions, he could train in advanced skills without restraint. Master Jiang, please send me your payment details. I can initiate the transfer immediately. A smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips at these words as he retrieved his phone to add Jiang Helen's contact information, subsequently sending over the payment account for the Qingshan breeding base. Once Jiang Helen received the account details, he promptly notified the Blood Claws finance department. Before long, a notification pinged on Jiang Chen's phone. Your bank account ending in 9526 received a payment of 2,340,000 yuan at 1930. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Chen's spirits soared. After a prolonged period of expenditure without income, he had finally seen a substantial return. Master Jiang, my people have transferred the funds. Have you received them? The funds have been deposited. Jiang Chen felt quite pleased, as he was eager to cultivate relationships with generous clients. Particularly, given that he had also provided the 8 treasures Fushao pork as a treat, he felt inclined to reciprocate. Mr. Jiang, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Jiang Chen. I'm only 19, and if you keep calling me master, people might think I'm an old man rejuvenated. Surprised by Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Helen initially paused before realizing that his dinner had been a success. He laughed heartily. My mistake. I'll drink to that. With that, he lifted a cup of spirit wine and downed it in one gulp. From now on, you can just call me by my name as well. In the Blood Claw Alliance, while we may lack in some areas, if you ever need spiritual plants or beast companions in the Liangwang region, feel free to reach out to me. Naturally, Jiang Chen would not refuse such an offer. The Liangwang region, rich in mountains and waters, boasted numerous rare spiritual materials, a realm Jiang Chen had yet to fully reach. With Jiang Helen's assurance, obtaining spiritual materials in the future would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen paused before continuing. But, Brother Jiang, are you truly in dire need of energy potions? Doesn't your family provide you with them while you're away? At this moment, having downed several cups of spirit wine, Jiang Helen was feeling slightly tipsy. Of course, I'm in need. Who wouldn't want an abundance of energy potions when aiming for the perfect evolution of their beast companions? Brother Jiang, I'll take the liberty of calling you brother. If you ever have high concentration energy potions in the future, please reserve some for me. I assure you, I won't let you suffer a loss. Rest assured, if I concoct more in the future, I will certainly keep some aside for you. Jiang Chen sought a long-term partner beyond the Treasure Pavilion to expand his business, especially with a formidable ally like the Blood Claw Alliance. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he continued, by the way, Brother Jiang, At the upcoming Zizhu auction, I have consigned 5 bottles of 80% concentration fire attribute energy potions. If you're interested, you might consider competing for them. You consigned 5 bottles of 80%? Jiang Helen's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not pulling my leg, are you? 70% is already astonishing. Now you claim to have something even more advanced? Surely this is a jest? I assure you, it's not a jest. I came to Zizhu specifically for the auction, Jiang Chen replied, sipping his wine before revealing his true intent. I'm auctioning the energy potions merely for the sake of promoting the new fragrance from King Tazu. Jiang Helen paused, struggling to comprehend this revelation. You're buying potions to promote a fragrance? What is the difference between that and wrapping a plate of dumplings around a bottle of vinegar? Just then, a realization struck him. Brother Jiang, are you referring to the King Tazu associated with Wu Shi? Indeed, I recently won it from her in a wager. Upon hearing this, Jiang Helen slapped his thigh, exclaiming, so that's why Wu Shi sought me out for the Feteo spirit. She must have transferred the King Tazu to you. Brother Jiang, you truly are remarkable. However, you've likely offended her terribly. Has no one sought trouble with you? Wu Shi was a well-known figure in their circle, attractive and a talented beast tamer. Many scions sought her favor, yet she had consistently turned them down. Not at all. That is good to hear. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, just mention my name, Jiang Helen proclaimed, thumping his chest. Then he recalled something and addressed Jiang Chen. But Brother Jiang, that woman is a master perfumer. I heard she's attending as well. Are you truly planning to compete with her using energy potions? To be honest, Jiang Helen believed Jiang Chen could surpass Wu Shi in taming, as Jiang Chen was capable of concocting 80% concentration energy potions. However, when it came to perfumery, he was not as optimistic. After all, Wu Shi had built King Tazu from the ground up, establishing it among the top 5 nationwide. And her perfumery skills had garnered praise even from veterans. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't realized Wu Shi would also be attending. It appeared she aimed to elevate her brand within the upper echelons through this auction. However, she might be in for a surprise, as with the embroidery he possessed, she could never prevail. After all, Jiang Chen's creations, rooted in energy potions, were beyond comparison to ordinary fragrances. Chapter 298, The Conclusion. Meanwhile, in the heart of Zizhu City, within the largest hotel, Wu Shi held a glass of red wine in her right hand. Her legs crossed as she reclined on the sofa. Rather than her military uniform, she had donned a black brocade robe adorned with phoenix motifs. Her eyes exuded an air of dignified authority that commanded respect, making it difficult for anyone to gaze upon her directly. A faint smile graced her lips as her gaze swept over the woman before her. Chengwan, the auction tomorrow is in your hands. Do not let me down. Wu Shi, you can't be serious. You summoned me here in such haste for this trivial auction? Do you have any idea how many commitments I had to push aside to come here? You should find someone else. In a flowing red dress. Chengwan was acutely aware of Wu Shi's intentions and could not help but voice her skepticism. After all, she was a prominent figure online, boasting over 20 million followers, and her family possessed considerable influence. Otherwise, she would not have been acquainted with Wu Shi. Yet, the notion of being a mere auctioneer for a trivial auction seemed absurd to her. That's out of the question, Chengwan declared. Wu Shi shook her head, savoring a sip of red wine, and responded, in order for Tao Yao to thrive, your fame is indispensable. You are the only one suited for this role as the auctioneer. Moreover, do not underestimate this auction. It marks the first large-scale event since the rift in space was opened, and everyone online is eager to discover what treasures lie within. This could provide you with significant exposure. I assure you, I want to ask you to do this for free. As she spoke, Wu Shi retrieved a vial shimmering with an ethereal white light from her spatial pouch and presented it to Chengwan. This is your deposit. It should be precisely what you need. Is this a potion with a 50% concentration of light attributes? Chengwan's pupils constricted slightly, and she could not suppress her admiration. I am astonished that you have progressed this far. It's no wonder that the professors in the ancient capital have taken you under their wing. With your current prowess, you must be considered among the top tier of young breeders, no? Wu Shi shook her head, replying, in terms of potion crafting, perhaps. However, I still have room for improvement in beast cultivation. It is said that several individuals from the capital have recently begun their foray into platinum-tier beast breeding, and they appear to have made notable advancements. I am not yet their equal. Monsters, Chengwan could not help but retort. I am merely a beast master. At our age, the gap between talented individuals is not yet pronounced. Most are still honing their skills at the advanced beast master level. I had not anticipated that the path of a breeder would be so fiercely competitive. Wu Shi, you are already the most gifted breeder in my circle, yet you still do not rank among the top tier. This thought led her to recall Jiang Chen, the young man who had triumphed over Wu Shi in the past. By the way, what of that lad named Jiang Chen? Your revival of Tao Yao was also due to him, was it not? The mention of Jiang Chen's name caused Wu Shi to envision the youthful figure, her grip on the wine glass tightening unconsciously. Losing to Jiang Chen had marked her first defeat against a local breeder since her debut, creating a crack in the perfect image of being the top talent she had meticulously crafted. This loss had indirectly cost her many resources. Yet, she could not deny that Jiang Chen was indeed a prodigy. At the age of 19, she had certainly not been able to cultivate a golden tier beast. He is a genius, but he is still too young. Like beast masters, breeders require the accumulation of time, and perhaps even more so. Beast masters might bridge the age gap through the innate talent of their beasts and the investment of resources, but in the realm of breeding, such bridging is far more challenging. Those who succeed as breeders are not idle. They toil just as hard as any other prodigy. This is why so many abandon this path. Cheng Wan observed Wu Shi, noting a trace of melancholy etched on her delicate features. She stepped forward, embracing Wu Shi's shoulders affectionately, and said in a somewhat playful tone, "All right, Shi, do not dwell on it too much. You are already exceptionally talented. My luminous feather sparrow is still waiting for your assistance in its cultivation. Let us dine. I've heard that a new spirit chef at this hotel has been creating quite the culinary sensation. We must go and try it." With that, she took Wu Shi's hand and led her toward the exit. At the spirit food pavilion, Jiang Chen and Jiang Helin had indulged a bit too much in their libations. Jiang Helin, now fully unrestrained, clung to Jiang Chen's shoulder and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, I've known from our online chats that you're quite the person. From today onward, we are brothers. Anyone who dares to offend you must reckon with me." Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat dazed and flushed, replied, "All right, Brother Jiang. Should you need assistance in cultivating your beasts, feel free to reach out. While I may not compare to the masters, I can certainly cultivate golden tier beasts." "Ha ha ha, that is all I need to hear." Jiang Helin laughed heartily, raising a glass of spirit wine and downing it in one gulp. "Then I shall count on you when I inherit the position of the young master. You shall be the second young master." At this proclamation, Jiang Qing rolled her eyes in exasperation, staring incredulously at her boisterous young master. How could he utter such things? If word got out, they would surely face scorn. "Madame Jiang, the young master and Jiang Shao have both had too much to drink. Perhaps we should conclude here?" Mo Yuking, seated gracefully, nodded slightly, and stated, "Let us wrap it up then. Thank you both for your hospitality. When you next visit Jiang City, Jiang Chen and I will ensure to host you properly. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance, Madame Jiang," Jiang Qing said, offering a slight bow. In the brief span of a meal, she had discerned that this woman was far from a mere ornament by Jiang Chen's side. The poise and grace she exhibited were not traits that an ordinary family could cultivate. The future wife of a breeding master deserved her respect. After all, his lifespan was still long, and he might very well require Jiang Chen's expertise in beast cultivation in the future. With that, he hoisted Jiang Helin and departed. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Chen and Mo Yuking remained in the room. Mo Yuking glanced at Jiang Chen, who had slumped over the table, and stepped closer with a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Typically, Jiang Chen, as the head of a breeding base, maintained a certain demeanor, but at this moment, he appeared to embody the essence of youth. "How can you drink so much without fear of someone taking advantage of you?" she teased, poking his cheek playfully. Jiang Chen, feeling a tickle on his face, swatted her hand away, saying, "Stop it. I want to sleep a little longer. You little rascal, I truly wish to leave you here." Mo Yuking muttered under her breath. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. She took Jiang Chen's hand, forming a peace sign, and snapped a photo with her phone. Gazing at the resulting image, Mo Yuking was thoroughly pleased. "Consider this a token of my care for you." With that, she pushed open the door, where Zhong Kai was already waiting outside. "Your young master is drunk. Please assist him to the vehicle." Zhong Kai nodded slightly at Mo Yuking, saying nothing further. He could sense that there was something between her and Jiang Chen, but he would not pry into matters that Jiang Chen had not explicitly shared. After all, his loyalty lay solely with Jiang Chen. Chapter 299. The auction the following day, at the largest auction venue in Zizhu, banners had already been hung in preparation. The grand entrance was flanked by two imposing sculptures of crimson lotus lions. As participants began to arrive for the auction, lavish beast carriages filled the parking lot, transforming the event into both an auction and a spectacle of fame and fortune. Everyone donned attire that signified their status, and inside the venue, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Male and female attendants, after receiving instructions from their supervisors, scurried about serving spirit wine throughout the hall. A group of young heirs from local influential families gathered, wine glasses in hand, engaged in hushed discussions. This auction has attracted many heirs from powerful factions. I heard from my father yesterday that even the Wu family is in attendance. Of course, this is the first auction since the rift in space opened. How could the turnout not be substantial? I've even heard that the organizers have invited Chungwan. Chungwan. Her appearance fee is no trifling matter. I cannot believe the Jean family is being so generous this time. As the crowd engaged in lively conversation, a young man with a corpulent appearance approached. Adorned with golden spatial rings on all 10 fingers, he exuded an aura of opulence, unmistakably marking him as a man of considerable wealth. What are you all discussing so animatedly? I hope you're not concocting any dubious schemes. I advise you to refrain from any reckless actions. Upon hearing his voice, the individuals at the table turned to face him. Jianyu, your arrival is fortuitous. Please, enlighten us about what treasures will be presented at this auction, so we may make our preparations in advance. The items for this auction are exceptionally well hidden, with only a few revealed beforehand. The rest will only be unveiled when the auction commences, he replied. I cannot divulge details, for if my father were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly break my legs. However, I can offer a word of caution. It is advisable to convert all your assets into liquid capital, as many of the items at the auction are beyond my experience. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman at the table fell into a moment of contemplative silence. Jianyu, heir to the Dabao group, had likely encountered more treasures in his youth than most would in a lifetime. His words carried weight, prompting them to seriously consider liquidating some of their assets. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. A man with a crew cut, clad in a black suit and wearing a defiant expression, was ushered in by a throng of followers. He bore the unmistakable demeanor of a gang leader. Who is this audacious fellow? One whispered. Silence. He is the young master of the Blood Claw Alliance. Jianyu chastised the speaker before striding forward to greet the newcomer. Young Master Jiang, you've arrived. I have prepared a private room for you. Please, follow me. Jiang Helen regarded the portly figure before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Little fatty, have you gained weight since we last met? You must have been making quite a fortune lately. Just a modest earning, Jianyu replied with a smile. What will you be dining on? Shall we adhere to our usual arrangement? Not today. A brother of mine is joining shortly. I'll wait for him before deciding. Jianyu was taken aback. Someone dared to keep this terror waiting? The last time someone was merely a few minutes late for dinner, Jiang had lost his temper and kicked the individual out. Shall I find a place for you to wait? No need. Jiang Helen waved his hand dismissively. I'm not one for such formalities. You're likely quite busy. No need to fuss over me. By the way, have my cousins arrived? Jianyu nodded. Jiang Hezwo has already arrived, accompanied by an individual who appears to be a beastmaster. He seems to hold that person in high regard. Exercise caution. A beastmaster? Jiang Helen frowned. Jiang Lair, his own brother, was a beastmaster, and it seemed this newcomer might possess some standing. Perhaps he even surpassed Jiang Lair in strength. However, prior to yesterday, Jiang Helen might have been concerned. Now, having established ties with Jiang Chen, he felt reassured. No matter how formidable the newcomer, he posed no threat to him. I'll keep that in mind. Should you wish to procure anything, do let me know. I can arrange for assistance, else that fellow might drive up the prices. Thank you, Jiang Helen said, patting Jianyu on the shoulder in gratitude. At that moment, Jiang Qing cleared her throat and reminded Jiang Helen, young master. The beastmaster Jiang has arrived. As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Helen turned his gaze towards the entrance. Jiang Chun and Mo Yuking, both clad in splendid attire, gracefully entered the hall. Jiang Chun donned a black brocade robe, adorned with a dragon pattern embroidered in gold thread on his left chest, while a small snake, resembling a palm-sized creature, coiled elegantly on his shoulder, embodying the stature of a nobleman. Beside him, Mo Yuking had forsaken her usual audacious attire for a lake blue palace gown, radiating a blend of allure and regal elegance. The juxtaposition of their distinct auras captured the attention of the surrounding men, who were left pondering their identities. Who is that young man? I don't recall ever seeing him before, but that woman by his side is undeniably beautiful. I'm not sure, but he does look somewhat familiar. Perhaps he is a young master from some minor faction. Why bother speculating? Let us just have someone investigate. From a distance, Jiang Helen observed the pair and felt his heart skip a beat. Their appearance was a stark contrast to the previous day. As Jiang Chun and Mo Yuking stepped into the center of the hall, they surveyed their surroundings. This is far grander than the treasure pavilion, Jiang Chen remarked, taking in the opulent decor, with walls embedded with spirit stones, enriching the atmosphere with abundant spiritual energy. Jiang Helen excused himself from Jianyu and approached Jiang Chun and Mo Yuking. Noticing Jiang Helen's actions, Jianyu furrowed his brow and murmured, "So this is the individual capable of making Jiang Helen wait?" With that in mind, he signaled to a nearby attendant, instructing softly, "Do you see that man in black? Ensure he is well taken care of and not disturbed." Though I am unaware of Jiang Chun's true identity, his ability to command Jiang Helen's respect is reason enough for me to act. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Jiang Helen's demeanor. especially the one who had just intended to investigate Jiang Chen. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he quickly called to halt his subordinate's actions. To warrant Jiang Helen's personal welcome, Jiang Chen must be no less than a young master of a second-tier faction. They could not afford to offend him. In Chapter 300, an unexpected encounter with Wu Shi unfolded. Jiang Chen, you've made it. You look remarkably dapper today. A photo of you would surely attract a legion of female admirers online, Jiang Helen expressed earnestly as he approached Jiang Chen, though he considered himself not unattractive. The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Chen, he felt a fleeting sense of awe. The combination of his radiant charisma and the scholarly air cultivated from years of nurturing beasts and studying was exceptionally striking. At that moment, Jiang Chen could only be described as a figure of poetic elegance, a jade among men, unmatched in the world. Brother Jiang, please don't flatter me too much. I might become overly proud, Jiang Chen replied, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced around. Shall we move inside to converse? It's rather inconvenient to chat here. Jiang Helen paused, noticing the attention of those around them fixed upon them. He smacked his forehead in realization. My apologies, I hadn't considered that. The Qian family's young master has prepared a private room for me. Why not join me there? We can enjoy a drink together. Jiang Chen was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Dining is fine, but I'll pass on the drinks. He couldn't help but glance at Mo Yuking. Recalling how she had blackmailed him for 5 bottles of high-quality energy potions earlier that morning, armed with photos from the previous day. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Mo Yuking smiled in response. Jiang Chen, however, turned away, silently resolving not to drink in her presence ever again. Very well, Jiang Helen said, leading Jiang Chen into the depths of the auction hall. At this moment, Qian Yu approached directly, his face adorned with his signature smile. His plump physique naturally elicited a sense of fondness. Who is this? Jiang Chen inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Allow me to introduce you. This is Qian Yu, the one I mentioned to you. This auction is hosted by his family, Jiang Helen said, draping an arm around Qian Yu's shoulders as he made the introduction. He continued, this is my newly acquainted brother, Jiang Chen. I must tell you, Jiang Chen is an esteemed beast breeder, far surpassing that brat Jiang has well. In the future, you two should exchange ideas whenever you come across good resources. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this chubby fellow was the very host of the auction, a figure of considerable stature amidst the rift of space. Organizing an auction is no trivial endeavor, which indicated that this individual possessed considerable influence. Hello, should you require assistance in cultivating your beasts in the future, feel free to reach out to me, Qian Yu remarked, equally astonished. It was no wonder Jiang Helen had shown little interest in Jiang Laodai today. It turned out he had befriended this significant figure. Being a native of Zizhu, Qian Yu was certainly aware of Jiang Chen's reputation as the inventor of 2 types of golden-tier beasts during the Legion tournament. It was astonishing to realize he had already ascended to the status of a senior beast breeder. One must understand that the fundamental requirement to become a senior beast breeder is to have developed a platinum-tier beast. Had he accomplished this already? He promptly extended his hand, saying, Jiang Chen, I've heard much about you from our elders recently. I didn't realize you were Jiang Laodai's brother. In that case, we are brothers too. Should anything arise, don't hesitate to contact me. I have some influence in Jiang City. I appreciate your kindness in advance, Jiang Chen said with a smile as he shook his hand. Observing the two converse, Jiang Helen felt a tinge of curiosity. He did not frequently endorse individuals, yet Jiang Chen and Qian Yu were exceptions. His intention in introducing them was to help broaden their networks. The older generation still had many years ahead of them, and the younger cohort needed to establish their own circles. Qian Yu, did you know Jiang Chen beforehand? How could you not be acquainted with him? He has been quite the sensation in Jiangnan lately, with numerous factions eager to befriend him, yet Jiang Chen has declined them all. Qian Yu looked somewhat surprised at Jiang Helen's question. He had assumed Jiang Helen was aware of this, which prompted him to reach out to Jiang Chen. Evidently, he had miscalculated. I'm not sure. I only formally met him yesterday. I had known he operated a breeding facility before that. Perhaps you arrived in Jiangnan too late. News of Jiang Chen has already been suppressed, Qian Yu replied, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, Qian Yu's phone suddenly chimed. He picked it up and said, Let's go. Your rooms have been arranged. We can discuss further inside. Subsequently, under Qian Yu's guidance, they proceeded into the venue. Once they departed, the surrounding crowd immediately began to chatter. So that is Jiang Chen. He looks quite young. An 18-year-old beast breeder must be why Jiang Helen holds him in such high regard. Indeed, but who could have predicted he would attend this time? Just wait. A spectacle is forthcoming. What do you mean? Did you not see Wu Shi enter earlier? With her temperament, a confrontation is inevitable. Their concerns materialized as Jiang Chen stepped into the formal venue. Just as he was about to enter the private box, he crossed paths with Wu Shi and her companions. The previously amicable atmosphere instantly turned tense. Jiang Chen, I can't believe you're here, Wu Shi exclaimed, recognizing the familiar youth with surprise. Jiang Chen was equally astonished. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. She was, after all, somewhat of a fortune for him, having bestowed upon him a substantial amount of gold during their last encounter. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, Jiang Helen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Chen, saying, "What? My brother can come and go as he pleases without needing to notify you." The defeated. Upon hearing this, Wu Shi's expression immediately soured. Jiang Helen, you, who can't even control your own cousin, dare to stand up for others? Instead of worrying about me, you should ponder how to deal with Jiang Leidai. Wu Shi's words were unrelenting, striking at the heart of what Jiang Helen despised most. An aura of terrifying anger erupted from him, and his gaze towards Wu Shi turned frigid. Observing this, Jiang Chen swiftly placed a hand on Jiang Helen's shoulder. Jiang Helen instinctively turned back, only to find Jiang Chen shaking his head. "Big brother Jiang, I can handle this myself. You needn't intervene. After all, this is Qian Yu's domain." Jiang Helen's willingness to defend him pleased Jiang Chen, but he could not allow it to escalate. Jiang Chen stepped forward, addressing Wu Shi directly. "There is no need for such hostility. I understand you are still aggrieved from our last encounter. Shall we wager again?" Wu Shi regarded Jiang Chen with a cold stare. Her voice low as she replied, "What do you intend to wager this time? I've heard you acquired several fiery peach demons from Jiang Helen. I presume this is what you aim to promote at the auction?" Wu Shi was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Jiang Chen would deduce her intentions. Just as she prepared to respond, Jiang Chen interjected, "Coincidentally, I have something prepared as well. How about we compete to see who garners more fame post-auction?" At this proclamation, the onlookers erupted in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. All gazes converged upon Jiang Chen, utterly taken aback by his audacity to propose such a wager. Chapter 301. The Bet, Part 2. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the crowd was momentarily silenced, only to erupt moments later as if a pot of boiling oil had been doused with cold water. "Jiang Chen, you must remain composed. Wu Shi's prowess in crafting perfumes far exceeds your skills in beast breeding. While you may have won the Qingzhou brand from her, women will still recognize Wu Shi." Jiang Helen tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve, quietly cautioning, "Jiang Chen, what Jiang Helen says holds truth. Wu Shi's reputation in the perfume industry overshadows that of the breeding domain. She has prepared extensively for this. You must not act rashly." Both Jiang Helen and his companion urged Jiang Chen to reconsider. While Wu Shi observed him with a bemused smile, her interest piqued as she inquired, "Are you certain you wish to wager against me?" "Absolutely. I feel quite confident about my chances this time," Jiang Chen replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Helen and his companion exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom Jiang Chen's willingness to accept the challenge despite their warnings. They turned their eyes toward Mo Yuking, urging, "Sister-in-law, you must persuade Jiang Chen to reconsider." Mo Yuking merely shook her head with a smile. "Why should I intervene? Jiang Chen is destined to win. While Wu Shi's skills in perfumery are commendable, I have tried her creations, and even her finest cannot surpass Jiang Chen's. This rascal is extravagant enough to use a 40% concentration energy potion in his perfume, which not only serves as a fragrance, but also enhances the cultivation speed of beast masters." Jiang Helen gasped in disbelief, staring at Mo Yuking in astonishment. Just yesterday, she had seemed far from infatuated. How had she transformed into such a supporter today? As Wu Shi surveyed the murmurs around her, a cold smirk graced her lips before she spoke. "Very well, since that is the case, let us wager. We shall proceed as you suggest. Should I emerge victorious, I demand the cultivation scheme for the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly that you possess." The moment her words left her mouth, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. None had anticipated that Wu Shi would dare to propose such a condition. After all, the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly was a gold-tier evolution scheme, a treasure exclusively held by Jiang Chen. Its worth was incalculable. Surely, Jiang Chen would refuse such an outrageous proposition? Yet, in the next instant, Jiang Chen's response left them utterly astonished. "Agreed, but what can you offer that is of equal value to the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly?" he inquired. "It is merely a gold-tier evolution scheme, slightly more rare due to its lightning attribute and the resonance of thunderous wings. However, in terms of strength, it is undoubtedly the weakest among the evolution schemes in my possession, given the inherent limitations of the insect attribute." Seeing Jiang Chen's willingness, Wu Shi cut straight to the point, stating, "I offer the evolution scheme for the ghostly night owl. This was developed during my ascent to an intermediate beast tamer, and you may verify its record with the Beast Tamer Association. In terms of value, it surpasses the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly slightly. If you agree, we can sign the contract immediately." Her declaration plunged the vicinity into silence once more. Even Mo Yuking appeared somewhat agitated. She had not expected that a mere bet would escalate to such heights. In the world of beast taming, What was most precious? Undoubtedly, it was the evolution schemes. The stakes presented by these two individuals, when counted meticulously, could easily amount to hundreds of millions. After all, these were exclusive offerings. Jiang Chen, upon hearing the name of the ghostly night owl, paused momentarily. He had never encountered such a beast before. Given the vast array of creatures in this world, it was impossible for him to be familiar with them all. He retrieved his phone and logged into the Beast Tamer Association's app, entering the name Ghostly Night Owl. Soon, a summary of the creature's information appeared before him. Name, Ghostly Night Owl. Attributes, Ghost, Flying, Quality, High Gold. Owned by Beast Tamer. Wuxi. Description, a variant of the night-hooting owl. It thrives in graveyards or mist-laden forests. Active at night, flying silently, and is elusive, making it a rarely seen top-tier gold beast. Jiang Chen was taken aback and turned to Wuxi, saying, Wuxi, this evolution scheme is far more valuable than that of the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly. Are you truly willing to wager it? With its ghostly traits and high gold quality, combined with its single evolution, such a scheme would fetch a staggering price at any auction. Jiang Chen feared that if she were to lose, her reaction might be extreme. Enough with the pleasantries, Wuxi retorted lightly, then retrieved 2 sheets of white paper from her spatial ring, her motions mirroring those from their previous encounter. After swiftly completing the paperwork, she signed her name and handed it to Jiang Chen. Sign here. Taking the paper and pen, Jiang Chen allowed a faint smile to surface. With Wuxi's readiness, he was disinclined to prolong the matter and promptly signed his name. He returned one of the sheets, saying, I appreciate your generosity. Wuxi glanced at it to ensure everything was in order before departing with Chengwan. This individual truly has not changed. She remains as proud as ever. Jiang Chen mused, watching Wuxi's retreating figure with a hint of exasperation. At that moment, Jiang Helen approached, his tone mingled with frustration and concern. However, Jiang Chen, this time you have acted impulsively. How could you wager a gold-tier evolution scheme against her? Jiang Chen recognized that Jiang Helen genuinely worried for him and replied with a reassuring smile. Brother Jiang, there is no need for concern. I never engage in ventures lacking certainty. Wuxi cannot win. Yet, amidst this, Jiang Chen felt compelled to inquire, by the way, have you ever encountered Wuxi's ghostly night owl? What abilities does this beast possess? Jiang Helen paused, taken aback by Jiang Chen's apparent confidence in victory. While skeptical, he proceeded to elaborate. I once attempted to purchase the ghostly night owl from Wuxi, but she outright refused. Currently, throughout the entirety of the Great Xia, apart from Wuxi, even the Wu family lacks a ghostly night owl. I had even dispatched inquiries and learned that the ghostly night owl possesses an ability that allows it to become incorporeal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen fell into silence. If Wuxi treasured the ghostly night owl so dearly, how could she possibly risk it as a wager? Even if he had a 99% assurance of victory, he would never stake the evolution scheme of the 9 Heavens Azure Dragon. Unless, of course, he possessed an even more formidable evolution scheme. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen's gaze drifted towards the direction Wuxi had taken. Had she perhaps secured a platinum-tier evolution scheme? Chapter 302, Jiang Helen. In Wuxi's exclusive lounge, Chengwan remarked, was that the person you lost to last time? He certainly appears more handsome in person than on video. Wuxi, upon hearing this, retorted with annoyance. What? You're not developing feelings for him, are you? Didn't you just have a public breakup with that little celebrity a while ago? Once the novelty wears off, breakups are inevitable, Chengwan casually replied, taking a sip from her glass. She, I've told you before, given our status, our ultimate fates will surely be arranged by our families. For now, we should just enjoy ourselves. As long as we don't cross any lines. They want to interfere too much. Just like you. Even if you manage to have Tao Yao relisted, you'll still have to heed your father's wishes when it comes to marriage. I find Jiang Chen quite appealing, handsome, young, and a beast tamer. If you don't make a move, I might just take the initiative. Wuxi's expression instantly darkened, her gaze fixed on Chengwan as she retorted, you little flirt. Don't get frisky here. I have no intention of marrying, and not even my father can dictate that. All right, I want to say another word. Chengwan, noticing her friend's irritation, swiftly changed the subject, her tone shifting to concern. But how confident are you about winning this time? You even dared to put the ghostly night owl on the line. If you lose that, the old geezers in your family will be furious. Although the ghostly night owl was Wuxi's research, those elders perceived it as their own possession. If she were to lose, the consequences for Wuxi would be dire. I will not lose, Wuxi replied flatly, as if stating an undeniable truth. Chengwan regarded her friend with a hint of resigned amusement. Wuxi was remarkable in many ways, yet her arrogance was excessive. But one could hardly blame her. She had always been at the top of her game, with the sole exception of her college entrance exams. Even without entering one of the top 4 universities, She had become a direct disciple of a professor at the ancient capital university. Thus, Chengwan understood her friend's desire to wager so significantly against Jiang Chen. Losing to someone significantly younger would be a bitter pill to swallow for her. Well, as long as you're confident, I'll head off to get ready. The auction is about to commence. All right. Time passed, and the crowd at the venue swelled. Jiang Chen stood at the window of his exclusive room, gazing down at the bustling scene below. Before the auction stage, rows of seats were filled with eager attendees, their conversations rising and falling in anticipation of the event's commencement. As Jiang Chen prepared to return to his seat, he inadvertently caught sight of the window beside him. A man, bearing a resemblance to Jiang Lin, held a glass of wine and was intently gazing at him. Their eyes met, and a faint smile curled at the corners of the man's mouth as he gestured towards Jiang Chen with a slight lift of his hand before turning away. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow at the sight, feeling perplexed. Upon returning to the room, Qianyu was devouring a chicken leg the size of his head. Jiang Chen, somewhat speechless, pulled out a chair and sat across from him. Qianyu, as a wealthy second-generation heir, could you not be so careless about your image? Qianyu wiped his mouth with a nearby napkin, retorting, if you hadn't eaten for 2 days, you'd be like me too. Since yesterday afternoon, I've only had a peach. The rest of the time, I've been busy cataloging various auction items with no pay in sight. Do you think it's easy? Feeling a twinge of sympathy, Jiang Chen inquired, by the way, who is in the room to our left? Qianyu lifted his head and glanced outside before responding. That room belongs to Jiang Hizhua. He paused, casting a glance at Jiang Lin, then added, it's all right, just speak freely. We are all on the same side. Jiang Lin, seemingly indifferent, encouraged him. When they had encountered them yesterday, Mo Yuqing had divulged information regarding the Jiang family. Even without his prompting, Jiang Chen would have been aware. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's assistance would be indispensable in the future, so it was no issue to bring it up now. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's consent, Qianyu continued, he is the son of He Lin's uncle, a competitor who has recently subdued a minor force in Shizhou, primarily engaged in breeding operations. Don't be fooled by his handsome appearance. He is quite devious in his dealings. Now that he knows you're in He Lin's room, who knows what malicious thoughts he's harboring? Reflecting on Qianyu's introduction and recalling Wu Shi's words, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. It seemed that Jiang Lin was at a disadvantage in his rivalry with her cousin. No wonder he had adopted such a humble demeanor when they first met. However, Jiang Chen harbored no substantial concern regarding the so-called Jiang Hizhua. With debts weighing him down, he feared neither Mo Yuqing's family nor this rival. I see. Just be careful. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Qianyu rose, hastily finishing off his chicken leg before exiting the premises. In Jiang Hizhua's room, a young man appearing to be in his early 20s remarked to him, why the long face? Is it because of the breeder next to your brother? Jiang Hizhua scowled, instructing one of his subordinates, investigate. By the time this auction concludes, I want all information about him. Understood, the subordinate nodded and quickly departed. I say, Jiang Hizhua, you can't be serious. It's just a breeder from a small place. Why the fuss? The young man's words slightly brightened Jiang Hizhua's expression, prompting him to respond with a tone laced with flattery. Xiao Chun, you don't understand. My brother is quite proud. Without genuine skill, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Moreover, I heard that the one who just clashed with Wu Shi at the entrance is this kid. To confront Wu Shi like that, he must be more than he appears. Unfazed, Mu Chen replied, Wu Shi is competent in breeding, but only to a degree. Her prominence in breeding competitions stemmed from the absence of competitors from Magic City University in recent years. Indeed, Wu Shi's capabilities are certainly no match for the esteemed seniors from Magic City University. Jiang Hizhua chuckled. But you know my own prowess pales in comparison to Wu Shi's. He paused before continuing, Xiao Chun, it's been a while. Have you made any progress regarding my apprenticeship with your master? Don't rush. My master is currently researching in the spatial rift of Shizhou. Once he returns, I'll certainly put in a good word for you, but I require something in return. At this, Jiang Hizhua inwardly cursed. Mu Chun had only managed to contact him through his father's connections. While Jiang Hizhua possessed commendable breeding talent, it was only relatively speaking amongst the Jiang family. He couldn't truly compete with the breeding geniuses from the Four Greats. Thus, he sought to leverage Mu Chen's connections to potentially secure an apprenticeship with a slightly lesser master, hoping for some familial ties. Little did he expect Mu Chen to be so greedy, coveting a platinum-tier spiritual material from the auction. Yet, to ensure he could secure the apprenticeship, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Rest assured, I will help you win it. Chapter 303, Wu Shi's Genius, the Fragrance Bug. As time passed, the crowd continued to swell with distinguished figures from various regions. At that moment, the lights dimmed, accompanied by a melodious tune. A spotlight suddenly illuminated the stage. Chengwan had appeared, resplendent in a light blue kipao draped with a white fox fur shawl. Her hair neatly tied at the back of her head. With a serene gaze and a poised demeanor, she exuded the essence of a refined lady. As she graced the stage, a subtle fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the air, delicate yet enchanting. Jiang Chen stood by the window, observing the star-like Chengwan below, a slight smile gracing his lips. So this is Wu Shi's strategy. However, this alone will not secure her victory. Looking up, he noticed Wu Shi on the opposite balcony, arms crossed, gently swirling a glass of red wine in her hand, exuding an air of confidence as though anticipating something. Jiang Chen felt a flicker of uncertainty. Did she truly believe this would suffice to best him? Just then, Chengwan's performance reached its crescendo. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, and a flurry of shimmering butterflies appeared from nowhere, gracefully dancing around Chengwan. How beautiful! The affluent ladies in the audience gasped in admiration. Jiang Chen, too, could not help but acknowledge the creativity of the performance. With the butterflies' accompaniment, Chengwan indeed appeared captivating. Yet, his primary concern lay with the identity of these butterfly beasts, as their existence was entirely foreign to him. This was a new type of beast. The other breeders present shared his curiosity, including Mu Chun, who stood beside Jiang Hezhua. As the song concluded, Chengwan smiled and bowed slightly to the audience, stating, "Thank you all for listening. I am Chengwan, the auctioneer for this event, and I hereby announce the commencement of the auction." Next, she invited forth the first item for bidding. Two attendants clad in white kipaos pushed forth a box draped in red cloth. Chengwan unveiled the fabric, revealing over a dozen bottles of pale pink potions alongside plump, creamy white silkworms. Though they were insects, they appeared rather endearing and somewhat clumsy. This item is presented by breeder Wu Shi, the peach blossom and the brand new beast, the fragrance bug. Its evolved form is the peach blossom fairy butterfly that accompanies me. As soon as the words were uttered, the audience below was immediately struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated such an extravagant item to be presented so early in the auction. A brand new beast taming creature, if placed in any other auction, would have been considered a priceless treasure. How intriguing! Jiang Chen redirected his gaze to scrutinize the two beasts below with meticulous care. Name, fragrant bug, attribute, insect, level, awakening stage 1, talent, mid-level bronze, quality, ordinary, exclusive trait, aroma harmonization, capable of absorbing and storing energy from perfumes, altering its own energy attributes and evolutionary direction. Skills, sweet aroma, beginner, insect bite, beginner. Description, a unique variant of the beast taming fragrant bug. It can absorb various fragrance notes to evolve into different attribute beasts, offering immense versatility, and is a brilliant creation of the beast master, Wu Shi. Name, peach blossom fairy butterfly, attribute, insect. Fairy, level, awakening stage 4, quality, mid-level silver, talent, rare, exclusive trait, peach blossom aroma domain. Unfolds a fragrant domain where allies gradually recover, while enemies may succumb to a state of intoxication, reduced speed, and reaction. Skills, dreamy phosphorescent powder, intermediate sprinkles, hallucinogenic powder, inducing a trance in enemies. Fairy wind, intermediate, a magical wind infused with healing fragrance, inflicting damage on all surrounding enemies, unavoidable. Jiang Chen gazed at the butterfly upon the stage, incredulous. He abruptly lifted his head to look at Wu Shi, only to discover her smiling at him with a hint of amusement. At that moment, Jiang Chen realized he had underestimated her. She had likely not exerted her full strength during the Legion tournament. Just like Wang Kiki, who was currently studying the thunder pattern silkworm, the fragrant bug was already a brand new elementary beast. Especially with the fragrant bug's unique ability to evolve into different beasts using various fragrance notes, it was exceedingly extraordinary. Perhaps the exquisite silks in Jiang Chen's possession could also enable the fragrant bug to evolve into different beasts. This creature could no longer be assessed solely by its quality. Wu Shi had indeed provided a fresh avenue of research for all beast masters. With this, she might already have the opportunity to elevate herself to the ranks of a master beast master. If today's competition were solely based on beast cultivation, Jiang Chen would have undoubtedly lost. Just then, Imo Yuking approached and lightly patted his shoulder. She understood the value of the fragrant bug after hearing its introduction. Wu Shi possessed her prideful advantages. "Are you alright, Jiang Chen?" Jiang Helin also came over to offer his consolation. "Brother Jiang, don't be afraid. It's just Wu Shi. I can have a word with her later. With my Jiang family's reputation, as long as I offer a little money, she shouldn't really demand your cultivation plan." Hearing the surrounding comments, a wry smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips as he addressed them. "What are you all doing? It's merely an evolution plan for a beginner gold-tier beast. I can afford to lose. Moreover, do you genuinely believe I've lost? I'm not competing with her in beast cultivation." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Lin dismissed them as him trying to lighten the mood amidst his plight. He could not fathom how Jiang Chen could possibly win against Wu Shi, given the caliber of her offerings. It was then that Cheng Wan completed the introduction of the beasts. That concludes the introduction of the fragrant bug. Currently, within Wu Shi's cultivation research, only the peach blossom can facilitate its successful evolution. No other perfumes on the market can achieve this. The auction officially begins now. With a base price of 50,000 for the perfume and 200,000 for the fragrant bug, sold as a bundle. Each bid must not be lower than 1,000. As Cheng Wan's words rang out, the audience erupted into excitement, each eager to place their bids. Chapter 304. Jiang Chen places a bid. With Cheng Wan's announcement, the entire auction hall buzzed with energy. The fragrant bug? Such a beast had never been heard of before. How remarkable that Wu Shi's breeding prowess had reached this level at such a young age. A middle-aged beast master, clad in a suit, suddenly stood up. His neck craning forward, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? How can such a beast exist in the world, evolving through different perfumes? This has never been heard of before. Indeed, aside from the lingling mouse, the only other beasts with active evolution factors were the metamorphic silkworms. If this beast was as described, it would indeed be akin to them. How had Wu Shi conceived such an idea? As conversations swirled around, some quickly recognized the value, raising their bidding paddles without hesitation. 300,000. Regardless of its authenticity, it was always wise to secure it first. At this moment, interest in the fragrant bug was not limited to beast masters. Wealthy ladies from noble families were also keen, as they were not short on funds. The former sought research opportunities, while the latter sought prestige. 310,000. 350,000. The price steadily climbed with each call from the crowd. It wasn't until a female beast master called out 600,000 that the auction's pace began to slow. This price could already purchase a beginner silver-tier beast. After all, the fragrant bug was merely a bronze-tier beast. Even if it held some research value, it was insufficient to justify a price increase of 2 to 3 times. Cheng Wan, observing the situation, recognized that the price had reached its peak. However, the Jin family had invited her to stimulate consumption, so she promptly declared, "The esteemed Beastmaster Chow has bid 600,000. Is there anyone else willing to place a bid?" 600,000 for the first time. No one raised their paddle. 600,000 for the second time. Still, no response. Cheng Wan sighed inwardly. It seemed the price for the fragrant bug and peach blossom had reached its limit, but surely Jiang Chen could not surpass this amount. Just as she prepared to drop the gavel, a cool voice resonated from above. 610,000. Cheng Wan's heart leapt with joy as she abruptly looked up. A bid of 610,000 from a guest on the second floor. Just as she was about to continue encouraging bids, she froze for a moment upon seeing Jiang Chen standing by the window. Jiang Chen. He was actually raising the price for Wu Shi? Had he gone mad? Wu Shi, standing opposite him, wore an equally perplexed expression, unsure of his intentions. Jiang Chen, are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten the bet you just made with Wu Shi? Jiang Lin interjected. I understand your interest as a beast master in this new creature, but there is no need for such extremes. Jiang Chen simply waved his hand, smiling as he replied. It's fine. I just find the fragrant bug quite intriguing, and it could potentially assist Wu Shi, which in turn might also benefit me. Jiang Lin. He simply could not comprehend how helping another raise the bid would aid Jiang Chen in any way. However, at that moment, Mo Yuking understood Jiang Chen's intentions and remarked, Jiang Chen, you don't mean to use your perfume to help the fragrant bug evolve, do you? Jiang Chen nodded. Exactly. I just observed those fragrant bugs. And some have already transitioned out of their larval stage. Moreover, they have undergone cultivation. My exquisite silk is crafted from energy potions, which may have some effect on them. Even if it cannot evolve, as long as it proves useful. With each sale of the fragrance bug, there will undoubtedly be someone who thinks of Jin Xiao. You are willing to gamble so much on mere speculation? Jiang Helen found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Chen's line of thought. Did you not just hear Cheng Wan say? Aside from Wu Shi's Tao Yao, no other fragrance on the market can facilitate its evolution. In Jiang Helen's eyes, the likelihood of Jiang Chen's idea coming to fruition was akin to being struck by a meteor while walking down the street. He would never have taken such a risk himself. Yet perhaps it is precisely this audacity that has led Jiang Chen to his current achievements. Meanwhile, Cheng Wan had regained her composure. Since Jiang Chen was willing to bid, she would not refuse. A faint smile gracing her lips as she announced, the Beast Master on the second floor bids 610,000. Is there anyone else willing to raise the stakes? After a round of inquiries, the Beast Master Chow ultimately relinquished his pursuit. The reason was simple. Those on the second floor were all formidable. The fragrance bug might open a new avenue of research for her, but it was not worth offending such powerful individuals. With the gavel's descent, the fragrance bug finally fell into Jiang Chen's hands.
The next item up for bid was a new fragrance from Jiang's hands. Upon this revelation, the crowd momentarily paused, their gazes shifting between Jiang Chen and Wu Shi. What were these two beast masters up to? Was this some new marketing ploy? Why were they diverting their focus to fragrances? As the attendant brought the perfume forward, Cheng Wan began to introduce it, observing the inscription board. This fragrance was a brand new product from Qingzhou, featuring the exquisite peony as its primary scent, combined with a 40 concentration of what attribute energy potion, which enhances the absorption of spiritual energy. When she read the phrase energy potion, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Her gaze darted toward the 10 bottles of Jinxiu. This concoction was made with a 40 concentration of potion. How much would it cost per bottle? Now she understood why Jiang Chen dared to make such a wager against Wu Shi. Had Wu Shi not produced the fragrance bug, Jiang Chen might have had a genuine chance of winning. After all, there are not many fragrances with special effects in this world. Most are imported. Now, with a domestic product made using energy potions, there would surely be many willing to pay just for Jiang Chen. Wu Shi was also slightly taken aback. She could produce a 40 concentration energy potion, yet she would never be extravagant enough to use it for making perfume due to its limited yield. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, who sat across from her, her brows furrowing slightly. Could it be that his refining techniques had stabilized the production of energy potions? Cheng Wan continued to describe the fragrance. Jinxiu has a base price of 64,000. According to Qingzhou's official requirements, the buyer of this product can order 5 bottles of any attribute, with a concentration of 80 energy potion. At these words, everyone was momentarily stunned, incredulous as they questioned, what concentration? 80? A fragrance company is selling such high-end resources? Isn't that something only high-level breeding bases would offer? Chapter 305, Jinxiu. No one in attendance had anticipated that this auction, which had only just begun, would feature such a formidable product. An 80 energy potion would be a sought-after item in the market. Now, purchasing this fragrance would grant an opportunity to acquire a custom energy potion. For some, this was far more valuable than the earlier fragrance bug. After all, the fragrance bug required a beast master to nurture and was not guaranteed to evolve. Its utility for beast tamers was limited. However, the energy potion was different. It was essential for training skills, nurturing beasts, and even enhancing one's physical condition. Almost anything related to beast tamers required its assistance. Even Jiang Hezwo was somewhat moved upon its revelation. He glared at the adjacent box, pondering how Jiang Helen had stumbled upon a beast master of such caliber. Beside him, Mu Chun wore a similarly displeased expression. It was one thing for Wu Shi to appear at this auction, but now another prominent figure had emerged. Wasn't it said that the strength of beast tamers in Jiangnan was lacking? Why were there suddenly so many talents aside from his own little disciple? Jiang Hezwo felt a sense of urgency. He resolved to acquire this item, contemplating that regardless of who had developed it, Mu Chun must obtain it. After all, his master had more than one student, and each had a finite supply of energy potions. Since he had encountered Jiang Chen here, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Fine, Jiang Hezwo thought to himself. Though jealousy simmered within him towards Jiang Helen, he still placed a bid. 100,000. After all, if he could meet this beast master, there might be a chance to win him over. Just a mere 100,000 for the opportunity to meet him? From a room on the second floor, a voice of disdain rang out. I bid 200,000. Jiang Hezwo's brows furrowed instantly as he peered out the window towards the source of the voice, but due to the position, he could not discern who had spoken. He retorted fiercely, I bid 250,000. 260,000. The bidding continued until Jiang Hezwo finally halted at 400,000. Cheng Wan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this figure, glancing up towards Jiang Chen's room. Thankfully, it had not surpassed Wu Shi. Nonetheless, for a 19-year-old to achieve this was already quite remarkable. At that moment, Jiang Chen made a direct phone call to Qianyu. Hello? Qianyu, I need a favor. What? Qianyu asked, taken aback. Could you bring the fragrance bug I just purchased up here? I want to test if Jinxiu has any effect on it. Sure. But you might find it difficult to evolve the fragrance bug. Qianyu understood Jiang Chen's intention, but he felt the idea was rather implausible. Just bring it up and let me try. I'll treat you to dinner afterward. All right. Qianyu ultimately agreed, hanging up the phone and signaling to a nearby attendant responsible for managing already sold items. Bring me the fragrance bug that was just sold. I need to use it now. Though the attendant was puzzled, he did not inquire further, merely nodding before departing. Moments later, just as Cheng Wan was about to bring down the gavel, Qianyu returned, cradling a plump fragrance bug. With a hint of apology, he spoke. I apologize. But the beast master who won the fragrance bug earlier believes that Jinxiu might induce some changes. So he is willing to pay for a bottle of energy potion to buy a bit of time. Upon hearing this, the beast masters in attendance became intrigued. Chungwan had just stated that, aside from Tao Yao, no other fragrances had any effect on the fragrance bug. Now, the owner of Jin Xiu stood up to proclaim that his fragrance was effective, a blatant challenge to Chungwan's assertion. Moreover, the opportunity to purchase an energy potion was not something they would reject. Seeing that no one objected, Jin Yu felt relieved. Although this auction was contracted by his family, he could not act arbitrarily. He immediately approached the table where Jin Xiu was displayed, holding the fragrance bug. Subsequently, a bottle was retrieved from above, and with a gentle press against the fragrant insect, a wave of peony aroma wafted through the air. This scent, unlike the earlier peach fragrance, exuded an air of grandeur and solemnity. Cheng Wangzhen, standing nearby, felt her throat tighten in anxiety, fervently hoping that this perfume would prove ineffective. If the exquisite essence could indeed catalyze the evolution of the fragrance insect, then Wuxi's peach blossom fairy would lose any competitive edge. However, at this moment, Wuxi remained unfazed, her arms crossed and her expression cool as she gazed down from the window. If any random perfume could induce evolution in the insect, it would not be limited to merely the peach blossom fairy form. Jiang Chen's actions seemed entirely futile. Yet, at that very moment, Wuxi's pupils constricted sharply, and the glass of wine in her hand slipped from her grasp, shattering upon impact with the floor. This was inconceivable. The fragrance insect, upon detecting the scent of the exquisite essence, suddenly became animated, eagerly attempting to climb onto the stage, emitting a delicate pink mist. It was indeed effective. Jian Yu felt a surge of joy and astonishment as he exclaimed. He swiftly removed the cap from the perfume bottle and presented it before the insect. The fragrance insect, captivated by the perfume within reach, sparkled with delight in its large eyes. It wriggled its body and climbed directly into the bottle, soaking itself in the fragrant liquid. Gradually, its body transformed into a rosy hue, and the surrounding aroma intensified. The breeders nearby, inhaling this fragrance, felt their pores open slightly. Was this the effect of the exquisite essence, or of the fragrance insect? A beast master positioned close to the stage sensed a change within himself, perceiving that the speed at which he absorbed the ambient spiritual energy had increased just a fraction. At that moment, thoughts of purchasing this perfume stirred within him, not for himself, but for his child. If this essence were used before the college entrance examination, there might be a chance for her to advance beyond the novice beastmaster level, thereby securing admission to a prestigious university. But just then, as the fragrance insect absorbed the perfume, its body erupted in a dazzling white light. The surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce around it. Due to the presence of embedded spirit stones, the concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly higher than outside. Under the influence of the fragrance insect, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed upon the auction stage. This was the light of evolution. A breeder in the audience abruptly stood, incredulous as he beheld the stage. The evolutionary factors of the fragrance insect had truly been activated. Different fragrance notes could genuinely facilitate the evolution of this beast.